From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Well, not really for someone already on the show. Thanks for waking up with us, Sean Sharif, RJ Yoki, Peyton, and Ryan in the back. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And if you're on the fan cam already, you are in for an early treat as Ralph James Choppy already walked into a mess this morning. And I thought your mess was going to be what caused you to limp back from the bathroom about 10 minutes ago, but it just got worse.
Yeah, no, the bathroom is not the least of it, although I would not go in there if I were you guys for a while. I got to my microphone and I noticed all this yellowish, gunk all over the microphone. I'm like, what is this? And then Sean's like, ew, that's gross. And then he goes, oh, it's the egg. Oh.
Eggs. There's egg yolk, Peyton. And I'm talking about all the yellow. All the yolk is all over RJ's microphone. We got it on equipment over here, the dump button. We got it on your wires. I thought you were going to have to go ahead and move. And RJ is very cleanly in studio. Wipes down the area, wipes down the table. And now you're going to have to be dealing with being in the middle of an omelet throughout the day.
Oh, no, I'm cleaning this. Every break, I'm cleaning this. I'm going to try to move mics. I mean, listen, if y'all are going to play your stupid little childish games, you got to clean the studio.
I can't believe they let them do that. As paranoid and anal as the bosses are about this studio. We could barely have drinks in here. And now, how many times did we get the eggs smashed? I saw it
4.
I saw it on the fan cam. I asked Peyton to pull a little recap of what happened. I don't even know the bet that brought us lost. Maybe he should just stop betting. But this would happen Friday on G-Bag to cause this souffle.
I do remember ABC being one of them. So I think we're all going to be able to have the free internet, assuming the internet works on our flight.
Oh, my God!
Ring him up! What just happened?
What just happened? There's egg everywhere.
Just smashed an egg on Broadus's head.
A brown egg, too. A good one.
Broadus looks like he's going to kill him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Brian's bet payoff for the day. At any time in today's G-Bag Nation, Brian could wear an egg on the top of his head.
Holy gee. Did you know that he was going to crack the egg on your head?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh my.
That's the bet payoff today, though. I've got 3 more of those. Actually, 4 more
The
of
yolk
those.
is kind of getting in your mouth a little bit.
This man a paper towel.
Let's help him.
It's a bet payoff Friday.
Oh, there's another one.
Anytime egg is live, there are 5 more eggs in play. Oh, he got him! Woolchuck just buried Broadus with number 2. Look at that, fan cam. Oh, it's in his glasses. It's in his glasses. That is horrific, Broadus. How do you feel?
Extra yolky eggs, man. Holy
these
dear
brown
God.
eggs are for real.
What's different about them?
That one hurt.
Oh,
No.
I think I see
good.
blood.
That one.
Oh, dude, I think I see just a teeny eensy wit of a forehead.
I tried
blood.
to crush.
There's his
slam.
forehead blood.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah, there's some
No, you're
forehead
gonna be
blood.
fine.
Wow, that's pro wrestler stuff right there.
All right,
Broadus.
so that's 2 of them. And I guess there was 2 more to make it 4 total. So.
Yeah, well, they're all here still. So I don't know. Someone's going to do something. This is disgusting.
Over here.
This,
they ain't cleaning it. They're in Surprise.
Yeah, they don't care. They're in Arizona.
They're in Arizona for Ranger Spring Training Camp.
Got a lovely text from Walchuk last night saying, I wish you were here, buddy.
Yeah, I got the same one.
Yeah, it was, you know what that was? I see through his sinister plot. He's just trying to twist the knife. That's all he was trying to do.
This actually made me upset. Like, I was mad watching these videos. I tweeted back, this is ridiculous. Sitting here with this 60-year-old man resorting to these radio gimmicks.
I bet you're sharing a room, too.
This is why they're number 1. That's what we need to start doing. We need to start bringing eggs in here. We need to crack these hard boils on our heads until we actually get some type of liquid break as the G-Bag Nation had their bet payoff on Friday. I thought they always tell us, too, don't do things that are visual. It's radio. That's the medium.
There you go.
You just hear like a little small little crack in the background. Meanwhile, you got to be. I guess we're looking for YouTube numbers.
We're not a radio station anymore. We are a we're a complete video audio medium.
We're a TV show, basically.
We are a simulcast.
All right. So that's RJ's morning to start off, and you find everything all right in the bathroom. What was the culprit there?
Yeah, it's a good question. I had quite the array of food this weekend.
I know you had your pot roast or the steak sandwiches.
French dips. We had French dips on Friday night.
French dips.
That was very, very good. I got leftovers still. I have those tonight.
Nice.
Then Saturday I went to the Mexican meat market.
Uh-oh.
And we got ourselves some pastor to whatever.
Was it colored? Did they put the dye on it?
So the chicken had a reddish dye on it.
Yeah.
And the beef, it also had a reddish dye on it as well.
Yep, they go with the red dye.
Yep. That was very, very good. Then we got 3 different kinds of salsa.
All right, so you're moving past the meat. You're not blaming the meat immediately.
No, I think what I'm blaming is like my stomach doesn't deal with like hot sauce very well. So any kind of hot salsa, we had some really hot green salsa. That'll do it. And then last night we had some leftover chicken still, and I had some of that.
Okay.
So I think that may have been the chicken, may have been the salsa. I don't believe that it was the Mexican meat market stuff. The chicken was from another time.
Okay.
So that's but look, these are the breaks. Like I enjoy the hot stuff still. I should deal with it.
So what are you willing to pay? What do you pay the price for 1, 2, 3 on your life list, and what are you still willing to pay the price for? We know pizza's up
pizza's
there.
number one. I will still pay the price on pizza.
And that's cheese? That's a cheese problem?
I don't know what it is. It's either the cheese or it could be the spicy sauce if we have it.
Yeah.
It's probably the cheese. But I've developed now, like as I've gotten older, if I have pizza, like just I have an hour the next day where I'm not available.
So pizza, now we got spice.
It's pizza, spice, and I think rotisserie chicken. I love the rotisserie chicken. I think it's the brine that they put in it. I think brine really does it for me.
Okay.
Nothing beveragey. Like I don't get hangovers, nothing like that. So
at 7:20 this morning, we're gonna move on to Peyton's weekend, and we're just gonna read the group text. We're just gonna go straight through all the messages as Peyton was on the quest to get the brand new phone number from a Tolo's cousin over the weekend. That was glorious entertainment for me.
Yeah, it was.
I was just reading it aloud to Amanda. It's gonna take you inside the game. Inside all the games, whether the games are necessary or not. Peyton, what percentage of our strategy were you like surprised by? Was it a move you would not have made on your own? I know last night I felt like you were struggling. We were trying to tell you to put the phone down. I think you would have actually texted back and texted more had we not say stop. Just stop it right there and leave her on read.
Yeah, because like she was constantly replying and stuff. She was obviously active on her phone.
So wait, was she replying more than where we left it last night? How many more texts did you send?
Oh no, I haven't read the messages since I last texted you.
Oh yeah. Oh, so she kept sending you messages?
No. So it was like the thank you for wishing her happy birthday, and then when I told y'all, okay, what did I say next? You said take the night off.
Night off.
Stop. And
Did
so
she
I
send after that?
Nothing after that.
We knew that.
We knew that was going to happen.
So what percentage of our advice? How much were you surprised by any of our advice? How much did it run opposite to what you would?
I would say he was surprised by all of it because he didn't take any of it. We told you to leave it alone.
I did your toilet paper theory, and I guess that kind of worked. But
Yep. The intro to the toilet paper, which we'll get to, but just overall,
it was probably 50-50. Some of it was like, okay, I like it, but then others, I kind of questioned it, and Bobby kind of jumped in there too and was like, guys, first off, is this how you're going to start? So I was kind of iffy, but I let y'all are in a relationships experts here,
yes.
So I let y'all do your thing, and we'll see what happens.
You just didn't take any of our advice. We told you to leave it alone. We told you, don't get the number too soon. You don't need it. It's today's world of social media.
Okay, but she has hundreds of guys in her DMs probably. Like I'm just another number.
That's not a nice thing to say. First of all, which means that she's always there.
That's not a nice thing to say.
That means I'm just another guy.
Sarah and I still text on Instagram instead of text.
That's different.
Over a year in.
Why?
Just we never decided to switch it over.
Is it free on Instagram?
Sure.
Versus the-
DMs.
You guys email too?
No.
Facts. He's out there. I was wondering what you were doing in the hallway. I thought you were in the bathroom. You're at the Scantron.
That was.
sending
Scantron.
messages back and forth.
Yeah, we still do it over Instagram.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Bobby was the one who paid for the Jake Paul fight, but we have to get to the fight that left the Dallas Mavericks. And it's Jason Kidd trying to call out Luka again in the post game after what happened against the Lakers. That's all next, right here with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next.
Los Angeles Lakers storm back. It's their biggest comeback since December 6, 2002.
When they were down 30 to the Dallas Mavericks. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Lakers complete the biggest comeback in the NBA this season, Ralph. They're down 27 and come back to beat the Mavs at the AAC. Teams were 0-138.
Oh, well, it's It's not 0-139.
Heading into yesterday's game, teams were 0-138 when trailing by 27 or more, and the Dallas Mavericks helped break that streak.
Yes, they did. And again, I forget it never should have come to this because you're up 27. Ugh. But again, this team is the worst out of a timeout offensive team in the NBA. I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it.
Luka forgot the rule.
And it wasn't just one. It wasn't even just that one play. With 2 minutes to go, there was another possession. They got a shot off. Clearly, it was not the shot they wanted. Clearly, because they're in the corner and having to chuck a three as the shot clock is expiring. They're just,
Do we just have to change our way of thinking? Because it's like with Mark Cuban, right? I just automatically assume Mark Cuban was a brilliant billionaire, and he's just going to be smart in all phases of life. I give you that billionaire respect, all right? Even when you're a multimillionaire, I just assume you are smarter and superior to me in every way. And I think we've seen some ways in which Mark's stubbornness kind of counters that. And with Jason Kidd being one of the greatest point guards of all time, a wizard out there on the floor, I just assumed he was a basketball X's and O's genius. And right now, the book and the story is being written the other way.
Yeah, and look, he may be an X's and O's genius, but also part of it may be he needs to be in the game. There's a difference between being a genius in what you're doing and then being able to manage what you're doing. Some people could be like, you could be a great talk show host, but a terrible program director, like a terrible boss,
or both, we have.
Or yeah, we have both.
Great boss and podcaster.
Yes, absolutely. But you know what I mean? Like, you could be great. Just because you can fly an airplane doesn't mean you can run an airline.
But not to be able to draw up a play over and over, to have the execution look this bad. You almost can't make it up this bad.
No, you really can't. It's troubling. It's really, really troubling. And that's where they are. They're in that position now where
who do you trust more at the end of a game? Cowboys game management, final drive, or Jason Kidd?
Oh, God, that's a good question. I would say Cowboys. I'd say Cowboys.
Like, Jason Kidd's putting Zeke at center over and over and over and over.
Every play. I mean, they're running the ball with 14 seconds to go and no timeouts. Every single play.
Listen to Jason Kidd afterwards speaking with the media.
Yeah, I'm not the savior here. I'm not playing. I'm watching, just like you guys. And as a team, we got to mature. We got a lot of new bodies coming back, and we have to grow up if we want to win a championship. There's no young team that's ever won a championship, mentally or physically. And so just to see how we could respond, again, 2.5 quarters, we're playing at a high level on both ends, offensively and defensively. But what the Lakers just showed us is that it's not a race. It's not the rabbit who wins. It's the turtle. And they work the game. And that's where we have to get to. We have to get better at working the game, and we will.
You ever seen a turtle actually beat a rabbit in a race? I will bet on the rabbit 10 times out of 10 to win a race. You can bet on the turtle all you want. Was it slow and steady? Steady wins, not slow. Slow's never won a race.
A lot of people were a little bit irritated by the first sentence. I'm not the savior here. I'm not playing.
Ooh.
I'm just like you guys.
I love that because he's right. Jason Kidd's genius on the court is one thing. You can't, you can lead a horse to water, can't make it drink, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
I mean,
you think this is just the Phil Jackson philosophy of, I'm not calling a timeout. You have to figure it out.
You got to figure it out, man. You got to let your guys fail. You got to let your guys fail on their own.
They have.
And they have.
At the end of games.
It's also their job to figure out. Basketball will tell you this. When you're on the mound, you've got to coach yourself out of the bad stuff, out of the bad mechanics, out of the slump. The pitching coach can come out there and tell you all you want, but he can't come out there all the time. He can't come out there after every pitch. You've got to coach yourself out of it. And these players have got to do it. The Jimmies and the Joes, not the X's and the O's.
Kids' pressers have been very interesting / odd. No, there's nothing wrong with our defense. This is the NBA. People are out here to watch us score.
What do you mean defense? What's defense?
And I went back and watched that because a lot of Tolos, and I heard Bassick say he was joking. I couldn't completely tell that he was joking when he was saying that, but that was still interesting, even if you don't think it was odd, because you think it was a joke. And then yesterday, Choppy, the second half of that postgame quote, as a team, we've got to mature. We've got to grow up. There's no young team that's ever won a championship mentally or physically. You know, the Mavs starting lineup has 4 players who are 30 or older. You know who the exception is?
Luka.
23-year-old number 77. And Tim McMahon writes, while Kidd did not specifically call out Doncic, he also emphasized that the Mavs were affected by disagreements with the officials. And then McMahon had a one-on-one back and forth with Luka afterwards. And he said, what do you think about what your head coach said? Luka said, it's probably true. McMahon with the money follow-up. Do you think you were distracted by the refs tonight? And Luka said, how did I know you were going to be the one to ask that question? Tim fires back. I think it's a fair question. And Luka says, like I said, probably true. So the internet took this as Jason Kidd trying to talk to his superstar again through the media. And I noticed this a ton yesterday. It's just nonstop bitching and moaning. It's so annoying. If he was on another team, we would hate his guts. He just I actually give these officials credit for not teeing him up even more. The amount of stare downs that he executes, just staring someone down like they're across the bar, getting ready for a fight. He never stops crying and whining. And like Dak said, interceptions are going to stop. I promise you that. They never stopped. Lucas said multiple times, I just got to fix it. I just got to be better. I got to stop complaining. And he never stops. And I don't think it ever is going to stop.
It'll stop in a few years when he's older. It's an age. Maybe it won't stop. It'll never stop for Tim Duncan. Maybe it doesn't stop. But, look, now I'll say he was right on that shot clock when he was pointing up to the shot clock in the because they reset it to 17 seconds.
Yeah.
He was right on that.
But that's one of
50
instances, dude. Yeah, no. You notice it? You notice it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Non-stop. Every single time. And then times when I'm like, you didn't get fouled there. Like, just get up and run back and don't mope. I know he's trying to sell it for the next call, but there's no way Basic's probably going to go off on this today. He's going to lose his mind. But it's just non-stop crying and whining from him.
LeBron, his idol, does a lot of the same thing. He's like an NFL wide receiver. They call for a flag on every incomplete pass. It's not much different. It is frustrating. It is annoying, and there's no doubt it has to impact the defense in transition on the next play.
Yes,
has to.
So that's the Mavs blowing the 27-point lead. Do we look at this like, hey, we know who the better team was, or do we look at this as we need to be negative towards it? Like the Lakers they were ice cold to start.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the Mavs looked like they were playing. Did you just touch poor Egg?
Yeah, underneath. Oh, God.
yeah.
The thing is, we have weekend shows. Like, they just deal with that?
Bobby, put in your headset. Wait, Bobby, how can you have Egg on your headphones that you just walked in? You have headphones in your bag? How do you have Egg in your bag?
Because I leave these in the studio like a good teammate for people to use, and they were crushed with eggs. So somebody owes me new $100.
Oh, look at that! It's just oh God.
Yeah, so somebody owes me new $100 headphones.
I don't think they're broken.
Yeah, those are.
I'm not gonna wear them.
You're not?
No, I'm gonna wear the other ones.
Oh my! Here we go. Get on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. The Brian Broaddus egg bet payoff. Throwing my two guys out of commission early on. Look at this. Live on the fan cam, Twitch. All right, that's not egg. That's just grime.
Yeah, this is just a disgusting. we have animals up here. Animals. Straight animals.
Has Major League Baseball already won the start of their season with the new pitch clock drama? We got drama in here, too. Don't go anywhere. Sean, RJ, and Bobby just getting started on the fan.
105.3 The Fan.
All right, here's a ball driven deep out into center field. Valera going back onto the track. He turns to look, and this one is off the wall. Did it go over the yellow line? It did. So Corey Seager hits it over the 410 marker in dead center. What an at-bat there. It's a 3-run blast to give Texas a 5-0 lead.
And the Rangers would win 13-4. Good morning, Metroplex. It's baseball season. What's wrong?
These are the clean headphones or the broken headphones, so they only work in one ear and they're cutting in and out because they got egg on the other ones.
The Brian Broaddus egg bet payoff causing havoc this morning on the morning show. You got everything cleaned up?
I think I've done a masterful job of cleaning the best I can, at least the microphone.
Yeah.
I still got to get over here, this little area. I'll take care of Bobby's headphones. I'll get those things spick and span for the end.
What a teammate.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was pretty ticked off. I think Broaddus could tell. I don't know why. It just upset me. I'm like, we're putting this man through this.
He's 60 years old.
He called me the other day, but I missed the call, and then he was traveling to Arizona. Why aren't we in Arizona? Well, turns out when we go out to different time zones that are earlier, it presents a little bit more of a challenge and a pain in the butt to the team and the organizations. So they would have to go ahead and open up the stadium, get stadium security there at 2:45, at 2:50 a.m. Some of the Ranger players that early, may not be able to come on, so they decided to leave us home with the rest of the shows at the site of spring training starting today.
I appreciate you making that up and covering for it. Was really just my drinking, and that they were like, we can't have him go out again.
Definitely played a role.
We saw how Arizona went last time. We're not going to have 3:30 wake up calls with hungover Bobby.
I know they're talking about like drinking mandates. I said we don't have to. It doesn't have to be a drinking mandate. He went out one time. He can handle his stuff. We don't have to ban him from drinking. We don't have to go completely overboard. And it gave us material for the rest of the week.
There's no doubt it gave us material. Plenty of material. We don't need a.
And I feel like the G-Bag Nation is already feeling the effects of us not being there, unless Zach Wolchuk is being fake. As we all talk to each other. Mm-hmm. That's the one thing this building never realizes. It's amazing. I mean, whether it's people up top or people that we work with on the air, no one thinks that everyone talks to each other. So Wolchuk texted me last night, man, really wish you were here, missing you. We have no one to party with. So I felt good. I said, man, I'm going to buy you dinner.
I did too.
I'm going to buy you dinner when you get back home. And then I come in here and RJ Choppy kind of tells me a similar story.
Yeah, got a great text from Walchuk. Should we read it, see if they're the same?
Sure. Yeah.
Did he copy and paste it?
Oh, the copy and paste.
And I need a timestamp on this too.
Oh, good point. Okay, Chop. All right, let's see who got theirs early. This will determine who's more important, I think. Mine came in at 6:19 p.m.
Mine came in at 6:19 p.m.
No!
Mine came in at 6:19 p.m. He did a scheduled text.
There it is.
Hang on. Hey, let's all say it at the same time.
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Gonna miss you on this trip, babe.
Here. All right, we got different ones.
I got gonna miss you on this trip, babe. He is like, bro. Wolchuk is doing like, okay, I'm dead serious. And see, since he tried to play us, I'll have to.
This is still nice.
No, I know, but he tried to play us. So I'll make us feel individual. I will have to say, we were in Arizona, and he's like doing a Snapchat picture, and he's like, hold on, I got to Snapchat first. I got to send somebody a Snapchat, and I was like, is that to one person, or is it being sent to like several people and you're making it think it's individual to them? He's like, oh no, it's to several, making them think it's individual to them.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Zachary.
That's my favorite thing to do too. Miss you. Mine was miss you, wish you were here.
Yeah, mine was going to miss you on this trip.
And then he said, we won't have anyone to party with now. And then Bobby came in.
And I had gotten the same thing. And so, but wait, you got gonna miss you on this trip? Mm-hmm. I got gonna miss you on this trip, babe. So I got babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah. Okay. I think mine being Choppy's is better. Yeah. So
his just says gonna miss you on this trip. He added a whole extra pet name for me.
I don't want babe in mine.
He knows he doesn't have to grease my ego. Say gonna miss you on this trip.
And then Chiafalo is gonna miss us as well. Right? Who's gonna party? Who's gonna go out nightly on a nightly basis there? You might Sandler's down to chill.
Sandler texted me last night too.
Oh, I had multiple phone calls with Sandler.
Well,
yeah. So
the only thing Sandler texts me about is when I'm gonna get the schedule straight for this dinner we have with
the charity dinner.
That's it. It's the only thing he texts me for.
Charity
Other than that, he
dinner.
doesn't need me in his
And
life.
where's the vodka?
He's already taken all my jobs, so whatever.
All right, so Rangers coverage with all the rest of the guys. We'll be checking in with them all week long here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't even want to talk about, unless you have Rangers notes, you can get them out of the way right now. I want to applaud and celebrate Major League Baseball. They got me.
Say it.
They got me. I'm intrigued. I'm excited with the new changes that they made. From the time of the games being cut down to this new pitch clock violation, mission has been accomplished. Now, you're in one of two camps. You're in old school Bobby Belt. I'm miserable. I don't want any new tricking it up. Stop trying to screw up America's pastime. You're in that camp, or you're in Sean Sharif. I've become bored by it. I need something. It's on you all to keep me around, because as soon as the Rangers are out of it, if they're out of it, I'm bailing on the season until the playoffs. It's one of two camps. And for the camp that I'm in, I think this was a humongous successful weekend with the way this thing started off.
Look, there's an old saying, you had me at the logo. And they had me at the logo. Baseball has me at the logo.
Because you're old school, you're a seam head.
Yeah, they've got me at the logo. As soon as I see the logo, I'm in.
Here's the big event that took place. It's only about 10 seconds, but this is how a game ended with the Braves at the plate.
Could have rung them up easily.
And now what?
He's out.
They have called strike 3. Wow!
Red Sox TV. Now look, this is a separate discussion, games ending like this, but all I'm saying is this event happening was big enough in spring training to make it a national discussion, a 6 a.m. topic, as the Braves' first spring training game against the Massholes on Red Sox TV ended with a pitch clock violation.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to be in on Major League Baseball no matter what they do. They've got me. They've had me my entire life. I love the pitch clock. I think, listen, Rob Manfred could do nothing about the stakes of each game. Can't do anything about it. They're not going to shrink the amount of games they play. And even if they do, they're not going to shrink it to a number where every game is of utmost importance. Unless you bring it down to 40 or 50 games, which is not going to happen. Yeah. They're not going to give up all that revenue.
Right.
So,
or unless you do like NBA is going to do with like a midseason tournament.
Yeah, but so outside of that, he's doing the best he can just to make it more enjoyable. 2 hours and 30 minutes is probably more enjoyable than 3 hours and 10 minutes. Okay? Now, the owners may hate this because it's only going to give about 90 minutes of beer sales, but for the most part, this is good. TV ratings, maybe, hopefully, will go up. I, though, have to say, we cannot have a Super Bowl type ending. The Super Bowl ended in the worst possible fashion. We deserved as fans.
With a great, accurate penalty call?
Even still, we deserved as fans to see a minute and a half drive. See if they could do it. We deserve that as fans. As fans of baseball, we deserve to not have a World Series end on a walk-off pitch clock violation.
Right.
So, we got to figure something out here.
Yeah.
But other than that, the execution of the, number 1 through 26 could not be happier.
I think it was not as bad what I saw this weekend. It was not as bad as I would have anticipated. It didn't bug me as much. I still don't like it. But my bigger issue is I think for TV, this is great. I think sitting at the ballpark, watching it in person is going to feel too fast. That's what I like. I mean, like I said, I think watching it on TV is perfect, helps pace it up. You're not sitting there for 3.5 hours or whatever it is. But when you're sitting there at the game, I think that's part of the appeal of baseball in person, is that there's sort of a deliberate pace to it. You can kind of have a social interaction while still being completely engaged in the game. There's going to be a little too much speed that I think as a in-person baseball viewer, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment.
Or are we going to be glued to the clock countdown in the stadium looking at it right there? Is it posted? It has to be in the stadium, right?
It depends.
If you look, let's just say you look outside.
Here are the rules, by the way. Pitch clock rules. 15 seconds if the bases are empty. Runner on base, 20 seconds. Between batters, 30 seconds. batter has to be ready for the pitch in 8 seconds. And then Bally said, was that a deep sigh?
No.
Oh, I thought someone was groaning, not happy. And then 0-0, pitcher begins motion. Those are the different times to keep in mind for this.
Yeah, they'll have the clock will not be according to what I've seen, the clock will not be visible to the viewer. Right, so it won't be behind home plate. You'll have a separate clock that will be superimposed on the screen. There's a clock out in center field. Now that's the batter clock that's been out there for a couple of years now. It's the in between innings. You got a batter clock, so that's been out there already. So the batter will be able to see that. My question is, what's the pitcher going to see from his standpoint? Is he going to have a mental clock in his head? Is he going to see the clock? What?
Who is the
and are we okay on TV if it pops up at 3 seconds?
That's what I would be in favor of.
I like that.
Just pop it up when it's getting close down to the 3 seconds. We don't have the play clock in football just up for 40 full seconds in a jumbo. It'll be in the corner of the screen sometimes, but I'm saying it's not just up, because some of the stuff I saw in spring training was this large box that they had on the screen. In fact, I know you said it's not going to be behind home plate. I think in one of these spring games it was.
In the spring games it is, yes.
Giant.
Yeah, in the spring games it is, but I think at the Major League ballparks they're going to have it out in the outfield. It's not going to be behind home plate. That's what Twitter said.
That one in the background, because I think the Machado one that we all saw, I think that one was in the background. That was very distracting to see that behind home plate and to see that ticking down. This is what's interesting to me. Who is the fastest working pitcher that we all think of in the modern era?
Scherzer's quick.
And not as quick as Mark Burley, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God,
Burley worked so fast. Burley's average between pitches was 16.7 seconds.
Wow.
So we're talking about speed and that. Now that's literally between ball thrown. That's not so much get the ball back. But I mean, you're talking about everybody is going to have to pitch like Mark Burley.
Did you see Scherzer yesterday? Or it was over the weekend. He struck a guy out in 3 pitches. The entire at-bat took 27 seconds. That is incredible.
Which pitchers not, I wouldn't blame pitchers for going nuts over all this.
Well, your cardiovascular's got to be high now, much higher than.
Rushing me through my process.
Yeah.
You're screwing with my game, messing with my numbers. I like the changes, but I kind of feel for pitchers a little bit.
Yeah, because, pitchers, Bassick even talked about, they like to get into a rhythm. And when they're working quick, usually it means they're doing well. But if you start to kind of fade, you want to be able to go behind the mound, take your time, relax, rub the ball up, slow things down, get your composure, maybe get your breath. Having the mound visit limit and the pitch clock might be tough for pitchers
and you can't throw over to first. They're
more than a couple
limiting
times,
that.
yeah. Like a catcher, if he sees his pitcher's tired, kind of winded, he'll jog out to the mound, let him catch his breath. You can only do that a couple times now a game.
Now it is so when you watch games from the 70s, you'll see them work at the pace that they're going to be working at now. Because there was this viral clip this weekend, which you can always see it on ESPN Classic, anything, whatever guys are pitching in the 70s. But there was this viral clip of Ron Guidry pitching, and from the time the ball was back in his hand, he was releasing in 7 seconds. So the ball was thrown back to him, he'd grab it, and that's just that deliberate fast pace, which that's, like I said, that used to be the norm. People have definitely slowed the game down a lot more, but it's an adjustment, I think.
I love it.
I do too. And look, I don't know how it's going to work with the public. I don't know if the people are going to be dying to watch regular season baseball games. Again, Rob can't do anything about the stakes of the game. He can do something about the pace of the game, and the pace is going to speed up. There's no doubt. With the pace of the game speeding up, coupled with no more shifts, you're going to have maybe more guys on base, higher batting averages. Maybe it works. Maybe it's a good thing for the sport. I hope it is.
I don't think you have much to lose.
No.
You got to do something to resuscitate, the fans like me and even younger fans, even younger ones.
Yep.
One last quick note here, and we'll have to check on this, but 254 says the Rangers have a pitch clock behind home plate.
Yeah, at spring training.
No, the Rangers have it at their stadium. Said he saw it at college games last week. So there is a clock behind home plate, at least for at least the college games right now at Globe Life.
877-881-1053. Did Jason Kidd call out Luka after the blown lead against the Lakers? Can Bobby figure out a way to get Jalen Ramsey on the Cowboys? And what was up with Byron Jones, the former Cowboy, over the weekend? That's all next, right here on The Fan. But look, maybe you had a fantastic weekend except for one thing. is a drunk driver. Someone was partying too much on their Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you or a loved one were the victim of a car or truck accident involving a driver under the influence of alcohol, illegal or prescription drugs, and or marijuana, there's a greater likelihood that punitive damages will be imposed, which can increase the value of your claim. So during an investigation of a DUI or a DWI, it's often found liability can extend beyond just the drunk driver, like the restaurant, the bar, any other vendor that allowed that person to continue to drink despite already being intoxicated, and then they run into you. Who do you call? Franklin Frankel. Mark, Scott, and Gene at 214-all-threes. 214-333-33.
Jay right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Save the R Weight Loss. That's soda.
Now Dame's got it. 1:45 to play. Bump, drives, runs it up. Yes! 70! 71 for Damian Lillard.
Oh, man, I got goosebumps. I got chills. I'm seeing history.
Dame is the 8th player in NBA history to score 70 or more.
How do you lose track of whether it's 70 or 71 in that moment? Like, everyone's just glued to the scoreboard. Dame Lillard had 41 at halftime.
Is that good?
On Blazers radio. He ends up with 71 on 13 threes. Oldest player ever to score 70 points, the age of 32, and then Dame was drug tested right after. Said he went from high to low because he hates needles. They're like, what about all the tattoos on your body? He's like, no, that's different. That's a different type of needle. So they drug tested Dame, and he matches Donovan Mitchell, who dropped 71 this year for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Wow.
Good night. 71's a good night. Very, very good. I don't even think Jordan ever put up 70. Ever. Thought he had 60-something. I think 69 was his high. Never put up 70.
Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, and that was, I believe that 69 was a double or triple overtime playoff game.
Celtics, right?
Yep, it was against Celtics.
Dame Lillard played where?
Weber State.
Yeah.
Good job. Yes, it was. So he dropped 71, but the big story is the Lakers coming back from down 27, biggest comeback in the NBA this season to beat the Mavs at the AAC. When did you say to yourself, the Mavericks are in a little bit of trouble here? Was it when Vanderbilt took over the entire game? As I said, someone named Vanderbilt, and sports nerd Jared Sandler had to start texting me. You don't know where Jared Vanderbilt went? You don't know what school he played for? I said, I'm just making fun of his last name. Relax. Go cover a freaking curveball. Shut up. Leave me alone.
Is he related to Anderson Cooper?
Who?
Jared Vanderbilt? Probably not.
I don't get the reference.
What's the joke?
I usually get the references. I missed it.
Anderson Cooper's related to as Gloria Vanderbilt's grandson or something.
Oh,
like the super rich. He's like a billionaire before he even got a job.
So as Jason Kidd said, Vanderbilt kicked our ass as the Lakers come back and the Mavs blow this lead.
I mean, look, you're up by 27. In no shape or form that game should ever get down into single digits. And it did. Now it's the NBA, and yeah, everybody makes a run. And you're right. The Lakers are cold as ice early on.
Yeah.
Like super cold early on. But after that first quarter, they scored 30 in every single period. Every single period. And the Mavs had some shooting woes in the second half. For all the talk of how great this offense is, all the talk, to not even score 50 points in the second half of the NBA, in an NBA game, with this offense, with these players.
Kyrie, Luka faded away. Kyrie's jumper went cold. Bobby, your other takeaways?
I mean, look, I know he got in foul trouble early, but you really missed Josh Green, I think, and his defense during a lot of that run. I'm still frustrated that we're looking at Christian Wood 20 minutes. But like, I mean, it's not even, it's almost, and we haven't really, it's almost not even worth mentioning anymore how little he plays because it's just the standard. But
he played 20 minutes. I thought he played well yesterday. He played with a lot of fire as well.
Yeah.
He only played 20 minutes.
14 points, 9 boards in 20 minutes.
He was taking it to Anthony Davis a little bit. Christian Wood, I thought, blocked some shots or altered a few. Anthony Davis decided to show up. That was a problem. Like, LA late in this game just went in the paint. LeBron's like, I'm going to post up, and Anthony Davis is going to own all the Mavericks inside.
And look at this. So it's 98-97. The Mavericks shots from there on out. Kyrie, three-pointer. Luka, step-back three-pointer. Next one, you had a couple of free throws. Luka, three-pointer. Bullock, three-pointer. Holiday, three-pointer. Irving had a two-pointer, and then the turnovers. Like, all they did was shoot. Now, that's all they do anyway. But it's a tight game. The Lakers are going low, and you're sitting there just chucking threes. Like, there's no way with a minute to go. Their game plan was, hey, let's get it to Reggie Bullock in the corner as the shot clock's expiring.
I'm calling it the satanic lineup. Justin Holiday, Reggie Bullock, Dwight Powell going 6-6-6. in the starting lineup yesterday. Damn near 30 minutes each from those guys, and they put up 18 points combined. Meanwhile, you've got, again, just Christian Wood chilling on the bench. Again, I know Josh Green got into foul trouble, but you're late. People forget about Frank. You're late in the third quarter, I think it was, and Josh Green had played 5 minutes. Like this entire run where they start, because they were up, 17 when Jared Vanderbilt really made 3 dunks in a row on him or whatever the hell he did.
Yeah.
That all came with Josh Green sitting on the bench, your best defender. And if Josh Green is not out there playing, this defense, it feels like, is screwed.
Vanderbilt had 17 rebounds, 15, 17, and 4 on 6 of 8 in 27 minutes. That's it. He only played 27 minutes, and he was the one hustling out there the most. What did you make of the post? Jason Kidd said we have to mature. We have to grow up. Tim McMahon with Luka, a little back and forth after.
Jake Kidd mentioned that, I don't want to botch his words, so he said, as a team, we've got to mature. We've got to grow up. And he mentioned, getting distracted by the whistle. Is that, what's your reaction to that?
It's probably true. That's it.
Did you feel like you got distracted by the whistle today?
I know you were going to be the one to ask me that question.
I think it's a fair question, though.
Yeah, like I say, it's probably true.
So that was the back and forth. Did you notice Luka whining yesterday, Bobby?
I mean, I noticed Luka whining every game. And it is like, I think when I came in here, it's what you guys were talking about this morning when I walked in, is he'll stop and he'll start complaining. And it reminds me so much. I think it was a playoff game. Do y'all remember when Chuck Knobloch screwed up, missed something, and then he stopped to do this and didn't even chase the ball in a playoff series?
Yep.
And somebody picked up an extra base or two because he literally stopped to argue about it. That happens way too much where Luka does stop down to complain. He's turning, and it's they're in transition, bro. Get back.
Yeah.
And so I love Luka. I'm not going to be the one to nitpick Luka, but that's a problem. That's an issue, and it's continued to be an issue. But I put more of what's gone on recently on Jason Kidd than I do Luka.
How so?
For him to talk about the whole angle of, what was his exact quote? I'm not the savior. I'm not playing. I'm watching just like you guys. No, you're not watching just like me. You're setting the rotation. You're the one keeping Josh Green on the bench. You're the one keeping Christian Wood on the bench. You can't compare where we're at all. I mean, if you're literally just that hands off,
nonchalant attitude with that, hey, don't look at me. And it's what? Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer, who a lot of people respect his basketball opinion. He basically said no team has ever won the NBA championship with no defense, no depth, and no head coach. And I was like, whoa, bad defense, bad depth, and a bad head coach. And I tweeted him back. I said, did you think he was a bad head coach last year? This complete turnaround and flip-flopping on Kidd. I'm trying to figure out where we should fall.
I mean, look, was he a good head coach last year, or did Jalen Brunson get him out of the first round? Which one was it? Maybe he wasn't. I thought he did a nice job defensively with, this team's defense.
Yeah.
Was really, really good and very, very locked down in certain spots.
They are 6th in the West. They're not.
They're what, 3 games out of 12th too.
Well, yeah, everybody is.
Yeah, it's a jumbled mess. Do we look at this differently if Phoenix didn't have one of the worst Game 7s in sports history? Do we look at Jason Kidd a little bit differently?
No.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think last year he did a good coaching job last year. This team was floundering, it was not looking good in December. They turned it around, and then they had the Porzingis trade, and things started to look really good. And he coached them really well defensively. And you remember we were all praising him for the way he pushed Luka's buttons about defense in the playoffs, and that played really well. And we all were like, man, look at what he's done here. He's completely turned the corner. And I did feel that way. My issue right now is, I mean, as you guys have talked about already today, and as we've talked about a lot over the last several weeks, just the inability in late game situations to draw anything up. Coming out of a timeout, it's bad with Jason Kidd.
This is the worst. This is the worst out of a timeout I've ever seen this organization be in 25 years. I can't imagine There's been a worse one. This is awful.
Which Carlisle, on the polar opposite of that, was one of the best in the NBA, drawing something up coming out of a timeout. So it's just such a giant fall by comparison. But the other issue here is this. I don't know any other way to say it other than just this attitude. Like the attitude that he has
from Jason?
Yeah, with any sort of criticism. He gets all worked up about it.
Does he get worked up? Let me hear him. What's Jason Kidd sound like worked up?
I'm not the savior here. You know, I'm not playing. I'm watching just like you guys.
Yeah, that's him worked
up. As a team, we got to mature. We got to grow up. Yeah, but the thing with him is it's all outward. It's always, pointing outwardly at everybody. And I think my issue with him right now is it feels like a lot of this year has sounded like or has felt like some of the stories we heard out of Brooklyn and Milwaukee that got him in trouble. Obviously, it's not like writing a book worthy and
we haven't heard abuse.
No, but we've seen games being played with Christian Wood. Clearly.
Yes.
And then we see him being very, likes to play the mind games a little bit. Clearly yesterday with guys like Luka and stuff like that. So he does play it a little bit. I don't think it's to the level that it got in places like Milwaukee, but it's just, I think you're starting to see some of the cracks and, okay, this is what Brooklyn and Milwaukee saw.
Who do you think's got a higher approval rating around here between Jason Kidd and Mike McCarthy?
Ooh.
McCarthy.
Man. You think so?
Yeah.
I think it's McCarthy as well. Who do you trust more at the end of a game, Roberto?
They're the same guy. I mean, I guess maybe slightly McCarthy. This past year wasn't terrible.
Isn't that a tough question?
It's not easy. I mean, look, I trust the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy in the end of a game more right now.
Look, I'm not going to fight you on anything.
You trust a Zeke snap more, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that's where we're at. We trust Zeke snapping the ball and throwing it to Kevontae Turpin for the first time in 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be fair. That was also a dead play walking.
I know that's what I'm just saying. But like for all the comedy surrounding that, or even just the let's call it draw play with 14 seconds left, like you think it's college football and the ball will stop while they move the chains. Even with all of that, I still would probably trust McCarthy more to execute at the end because this is way too routinely this year that stuff has gone sideways with Kidd coming out of a timeout or when he's been asked to draw something up.
Denver's first in the West. They're up 5.5 games over the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies beat down Denver over the weekend. Sacramento is the 3. They're 7 games back. The Kings are 3 games up on the Phoenix Suns. The Suns lost to the Bucks yesterday before the Mavs game. 14 straight wins for the Milwaukee Bucks. They didn't even have Giannis. So the Suns without KD are the 4. The Clippers are the 5. They're a half game up on the Mavericks. All right? Mavericks are the 6. Golden State is all of a sudden the 7. We're a half game up on the Warriors. We're a half game behind the Clippers. The Jazz are the 8. The T-Wolves are the 9. I think I saw A-Rod sit next to Barry Bonds yesterday. Get the memes rolling there.
Oh, yeah.
The Pelicans are the 10. The Blazers are the 11 after Dame dropped 71. And the Lakers are the 12th. While this was going on and ending, so was the Jake Paul fight. Was anyone interested? Bobby Belt was all over it. Was that stupid money spent? And we'll try to bring Jalen Ramsey to the Cowboys. All next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. This is your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. And we had Bobby Wagner late last week. RJ, over the weekend, it was Jalen Ramsey. As Tom Pelissero, NFL Network reporting, the Rams have had trade talks about Ramsey, and sources now believe it's very likely he will be dealt in the coming weeks. Mike Florio also adding, if you trade for Jalen Ramsey, be prepared to offer him a new contract. So where do things stand with his money? He's 28. He's due $17 million this upcoming season. His deal averaged $20 million a year. Again, Rams are clearing cap space, but he's due to make $17 million this year. 12.5 is fully guaranteed. 18.5 in 24, 19.5 in 25. Where do you stand? We thought you came around to Bobby Wagner. Me and Bobby's side. Still not sure ultimately where you stand on it, but what about Jalen Ramsey trying to make good and bring him to the team that he wanted to go to or he thought was going to draft him?
Out. He's too old. He's past his prime. Out. The Chiefs. Name me a single corner on the Chiefs.
L'Jarius Sneed.
Never heard of him.
I can't name him.
Their highest paid corner.
Let's not go totally into it. I was saving your good study for a little bit later on, but go ahead.
But just corner's super important, but it's something that you draft. I'm not going to pay it in the open market because you're going to pay a premium for it. Jalen
so are you now lowering? Are you lowering the importance of corner now?
No. That's a first round draft pick position. Yeah, absolutely not. But I'm lowering the importance of it from a 28-year-old that I'm going to pay $20 million a year.
So you would have been down. You wouldn't have been against trading for Jalen Ramsey when like the Rams did it.
No, 5 years ago or whatever. No, I would have absolutely done it.
Okay.
But now you have to trade him. So they're going to want a one probably. And then he's going to want that new deal. That new deal is going to be $18 to $23 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be more in on Wagner or Ramsey?
I'd be more in on it because Wagner's going to want almost equal money. He's going to want 15 plus.
No, Wagner, I bet, would be had for 10 to 12, and you don't have to give up draft capital.
But here's the thing: how he just made $18 million last year, and he was the best linebacker in the league.
Wagner made 10 last year.
Wait,
we were talking about Jalen.
Oh, that's okay. So Wagner wanted the okay. So
Wagner made 5. Wagner's deal was 5 years, $50 million.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But which are you more inclined
which
for?
one or the other?
Oh, I'd rather have the more positions of higher importance.
Okay, but that entails giving up the picks. I know you're saying no to both.
Yeah, I'm saying no to both.
But
yeah,
you would lean towards Jalen.
If I had to pick one, I would lean towards Ramsey. But yeah, I don't want to give up picks and draft capital and salary.
So Bobby's gonna have a full presentation on this at 8:40 in Below the Belt, but Pro Football Focus ran like a simulation on what the trade would be. Do you remember what it took to get him?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It was 2 firsts and I believe a fourth.
Yes, 2 firsts and a fourth. And these different website simulators are saying 2 seconds or a second and a third. Does that change your mind at all?
2 seconds or a second and a third?
Yep. No first.
Again, I mean, those are still very valuable pieces to build your roster. I mean, the needs of this team are such that, first round, you're going to have to get, wide out, corner, whatever. Second round, you're going to want to get the opposite of what you had.
There was, when they traded their first round pick for Amari Cooper, somebody
who was at the game last night for some reason.
So I think he still stays around here.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, I think so.
Everyone, it's amazing. Everyone that, if we can get them here, they all stay.
Oh, there's a lot of there was a couple I know there's a couple San Francisco 49ers that live around here because it's just they like it. And so
saw Jermaine O'Neal in Colleyville last week.
Man, was he wearing a headband?
No, he was standing in the parking lot by the Uptown Cheapskate or Hop Dotties and I drive past and I tell him, I was like, hey, that's Jermaine O'Neal. And Julian, my youngest, was like, And he's like, is that the basketball player? I'm like, yeah. He goes, oh, the guy in the car, talk to him, say hi.
No, he's the horse jockey.
Like, I know. I'm like, no, don't bother him. He's sitting there talking.
But he's a local guy, right?
I don't believe
Jermaine
so.
O'Neal
He
around
lives here.
here?
He lives
Or am I
here.
thinking of another Indiana Pacer, Miles Turner?
Miles Turner's
probably.
local.
Jermaine O'Neal, I don't think was from here.
No,
No, Jermaine
South
O'Neal was
Carolina.
South Carolina. Yeah.
All right, what's your overall take on Ramsey?
Well, for when they traded for Cooper and they gave up a 1, there were some people when there was some criticism about why would you give up a 1 for Amari Cooper. I remember somebody in the organization had told me, they're like, what does it matter if you give up a first-round pick for Amari Cooper if you're going to use it on Taco effing Charlton? And so, like, similarly,
A little short-sighted.
no, but similarly, if you're giving up second-round picks, that's their gamble pick anyway. That's when they go take Kelvin Joseph. That's when they take Sam Williams, Jalen Smith. Like, if they're going to use their gamble picks, why not go gamble on him? That could be the argument. I think I'm not so much worried about the capital.
That's supposed to be our pick for the Dak replacement, giving away our second round.
Yeah.
I'm not so much for the.
We should use that the first.
I'm not so much for the. I'm not against the capital it would take to give up. I mean, you guys saw, and we'll talk about it at 840. Like
The capital if it's not a first.
yeah, because like I said, I would give up a second and a third. Like that's that looking at it, that's what I think is fair value. But I don't want to then pay. He's going to want a new deal. You're probably going to have to pay 60 to 70 million over the next 3 years. He probably wants 60, 70 million cash over the next 3 years.
Yeah, and how much
It's a
did he
lot.
slip? How much did he slip?
He
Now,
did.
we're going from shutdown to attackable. You know, we do have to be careful with the drop in his production that we're talking about. I've always loved Jalen Ramsey. I've regarded him as a true shutdown corner, but it does feel like over the past year and a half, starting with that Tampa Bay game against Brady in the playoffs, susceptible, attackable, somebody you could throw at a little bit more than back in the day. So tell us, Tolos, 2 seconds or a second and a third, you in, if that's what it costs for Jalen Ramsey, and you have to pay him probably. 877-881-1053. Let's get to the boxing, Pepe. As Bobby was all over this, I joined in about the 4th round as the Mavs were taking on the Lakers. Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury.
Daniel Vanderbilt scores it 76-73 for the winner by split decision. Tommy Fury.
God, I was just like you when they started reading these scorecards. Because I joined in late. I went to RJ's ESPN Plus account that I have the login to, and I was like, oh, I'll just watch it on this. And I thought I could access it through that, but then it was like, oh, $60, $50 charge. I was like, all right, never mind. I'm not going to have that surprisingly show up in RJ's account. So my brother sent me a magical link that worked perfect. So I joined this 3rd or 4th round. I had asked the Tolos, who's winning this so far? Because I'm watching the Mavs blow their lead against the Lakers. And everyone had said Fury was winning the fight. So, Bobby, did you pay for this outright? Did you watch from the very beginning? And why did you do it?
So I did pay for it because it's content, basically. Which don't make it sound like I'm all over it. Like I was like, man, I cannot wait to watch Jake Paul fight because I really.
You told us 3 days ago you were watching.
No,
it. That sounds like an appointment to me.
Because I'm letting you guys know, like, hey, I've got this covered in case any of you were wanting to know about it. I will watch it. That's what I was doing. I was trying to be a good teammate here.
Expense that, baby.
So I paid for it. I couldn't get the thing to work at first, and then finally it kicked in and started working around like I was watching a bootleg for the first couple rounds, but around the 3rd round I was able to finally get the ESPN stream to work. And 3rd round is the only round I think for me that Jake Paul probably won. That was it. The rest of the
What about the knockdown?
It was a legit knockdown. He didn't slip or anything. But he slipped from the punch. Like he got hit in the face and he went down to one knee. So he had the knockdown, but it's scoring. Anybody scoring that in favor of Jake Paul, the fight is ridiculous. I mean, just the fact that it was 76-73, 76-73 for the other two judges. So 75-74.
Yeah.
That's got to be somebody heavily weighting the knockdown.
And I felt like these commentators were praying for Jake to win too, because they're probably getting paid. Jake Paul's getting everybody paid on this level of boxing. You know, say what you want about him. I think even Dave Portnoy, who's an amazing marketer and promoter himself, said Jake is the greatest marketer and promoter ever. So I felt like these kiss-ass commentators were selling their souls, saying, I think Jake won. I think that knockdown pushed him over the top. And I was like, what's going on? The entire internet is telling me that Fury won. And then when the first scorecard said Paul, I was like, oh no.
Jeez.
And then when they tied it, I waited for that sound clip Peyton just played, and I was holding my breath. I said, please let it start with a T. Please let it start with a T. And thankfully, Jake Paul took his first L.
Man, you guys don't like Jake, huh? No, just out.
No.
Well, I wanted the whole, I respect what he's done. No doubt about it. But I wanted him, like, don't sell me that you're fighting legitimate people. You know what I mean? Like, I had a problem with the legitimacy of the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, he was fighting, MMA guys.
Yeah.
That's it, like he was fighting. Now we saw like
Nate Robinson.
Yeah.
That was who he first knocked out. Nate
yeah.
Robinson.
Like, Floyd did the same thing with fighting Conor McGregor. Now that was
at the end.
Floyd didn't have to prove anything. That was just a made for TV kind of thing. But
sure.
Yeah, he wasn't fighting, true boxers, and then he gets to Tommy Fury, and
I don't hate him as much as I did. Let me put it like that. Like, my disgust towards him has definitely faded away.
I love
but
heels.
I did want to see him lose.
I love heels. He is the ultimate heel. The ultimate bad guy.
I'm jealous of both of their success. And maybe it's a jealousy thing. Him and Logan. I'm jealous of it.
They're their YouTube show is tremendous. It's so different than like radio, but it's very there's an entertainment value because all they do is trash talk the entire time.
Why were you were no doubt rooting for Fury?
Oh yeah. No, I can they both, the Paul brothers both are massive trolls, obviously, and they both, I think, have sketchy issues in their past. Jake Paul wrote this book where he talks really gross about like how he tries to like trick women into sleeping with him and stuff, and so I don't
you mean like
Jake
what
Paul.
we're gonna do at 720?
That's not what we're gonna do. We're not gonna trick them. We're gonna show why Peyton is such a wonderful man.
Okay.
That's what it is. But no, he's gross to me. Logan Paul, he had the whole suicide issue that almost canceled him, where he had gone into that suicide forest and was like filming dead bodies and stuff. And so the Paul brothers I don't like either of them. I can tolerate Logan maybe a little more. I think he's grown up a little bit when you hear him do interviews. But yeah, I was totally rooting for Tommy Fury to knock him out because I was tired of people trying to hype up Jake Paul as legit.
Like Logan is, if there's people talking about like what a great WWE superstar he's going to be, like it's like the family is really, they are built for this. They are made for this era.
Oh yeah,
this era of social media, and we all like the sort of the bad guy. Everybody kind of likes the bad guy, right? They are built perfectly for this.
The Rangers win. I think baseball wins. The Stars get a huge win as well. And how about all the buzzer beater wins in college basketball? And then promise you're not going to want to miss the Expressway. Not just because we have a brand new ticket giveaway, but PayPay tries to win the digits. Headlines to recap the weekend next.
But let's get you over to the
RJ on 105.3 The.
He's got 10. Did I say 13 or 10?
Mavericks make it 1 LAC. Good morning, DFW. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby. Luka admitting he forgot the rule.
Again, 2.5 quarters, we're playing at a high level on both ends, offensively and defensively. Who wins? It's the turtle. And they work the game. And that's where we have to get to. We have to get better at working the game, and we will.
He's become such a.
Because you don't like either one of them.
I mean, if you're telling me I can get get a new coach in tomorrow, give me the new Cowboys coach. But
wow,
it's disgusting.
Hear that,
It
Mike?
is.
Kid,
we love you, Coach McCarthy. We love you, Mike.
Kid is just like I don't hate Kid. It's just I don't understand the defensiveness and the refusal to take responsibility for anything that happens with this basketball team.
Oh, so Jason Garrett. I'm not the savior. I'm not playing. I'm watching, just like you guys. To me, I'm focusing more on the mature part. This team needs to grow up. Who is that all focused towards? Is it all Luka with the referees? Is it learning to win? Every guy in your starting lineup except for Luka is 30 or more. They're mature.
Age-wise. There's a level of maturity individually, and there's a maturity as a team. And as a team, and part of that is coming with time. Like Luka and Kyrie have to mature together as a unit, and that's part of it. But yeah, I mean, he absolutely is referring to Luka in a lot of this. I mean, the guy, he's never missed a shot that he didn't think he was fouled on. Never.
Some of Twitter upset. Josh Green only playing 15 minutes. Dwight Powell playing over Christian Wood for extended periods of time. But Jason Kidd is being disliked by the Tolos right now, no doubt about it. But, man, Luka Doncic, I just wonder if and when he ever stops crying. It's just nonstop whining over and over. And he just glaring down the officials, just staring them down with a glare like he wants to fight them. Who do you trust at the end of a game more between Jason Kidd and Mike McCarthy? Mike McCarthy is now winning Peyton Russell's poll that you guys need to retweet. 87-13. 87% towards trusting Mike McCarthy at the end of a game, more so than Jay Kidd. What about Luka's complaining?
Look, I mean, I'm used to it by now. He's a complainer. That's just what he does. He just simply complains. Tim Duncan did it. Dirk Nowitzki did it. I mean, a lot of guys have complained. LeBron complains a lot. He did yesterday quite a bit. It's okay to work the officials. I have no problem with that. The problem is that when it affects the rest of your game.
Just do it after a whistle.
Yeah. Go up to him after the whistle when it's a dead ball. Don't go up to him while the other team is running down the court. I don't know if you're aware of this, Sean, but when Luka went up for a shot yesterday and he thought he got fouled, and then he went and complained to the officials, the Lakers, they didn't stop. I thought that was very odd. I thought they should have stopped. I thought that wasn't very nice of them. They should have stopped and let him complain and say, okay, we're just going to get across the timeline here, and then we're going to wait for you to get back on defense, and then we're going to start to set up our play.
How are the Mavs homers, the biggest homer irritating local fan base in the Metroplex from the Aggies of pro sports in this town, how are they going to respond to us criticizing Luka crying and complaining? Because if it was Luka wearing another jersey, they would call him Tim Duncan or James Harden or Manu Ginobili flip-flopping everywhere. How are the homers going to respond?
This is the one criticism I think that even the homers typically have for Luka, is that they're frustrated that he doesn't get back. And so I mean, it's funny too, because we talked about this. I gotta see if it's changed any since then. We talked about how Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a couple months ago, you remember he was getting 7 free throw attempts a game or whatever it was, and then he had a statement in the media where he had said, hey, I think the refs do a good job for the most part. They do they miss some? Yeah, but everybody misses something, and for the most part, I think they're really good at their jobs. And his free throw attempts skyrocketed after that. And even still, today, since he made those comments, he's getting about 12 free throw attempts a game. Went from 7 to 12 a game. Because let's be honest, like they're still human. You catch more you catch more flies with honey than vinegar or whatever it is.
Yeah, just ask the St. Louis Cardinals manager, which we'll get into in a little bit. Dame Lillard dropped 71 for the Blazers last night. He hit 13 threes. He had 41 at the half. He becomes the oldest player to score that much in NBA history. He was holding up the old Wilt sign. They're all holding up the Wilt sign now. So 71 for Dame time. Quinn Snyder gets a 5-year deal with the Atlanta Hawks.
I philosophically love this. Hiring the coach middle of the season, letting him get kind of an idea of the players on his team. I love this.
Is he going to start immediately?
I mean, well, at least he's going to be there and kind of recognizing who the players are.
Yeah.
But I love this.
Quinn Snyder gets 5 years. Trae Young hit the game winner for the Hawks yesterday at home.
Quinn Snyder, to me, I've never been able to look past the fact that he looks like a eternally stressed out accountant or something.
He does.
Like he looks like he is.
Yes.
His blood pressure must be like 180 over 100 or something. The dude
very long fingers.
He looks so intense and just like I can't get over it. But no, it's I mean, Quinn Snyder. I've always thought he was a decent coach. So I mean, good hire for them.
Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars with one of their best wins of the year.
Rope hints a chance to win it for Dallas, looking for the first shootout goal of his career. He's 0 for 7. Slowly to the net, he scores! And the Stars, with a come from behind win, tie the game in the final minute and win it in the shootout 3-2.
Where'd you get that audio from?
It was on Twitter.
This is recorded from a Motorola Razr.
Where did that
Jeez.
get? Where did that? Play the beginning. I thought they were playing. What's that game you and I don't like? The bar game where you twist.
Foosball?
It sounds like foosball being smacked
Rope
around.
hints a chance to win it for Dallas, looking for the first shootout goal.
That was Vegas TV, apparently, as the Stars get the huge win.
Yes. Very, very good win for the Stars. 3-2 shootout. Otter with 41 saves, 2 of which, he had 2 saves as well in the shootout period. They won the shootout 2-zip. They are home to Vancouver, as one TV reporter once called them the Canucks. 7:30 tonight.
Jared Sandler's going to join us at 8 o'clock from Surprise, Arizona. The entire station is out for Rangers spring training coverage. Yesterday, they win 13-4. Corey Seager goes deep to center field. But the big storyline of Evaldi, by the way, impressing a lot of people in Surprise over the weekend. But the big storyline is the pitch clock. In Major League Baseball, we had a walk-off moment deciding a Red Sox-Braves game, and then you go and look at the game times. Baseball's goal was 2.5 hours, and Tolo saw Manny. I don't think he's a Tolo. He's actually CBS Sports Radio, WFAN in New York, but we follow each other. And he tweeted this out. MLB's goal was 2.5 hours. Here are the game times. 2:34, 2:33, 2:26, 2:47, 2:54, 2:31, 2:15 between the Phillies and the Tigers. 2:39, 2:23, Royals, Rangers, 2:29, 2:32, 2:16 in the AOS between the Angels and the Mariners, and 2:21 for the Dodgers and the Brew Crew.
You know, I wonder how this is going to play out in the regular season. Maybe you have more pitching changes, middle innings, in the middle of an inning in the regular season, which is going to slow things down. Who knows? I don't know how they're going to do it.
Yep.
But look, Rob Manfred can do nothing about the amount of games. He can't do anything about the stakes of the individual game. He just can't. They're not going to shrink the season to 50 games. They're not going to do it. They're not going to shrink it. Even if they shrink it 10 games, not going to matter. The only thing he can do is control the controllables, which is the pace of the play.
There were 3 games just on Saturday. Our game was one of them that finished in under 3 hours, despite the 2 teams combining for 15 runs or more. That happened only 19 times all of last year.
Yeah.
And it happened 3 times on Saturday.
It's just so much. And look, I was in favor of banning the shift, for instance. So, like, I mean, I don't hate all new all the new rules that are coming out, but it's been such an aggressive shift over the last decade in terms of the game of baseball rules, style of play. I mean, just the fact that it's become this, high strikeout, low contact type of sport. The fact that pitchers you don't really get, other than Sandy Alcantara, you don't get like real workhorse pitchers anymore. It's just I hate all these shifts in general with the game, and then to throw on top of that a pitch clock. It's just it feels a little unfamiliar to me. Not sure how to feel about this thing.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, at 8 o'clock this morning, live from Surprise College basketball craziness over the weekend.
Inbounded to Des Cambridge, launches from backcourt. He made it! He made it! He made it! Des Cambridge knocks down a three from backcourt, and the Sun Devils have won it! The Sun Devils have won it on a desperation three-pointer from Des Cambridge.
4.9 to go. Cleveland, he'll launch it at the horn for the win! Oh my gosh! It's good! Cleveland buries it at the horn for the win! It's good! Fire up the war chant and plant the spear! Knowles win! Knowles win! Cleveland does it again! It's all over!
It felt like there were like 6 or 7 college basketball buzzer beaters that I was watching yesterday morning with the highlights. Arizona State and Florida State pulling off the road upsets.
Couple of weeks away from selections. I can't believe it's here already, but it's a couple of weeks away from Selection Sunday. Baylor gets a nice little win over Texas at home, 81-72. A&M losing on the road at Mississippi State, 69-62. That's a bad loss. They're a bubble team. Sean, your Texas Tech Red Raiders, if you want to call them that, they lose to your other team, TCU, 83-82.
Texas Tech football only,
okay,
especially after we lost. Texas Tech football.
So there's your locals in college hoops. Oh, by the way, Brandon Miller, 24.6 rebounds. Alabama, 86-83 over Arkansas. They have struggled in their last 2 games.
And a pat down.
Gosh. That's ridiculous.
How stupid is this group of people? They're stupid.
That is the dumbest team. Their program is full of morons.
So
has to be.
Brandon Miller all year long has been coming out and getting patted down by a walk-on. Patted down. And they did it over the weekend in their most recent game. Are you stupid?
Yes.
Like, all of you involved are stupid. And then Nate Oates. I want to strangle this fool. Nate Oates afterwards. I don't know what guys do pregame. I'm
drawing up plays.
I'm drawing
up plays. There's the answer. I'm drawing up plays.
Well, look. What do you want? Do you want somebody who's going to stop the pat down like Jason Kidd and not draw up plays, or do you want the Nate Oates who'll drop the plays and not know what they're doing before the introductions?
Like from the walk-on kid, no one said, should we alter this? Should we maybe not do this?
Dude, no, nobody.
Morons.
You've got to be kidding me that nobody thought anything. Like, there's not a PR guy there?
Yeah.
What, a PR guy there to do it? Like, guys, what are we doing? What's going on here?
Pat down.
A pat down. Your guy literally just brought a gun to a murder scene. Do a pat down.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. But the segment and topic of the day comes from our morning show group chat as Peyton tried to get the digits of a Tolo's cousin. That and a brand new ticket giveaway. You won't want to miss this. Next.
Well, let's get you over to Zero. Let's get that carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Whew! A lot of termination opportunities in that commercial break right there. And Bobby has just discovered that his beloved golf club is gone. He's like walking up and down the halls. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, where's the club? I'm off. You want me to be on? You want me to be on my game? I'm like, maybe you'll actually prepare for a damn segment. You can sit there and sit in your chair. You can sit in your chair versus working on your backswing.
So, when did you dispose of the club?
Friday. While he was here, you were at the copy machine.
He said, I can't find it. Where did he put it? And I said, I bet you it's like not even in the building. I bet you it's gone.
I almost hit that light swinging just now.
Now he's swinging. What is that thing?
It's a foam roller. I don't think you're going to get the form that you were hoping for.
Yeah, this will totally ruin your Derek Holland bet payoff.
No, it won't.
On the golf course.
No, he's donezo.
So the golf club is gone. See you later.
Gonna get a new one.
You couldn't have that snake Peyton Russell. Bobby's gonna go out. This is how he's gonna get clubs. He's just gonna go buy one club by one club, just swing it in here as I get rid of them.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But the main event today is old Pepe and what happened late last week here on the show. We were talking about setting up a dating game.
We were.
For Peyton Russell. And a Tolo hit us up and said, contact my sister. She might be down. I said cousin before. No, it was sister.
Yeah.
Now, should we say her first name? What do y'all think?
No, I wouldn't.
Probably not.
Okay. So we'll call her what? Jane?
Jane Doe.
We'll call her Slater.
Yeah, Jane Slater won't mind everyone hitting her up in her DMs as always. We'll call her Jane. And Jane is very attractive.
Yeah, she's cute.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, I don't know if you can do much better. No offense. She's very, very attractive. Jane is.
Oh, yeah.
So the connection was made. And I'm just going to take you through our weekend morning show group texts. And I'll edit where I have to. Here's Peyton. That girl followed me back. Now, this is the rules. Guy, girl, I don't care who you are. This is the ins and outs of dating, all the games that are played and all the strategies. And we need y'all to weigh in. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. That girl followed me back on Instagram, who was recommended by her brother on the fan text. What's the conversation starter here when I slide in the DMs? Peyton's suggestion was, hey, I'm desperate for a GF. Okay. Please date me.
We should have read That's an underrated line. You probably should have started with that one.
I'm defending Peyton on this one aspect for the entire weekend. There were several times where Peyton made a joke that I think you guys read as genuine.
No, I think I realized they were jokes.
There were like 3 of them where y'all were like, don't do that. And it was like, no, he's kidding.
All right, we'll
He's
see.
joking.
We'll see. We'll test this. So RJ comes up. I knew that RJ should be responsible for the opening line. You got your girlfriend with guacamole.
Yeah, I said you got to eliminate one forever. Salsa, guacamole, or queso. Got to eliminate one. And that was it was impossible. It's impossible to do. And then she made the wrong choice, of course. She said she eliminated salsa. That's absolutely the wrong choice. And then you
What's
play
the
off
right
that.
choice?
Guac.
Oh, no.
No, I think it's, to me, it's probably queso. That's the
You
wrong
would
choice.
eliminate the queso.
I would eliminate queso, even though I love it. I love it very much.
Jersey, you're so anti-Texan trying to get rid of queso.
That's bad. But I knew that RJ would have that perfect bar pickup joke line. I knew he'd come up with it. And he did. Super important question, and Peyton sent this, y'all. Does the toilet paper go over or under? And RJ said if she has any personality, she'll play along.
Play along. And what did she say, Peyton?
She said over.
And then?
And then she said easy money.
Easy money. Easy money is a gambling term. Okay? This girl's already in it. She already gets the lingo. This is perfect.
So she has money issues.
She has money issues. This is in the bag already.
Did you tell her you produced the BetQL show?
No.
Oh, you should bring that up.
Bobby did not know. Bobby was iffy. He said, as an intro line, though, I don't know, but I've been outvoted. And then Peyton said, I can at least start off by saying your brother recommended me to you.
No. She already knows that. She already accepted your friend request.
Yep.
She had a private account. Had a private account. Had a private account. It's now public.
It's open. It's open today.
It's open?
No, because if you look at some of the
She
things.
opened it. She made it public over the weekend.
Girl be playing games right now, okay? We'll get to that in a little bit. But she had a private account. She knew who you were. She wasn't just going to add anybody. So you didn't need to say, hey, my brother said I could text you. What do you think, man? Can we go out sometime? You don't want to say that.
Choppy with more text advice. Remember, you get one crack at this, man. Dating pool is like Hunger Games. She knows who you are, I assume, or she wouldn't have accepted your request. And Peyton says, good point. I'm sending the toilet paper and hoping she has some sense of humor. RJ, be funny and charming, but don't be a nice guy either. You're a bad, bad man.
You're a bad man, Peyton. You're a bad man.
Yep.
You can't be the nice guy. You don't want to be the D either. You know what I mean?
Well, right now I'm being a D because I'm not responding to her.
Well,
That's not being. That's not that.
Let us get there. Don't worry about it.
That's not being a D.
See, man, you do not know that girls want the jerk? All this, I just want a nice guy. No, they want you. The guy in my friend group, old Pink Pants, who has the best game, is the one who makes them feel like, how do I say this nicely?
They want a nice guy, but they don't want a guy
a pushover.
That's a pushover.
Yeah.
They want a nice guy that knows where they know he also has something better to do.
I don't think it's right to say they want the jerk. They don't want. I think it's more. Yeah, they don't want the simp.
Yeah. You can't, like, when she texts you.
It's not like I'm saying, oh, you're so beautiful. Let me buy you flowers. It's not like I'm saying that.
Let us just go through it.
Just relax.
Just shut up and learn. Shut your mouth.
You said enough on your own already this weekend. We have a problem with it.
Shut your mouth. All right, here's Peyton. Group text. Any wagers being placed, I get her number within the next 24 hours. And I said, no, you'll never get it in 24 hours. RJ said, play it cool. Let her feel comfortable enough without you asking.
Yeah, let her give it to you. You don't need to ask. That was mistake number one. You don't need the phone number today. You got instant messenger. You got direct messages. There's no need for a phone number.
What are you going to do with the number? You're going to text her.
Same thing you're doing now. It makes you look eager. You don't want to look eager?
Yeah. Then Bobby said, 24 hours, I'd get it in 24 minutes because I'm the Riz God.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Let's see. I can't read any of that. All right.
I'm going to be the most self-censored in here probably.
So then Friday night, Choppy said, Peyton, what's the update? We're all living vicariously through Peyton. This is amazing entertainment. Peyton, we got about 5 messages back and forth, and now no response. I think this is already a bust. Bobby said, screenshots, yo.
Yo, that's right. Yeah.
So here are the screenshots. Peyton introduced the combo. He started with the toilet paper. She said, over, easy money. I really like that response of easy money.
I do too.
Great. It's very chill.
That's a really cool response. Yeah. Peyton said, let's go. Never a doubt. An hour later, he said, I think I was given permission by your brother to come say, what's up? I hope this makes sense.
You never make a move without us. You got a double text there.
What's wrong with the move?
Well, okay, so he said, let's go, whatever. And then an hour later.
She didn't respond. So,
yeah, that's right. Just leave it.
Leave it. Because you did not leave it in a way that forced a response. At the beginning of this thing, you've always got to leave it where you're forcing a response.
So she wrote, 100% makes sense for my brother. He asked if he could send in my handle. I said, go for it. Peyton wrote back, you're the real MVP for that. Like she knows the Kevin Durant reference.
Yeah, you gotta stop.
Like she knows the Kevin. What other reference could he have dropped in there? You didn't want to scream like Kevin Garnett after winning the Celtics title? Like, this is for you. This is for you. So that's where we stand right now with the DMs.
That's where we stand with the DMs. You have a double text. You had a double text in there. You can't have a double text. Can't have a text and an hour later it's like, wait, she hasn't responded yet, so let me text her again. Can't do that. You know the rules. You got to leave it be. Once the next day hits, then you can text again.
Okay. So that's where we stand right now. This is early Friday. Man, there's a lot of messages. We have no life. Okay. All right, so that's the DM between the two. I said, just let RJ be your guide. Ask the lines from Choppy here. All right? I said, just leave this for the end of the night. Leave it. Peyton, she posted on her story like an hour ago, so I'm guessing she's seen it. It will say, Bobby said, it will say if she's seen it or not at the bottom of your message. So the reason I'm reading this right now for y'all, I'm sorry, I had to scroll through all these, what I can read and not. This is the game of determining whether she's looking at what you actually said or not, right, Bobby? How would you explain that?
Yeah, no, it's just he said that I think she's seen it, and I was like, well, she couldn't have seen your reply that she's responding to because it'll say at the bottom, it'll say seen on Instagram if she's seen it, unless...
Because Peyton is stalking to the point of saying, I scrolled up, it says she's active online now.
Oh, yeah.
So
you're just sitting around waiting, man.
Which we all do. We all wait to see if you're online or whether you've read it.
So, but his message was so short, and it was just one. So on Instagram, if you send back-to-back messages, you can't preview the messages. It just says 2 messages, 3 messages, whatever. If it's one and it's short enough, you can see the whole thing without clicking it.
Yeah.
So it's very possible she saw it, read the message, and just didn't open it yet because she didn't want it to be seen.
That's the best when you're on your phone and the message drops down in the box. So that means you've read it, but you don't click on it. So the person doesn't know you're ignoring them. That's probably what happened here. Peyton said she's obviously just nervous and asking her friends what she should say next.
Obviously.
That was the joke.
RJ is very disappointed in me and refuses to comment. This is my worst nightmare. RJ said, sorry, I was making French dips. So we know what RJ was doing Friday night.
Is that a euphemism?
And here we go from Choppy. All right, Peyton, you're in a tricky spot. You left it where she doesn't have to respond. You've got one chance to say something again that won't make it look weird. Always make it to where she has to respond in more than just a thanks or a yeah. Hang on, I'll come up with something. And then Peyton said, well, I get that, but I feel like the only way she's responding is if I ask a question. I can ask her what her brother's name is so I can thank him on air Monday. That should draw a response. RJ, call it a night. A double text 4 hours later looks desperate. Peyton, no. All right, so maybe you didn't realize that Peyton was joking, but I don't know if that was totally a joke asking for the brother's name right there.
I thought it was being serious. I was like, no.
Because Peyton said it wasn't that bad of an idea. RJ, you're in for the night. Here's my favorite part of the whole thing. Choppy, text her at 11:13 a.m. tomorrow and ask what she has going on for the day. Not at 11. At 11 looks planned. Right there when the hour is brand new. Text her at 11:13. Peyton, I just went through and liked all of her pictures from 2019. All right, that's another great indicator.
That's an indicator that he was joking. Okay, I understood that one.
Thank goodness.
No, but some people do that. Like, how do you do that, right? If it's a new interest and you're new friends, you want, you don't want to like every photo. That's psycho. But if you like 2 or 3, can that be complimentary? Or you think don't like any of them?
I think it's too early to like any of them. I think you've got to have you got to have something going on before you can do that.
If you do that, if he's gonna follow, he has to wait for a new photo before he likes anything.
Absolutely.
Okay. Saturday morning, 7:43 a.m. Peyton update. She responded with a double text. We're back. This is from Jane Doe on social media. Here's what she wrote. I work in sports marketing too, so it kind of works out. Ha ha. I mean, I'm down to make friends and see what comes of it. Another really cool response.
It is a cool response.
Because she threw out a half joke right there. So it kind of works out. I mean, I'm down to just make friends. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah. Sounds like he got friend zoned though already, to be honest.
You think?
Yeah.
Here's Peyton. He took the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. I got to throw my number out now, right? She's put this on a tee for me, right? And then I said, I would just joke like you're already a couple, like you're already married, just joke about it. Peyton said I would propose to her tomorrow if she agreed.
Okay.
I can't read Bobby here. Let's see. And then Peyton, give me your number or I'll play the whale drop on Monday when I say your name.
Stop it.
That was an elite moment on Friday, by the way, Peyton. I texted Sean about it later.
Bobby said, tell her you'll show her the station and then we'll put her on the air. RJ, so she responded last night out of nowhere. You didn't text her again. By the way, nice fridge, Peyton. So then you made me go in the photo and look at Peyton's family fridge.
That was a very nice fridge. It's got one of those those doors that are clear. Those clear doors in front of it where you can view what's going on inside. I like that fridge. It's a nice fridge.
RJ has now said, still no number though. Play it cool. You got to earn it. She'll give it when she's ready. Stick to the plan. Text at 11:13 a.m. and see what she's doing today. And Peyton freaking Russell, 3 minutes later, said, F, I already asked for her number.
That was your mistake, number 1.
And it worked.
I don't think it worked.
I mean,
Peyton said, I got good vibes from those messages, and it's like I'm a complete stranger. Like you said, it's not like she knows who I am. And then we're talking about Jake Paul, RJ's CDs.
Then we get down to
Byron Jones. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, we get down to 12:42 on Saturday, and Peyton sends a screenshot of Jane, and it shows the message and goes 817, and then he blacks out the rest of it. But he says 20.
I knew that
20
would make
we're
Bobby
gonna
so
call
mad.
Why'd you block it out to us?
Because I knew that would make Bobby so mad. He wants all the details and stuff, and I knew he would lose sleep over the weekend because I blocked out the number.
I already tried every other combination of 7 digits since then.
So I will say this. Peyton did right. 23 hours, in all caps, 23 hours and 50 minutes, we hit the under. So Peyton did but all his priorities in the wrong place.
It's in the wrong place.
He views it as like this crown and this banner. He's like the Indianapolis Colts.
Yes.
Of dating.
Finalists.
Puts up this banner that I got the number.
Amen.
You get that, like RJ said, you don't need the number. If you're leaving the bar and never going to see this person again,
You need the number.
you need the number.
But now you already had a way to communicate with her. You didn't need the number. You sounded eager. You sounded like you were rushing things. You just let it be, man.
RJ
Just let
said,
it be.
are you guys hanging out today? Peyton, I can invite her to Korean barbecue. So this starts the whole topic, the dating topic of individual one-on-one for the first date or group. Bobby said, that's exactly what Walchuk did, and he ended up with nothing. Invited her to Korean barbecue.
Where Choppy got kicked out.
Oh, is this an Oxnard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were. Sarah and I showed up to this Korean barbecue
You got
spot,
kicked out.
and we had already eaten. And since you're not eating, you can't sit at the table.
What?
It's crazy.
Peyton said, no, I already have a group going. The first time seeing her has to be one-on-one. RJ said, I'm a fan of solo, but Sarah said the girl might feel more comfortable in a group. Girls want to see how cool you are with other people. Derek Collins just texted me, what is this? Derek, you could take some lessons too. You should listen.
Well, he just says, I'm a Major League Baseball pitcher. That's his pickup line.
I think Derek's trying to get married faster than Peyton is. So Derek, you should listen up too. Peyton, I understand the group setting. I just feel like it's weird to bring her into a group. She's never heard of these people. She's never seen me in person. I'm not against it though. So where do we stand? The one-on-one or the group setting?
George Michael said it's best when it's one-on-one. That was that's what he believed.
Is that what he says?
Yeah. He said it's the best when
I think if you're like on
one-on-one.
a patio, right? If you're going to be there for like 3 hours and there's like 6 people, maybe you can invite her. Like going to a dinner, no. Dinner, that's too intimate. But if you're going to a patio, you're going to chill, out there, at Boomer Jacks or out there for me at the Eagles Nest, you're in Fort Worth. You can have her show up for some drinks in like a game setting outside, but not at a dinner.
I tend to agree on the dinner. I like the solo, but when it's solo, you've got to carry the whole conversation yourself. When you're in a group setting, she could just join in and everything, and then you let other people deal with that, and you just have a good time and you're more relaxed.
It depends on how you were introduced or how you met. Like, for instance, with Wolchuk, when we were in Oxnard and we met that girl, we met her in a group of people. And so going out with that group of people and then giving them a chance to break off made sense.
Yeah.
This is one where I think Peyton had made the point too, and I agreed with it, was that the danger of bringing her into a group setting is she feels isolated. Like, because I always hate that. Whenever somebody invites me out to a group setting where I don't know anybody but them, I'm always like, this is weird, because then if I'm not talking to them and I can't just isolate them the whole night, then I have nobody that I know, and I'm going to have to, make up awkward
You're trying to
interactions
fit
with
in
people.
and stuff, and it doesn't always
and
work
so
out.
for this particular scenario, given how they were introduced, I would say a group setting is not a good idea.
All right, and finally, this is Peyton trying to get the number of a Tolo's sister, as we were trying to get Pepe wifed up here. This is Peyton yesterday with the update. She responded to my initial text like 24 hours after I sent it. I guess she had a busy Saturday or just stinks at texting.
Damn.
Yeah, so we're going with some gaps here.
Yeah, you got 24 hours in between. That ain't the best sign.
And then Bobby got on him for the exclamation points.
A lot of exclamation
Two
points.
exclamation points in the first text might have been too much, Pepe.
I sent it.
Doesn't do anything.
When we were texting about it, I showed it to Kristen. I said, "Hey, look, look at this text right here. My take is too many exclamation points." And she goes, Oh yeah, you need to do periods there.
And then
she's like, I wouldn't have done one.
And then Bobby said, should have sent the eggplant. I wouldn't have even replied to her text, to be honest. Oh, cold-blooded belt.
It's not cold-blooded.
Yeah.
It's just once he says, hey, it's Peyton, and she goes, hey, like, that's it. That's the end. Okay, cool. We're good.
The hey response was a killer.
RJ said from here on out, you don't send a text without approval. We said don't ask for the number yet.
Well, you said it after I already asked for it. You woke up late.
RJ said keep playing it cool. She's busy. Give her space. Peyton said I'm going to send her an iMessage game. What does that mean? An iMessage?
That's again a
game?
A joke. You want to play 8-ball? That's what you're
yeah,
going to do?
It's like as a conversation starter.
Want to play 8-ball is supposed to be it's a meme basically of being dismissive of somebody.
Peyton got a text back 4 hours later. We're definitely making improvement.
Yeah, but I don't know what you could have said. The double exclamation point, that was a tough one. I mean, you could have made it a joke. Hey, it's Peyton, not Manning. That'd have been cooler.
And then she came in with...
You told him to cut the sports references, though.
Well, now I did, but I didn't realize. I completely forgot.
But she's also into sports marketing, so.
Yeah.
And then she explained that Saturday was indeed her birthday. So that explains the gap in communication.
She was busy.
She said it definitely was an eventful weekend, WBY. And I did not know what that meant.
What about you?
What about you, Peyton? Do I even tell her happy birthday? Or should I just say, oh, nice, my birthday is in 7 months?
I like that. That was good. That was
RJ, oh, happy birthday. Glad you had a good weekend, and say nothing else. You don't want to sound like a jerk, but don't say anything else because you don't want to. You want to act like you don't give a crap. And Peyton said, but she asked about my weekend. And I'm like, just.
No, she didn't.
She didn't really. WBY, what about you? Choppy, play the long game. You're not going to do anything major today, so don't rush it. She said, thank you. So there you go. And he wanted to keep writing last night.
He did.
He kept fighting us. So just call it a night? Are you sure? Boo. Bobby said you picked up a first down, but now it's 4th and 20 from your own 40 in the first quarter. Punt the ball and play the long game.
Punt the ball.
There it is. Cowboys with Dak. Just do that. Play it out long. You don't have explosive weapons. You don't have that arsenal.
Let's not take shots over here. All right, let's keep the focus on Peyton's lack of riz. Okay?
All right. So,
well, what's the move next? Because right now I haven't responded yet. What are we doing?
What's the last interaction?
Well, she said thank you because I wished her happy birthday.
Oh.
Tolo Jane
Just
Doe's
like you said.
Tolo Jane Doe's brother. If you want to play some wingman, just be like, hey, they talked about you talking to that guy at the fan on the radio this morning, and then you can pick it up from there.
You know, we should get him on.
Yeah, if you're listening, text us in right now.
No, call.
I don't know. Oh, well, I can find it. I know how to find it.
Call the hotline at 877-881-1053, and let's figure out where this should go. But right now, Chop, I don't know. But I did notice Peyton came in with a new haircut today.
Yeah, it looks like fresh fade.
Did you spend $100 on it?
No, 35.
35. Looks like he shaved it down. So that's where we stand. What's the play next? Got to just wait for her to say something to him. That may never come.
She's already said something. That's the thing. She's not going to say anything else.
I think you lay low for a sec. You wait for something to happen to you that's funny that you can throw into a tie-in.
I was thinking about bringing up the radio thing, like name dropping the radio to like make her be like, "Whoa, is this guy someone? Is he semi-famous? Is he important?" I would maybe say later on today.
But she knows that, though. She already knows that from her brother.
Gosh. I know, you moron. I'm just saying it's a line to bring. God, this kid overthinks way too much.
Honestly, you want just
give RJ your phone.
Hit her with
trade phones.
You've lost phone privileges, Peyton.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Just be like, I took an absolute. Just wanted to let you know I took an absolute beating on the radio today for blank, fill in the blank. And then she's like, "Oh, on the radio? You talked about me on the radio?" She clearly wants some attention. She made her account public. And that would be my play. I would drop the radio card.
Hit her with Happy National Polar Bear Day. Let's go get some Cokes.
Her brother.
That's what you do.
See?
Her brother has texted during this segment, by the way.
What'd he say?
He just said, LOL, y'all are great at 7:28. But I have his number here, so we need to.
Maybe we get him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put him on tomorrow at some point in time during the show.
Just find something to be clever. Go look at the National Day calendar. Like today's National Polar Bear Day. Or see, maybe tomorrow's National Margarita Day. Say, let's go celebrate.
Oh!
But I don't think it is. Oh, no.
No, it was the other day.
Yeah, tomorrow's National Pancake Day. Let's go make pancakes together. Let's go to IHOP together.
Let's get breakfast. Let's get breakfast. Start
work in the morning. I
No,
can't.
but
sorry.
she's how old is she? 23. You guys say let's get
Hey,
breakfast.
Peyton, he
Ricky.
says he's been calling in, by the way.
All RJ would, Peyton would say, I work in the morning, so I can't get breakfast.
I can't get breakfast.
Yeah, late breakfast there. It's got to be brunch. I'll go to sleep and then I'll hit you up later. So that's where we stand. What?
He keeps texting in. He says she's been listening to this whole segment, by the way. So
Okay. I think that we may have to put her on.
what's up, Jane?
I think every day 7:20, it's we play this out. We put the brother on tomorrow. We put Jane on Wednesday.
How bad did Peyton mess it up, Jane? Just text us. Let us know.
If she's been listening to this the entire time, do you think this is good or bad for Peyton? Does it make him look like a wuss, or is it cute?
No, it makes him
There's an element of cute, I think, to his nervousness.
makes him
There's
look
an
like a
element-
nice guy.
And us beating him up.
Yeah, there's an element of cute to that.
How are you feeling now?
Terrible. You guys dogged on me the whole segment. She sees it now and's like, oh, his co-hosts hate him, co-workers hate him and stuff.
We
and
don't hate you. We just don't respect you.
Peyton.
Because that's the thing. You guys have the platform to hype me up and stuff, and you didn't do it.
Pity is so underrated. I'm telling you.
What is?
Pity. Let her pity you.
Yeah.
Pity blanks are so underrated, man. Use it to your advantage.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Broadus has just seen. Okay, I got a lot of tweets here. The Tolos are coming in with strong advice. And if there's any other great advice, let us know at 877-881-1053 from Kevin. Peyton having a crisis, but his dating role model RJ is too busy making French dip. Poor Peyton.
I was. We had to make French dips. I'm sorry. We were making Frenchies.
Broadus has now seen the egg yolk mess that RJ and Bobby walked into. Did you re-edit this? Did you cut all this down? Peyton, I'm talking to you.
Oh, yes.
Did you re-edit it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so Choppy walks in to an omelet this morning. It was basically breakfast here. Egg yolk all over the microphone, all over the wires from the G-Bag Bet Payoff Friday.
I do remember ABC being one of them. So I think we're all going to be able to have the free internet, assuming the internet works on our flight.
What just happened?
What just happened?
There's egg
Just
everywhere.
smashed an egg on Broadus's head.
A brown egg, too. A good one.
It's a Bet Payoff Friday. The Anytime Egg is live. There are 5 more eggs in play. Oh, he got him! Wolchuk just buried Broadus with number 2.
Oh,
Look
he
at that, fan
massaged
cam.
it.
Oh, it's in his glasses. At 877-881-1053, the one segment of the week that you're actually encouraged to call in.
Oh my
Dawson got him. Dawson got him.
Let's go home.
Carter.
Oh, and Carter kind of fumbled the bag.
Oh my gosh.
Carter.
A few Tolos hit me up and say that we missed one of the G-Bag of the Year nominees.
Oh, I heard that.
What? F-A-T-H-E-R. English.
And freaking Carter. Man, what a Sooner representation that was. He couldn't even spike it and crack it on Broadus's head.
That man is dying to be on the mic all the time, and then he gets his moment, and he misses crushing the egg.
So now there's just they thought they cleaned it up. Broadus, I would expect.
Brian generally does a pretty good job. During COVID, he would always wipe down his area, which is also my area, after the show. He would always do a really nice job of wiping it down. He did an awful job. I don't know if they had a flight to catch. Who knows? He did an awful job of wiping it. This was the most disgusting microphone I've ever seen in my life. I've cleaned it up. I think I've done a pretty decent job here. This thing almost looks, talkable now.
And somehow it's on Bobby's headset as well.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. So this headset, there's a bunch of egg crap. Gosh, it's all over. Eric usually steals my headset, so I think this must have been from Eric.
All right.
It's everywhere.
Let's hook up the Tolos. Anything else from the brother before we move on? Let's just isolate what he had to say.
I think so. I don't think we've gotten anything new from him.
No advice, no feedback, no abort, no cancel, no keep it up. Maybe she's interested.
Kevin Gray has called both of y'all out on Twitter, by the way, for your advice, saying
what?
it's trash advice.
Oh, wow. So he's number one for 1 week, and now he thinks he can talk to us like this? Number one for a day.
Man.
And now all of a sudden you coming at us like this. Oh, vet's in the game. Although he's been married and has kids. He's a vet with this, too. Kevin's a nice guy.
Yeah, but here,
you don't want dating advice from Pat Doney or Kevin Gray.
He's a nice guy, and look, how long has he been married for? He's been out of the game too long.
Well,
he's been out of the dating game too long. You don't know what they're doing out there now.
You're fresh in the game.
Oh, you have no idea what's going on out there. You don't want any part of what they're doing out there.
You want to tell us what they're doing out there?
They're doing things to guys that even the guys you know what they're doing out there, man.
Hit the button. Yoke everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Godsmack with special guest I Prevail, The Struts, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on May 14th. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now let's see if she sends you a message throughout the remainder of the show. That will tell me a lot. If she sends you one message like ha 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 or crying emoji laugh face. I think she should. Jane, if you're listening, throw a guy a bone here. You know what I mean? Throw him a little bit of a bone.
I think she already should have. I would be judging it by the fact that she hasn't sent him one yet. Not by the end of the show. I would judge it by right now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Fair point. All right, so there it is. Tolos, tell us what it's like out there in the streets for young Pepe. 877-881-1053 to win the Godsmack tickets. I love also that Peyton said, I've never heard of these guys. Never heard of Godsmack.
Never heard of Godsmack.
Not my genre of music, but yeah, you should know who that is.
All right, let's head on out to Surprise. Is he going to be an old school Bobby Belt baseball dinosaur, or is he going to embrace the pitch clock changes and love it like I am so far? An opening Ranger weekend update from Jared Sandler on the home of the Rangers next.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here's the ball driven deep out into center field. Valera going back onto the track. He turns to look, and this one is off the wall. Did it go over the yellow line? It did. So Corey Seager hits it over the 410 marker in dead center. What an at-bat there. It's a 3-run blast to give Texas a 5-0 lead.
A quick development from the last segment during the Expressway. Must listen every day, commercial free from 7:20 to 8. Peyton's weekend target, the sister of Atolo trying to throw him the alley-oop, was listening. And she texted. Now, she made her account back private.
So it was private last
Instagram,
week.
Yeah.
Nice going, Bobby.
And then it became public. Bobby said it became public yesterday or over the weekend.
I just looked. I saw yesterday it was public.
And then now it's back to being private after that segment. Very, very odd.
We didn't give her a real name.
No.
If we gave her a real name, do you know how many more followers she would have right now?
Oh.
It would have detonated. And then she sent you a message, Pepe. What was it?
She
Before we
said-
get to Jared Sandler.
She said, I was on my way to work, thought I'd give you a listen. And then she sent back another message, said, don't stress about it. You're doing great.
Ask her if she wants us to get her some Instagram followers.
Yeah.
Ask her if she wants the Instagram followers. We'll see how many we can pick up for her.
It'll blow up. And then Peyton will be way left out in the
Way
cold.
left out in the cold.
All these Tolos be hitting her up.
Slide into DMs.
Slide into
That's right.
DMs. Let's bring
just say what I said. You'll be fine.
Hey, what did you want to? What do you think he should write back to that?
Oh, it's just tell her. You want to ask her. You want to come celebrate National Kahlua Day with me?
Let's go drink Kahlua.
Let's go get some White Russians.
I love White Russians. Let's bring in Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. It's great to have you guys out here in Arizona.
I know it's beautiful this time of year.
Hey, we're blaming the Rangers. I said we were told they can't open the facility at 3 a.m.
Hold on. What are you talking about? I saw this guy on all fours with a leash around his neck being walked by some girl. I assumed it was RJ and Sarah.
Hey, you think that's an insult? That's a compliment to Choppy.
Yeah, I know. I love having something tied around my neck.
He loves that. All right. So, what were the first escapades? The guys landed there last night. Did you guys go out? Who partied hard?
Well, we went to a Mexican restaurant called Amigos, where on the menu it says after the first bowl of chips and salsa, they charge $3.99 for any refills.
No,
that's terrible.
I've never heard that.
So, yeah, I've never heard of that either. So we almost walked out, but we Broadus, I think, sweet talked them into making sure we got the necessary amount of refills. We had like a 25-minute wait, so. Wolchuk and Chiafalo went on a little adventure to go find some goods for themselves, and I think they opened their bag of trick or treats later that night. But it was a somewhat tame night, a lot of fun. Everyone went out except for one person. Who had I think Dawson had like a soccer meeting or something. And then afterward, yeah. No, that actually wasn't a joke. I think he had like some soccer. But then we came back to the room, and my room has a lot of space. So a few of us went and hung out and watched the end of the Nuggets game. And yeah, we got a family dinner Wednesday, and I'm sure we'll go out, the other days as well and have some fun.
Nice. All right,
I miss you guys though, because no one partied. I don't know that I had as much fun with anyone as I had with you and RJ when you guys would come out.
We appreciate
I'm
that.
serious. Sean would drink and somehow turn it around for a show at 3:30 or 4:30, and RJ would hang out on the couch and watch TV, and we'd shoot the and I miss you guys.
Oh, love you, man. Appreciate that. Poll question before we get into all these baseball changes. Who do you trust more at the end of a game, Jason Kidd or Mike McCarthy?
So when I first saw that question this morning, I thought it said Jason Kidd or Mike Bassick, which I think would also be an interesting question. But I think I go with Mike McCarthy. I don't think Jason Kidd has any clue what to do at the end of games. And even last year when I thought he did a good job overall, the Mavs basically relied on Luka to hit a 30-foot shot. And if he did, which he did a few times, it was great. but there was no organization. They didn't seem like they had a plan. So I think it's the lesser of two evils, but I'll go with Mike McCarthy. And if I may, just some quick thoughts from yesterday's Mavs game. First of all, I think Jason Kidd would love to coach like the 2003 Pistons. He clearly just wants guys who can play defense, and he doesn't have a clue what to do with guys who really struggle. But that's not all his fault because that's the roster they constructed. You know, people were upset they lost to the Lakers, and I know the Lakers haven't had a great year, but the Lakers would beat the Mavs in a best-of-7 series. They might even win it in 5 games. And I'm not as emotional as Bassick, but I love the Mavs just as much as Bassick, so it pains me to say this. But the Mavs roster is a great fantasy basketball roster, but it's not a roster that's going to make a run in the playoffs. You got to have at least like 2 or 3 of these things. You got to have a big who can be a force either offensively or defensively. They don't have that. You got to have guys who should get 30-plus minutes who are two-way players, and they got guys who will play 30-plus minutes who maybe can contribute a little bit on both ends, but they're not guys who you look at and like, yeah, that's a guy who should be averaging 32 minutes a game. They don't have two-way players. They don't really have guards who you want out there for extended periods of time who can keep guys from getting into the paint, and they don't have depth. And if you can find me a team that has had success in the NBA playoffs without that stuff, then I'll raise my right hand and tell you guys, you know what, you're right. That's not required to have success. But the Mavs have none of those things, and they're going to be maybe one and done. If not one and done, they'll win one series, and that's it. Because this is not a team that is built to have any level of success in the playoffs. Ooh. You look at the Lakers, that second half, they turn things on defensively. The Mavs just don't have the ability to do that.
The sports-obsessed Jared Sandler bringing it here on the home of the Rangers. You get to start with what to pick with. Rangers weekend recap or the changes for the sport, opening impressions?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do the changes for the sport because that's, obviously the biggest story in baseball. And, I mean, I think, one of the bigger stories in sports over the last few days. And I love it. Yesterday the Rangers.
You're not going to be old curmudgeon-y guy, like stop tricking up the sport I fell in love with, stop screwing up America's pastime?
No, because this isn't what we've watched the last 5 to 10 years isn't what people fell in love with.
Yep.
That's what people are getting wrong. People are saying, "Oh, you're changing the sport. You're turning into something that it's never been," and that's a lie. You're just returning it to what it was. The last 5 to 10 years, games taking 3+ hours on average. That's not what the sport was. That wasn't what the sport was when it was the most popular spectator sport in America. And you're still playing 9 innings. There's still 27 outs aside or 24, depending on which team wins. That's not change. You're not starting with a 1-1 count. You're not tricking the sport up. You're just playing games that have more action in less time. And yesterday's game, the Rangers played against the Guardians, would have taken 3 hours and 30 minutes last year. It took about 2:49 yesterday. They've played 2 games right around 2.5 hours already. I retweeted a tweet from John Boy of James Karinchak, who pitches for the Guardians. Actually got called for a pitch clock violation yesterday, and it showed exactly why. He stood on the mound. He scratched his balls 4 times. He threw the ball up in the air 7 times, and then the pitch clock ran out. And that's not baseball. I don't think anyone enjoys watching. You want to watch guys stand around for 7 hours and do nothing? Go watch cricket. I've watched cricket before. My dad's, my family's from South Africa. People stand around for most of the time. It's not that exciting, I promise you. But you want to watch guys who, or there's more action in less time. Then watch baseball, or then watch this version of baseball compared to the last version. This isn't the NBA. This isn't the NHL. You're not going to have as much consistent action in 2.5, 2 hours, 15, whatever it is. But you're also not going to have 30 minutes of dead time like baseball has had in recent years. So I think this is a huge win for the sport. Is it the only thing they need to do to regain popularity? Absolutely not. But I think it will certainly drive some interest back into the sport because now you don't have to sit through a 3.5-hour game where people are just standing around for 40 unnecessary minutes that drags out the game.
Sandler, I loved it as well. Are there any adjustments they need to make to how they're doing it? I hated the end. For all it's good, I hated that a game ended the way it did in that Sox-Braves game. At the end of the day, you don't want to ruin the ending for the fans. And 3-2, 2 outs, runners on. Like, that's just not how I want a game to end. Like, are there any adjustments that they could make to this to make it better?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, RJ, I love the way that game ended, and I hope it happens 10 more times this spring so that it doesn't happen in the regular season. The data shows that over the last 2 years in the minors, it took about a month for players to adjust, but they didn't have spring training to their benefit. So that month hopefully is spring training and not the regular season. A rule's a rule. You know, if a guy balks with a runner at third and 2 outs in the ninth inning of a tie game, you don't just say, hey, you know what, I don't want the game to end like this, so we'll let that slide. This is a rule. Like,
but in a world, what if it's Game 7 of the World Series?
I mean, yeah, that would suck, but follow the rules. I mean, that's what people need to get in their head. This is a rule. This is not a suggestion. Yeah, would that be an awful way to end the World Series? Absolutely, 100%. And what I will say, one thing that I love is that umpires have the discretion to delay the start of the clock, like in emotional situations. All right, so if you got a bases loaded situation in the bottom of the ninth, Game 7 of the World Series, the umpires, they don't have to rush the clock. And I think you're going to see that in the playoffs. I think you're going to see more leeway from the umpires. They're not going to let guys, go without a clock, but they might not start the clock right away. But when you have runners on, it's 20 seconds. That's plenty of time. It should not take you 20 seconds to throw a pitch. The one thing that talking to players who like the rule changes, like the pitch clock, they've said, you know what, I wonder if we can make 15 seconds, 17 seconds. And that's the clock with no runners on, 15 seconds. So, I spoke to Jonah Heim yesterday. Jonah, as a catcher, obviously has a lot of responsibility, and he's very much impacted by this because he's got to get on the same page with the pitcher. And he said 20 seconds is fine. Runners on 20 seconds, that shouldn't be a problem. But a few players have said, I wonder if 15 seconds can be 16 or 15 can be 17. So, I mean, listen, guys, I hope that games don't end that way. I don't like the possibility that a game might end that way. But it's also a rule, and you can't pick and choose when you're going to apply that rule if you want it to be effective. That's why, the minor leagues have had a clock for 7 years. The first 5 years, they didn't really enforce it that tightly, and the game times didn't change. So if you set the precedent of you're going to pick and choose when to enforce it, then all of these changes are going to be all for naught.
Jared, Nathan Eovaldi pretty much solidified himself as a Cy Young contender over the weekend. just looked fantastic. Just in general, your impressions, I guess, of Eovaldi and the staff as a whole, how they've looked through these first couple spring training games. Anybody who's stood out and been impressive?
Well, it's tough to judge through just a few games, but I'll tell you.
Well, screw me then.
Yeah,
sorry.
No. It's a fair question, right? Because this is the first time we've seen Nathan Eovaldi in a Rangers uniform pitch in a game. And Jonah Heim caught him. I'll give Jonah a second mention here this segment. And Jonah said that's the best split finger he's ever caught. And there aren't a ton of guys who throw split fingers. And so I think that's almost to Nathan Eovaldi's advantage because it's not a pitch that guys see a lot of. As tough as any pitch is, the more that a batter sees that pitch, the better opportunity they have to adjust. There just aren't a lot of guys who really throw split fingers the way Nathan Eovaldi does. And it was really impressive watching him work. The velocity was there, which was great. He hit 98, 99 on the radar gun. Will he be able to do that over 6 and 7 innings as opposed to 2? I don't know. We'll see. But he definitely looked sharp. John Gray was really good yesterday. But my biggest takeaway from Nathan Eovaldi and John Gray is just like, you think of who the Rangers are going to roll out. All right. So it's Eovaldi, Gray, obviously DeGrom. You got Martin Perez, who's an all-star, and then Andrew Heaney. Guys, last year, when John Gray was hurt, if Martin Perez the Rangers did not win the game that Martin Perez started, they were going to have a heck of a time winning the next 4 games until he started again. That's not going to be a problem for the Rangers this year. They've got a lot more depth. And I think John Gray, guys, if you told me all 5 pitchers gave you 25-plus starts, I think John Gray is the second-best pitcher on this team. And I just think that he's kind of getting overshadowed by all the moves to the rotation, including, of course, the big addition of Jacob deGrom. So, it's been fun to watch, and it's just exciting knowing that, every single game the Rangers go out there, as long as these guys are healthy, they're going to have a pitcher who very well might be the better pitcher in the starting pitching matchup, which was rarely the case last year.
There's a point in August, last year, early August, where it looked like Jose Leclerc might not ever turn it around again, and then he finished really, really strong to close out the season. Had his first outing. How's he looking?
Yeah, he looked good. The velocity was up, and I think he'll be the closer to start the year. He's going to leave the team here shortly and go pitch for the Dominican in the WBC. And I think that actually might be to his advantage because he's not a starting pitcher. And so, you're not really worried about him logging too many innings or being rushed, and it's actually going to put him in a position where he's going to throw in some high leverage situations, some emotional situations. And so, that might prepare him a little bit better to take on some high leverage situations early in the year. Jonathan Hernandez and Brock Burke, maybe even Ian Kennedy, are guys who could be candidates to get some high leverage innings to start the season. But I think that Jose Leclerc's likely the guy to be the closer when the year begins. And, he looked good the other day. You got some uncomfortable reactions from hitters. And you can maybe take a little bit more away from guys who are pitching in the WBC because they're usually a little bit ahead of schedule. They're trying to be a little more competitive in their outings. And it was definitely good seeing Leclerc do his thing. And he finished the year strong, which I think was also a good sign, just getting further and further away from his injury.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it, and we look forward to much, much more. Wish we were out there hanging, and we'll catch up on the radio.
Sounds good, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. The most bizarre story of the weekend having to do with a former Cowboy. What's up with Byron Jones? And this guy's being blocked from buying the Commanders in the NFC East. It's all next, right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy, boys.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
8:40 this morning. We'll go below the belt as Bobby brings Jalen Ramsey to the Dallas Cowboys. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Jared Sandler's Ranger appearance from Surprise brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
There you go. There you go, Sonic. There's your new commercial. There it is. So all the fellas out there in Surprise to start off the Rangers spring training coverage on your home of your favorite baseball team. All right, what is going on with Byron Jones? This was very, very weird. As we're sitting here, I'm trying to figure out ways to bring Byron back to the Cowboys. Need some cornerback help? Hey, let's go ahead and do it. Well, Byron Jones suggested that he ain't playing football anymore. As over the weekend, he sent out the tweets basically warning other players not to play. Basically, stay away. Don't take the stuff that they give you in the league. Always check with others. Here are the exact messages. Much has changed in 8 years, because someone had sent the long jump highlight from Byron 8 years ago.
It was the NFL.
Oh, it was the NFL's
It was the
account.
NFL's official account at NFL on Twitter. Just call UConn's Byron Jones Mr. Broad Jump NFL Combine, and it was 11 feet 6 inches. But what they did was they put two Mini Coopers together. The car. That's how long his broad jump was.
That is also the original tweet that was sent out 8 years ago. So he went and sought that old tweet out to like, hey, I want to show y'all how far I've come.
And he wrote, much has changed in 8 years. Today, I can't run or jump because of my injury sustained playing this game. Do not take the pills they give you. Do not take the injections they give you. If you absolutely must, consult an outside doctor to learn the long-term implications. It was an honor and privilege to play in the NFL, but it came at a regrettable cost I did not foresee. In my opinion, no amount of professional success or financial gain is worth avoidable chronic pain and disabilities. Godspeed to the 2023 draft class. Wow. So we're like, there's Byron Jones going after the NFL, and then Barry Jackson in Miami reported that he's not retiring despite the messages.
Yeah, and, look, they had a cleanup surgery on his Achilles and his ankle in March of last year. It wasn't torn. They thought he was going to be ready within a couple of months and a full go for training camp. And it got to the point where he didn't even play at all. They kept push back and back and back the timeline for him to return. And that may have been the first kind of indication that something was up. Listen, he is absolutely right. This is the game they play. The game is a killer. I do not envy. Like, I am jealous of the money, but I do not envy the lives of pain for many of these guys they have to deal with. And, Byron's, when his career is over, he's going to be fine. He's a smart guy. He'll probably go into politics.
Maybe not physically.
Right, but I'm talking about, like, financially. He'll go into politics. He'll have, like, he is not one of these guys that needs the league. Like, he doesn't need this. Like, he's going to, like I said, he's probably going to go into politics or something. But, dude, like, you can't say it came at an incredible cost I didn't foresee. Like, you didn't know the NFL playing football was going to lead to lifelong injuries? Like, that's pretty well documented, right? Yeah. As Charlie Sheen says, you should have read the label before you showed up at the party. Like, you know what you were getting into.
It's just so odd because then all the reports come out, where it's like, oh, no, he's not retiring. But it's like, how can you read this any other way other than he says, I can't run or jump. He then, like, basically tells everybody whatever pills or injections these NFL training staffs are trying to give you, don't take them, which is a sign to teams, hey, if I'm there, I'm not going to take what your medical staff's trying to give me to make me play.
Yeah. This is the worst sell job to sign on with another team in NFL history.
It was an honor and privilege to play in the NFL, but it came at a regrettable cost I did not foresee. So, I mean, like, so much of it talks about chronic pain and disability. All of that are signals that you're not a guy who wants to play anymore.
Like, do you think he refused to play this year? Like, he could, because that surgery he had in March, like they said, it should have been ready to go by training camp.
Some people had suggested that on the Miami beat, that him not practicing, not playing was him saying that he's not going to.
Very bizarre.
Very.
Would this make you rule out wanting to bring him in if he's still trying to play? He's blasting the organ. He's going to put you on blast. By the way, another Miami Dolphins investigation, possibly. Another Miami Dolphins medical issue.
Is it an indictment on the Dolphins, or is it an indictment on the NFL's way of handling it, or is it an indictment on both organizations he's played for? Is this an indictment also on Dallas?
Let's get him on and ask. You have a number for Byron?
I can find one. I can find one.
They're going to find it.
Look.
I don't have it yet,
Would I
Sean.
take him here?
I mean, putter.
Like, the issue is how available is he? The Cowboys aren't. The Cowboys got rid of Amari Cooper, who played because he didn't practice enough, because he was always a little bit hurt. I can't imagine they would bring Byron Jones in, a guy who refused to play last year, if he refused to play, or a guy who won't take pills or injections to stay healthy or to get ready for the game. That's the dirty little secret of the NFL, and it's not really even a secret, is that they put guys out there who aren't healthy. They inject them, get the swelling down, make sure you can't feel anything in there. They do.
There was a, I don't want to name players.
Name.
No, I can't.
Name them.
Like, I don't think I legally can.
Dak Prescott.
No, but there was, I know there's a player that fell out of the draft a couple of years ago because of and I don't remember which one, there was some painkiller that he was being injected with in college that then NFL staffs were like, somebody with who has gotten these painkillers, we don't feel comfortable doing it. So, I mean, I know there is some level for the NFL where they're like, no, we're not going to do those things, but he is not the first player. Byron Jones is not the first player, obviously, in recent years who's come out and said, I mean, Aaron Rodgers has famously said it, that just all these things that they shoot you up with, all these pills that they make you take, and it's, look, you can see it in the background. I'm not giving up any secrets. You can see in the background in locker availability. Sometimes you'll see like a little cut behind the player's head, and it's what they're supposed to take to get through pain management or whatever.
Mr. XFL, Peyton Russell, went and got some audio clips.
That's what you should do. Invite her to an XFL game.
The girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was suggesting. You have season tickets?
No, just single game tickets.
Okay. This is Guardians head coach Terrell Buckley throwing his entire team under the bus while they were getting their ass kicked.
Welcome back to Orlando here with Coach Buckley. Coach, how do you change this momentum?
We got to get different guys in there. Obviously, I got guys out there that are not competing, that are not making plays. So we got to get people in there, young men that want to play, that want to compete, make plays.
I just saw you walk up and down this sideline and look some guys in their faces. What did you see out of your team?
I'm seeing guys not performing. Look at the scoreboard. They got to perform.
That wasn't bad. They lost 30-12. Could have been worse.
My favorite thing in the world, and you can catch it usually once a week, is when somebody's talking about a completely different subject on G-Bag, and it triggers a memory to Broadus from his scouting career that he just absolutely regrets. And Terrell Buckley is the one that I always go to, because there was one time a discussion on G-Bag just about somebody had said something about Michael Irvin, and it said you couldn't guard Irvin, and then Broadus just goes, he was tough for sure. Terrell Buckley had a lot of problems with him, but Terrell was really small. He was too small. We shouldn't have drafted him. We took him 5th overall. And he just starts like going like, just feeling sick. A discussion about Irvin just starts going, oh my gosh, Terrell Buckley was so small. Why'd we draft him? We could have won another Super Bowl if I just didn't draft him.
It's like post-traumatic draft symptom.
It does, yeah. It triggers something for him.
5th overall, man. 5th overall, 5'10" corner.
He was small.
And then one more clip. Who is this, Peyton? The Guardians quarterback?
Yes.
DeAndre Francois?
Mm-hmm.
Tells his lineman, are you just fake on me so you don't have to say the name?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly.
It is Francois. I know that.
Yes, DeAndre Francois telling his lineman to shut up in the huddle.
All right, tight. Act 2, hot. All right,
Still
tight.
belly left.
Act 2.
Still belly left.
Shut the up, y'all. Listen. Act 2, hot. On one-on-one. Ready?
Nothing worse than when an offensive lineman is suggesting a play call.
That was the lineman. Francois was like, shut up.
Florida State, huh?
Mike?
Yeah, Florida State and then Hampton.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, saying Jeff Bezos is out. Dan Snyder's ruling him out from the Commander bid. Excuse me.
You know, like how much does the other? Oh God, I can't even talk. How much do the other owners in the league have a say in who he sells to?
Good question. I don't know.
Like if Bezos is going to be the top bidder, the other owners not say, hey.
I don't think he was the top bidder according to Florio, but basically Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. The Washington Post, since I was in college, has been destroying Dan Snyder and trying to push him out. And because of Snyder's bitterness, he has eliminated Bezos from someone he wants to sell to. So Tillman Fertitta has entered the mix. The current owner of the Houston Rockets. I think he has a reality show as well. So Tillman Fertitta enters the fray, and Bezos has been blackballed by Dan Snyder through the process.
Yeah, I don't think, to your point, I don't think they can make him take an offer that he wouldn't, but they will definitely block his buyer if he picked one. So they could just make it really difficult. Like, Dan, look, if you're not gonna sell to him, then we're not gonna approve this guy. And so you can do that. The line from Florio that I think is a little interesting and would terrify me if I'm a Commanders fan. He says in there, talking about the pettiness of not selling to Bezos, he says, it's stupid in my opinion. It's petty in my opinion. It's quite possibly a pretext for not selling the team at all, in my opinion.
Oh, like he's going to say, I can't find a buyer that I like.
Oh, my gosh. Do you know how...
That'd be great for us.
When we were in Washington for week 18, there was so much optimism in the air, genuinely, for that fan base. You could sense it, of just like, last game of Snyder, baby. We made it. We're through. We're done with this. If this is all just a Lucy pulling the football back, they are going to be devastated.
Devastated. It'll be hilarious. Russell Wilson, by the way, late in our show Friday, said the report of him calling for the GM and head coach in Seattle, John Schneider and Pete Carroll, to be fired is false. Russ tweeted, I love Pete. He was a father figure to me, and John believed in me and drafted me as well. I never wanted them fired. All any of us wanted was to win. I'll always have respect for them and love for Seattle. So that's danger. Saying the report from The Athletic is not true.
I like to call him Russet Wilson, personally. That's mine. Is
that your new nickname?
Yeah.
Is that your new nickname?
I gave him that nickname.
Dude, see, he took the putter away. Now he's just going to do that.
If I had my putter, you'd get courtesy laughs, Sean. You'd get so much out of me.
I got rid of that stupid putter in the commercial breaks that took away from the show's focus.
I want my binky.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Last week, he gave us a Bobby Wagner Cowboys presentation. Today, we're going to do it to get Jalen Ramsey on America's team next.
Don't make me take off my belt!
Howdy, gentlemen. Would you like Jalen Ramsey to be a Dallas Cowboy?
Thinking about it, I'd like to have the conversation. I think I'm going to lean against it. This comes down to how much has he dropped off? I can justify 2 second-round picks. I can justify a second and a third if that's what it costs. I can maybe justify giving him the new contract, but how close is he to the term shutdown, which I take very seriously.
He's really, really good. The issue is going to be that he's going to cost you draft capital, and he's going to cost you a lot of money. So, in terms of the financial impact, the Cowboys would essentially be trading. Let's pull up Jalen Ramsey's deal.
Because the Rams are talking about trading him.
Mm-hmm.
They are in blow it up mode. Last week we had the Bobby Wagner conversation. Now this weekend, Tom Pelissero said Jalen Ramsey. Florio said get ready to pay him another deal. And his player grade from PFF, just so you know, is an 86 from last year. Very good.
So he signed a contract extension with the Rams back in 2019, I believe it was. And that was a 5-year, $100 million extension. And what's remaining left on his deal right now, the Cowboys would basically be trading for realistically, it's a 1-year, $17 million deal. What's left on it is 3 years and $55 million. That's $18.3 million over the next 3 years. Highest paid corner in the NFL right now is Jair Alexander at $21 a year. So you're getting near top of the market money, not quite, and you're getting one of the better corners in the NFL, even if he's declined a little bit. But his $17 million salary for 2023 fully guarantees on March 20th. So that's coming up here just in a few weeks. After that, the Cowboys would be free of guarantees if they had traded for him. So the money that's left on the contract after that, the remaining, whatever that is, the $38 million that's left on the deal is non-guaranteed. They could walk away from it, be completely fine. The problem is that he wants a new deal in all likelihood. And not only does he want a new deal, who's negotiating that deal? Sean, RJ?
David Mulugeta.
David Mulugeta.
And he is?
He is a shark. He is the best agent in the game. He's the one who negotiated Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed $230 million deal. He is, a couple years ago.
Micah's agent?
Micah's agent, yeah. When they talked about the safety market being dead a couple years ago, he was the one who revived it and started getting guys like Kevin Byard paid and Budda Baker and different guys like that. He is basically a monopoly on the safety market in the NFL. But he's also the one who got Jalen Ramsey facilitated out of Jacksonville and got him a brand new deal with the Jaguar or with the Rams. So he's going to want a new deal, and so trading for him would mean an extension. So if you look at what he'd want, I'm guessing he'd want to be paid somewhere in the range of the top corner in the NFL.
20 a year.
20 to, yeah, you're probably looking at 20 to 22, something like that, 20, 23. And he would likely want it pretty much the next 3 years guaranteed is what I would guess.
Oh.
So that would mean you'd need to pay him out $60 to $70 million in cash over the next 3 years. And that's a really difficult range for the Cowboys to get into to get a reasonable cap figure out of it. Like last week I showed you
29 in October.
Yes. And so last week I showed you guys with Bobby Wagner, it could be done where you could pay him near top of the market value. You could pay him basically guarantee the contract that he thought he was going to get with the Rams that's now being walked away from, and how you could do that without it ever really costing you a ton on the cap. You could get away with it for 2 seasons at $6 million a pop. So this is a lot more difficult to do with Jalen Ramsey.
Wait, chart time? We're going to put the chart up?
I don't have the chart because I thought the chart was a little too heavy last week. But the best they can hope for, in all likelihood, would be a 5-year deal with a really large signing bonus that would give Ramsey cap numbers in the 12 to 14 range the first couple years of the deal, with a $20 million figure in the 3rd year. So imagine he were to sign a deal that, let's say, is 5 years. You rip up the current contract, sign him for 5 years, $105 million. That's $21 million a year. You give him $66 million guaranteed, so he gets that, and it's all in the first 3 years. And then you give him a $50 million signing bonus.
Oh.
So that $50 million signing bonus comes out to a prorated charge on the salary cap of $10 million a year on top of his salary. So you give him a salary of $2 million next year, so his cap hits $12. You give him $4 million in 2024, his cap hits $14. Then you give him $10 million in 2025. He comes out at a $20 million cap charge. And then you would hope to walk away when those non-guaranteed years came in at 2026 and 2027, which would be for roughly $19 million a year on those 2 years. But when you release him after the third year, you accelerate the remaining $20 million of cap charges that are there.
I'm already confused.
877-881-1053 to vote on whether the Cowboys should go get Jalen Ramsey. Kevin Gray tweeted this out over the weekend. This is Jalen back with the Pivot Podcast, and we have a Minnesota story to tell after this with Jalen Ramsey in a restaurant. It's Jalen Ramsey on what he was thinking while being drafted.
So Chargers, they wanted me to play safety, though. And even though I didn't really want to play safety, I just wanted to be the first defensive player off the board. Right. That's where I wanted to initially go, just because of that simple fact. Because at the time, that was like before Miles, the report came out that Miles Jack's knee was hurt, because he was in that conversation too. It was like Miles Jack, Jalen Smith, Joey Bosa, and myself were like in that conversation. Who's going to be the first defensive player taken off the board? And I just wanted to be, that was really the only reason. But if it didn't happen, I'm like, yo, I always grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan, really, like Titans and Cowboys. Right. So if I go forward, that's like for real dream come true. And I remember when I was on my visit to Dallas, they told me, like straight up to my face, like, if you there at 4, we taking you. It was like, we don't think you're gonna be there at 4. They said, we think they're gonna get you at 3, but if you there at 4, if you on that board, we taking you. And I thought where it was bond, I'm like, I'm gone then. If I'm there at 4, I'm there.
So we were in it was like a Benihana type restaurant.
I was not there that night.
Oh, you weren't?
No, it was in Minneapolis. So my college roommate he lives there. So we were getting drinks or something like that.
Up in Benihana, eating all the wonton.
So we're at dinner, and Jalen Ramsey walks by. This is inside the Mall of America in Minneapolis, and Jalen Ramsey walks by, and we yell out, "Come to the Cowboys! Come sign in Dallas!" And he whips his head back around and basically says, "They had their chance." And I was like, "Oh, he a dog. He's bitter. He remembers." And he was bitter, and he was ticked off that the Cowboys. He said, "I thought word was bond," and he grew up a Cowboy fan. And he whipped his. Isn't it amazing that even a player today grew up a Cowboys fan? From what? Based on what? And when you were growing up, they were awful. They were terrible. But Jalen Ramsey whipped his head around, and he was like, "Nope, they had their chance," and walked right out the restaurant.
And he told Mina Kimes in 2018, he said, "I will never play for the Cowboys unless the Joneses leave." And so that doesn't sound, I mean, he didn't say it as explicitly there in March when he was talking to the Pivot, but that still sounds like a guy who's holding a grudge.
Yeah.
He'll go where he's paid.
And that's the thing. So, he could absolutely make that, and maybe he would want to. That might be advantageous to David Mulugeta to say, let me get Micah and Jalen together and they can link up and be buddies. So that's the cost of the contract if you were to do that. In terms of compensation, I'm guessing the Rams are going to ask for a first, but I wouldn't pay that. So it's funny. You mentioned earlier these simulators that you're looking at. They suggest his value might be 2 2s or a second and a third. It's funny. When I was typing this out yesterday and looking at the history, I thought second and a third is what should do it. So if you look at some of the recent corner trades that have gone down, this might give you an idea of what's fair compensation. So April of last year, the Browns traded Troy Hill, who's a decent corner, to the Rams for a 5th-round pick. Okay? Troy Hill's 31. October of 21, the Patriots, who was Stephon Gilmore, who was in his 31 season at the time, to the Panthers for a 6th-round pick.
6.
The ones that are a little closer, Jalen Ramsey is entering his age 29 season. These are the last 3 bigger name corners to get traded around 29. September of 2021, Bradley Roby got traded from the Texans to the Saints for a 3rd and a conditional 6th. March 2020, the Jaguars traded A.J. Boye, who was 29, to the Broncos for a 4th-round pick. And then March 2020, the Lions traded Darius Slay when he was 29 to the Eagles for a 3rd and a 5th. So when you consider he's better than all 3 of those guys were at the time, but they all fetched roughly around a 3rd-rounder and maybe something a little more, you elevated a little bit more to Jalen Ramsey, and I think you can say 2nd and a 3rd-round pick, I think, is fair value.
And maybe 2 2s.
If I could do, maybe 2 2s. You could talk me into that too. But I wouldn't give up a first for him. But if you tell me a 2nd and a 3rd for him, and he doesn't want an extension, which he does. But if you told me I could just do the second and the third and pay him for 1 year, $17 million, and then evaluate if I want to keep him or not, I'm probably down for this.
Oh,
but
for 1 year?
Yeah,
that's a lot for a rental.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm out, man. Like, just I would much rather have, like,
the picks.
Oh, I want the picks. I
Cheap
also
picks.
want, like, if you let's say you get Jalen Ramsey and you pay him Jalen Ramsey kind of money, which is what he's going to want. So 18 to 20 something million a year.
20 to 23 probably.
Okay, even worse. So now you're throwing all that cost in there. You're going to have to take it away from somewhere else. Like defense, we've talked about, like,
well, they need corner.
They do need corner, but it's more important to have no holes in your defense than have stars in your defense.
Let me
Yeah,
present it to you this way then. You don't have to give up a second rounder. You don't have to give up any draft capital at all. What if you just say, we don't want to pay Diggs? We'll swap you Diggs for Ramsey and we'll pay Ramsey.
Well, no, because you're talking about age. There's an age gap. You're not going to pay a 30-year-old corner $18, $20 million a year.
There is an age gap, but if you're just talking about doing a 3-year thing and you're not getting involved in a 5-year contract for Diggs or whatever else, and you have your questions about who would you rather have just in a vacuum, Diggs or Ramsey? Ramsey, okay. So given where he's at, I mean, I don't think there's this.
The answer is no.
Darius Slay is playing good ball still. He's 31, 32. He'll be 32 next year. Ramsey is better than Slay. Ramsey is somebody who did start to go down a little bit last year. But
Diggs is 24.
Yeah, so next year will be his age 25 season. But I mean, I would not make that deal. I'd rather have Diggs.
What are the Tolos saying? 877-881-1053. And then tomorrow I may have everyone put in order the Rams in order that you would want or not want between Ramsey, Wagner, Odell. All the former Rams, maybe for tomorrow.
903, Ramsey not worth it. 903, yes, get him. It's your greatest need. Use draft capital.
See, here's the other factor in this. And Bobby, you can walk out and try to find the putter. I'm now convinced, Choppy, I have to win this thing with better defense for Dak Prescott. I have to overcome Dak Prescott.
Well, that what you need then is you need to boost the offense, the weapons around him, not the defense. If you spending money on the defense is a difficult proposition because you can't. It's not controllable. Defense isn't controllable.
I might need
the offense is.
I might need a San Francisco defense if I want to win the Super Bowl. I don't trust that. I don't trust my quarterback's going to win the final.
If you don't trust your quarterback, then your first pick should be a wide receiver. You continue to boost the offensive line. You get another third wide receiver somewhere else if you don't like Michael Gallup. An elite tight end or a really good tight end. You know, boosting the offense is a much greater chance of leading to wins than boosting the defense. Because even still, as good as this defense is,
he's still got to throw it.
Anybody can throw it to 3 wide receivers.
I can give you no, that's not true. I can give you tonight.
Then you know what?
I can give you a fillet, and I can give you lobster, and I can give you asparagus, and you can still screw it up.
Well, I can't. I got a meat thermometer now.
Yes,
but,
came to the dark side.
But if you can still screw it up, then the answer's simple. Your first round draft pick's quarterback.
Final hour. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, that is below the belt. Did Jason Kidd call out Luka after the Laker comeback? Next.
Let's get that carpet clean. Clean way.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He can run the baseline after a made bucket. That's the rule. Gets it to Kyrie, 2.2 to go. Throws up the three. And the Los Angeles Lakers storm back. It's their biggest comeback since December 6, 2002.
And that was against the Dallas Mavericks when they were up 30. Good morning, Metroplex. It was fist pump time on the fan cam. That was the audio from ABC and ESPN as the Lakers complete the biggest comeback in the NBA this season. They were down 27, and they beat the Mavs at the AAC. Teams were 0-138 when trailing by 27 points entering yesterday. And LeBron and Anthony Davis woke up in the paint. Luka and Kyrie went cold. Kyrie's jumper was off. Luka was complaining and whining and pouting like he always does with the referees. And the Mavs end up paying the price, and the Lakers are starting to build a little bit of confidence, even though they're the 12th seed in the West.
Well, it's not even a play-in team at this moment. The terrible, terrible loss. I remember that other game. I mean, I was working on the post game that night. Oh,
I was listening to you on the post game. I remember how I'm dead serious. I stayed up late. It was my sister's birthday. Stayed up. It was a West Coast game. That was the year they started 14-0. So you thought, this is the team. And then they get in there. It's like they're finally going to beat the Lakers. And then I think they got outscored like 44-13 in the fourth quarter.
Awful.
This when you stole Kobe's Gatorade?
No, that game was in Los Angeles, I think, that the Lakers came back and won.
It was.
The one I sold Kobe's Gatorade, we're talking 2009-ish. I didn't steal it. He just left it in the room. So we would do the post-game show from this closet at the bottom of the basement of the AAC. And every once in a while during breaks, we would walk outside, poke our head through. But we had like a visual of the door. So we said, Kobe, come on in here. So he comes in, and we said, come say hi to Dallas. He goes, hey, what's up, Dallas? And then that's it. And he left. But he had put his Gatorade down on the table, and we took it. Oh.
Did you drink it?
No.
What'd you do with it?
Left it as a memento.
You have it?
I don't have it anymore.
What'd you do with it?
I think the ex-wife threw it away.
You what?
I think the ex-wife threw it away.
Oh.
That's sweet.
We don't need this anymore.
Could have been worth something.
Yeah, but I mean, prove it. Prove it was Kobe's. We need DNA evidence. You know what I mean? That was the thing. Prove it's Kobe's.
So the Mavs were up 27 points. They end up blowing this game. Man, how about Jason Kidd afterwards saying, why are you blaming me? And we need to grow up.
Yeah, I'm not the savior here. I'm not playing. I'm watching, just like you guys. And as a team, we got to mature. We got a lot of new bodies coming back, and we have to grow up if we want to win a championship. There's no young team that's ever won a championship, mentally or physically. And so just to see how we could respond, again, 2.5 quarters, we're playing at a high level on both ends, offensively and defensively. But what the Lakers just showed us is that it's not a race. It's not the rabbit who wins. It's the turtle. And they work the game. And that's where we have to get to. We have to get better at working the game, and we will.
So we have to grow up. And also, I'm watching just like you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the growth, the maturity, complaining to the refs was brought up. We all, without saying anything, know who that's pointed towards. Tim McMahon with Luka with a back and forth in the post.
Jake Kidd mentioned that, I don't want to botch his words, so he said, as a team, we've got to mature, we've got to grow up. And he mentioned, getting distracted by the whistle. Is that, what's your reaction to that?
It's probably true. That's it.
Did you feel like you got distracted by the whistle today?
I know you were going to be the one to ask me that question.
I think it's a fair question, though.
Yeah, like I say, it's probably true.
So here's what I'm wondering about Luka and finally getting this figured out. We always joke with people and we roll our eyes when people text us and say, don't say that. You're giving the Cowboys opponent an idea, or you're getting in the players' heads. And we're like, they don't care. They're not listening. Bobby tries to tell us we're wrong. They're not listening. They don't care. Like you're putting way too much weight and importance on our morning show, right? We always say that. People think that we have all this, power and we can give away secrets. I'm wondering if we could actually have that be true with Luka Doncic. The only way that I'm thinking Luka's going to stop crying and whining and complaining is if the media, if a Charles Barkley this morning, if a Shaquille O'Neal, if enough people blast him, I wonder if that's the only way to possibly fix him complaining. Because is Jason Kidd talking like this to the media mean that he can't have that convo with Luka? Is he scared to have that convo with Luka? Or has he tried it and this is his last resort?
Truckwreck.com text line, Sean. Let me just throw some of these at you. He's not wrong. He isn't playing. I love Luka, but I'm getting tired of his S, honestly. Hey, don't you guys think this team gets tired of playing 5-on-4 after a Luka missing a no call?
Yes.
It's about time Kidd called him out. This is why Rick Carlisle left. He was tired of Luka and his crybaby antics that destroyed the team. Really, no matter how good Luka is, it's not good for the team. I told you this a long time ago.
Wow, I can't believe Mavs fans are being critical of Luka.
It's almost like Kyrie is the fan favorite.
That's what it is. As soon as you get Kyrie here, it was gonna make Luka that was one of the things I was wondering about was once Luka got here, once Kyrie got here, would Luka become a villain?
He has no excuse now. He has no excuse for losing.
He's the easy one to blame. You've been here for a few years. We get tired of some of your stuff. Kyrie's the new shiny toy, and he led us to victories without you in there, and so it's quickly there's gonna be a bit of a turn here for a little bit.
By the way, we're totally deflecting. We're coming up with two other reasons why they lost a 27-point lead. We're talking about Luka complaining to the refs and
the end of game stuff with Kidd.
The end of game stuff that they continue to butcher. Maybe we should be focusing first and foremost on why they lost a 27-point lead. What happened? And number one is the Lakers were unrealistically ice cold to start their shooting. The Mavs, I was going back and comparing the Christmas Day performance against the Lakers. I tweeted, the Mavs love the Lakers on Christmas Day on Sundays. Was Christmas Day on a Sunday? No, Christmas Eve, Cowboy game.
Yeah, Christmas Day was a Sunday, yeah.
But either way, they love threes against the Lakers at the AAC. They hit 18 on Christmas Day. Remember they had the 51-point third quarter? Highest scoring quarter in NBA history on Christmas. And a league best quarter this year. That's what I thought the Mavs were doing yesterday. Luka had 14, 6, and 3 in the first quarter. Mavs were 7 to 13 from 3. The Lakers were 0 for 10. Okay? The Mavs had 10 threes at one point in the second quarter. LA was 0 for 12. So that was unsustainable. That was going to fall off. What else led to them blowing this lead? Anthony Davis size inside, LeBron inside, and they got out-hustled by Jared Vanderbilt. We need to start there before we talk about butchering another end-of-game possession or Luka with the referees.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I think we do.
No, you're not wrong.
And Christian Wood's minutes as well.
But look, they also scored 20 points in the third. They scored 27 in the fourth. Their offense went stagnant. Just go look at the final, 8 possessions. I think 7 of the last 8 shots were just chuck threes as the shot clock was winding down. That's not basketball. It's modern basketball. It's not real basketball.
I want to try and see. I don't see it here. I want to see what their second chance points were because I felt like the offensive rebounds, especially in the second half, were just leading to way too many extra points. But I think it's just comes down to they weren't hitting shots consistently in the second half like LA was, and it was. Again, the size issue. It was getting out rebound. It's allowing Jared Vanderbilt at 6'8" to get 17 rebounds or whatever the hell he got.
Yeah.
It's about Kyrie not making shots, Luka not making shots. It's about Josh Green getting into foul trouble and not being out there. It's about Jason Kidd for some reason not wanting to put Christian Wood out there again.
Glad we got JaVale McGee when Anthony Davis is doing damage and someone named Vanderbilt is leaping over your entire team. By the way, first 5 games since the trade, Kyrie, 136 points. Dorian and Dinwiddie, 100 points. So Kyrie has outscored both by 36. They have 51 rebounds in Brooklyn. Kyrie has 20. Kyrie has 34 assists. Dorian and Dinwiddie have 31 assists and 6 steals versus 6 steals. So Kyrie is representing by himself versus the combo in Brooklyn. So while this game was ending, Bobby was in from the beginning. I joined this fight in the third or the fourth round. Jake Paul finally loses. How many people actually care? How many people watched? How many people followed? How many people actually care that Jake Paul lost to Tommy Fury? What type of text response did we get early in the show?
It was just excitement that it's cheering for downfall. I don't think anybody cares about Tommy Fury. It was just, let's see Jake Paul lose. And I think that's what was most important to everybody, which I'm surprised. I really did. I thought the script was going to be written in his favor after that first scorecard came out. And it was 75-74 Paul.
So my brother calls me. He goes, oh, this script got put out. And I was like, what script? He goes, Barstool or someone released it that Fury is supposed to have an eye issue in the fourth, and then he gets knocked out or loses in the eighth. So I was like, oh my God. So I was interested. I was like, all right, let me turn this on the fourth, and let me see if Tommy Fury actually has an eye issue. But I said I was most interested in Jake Paul after. He is one of the best trash talkers out there, if not the best. So I wanted to hear what Jake Paul would say after finally losing.
All respect to Tommy, he won, you know, and don't judge me by my wins, judge me by my losses. I'll come back. I think we deserve that rematch. It was a great fight, a close fight. I don't know if I agree with the judges. I got a 10-8 round twice. So it is what it is, but this is the boxing. And look, I've already won in life, man. I've already won. I've won in every single way. I have an amazing family, amazing friends, amazing work ethic. I've made it farther than I ever thought that I would, and beyond. So this is definitely a humbling experience. I'll take it on the chin, get back in the gym, and we can run it back because I think we put on an amazing show for the fans tonight.
So the crowd started booing a little bit when it sounded like he was complaining about the scoring. A lot of people complained that the scoring should not have even given one round to Jake Paul in this fight.
He could have taken the third probably from what I saw. The other ones, though, were all Tommy Fury. This is just like from the fourth through the eighth round. This is punches landed Fury to Paul. 13-2, 9-6, 17-7, 10-6, 8-3.
So here's the big question now. What now? Does this suck all the life and the intrigue? Whatever amount you had, Bobby clearly had some type of intrigue, even though he hates Jake Paul.
It was for content.
Okay. Well, you still wanted to see him lose.
Yes, I did.
Does this suck all of that out of his next fight? Right? How long can he stay undefeated? How long can he stay undefeated? Oh, he lost to Tommy Fury? Okay.
This is his next fight.
Yeah, Tommy's his next fight again.
They have a clause in there for a rematch, and he was calling for, yeah, we're going to get this rematch. Let's run it back, which there was a lot of.
Because the only thing to me about any of this was the intrigue. And now, at least with these level of opponents, the intrigue is totally gone. I do not care what happens in the Fury rematch. I didn't care about the fight until yesterday when I was like, oh, I got a free link to watch it, and it's happening during the Mavs game. If this was on a Friday night, Saturday night, I was not going to try to make any effort to check this out whatsoever.
So you would be more likely to watch a kind of has-been MMA fighter against him than Tommy Fury?
Neither.
Okay.
You got to spice up the opponent. The opponent has to be like really interesting somehow, some way. But no, I don't care at all. And then here's Jake Paul's second comment when the crowd started booing a little bit more.
Honestly, I felt flat. I got sick really bad twice in this camp. Injured my arm. So it wasn't my best performance. But I lost. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying it wasn't my best performance. I felt a little flat. And like I said, we're going to come back and get that W. Don't judge me by my wins. Judge me by my losses. I'm going to come back stronger.
Okay.
Now what? Now what's the question?
Now it's just, I mean, how soon do they schedule the rematch? Now, they were getting praise from boxing analysts yesterday who were saying, like, it was not a bad fight. Like, it was decent back and forth. He was so tired the last 5 rounds, though. His legs were dragging. There were a couple, Sean, if you watched it, I know you saw like 7th, 8th round. He had these wild swings where he'd almost fall over because he kept trying to hug. There was a lot of hugging in the second half of the fight.
I can't believe that Mike Tyson and Cristiano Ronaldo showed up to this thing live.
He's a big star, isn't he?
I was so disappointed. A big YouTube star.
Well, I mean, this is
to give credence to this boxing attempt with that level of opponent. Mike Tyson and Ronaldo are showing up.
It's been getting these setups like, Logan Paul versus Floyd and Jake Paul versus like it's been getting eyeballs, it's been getting pay-per-views. It's something for boxing.
I mean, and let's be fair. In 2023, being a big YouTube star is as good as being anything else. I mean, Jake Paul makes more money than a guy or girl who
Pat McAfee
is a TV actor. I mean, he makes $50 million a year on his YouTube show. I mean, how many sitcom actors are making $50 million a year?
How much faith do y'all have that baseball has finally changed for the better after what happened this past weekend? That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
field.
Oh, say what? Say huh?
Huh?
Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers. Here with Peyton and Rai on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Chaz Chisholm is gonna start in center field.
Is that Keith Hernandez?
Keith Hernandez.
Keith Hernandez. The entire station, except for us, is in Surprise, Arizona. Why are we not there? Some Tolos are asking on the Chartwork.com text line.
It is sometimes the Rangers, difficult for them to get our stadium open at 3:45.
Yeah, we do the show from the stadium.
So from the stadium, and it's a 4:30 start time. So it's an hour behind us right now. And also, I mean, let's be fair, we're done at 9 a.m. The players are barely getting there.
Right.
So in order to get up to the booth, sometimes it's a pain in the butt. They got to force these guys to wake up early or earlier than they want to. They got to get their lift in at 6 a.m. and all that stuff, the treatment. So sometimes it's a pain for them.
Before we talk about the overall changes, what is going on with the Cardinals and this umpire?
So this is Oliver Marmol, and he is the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals. And then, of course, the umpire is C.B. Buckner. Well, he should be kicked out of the sport. C.B. Buckner. Let's be fair on this one. Marmol went up to him and now these two have a history. They have a history. So apparently there's some immature behavior. Marmol told reporters that Buckner snubbed him. He offered a handshake ahead of their 3-2 spring training loss to the Washington Nationals. All three umpires, including Angel Hernandez, who's hated by everybody in the world.
How's he always involved?
Always involved.
Always.
Shook Marmol's hand and apologized. They apologized for Buckner's behavior. Apologized. He approached Buckner, according to him, with a handshake out of respect. And then he says, now I think he has zero class as a man.
So the umpire would not shake the manager's hand before the game.
Would not shake the manager's hand. That's completely inappropriate.
You got to be suspended for that, at least. That's a suspension.
Yes, you're an umpire. You cannot show any kind of hatred, bias, anything like that. At the very least, he can never umpire a St. Louis Cardinals game again, as long as Marmol's the manager.
Because
I don't know if you can even have him do other games that might hurt the Cardinals, right? Can I have him do other games in the NL Central that could affect the Cardinals at the end of the year? Can you tie it?
Just in general, yeah. You should probably just suspend him then. But honestly, if there are questions about that, and that's just we know he has an issue with him. Who else does he have an issue with? Who else does he have an axe to grind with?
Yep. That's really immature and stupid.
By the way, I just want to say that if your initials are CB, I don't think you can go by your initials. There's that's like a JC, JT, TJ. Like you can do stuff like that.
You can't RJ.
RJ you can do. I just think there are certain initials where it's like that doesn't make sense.
What about CA?
CA is fine, but remember CT, the guy in was it Real World or Road Rules?
Oh yeah.
You can't do CT. This is weird. CB.
Yeah, I always didn't like
EF
ML car. Like you can go by ML.
Yeah, it fit for him for some reason. Apparently the bad blood started in August of last year. In the third inning, CB Buckner ejected Marmol, who was arguing balls and strikes in the dugout. After being tossed, he charged home plate to share some rather animated comments. Following the game, he accused him of questioning his tenure in the league during their heated exchange, all with a smirk on his face.
Aside from that, I think this was one of the most successful baseball weekends in a very, very long time. I think it was a tremendous win. And it's kind of like what I said after the Mavs traded for Kyrie. Are they going to win the championship? No. But they're interesting. They're must-see in the Metroplex. And I now have to see what's happening in Major League Baseball with this new pitch clock. The fact that the Braves' first spring training game against the Red Sox ended with a pitch clock violation strikeout, you could not have scripted the script. You could not have scripted a better beginning. Because it's like, what? What happened? Someone didn't get in the box? You have the countdown element of a clock, 3, 2, 1, which everybody likes. The importance, the magnitude of a game being able to end in that scenario. Cal Conley did not get set with 8 seconds left on the clock. Automatic strike, at bat over, inning over. I love it. It creates intrigue. It creates something new. It creates excitement. It is increasing the pace as they're trying to get these games to 2 hours and 30 minutes. We haven't even talked about the improvements from the shift that is going to be a result of this, of guys running the bases and a little bit more small ball. That's going to be fantastic. I think baseball could not have had a better debut with this new pitch clock rule, Choppy, with these games coming in with these times. 2 hours, 29 seconds for the Rangers and the Royals. And I think it's a hit. I think it's an early hit.
Look, I agree. The old saying, you had me at the logo. They did. They had me at the logo. I'll watch. I'm going to watch baseball regardless. But, look, Rob Manfred cannot do anything about the stakes of the game. He cannot do anything about how important each game is. They're not going to cut the season down. They're not. If they do, it'll be 10 games. That's not going to matter. Like, in order to really matter, you've got to cut like 40 or 50 games. They're not going to do that. So you got to do what you're dealt. You got to work with what you can, and improving the pace of the game, perhaps the time of the game. Like, are fans more interested? Would they be more likely to watch a game that's 2 hours and 30 minutes as opposed to 3 hours and 10 minutes? Sure. But NBA games are 2:30. People don't watch them either. So like, they don't want to give their time up if the stakes don't matter.
Right.
But if you're going to watch, at least watch a better product, a cleaner product. And when a guy gets the ball and just pitches, throws another pitch real quick, Max Scherzer yesterday, or Saturday, one of the days, he struck out a guy on 3 pitches, and the entire at-bat took 27 seconds. Like, okay. Baseball thinks there's so much fat in these games they can trim up. In the minor leagues, this is 8,000 games they did this in. 8,000 games in the minor leagues, which was about 3.5 years. In 8,000 games, they averaged about 26 minutes. A reduction. Now, are they going to have 26 minutes off every baseball game? Probably not, because, maybe commercial breaks are longer in Major League Baseball than they are in the minors, or in between innings. Who knows? Also, a lot of pitching changes in between, in the middle of innings and stuff. What's going to happen? I don't know. But at least it's going to get trimmed a little bit. And the pace of the game, you're going to have more action. I mean, you're going to have 3 pitches, 4 pitches, 5 pitches a minute.
How big of a problem did you have with ending a game like this?
Look, I don't think you should end a game like that. I get what Sandler said, and he's right. A rule's a rule. If it's a balk with 3-2 count and a balk and a run scores, that's the breaks. Know the rules.
Well, then we're going to have a clock controversy.
Yeah, we are. We're absolutely going to have a clock controversy. There's no doubt about that. I just look like this. Look.
This cards umpire is going to cut it short by a second.
At the end of the day, this is an entertainment-first industry. I thought we were robbed, even if it was the right call. I thought we were robbed at the Super Bowl. I wanted to see, and we all wanted to see, even Bobby, who hates him, wanted to see Jalen Hurts get the ball with a minute and a half to go and see if he can go down the field and get a field goal. We all wanted to see that.
I didn't. I was happy they got screwed.
But from an entertainment standpoint,
only
you wanted
because
to see
it was the Eagles. That's it. Yeah.
But from an entertainment standpoint, you wanted to see it.
Yeah.
And from an entertainment standpoint, a 3-2 count in the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series in a 1-run game, and the team batting's down a run. I don't want it to end on a pitch clock. A balk
Maybe
is
we can alter this for the playoffs like football does overtime.
Maybe they can. Maybe they just get rid of it for the playoffs. But to me, a balk is like a procedural. That's an actual skill thing. You screwed up. A pitch clock, I don't know. It doesn't sit the same. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Of course I am. But I don't know. I don't like the way that you end a game like that. Do it for 1 through 26 outs. 27th out, man, you got to earn that damn thing.
Good job, baseball. Very well done. I have not applauded you very much in the last 3 years. Great start with the new changes. I'm giving double thumbs up. We'll crosstalk with KMC in Surprise coming up at 9:40. Bobby is glued to his computer because Stephen Jones is talking.
He is. He's talking out in Indianapolis. It looks like, just from what I can tell, I think this is just talking to Todd Archer, because Todd's the only one I see sharing these quotes right now.
You think we can get Jerry to pay for us to go out there? Weren't the Cowboys upset or mad that we didn't go to some event? Not us, but the media.
Senior Bowl last year.
Yeah.
No, they I think Jerry was a little miffed that only 2 people wanted to show up to Senior Bowl to talk to me. This is not normal.
We could talk him into flying us out?
We should.
Would you rather go? I mean, no doubt we'd rather go to Indianapolis than Mobile.
Oh my God.
But there'll be
Sean, you both would thrive in Indy during combine.
I love Indiana. Anyway,
but like going into like
I don't love Indianapolis.
Going into the bars and like hobnobbing with like agents and coaches and stuff. You guys would thrive there.
Yeah.
So, couple quotes.
And I
here.
love shrimp cocktail.
Would you like dealer's choice here? Would you like quotes on Amari Cooper, Dak Prescott, or Tony Pollard?
I don't care about Amari anymore.
Well, it's not about it's about how they replaced Amari.
Let's get to CD Lamb. Let's get to Tony Pollard.
Okay, Tony Pollard. Todd Archer says Stephen Jones wouldn't get into the Cowboys' upcoming decisions regarding Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard, but said of the franchise tag, we're not afraid of the tag. End of the day, we'll probably use it again this year. So that seems to be an indication that he will be there.
Who was another tag candidate? All we've done is talk about Pollard.
Could be. I mean, if you wanted to tag Schultz again, you could.
Yeah. Okay.
So he talked about Dak Prescott, said, we know him, we know what he's about, leadership skills are undeniable, impeccable work ethic. Other than he hadn't won some key playoff games, he's everything you want in a quarterback. He then follows up and says that in terms of their plan this offseason, he says, we have to have a plan to ultimately extend Dak. So that sounds like a commitment to get the extension done. And on Mike McCarthy calling plays, he says, obviously he's the head coach of this football team, and he made a compelling argument that making him the play caller was going to help us. I mean, that's part of the coaching. Be one click better. He feels good about it. He's had a lot of success as a play caller. So lots of chatter coming out of there. And he acknowledged
that McCarthy sold him.
Yes, that's what it sounds like. Now the question is, did he sell him after the departure of Kellen Moore? Or was this like, hey, we should get rid of him and I should do it? Or was it once he was gone, McCarthy said, well, I should be the option? That's the question. And he did say, looking back at the decision, it's probably fair to say they didn't do enough to replace Amari Cooper last year. Which is, I think, a new position for him. He said, I think Gallup, we should have been a little more conservative. Most guys coming off an ACL, especially skill guys, maybe takes a little time. I think Gallup's going to be back. But getting a little confidence in our drafting, thinking Jalen Tolbert could step right in and do some things, I think it just sometimes it takes a little longer with the receivers.
Well done. There you go. Bobby Bell.
Thank you, Todd Archer.
All over the Cowboys beat from Todd Archer. And we'll preview Bobby's trip to Indianapolis in a few days. Let's head on out to Surprise, Arizona, the site of Rangers spring training. Really? You get charged for a second chips and salsa? Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next. the KMC Masterpiece. What is Corey holding up? Is that a Tolo sign? I think that's a Tolo sign on the fan cam. But right now we are working on communicating with a KMC Masterpiece. As we're on the Zoom, I see Kevin Hagelin. I see Corey Majors. I'm just dying to ask about these chips and salsa that the guys were not able to get free refills on. Major problem. So we'll try to connect here from an audio standpoint as they are at the site of Ranger Spring Training, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
There we go. Just lost your sponsorship. It'll have to be me and Sonic moving forward. There's Mikey Bassick as well. Man, I want to hear a Mike rant on the Mavericks. We have to get Mike to call in during crosstalk.
At the very least, Mike should call.
I want to hear what he made of Jason Kidd, saying we need to grow up. Was that a shot at Luka? Is Mike going to go off on a Luka referee tirade? How's that going to go down? So our Rangers spring training coverage is coming up, brought to you by Sonic. Alabama basketball update as the most tone-deaf team in all of sports strikes again.
Yes,
what happened?
Let's see. How would I best describe this with the University of Alabama? Brandon Miller, their star player, future lottery pick, has been implicated. We know this. He brought the gun to Darius Miles that killed Jamea Harris. He is not being charged with anything, but in the pregame warm-ups, he's still playing. He is not suspended. They haven't suspended him. In the pregame introductions, Brandon Miller decided to go out there, and a walk-on who has been doing this quite a lot this year did a pat down on him. Patted him down.
They've been doing this.
They've been doing this. They've done it several times this year. Now, in a vacuum, fine. A week after it came out that you brought the gun to the guy who killed a girl?
All these people have forgot that this young woman is dead.
She's dead. And people have forgotten this.
That basketball program, that school, that team has all forgotten that this woman actually lost her life.
They have. And so this guy, this walk-on, patted him down a week after this came out that he brought the gun, like completely tone deaf, completely inappropriate. And, look, he's still playing. He's a great player. The guy is just a dominant force.
And Nate Oates, who's already stepped in it
again
with his first press conference, was asked about the pat down after the game.
Before I get started on the game, it was brought to my attention after the game about our pregame introductions. I think that's something that's been going on all year. I don't really know. I don't watch our introductions. I'm not involved with them. I'm drawing up plays during that time. Regardless, it's not appropriate. It's been addressed, and I can assure you it definitely will not happen again the remainder of this year.
Okay, look, he may not have been into the pregame introductions. He may not even watch them. But sidebar, if you're drawing up plays 11 seconds before tip-off, you've probably already lost. Like, shouldn't you have been drawing up plays, I don't know, the week of the game as opposed to right before it? You're just coming up with plays on your whiteboard? Come on now. How dumb are we?
It's the wrong answer. Like, even if it's true, and he genuinely, I had no idea what, like, that is, the lead is not, I don't really know what's going on. I'm not paying attention, but obviously it's inappropriate. No, just be like, that was completely inappropriate. Yeah. To be completely honest with you guys, I don't generally see what the guys are doing during their warm-ups, so I was unaware of this. Had I been aware of it, we would have had a discussion in advance. Brandon understands this was poor optics. He understands that, we can't operate like this, and we are not going to do it again. That's all you have to say. They continue to flub every single response to this.
Like, are you telling me he's not aware whatsoever of what Brandon Miller does coming out? And like you said, even if you're not, then go ahead and just answer it like that. So that's the situation taking place for the Bama basketball team.
And the unfortunate thing is it is overshadowing a tremendous season that they've had. And he is the truth, man. He is as good as it gets. But he's kind of a knucklehead. And that team is legit. They're a legitimate title contender. They're one of the, half dozen to 10 teams that could win this thing. Maybe a few more, maybe a few less. But they can't get out of their own way right now.
Who was the last program or organization to screw something up so royally like
PR
this?
standpoint?
Yeah, over and over.
Baylor.
It strikes. Yeah, there's Baylor. It strikes me as very Washington Commanders, to be honest.
All right, let's talk about this development. This team is so boring to me. I've kept them out of the. I've had a story about Justin Fields for 2 weeks, but I just never bring it up because they're so boring. So the Bears are leaning towards trading the number 1 pick, according to Adam Schefter. Now, before that story comes out, there were rumors that Justin Fields is going to be dealt. Well, now apparently Justin Fields is going to be taken off the table. So as we try to tell the Texans fans, now you could possibly get leapfrogged from getting your next franchise quarterback, or now you have to pay a lot more because Lovie Smith, whether he did or not, maybe decided to screw you at the very end of the season. So the number 1 pick is leaning towards being up for sale, according to Adam Schefter, and they're going to stick with Justin Fields.
Yeah, and look, let's just say the Texans, and I don't know what the right move here is. Maybe the right move here is to do nothing if you're Houston. Let somebody else pay the premium to go up and get a quarterback, and you just take the other one. There's going to be 2 of them. You're either going to get Stroud or Bryce Young.
Yeah, but if you don't like one of them.
Yeah, but what are the chances of that? I know Caserio does not like shorter players.
Yeah.
So he may not love Bryce Young. But if somebody leaps you and takes C.J. Stroud, then just take Bryce Young and go with it.
Sure, and obviously I get these are 2 different prospects. They're not anywhere near the same. Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are nowhere near these guys' comparisons, but it's the same thing that the Chargers probably thought, which is like, hey, let's the Colts will take whoever they want, and then either way, we're going to be left with a great quarterback, and they were left with Ryan Leaf, and it didn't work out. And so, I mean, if you really like somebody, I got to feel like if you're going to be paying somebody millions of dollars, things like that, you don't want to just settle for, well, we'll just take whatever's left over. I think you want to pay the premium and make sure you go get whoever that is.
All right, we may have to be doing the KMC Masterpiece show.
Sweet.
So since we're going to be doing their radio while they get the audio worked out, I had to get Bassick on here over the phone right now. Mikey,
okay.
Did you watch? Yeah. Were you on the flight? Were you traveling during the end of Mavs-Lakers or Mavs-Lakers?
Traveling and Wi-Fi. Southwest Airlines could not get their Wi-Fi to work on our plane, so I did not get to watch the game live. I read a lot on YouTube, 15-minute recap. I talked to my dad about it, and he was like, you could tell we were going to die a slow death. He's like,
and the phones don't even
the
work.
Mavs, my phone doesn't work either.
No,
it's cutting out. It's cutting out a little bit.
Let me walk outside. Is walking outside better?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Get your cardio, Mike.
All right, I'm outside. But my dad said, I'm just going off of him watching the 15 minutes, and I know I read a lot on Twitter. He's just like, if Anthony Davis is healthy, the Mavs can't beat them.
Right. And he decides to show up. Mike, what did you make, though, of Jason Kidd in the comments? That, number one, I'm here watching just like you guys. I'm not the savior. And then what many people thought was maybe a shot at Luka complaining to the refs of, we have to grow up, we have to mature. Did you read it that way?
Yes, I read it both ways. I don't think Jason Kidd was taking a shot at himself, but he definitely took a shot at himself. That he's like, I'm just here watching. Like, no, you can't say that. I get at times you can't help. Like as runs are going, you're trying your best as a coach, but you can't go out there. And it makes me always go back to this. In the history of sports, name the Hall of Fame player that is a Hall of Fame coach or a guy who's really good at it. It's very tough. Larry Bird in Indiana.
Yeah.
But like if you look at Magic Johnson, Jason Kidd, just keep going down the list. Bill Russell, I think, when he stopped being a player coach, when he was just coach, like the greatest players really struggle. Ted Williams, go in baseball, like most best managers or coaches are not the best players because they struggle with the average player to understand them. Now, I know Luka, I'm glad he's taking shots at Luka. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
Like I'm totally sick of Luka. He can't play basketball. Like my son told me, he watched the game. He's like, man, Luka was awesome in the first quarter and then didn't do much the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, well, that's who he is. It's not even the other team that distracts him. It's the referees.
Yep.
You're almost 24 years old in your 5th year in the NBA, and you're one of the best players in this league. And you still can't get over the refs. And I know the ultimate Homer Mavs fan, Sean, will say, all players complain about the refs. It's not even close. It's not even close to how much that kid complains to the refs. And he can't let it affect him that much. So I'm glad Jason Kidd, without saying his name, I wouldn't have minded if he said Luka.
Yep.
But I do think he did call out Luka. I don't like that he's like, I'm just here watching. That doesn't help either,
What about the end of game situation? Another play that they butcher in these moments?
So one play in particular, I know that they threw the ball to Luka and it that's horrible. Like that's part on the coach. We don't have a side out of bounds play. You know, like how many times? It's happened like 8 times this year.
Yeah.
You know, and it's cost us like 5 times. Sometimes we get lucky and they call a foul. It's like we don't have an out of bounds play from the side. That's pathetic, Jason Kidd. You know, and I do think they had to get rid of Rick Carlisle, but I'm just wondering if Jason Kidd, like you could have had almost anybody, as long as the players liked them, to come in after Rick Carlisle and for everybody to be kind of happy. And now we're starting to see the major warts of Jason Kidd. But Kyrie Irving has to understand he has one NBA basketball player that should be on the court the last 5 minutes of NBA basketball games, Luka Doncic. Do not pass the ball to Reggie Bullock. Do not pass the ball to any of these chumps. They are chumps in the NBA. And so when Luka posted up, if you remember this play, Luka posts up, they're kind of playing back and forth basketball. Luka draws a double. He kicks it to Kyrie with 6 seconds on the shot clock, and he has a one-on-one opportunity. He immediately swings the ball to Reggie Bullock with 4 seconds. And Reggie Bullock's like, you know I shouldn't be in the game right now. Like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
And he just slings it up, and it barely hits the rim. It's like, dude, all of these guys are not NBA basketball players. We have 2 NBA basketball players on our team for the last 5 minutes. Then we have to throw 3 chumps out that are 7th to 10th men on real NBA basketball teams. You cannot. That's when people are like, Luka's selfish. Kyrie's going to find out these guys are horrible at basketball in the last 5 minutes, and you have to do it on your own.
Mike Bassick, the KMC Masterpiece, live from Surprise.
Maybe.
They may be on at the top of the hour. We may be doing the show for them.
I mean, we need to find out what happened with Peyton.
Oh, that's right. Mikey, thank you. We appreciate it. Peyton.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Peyton, turn on your mic real quick. Have you corresponded with Jane Doe since our segment during the Expressway?
Yes, we have. And she took everything really, really cool. She was fine with us talking about her. She just said, you know, the no name dropping is perfectly fine. So we're good. She's sending laughing emojis. We're fine.
You see how he went rogue? He don't need us anymore.
Yeah, he don't need us. So send us some screenshots. What happened? What happened?
I'm tired of your screenshots. No more screenshots.
Wow.
You got my word and my word only.
Okay.
Damn.
You see, this is probably how serious he gets in a relationship. He's probably the type that stops talking to his friends.
Yeah.
He don't go out with the rest of the group. He just all of a sudden married up. So he throws us to the fire just like that, ruins all the segments for the rest of the week.
Yep.
And now
Yeah. Jane, I don't know if you're listening. I would say that we've all kind of spotted some controlling tendencies in Peyton here just on a day-to-day basis. If anybody could, who knows who we're referring to, could send this segment to her so they can hear that this is just who Peyton is. He's showing his true colors now.
Did you do the Kahlua National Kahlua Day line?
No, I didn't. Not yet. We're not there yet.
All right. In all seriousness, amongst us three, are the text updates that he's going to give us over the screenshots? What do you think, Bobby?
Oh, I think he'll accurately portray it to us when he gives us. I think he will leave texts out. He will not tell us certain things that he said.
Yeah.
Or he'll do
he
that.
He feels like he's betraying her confidence.
No, he feels like we're betraying him.
I really think we've done him a favor, and he's ungrateful.
He is ungrateful. We told him, hey, let it lie. You're done for the night. You're in. You're grounded. Put the phone down.
Yeah.
And he did. And what happened? It worked.
We beat him up at 7:20.
Yeah.
We made him appear like a sympathetic figure.
Yeah, I told you, pity's underrated.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the simp.
And now look, now he really thinks he's better off without us. Okay, fine.
All right.
All right. We'll be here
Maybe.
to start off possibly the KMC Masterpiece, live from Surprise, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Next on the Fan, idiots.
You're listening. From our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, kinda.
Beautiful here in Surprise.
All right, everybody, everyone pick a person. So, I don't know what's going on here with the audio in Arizona.
Luca's fat. This is just, what are we even doing? This is we're never going to win another game. It's just.
That is Mike Bassett, who's very negative, and I'm a positive individual who roots for A&M, but I wanted to root for Duke, or whatever I do. I don't even know. I don't pay attention to a word I say.
So the KNC Masterpiece is in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers Spring Training, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
And right now we are having some audio issues, so we're looking to get that straightened out while we put in for our overtime. I don't know how to do Corey. He's got such a
Sean, so if you had a lizard and you could teach him to play any instrument, you could teach him electric guitar, you could teach him drums. I think I'm teaching him how to play electric guitar.
That's good. That's good. Kevin or Mike is the easiest to do. I like that you just went without like the voice impersonation. You went with the content.
I went with like an inflection and content.
Yes. I'm glad I turned the Zoom off so I don't get to see their fingers or their faces. But we're trying to get it worked out in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers Spring Training here on DFW Sports Station. The tales from the trip that we got earlier from Jared Sandler. They went out last night. All the fellas except for Dawson. Dawson actually had a soccer Zoom meeting for back here, probably in Sunnyvale with the Sunnyvale League. They went to a Mexican restaurant. They only got one free basket of chips and salsa. Brian Broaddus had to talk him into the refresher. And then Zach Wilchuk and Eric Chiafalo missing us badly.
That is, first of all, that is inexcusable for a restaurant to give one.
That may stop me. I looked up the restaurant. It's 4.5 stars.
That's not bad. Out of 5, I assume.
Out
right?
of 5. That may be the only thing that could force me to go in there if the food is that fantastic. Yeah. But if you're going to tell me I'm not getting refills on chips and salsa, that may stop me from going there out of principle.
Yeah, if you're a Mexican restaurant, you have an obligation, a holy obligation for that matter, to give us free chips and salsa as much as we want, provided that we're buying something.
Right.
You know, if you're not,
maybe you get a drink.
No, drink's fine. You go to some of these, you go 2 or 3 Mambo taxis, and you just load up on chips the entire day. Now there is places that give like small amounts of chips. They're one of these like they want to be like fancy, so they give you like little tiny, like kind of cool little chip baskets. All right, instead of just a big giant one, and then like a bunch of little salsas. But you got to go through them like crazy. You got to ask for more, but they're always free.
Not only should you give free chips and salsa, I am of the belief that, as I feel like a lot of Mexican restaurants around here do, you give people their own salsas. Like you don't have a community salsa with like when you go to certain Mexican restaurants, they'll bring you like your own little cup. Like here's your salsa, here's your salsa, and here's your chips.
That's what I don't want to dip into other people's salsas.
How many people do the double dip with a tortilla chip and salsa?
Oh, well, I mean, Sarah does the cheese, queso, and then into the salsa. Oh. And if it's a communal, I have a big problem with that. It's like, hang on a second.
That's very rude.
Very rude.
She dips the
cheese into the...
So she dips her chip in the queso, and then she'll dip into the salsa.
I just want to clarify. So this is the same person who, if like a towel falls off the bed onto the floor, it's like, I got to wash it again. But then she's dipping the cheese into the salsa.
Well, that's not dirt.
That's not the same thing.
It's not. No, it is. It is. That's a very...
It's not really the same.
It is. That is. That's very much like, oh my gosh, that's too dirty if it's fallen on the carpet.
Yeah.
But now you're willing to like mix the ingredients for everybody else, the community dip.
Horrible comparison.
It's a great
terrible
comparison.
I'm
I'm sorry that you guys, your brain shut off at 10 a.m. and you're not able to continue through the day.
Yeah, what are you going to do having to work a full 4.5 hours today? How are you gonna stand it?
I don't know. I'd be fine if I had my GD putter that you took away from me.
I got rid of the golf club. So they went to the Mexican restaurant. Sandler has organized a family dinner on Wednesday, and we're back here holding it down in DFW.
I was wondering if you weren't going to be there, who was going to be like the trip dad?
Yeah.
Which is, I guess that's Sandler. Is Sandler going to be the one that has to wrangle everybody?
Yep.
You've taught him well.
Well, Jared has maybe the most serious case of FOMO I've ever seen at the station. Has to be involved. I told his wife this one time. She got kind of ticked off. I said, I feel like Jared is just calling me to like check it off his list. He doesn't really care about he doesn't view it as a friendship. He views it as
an appointment.
An appointment.
No, if you
and he's like, so like yesterday morning, like 8 a.m. He's like, what time am I coming on? Like he's one of these. He has to wake up and fill out the whole schedule and itinerary. He's an itinerary trip guy. He can't just go and chill. He's got to have it mapped out. He's got to have it blocked out. He's got to have segments. He's got to have schedules. And I told his wife that, and she did not appreciate it.
Look, I enjoy a schedule too. Like, this is throwing me off.
Oh.
My
what else
day.
Were you gonna do? What were you going to do it? Well, what was your 10:35 block? 10:40.
I'm at the gym.
Okay.
All right. I've got a very strict schedule in order to get my day together and start working by a certain time so I can end working by a certain time.
Right.
All right. That's like, I've got my day very, very much planned out. But Sandler's the same way, and I get that. But you're right. He does call to check things off the list. He doesn't call me because I have nothing to offer him. All right.
What do I have to offer?
I don't know. He thinks you can get him a better job. I can't get him a better job. So he doesn't call me because, there's nothing financially for him to gain by calling me. I don't give him free meals. I don't get him dinners at Nick and Sam's. I don't do that. So there's no reason for him to call me. The only time he ever texts me is when he needs, hey, when are you going to have this dinner with Casillas? When are we going to do that?
Yeah. A charity dinner.
Charity dinner.
So Sandler organized it for the entire squad, and Zach Wolchuk, man, the horror of the station. He tried to copy and paste all of us and didn't think we would figure it out. Wolchuk texted me yesterday, man, miss you, just landed, wish you were here. And I was like, oh, thanks, buddy. I'm gonna buy you some drinks, or I'm gonna buy you dinner when you get back.
Yeah.
And then I got in here, and RJ Choppy brought up a similar message.
It appears that Zach Wolchuk wrote me a message. Gonna miss you on this trip at 6:19 p.m. yesterday. And Sean, what time did he text you?
Mine says 6:19 p.m.
Interesting. And Bobby, when did
I got a text. It says, "Gonna miss you on this trip, babe." And it
babe?
Yeah. 6:19.
Wow. He scheduled those messages.
Why didn't you just text us all? It means more when it's an individual one. It does mean more.
It does mean more.
It's like writing out
It's like the SEC of messages. It just means more.
Which, to be fair, it was a different message for everybody. Like, I mean, mine and Choppy's were close, but it was a different message for everybody. So there is still some uniqueness there. It's just, it was a little bit like...
Very nice, very sweet.
It was a little bit like taking the photo on Snapchat and then being like, I'm going to send it to 20 girls and they all think they got it.
Yeah. Chia Follow didn't send anything.
No.
You know, the reason is, he's worried he's busy making another kid, probably.
I went to church with Chia Follow yesterday.
What?
You did?
Yeah.
Do you spend any time with your family?
I think you got to...
Well, they all went with it. We all went together.
Oh, that's weird.
It was our two families went together to his dad's church.
You didn't want to tell... His dad has a church?
Yeah, his dad's like he's a pastor of a church.
Some Italian.
Yeah.
Not even Catholic.
Wow. Yeah. No, I went yesterday. I saw him before
Is that the first time you've ever been?
To his church?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
How did that get
Is his church an elaborate ruse to skirt the taxes?
Oh my God!
No. His dad was a great. Oh my gosh! It's probably because of Eric, but that entire church listens to the station. Like I got stopped. Like each time, like Eric would introduce, he'd be like, "Oh, by the way, this is Bobby Belt." And they're like, "Oh, I listened to you in the morning," or they'll be like, "Oh, you got on the morning show just recently." And so they all listen. Everybody at that church listens to us.
Wow!
So way to go after the Tolos.
Before he set it on fire.
No, I prefer it
I
this
didn't
way.
set the church on fire.
You prefer what?
I prefer it this way for him to step in it first, and then I can explain. But yeah, they came over last weekend. Him, his wife, and their girls came over and played with our girls, and then while we were talking about it, his church just came up and we're like, "Oh, we'll stop by next week." So we just went.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here. The KNC Masterpiece. We got them? We good? All right. When you give me double thumbs up, Pepe, that makes me think we're good.
Yeah, that was like 2 index fingers up.
All right.
It's better than 2 middle fingers up, which is what I thought he was going to do to us after the text change.
What's the line you're drawing in the sand where you will walk out of here?
I mean, look, tough guy me will say now, like realistically, I will just do whatever the company says and just take it on the chin.
2 p.m. cross?
Yeah, 2 p.m.
No,
actually
7
o'clock because I can't get these guys on. We're not going to be the next show. What's the next show called? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Probably able to get them on. The Egg Bandits.
Oh, yeah.
The Benny Hill theme playing.
Like, you know how many, like this, it was disgusting today. This morning we get in here and my microphone is covered in yolk. I don't like to say yolk.
It's yolk.
Just say yolk.
Just say your microphone was yolked out.
It was yolked out, man. And it was just covered in egg yolk. And it was all Broadus. I thought Broadus was a clean individual. I mean, he had a very clean head. Now Bobby's got his headphones covered in egg yolk.
It's everywhere. It's disgusting. It's on it. Eric's not going to be allowed to use my headphones anymore.
But slimy, nasty, yellow egg.
Gross.
Raw egg all over the equipment from the G-Bag Bet Payoff Friday.
I do remember ABC being one of them. So I think we're all going to be able to have the free internet, assuming the internet works on our flight.
What just happened?
What just happened? There's egg everywhere.
Just smashed an egg on Broadus's head.
A brown egg, too. A good one. It's a Bet Payoff Friday. The Anytime Egg is live. There are 5 more eggs in play. Oh, he got him! Wolchuk just buried Broadus with number 2. Look at that, fan cam. Oh, it's in his glasses. At 877-881-1053, the one segment of the week that you're actually encouraged to call in.
They get louder.
Oh, my God! Oh! Dawson got him! Oh, Dawson got him.
Let's go!
Carter. Oh, and Carter kind of fumbled the bag.
Oh, my gosh!
A few Tolos hit me up and say that we missed one of the G-Bag of the Year nominees.
Oh!
Oh! Got him!
What? F-A-T-H-E-R. English.
Let's attempt to connect live with Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, what are you doing? Hey, guys.
Not
Hurtful, RJ. Hurtful.
Hey!
Are we on? Are you kidding me?
I believe we are on. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah.
We can.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, I was listening to your conversation. There was a lot of bait and switch happening at the restaurant Amigos that we went to last night, because on the front of the menu, it says if you have a party of 5 or more, you will be charged gratuity. Also, it said first thing of chips and salsa is free. Each additional one is $3.
Wow.
And we asked the waitress about that, and she goes, oh, yeah, no, we don't really do that. It's after like 3 or 4 bowls we might charge you. So they didn't charge for that, and they didn't put on the automatic gratuity. So they might need to change the front of their menu.
When did restaurants change gratuity from 8 to 5? Automatically, we're going to parties of 5 now?
I've never seen that.
It was always 8 or more.
Always 8, or at least 6 or more.
And I went to a bar like a couple weeks back. They gave me the automatic gratuity for just like 4 drinks.
Ooh.
They put the gratuity on there. I said, "What are you doing? You can't give me automatic gratuity for drinks." And they did. And I was like, "I'll never be back until the next time I have a function around here."
For drinks.
Yeah, it's never happened. It doesn't take place. It doesn't happen.
No.
All right, guys, throw it to commercial for your own show, please.
KC Masterpiece live from Surprise. Let's get things kicked off.
Yeah.
If not, Josh Young next on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Mike is caressing our arm, which can only mean one thing.
He was trying to get water.
We are live from Surprise at Texas Rangers spring training. The bomb-sniffing dog is out. The field.
Did you say mom-sniffing dog?
Bomb.
Oh,
sniffing
okay.
dog.
I was like, wow.
No, that's Zach Wilson. He is the mom-sniffing dog. We're live from spring training and Surprise. We have made it on the air, and to Arizona. Gentlemen, are you excited? And Tolos, are you excited for spring training?
Heck yes. We got into the clubhouse this morning for a few minutes. They had an early meeting, so we didn't get to talk to as many guys as maybe we'd hope. But
we had a great conversation with Tony Beasley.
Yes, there is a different vibe in that clubhouse. Nothing against whoever was in the clubhouse last year and isn't here this year. But there's this feeling of, no, we actually can compete in Major League Baseball every night we take the field. And last year, obviously, we weren't here in spring training. But you can get the vibe of, no, we're a real competitive baseball team this year.
Yeah, man. Walking in there, it did have a different kind of feel. Just seeing all these guys getting ready for everything. I got to talk to Andrew Heaney for a second.
He goes, man, whatever. I'm just not really a morning person. I feel you.
Yeah, so that's a really cool part of this is getting into that clubhouse and having some conversations. And Mike, I think that this team has a lot of personality to it this year too that goes along with better talent. And maybe my favorite thing, Kevin, for just kind of understanding what's going on is there is a definite leader on this team, and it's the manager. And Bruce commands respect. He walks into a room and he leads, and that's something that I do think that having hired managers where JD, and this is nothing against JD's approach because it did lead us with Ron Washington to a certain place, but he would get guys that didn't have that quality. But he was like, hey, look, we have all these things figured out. And Bruce Bochy walks in and says, hey, they need structure from the top down. I'm going to provide that. So it's exciting, man.
Now, my question for you guys to start off is, because one of the things Beasley said is he goes, if you have pitching, you have a shot.
Yep.
And so essentially, you go back to those 90s Rangers teams, and I'm sure you're like, hey, we had a shot. We could smash the ball with the best
We had
of them.
Rick Helling and Kevin and Roger Pavlik, Kevin Gross. We had all sorts of.
But fair to say that perhaps those teams were better known for their offensive firepower. And that's one of the things that Beasley said. He's like, you can have the best offense in the world. And he was like, and that's great. And you would like that. He goes, but if you have pitching, you have a chance. And I was curious because John Gray said he's antsy for the debut of this revamped rotation. Are you guys, is the fan base, do you get the idea that they're as excited about the rotation as anything else on this team?
Yes, because when you get it to the fourth game of the year, as long as you're healthy coming out of spring training, and I don't know the exact 1 through 5, Nathan Eovaldi's pitching your fourth game of the year, and Andrew Heaney, or I think it'll be him, or Jake Odorizzi is pitching your fifth game, even if it was Dane Dunning pitching your fifth game, or Glenn Otto. Last year they were pitching your second and third game.
Yeah.
And, I know John Gray, he got hurt pretty quickly, so you're just looking at it. And last year, honestly, we didn't know Martin Perez signed a 1-year, $4 million contract.
He was incredible.
They brought him in as a possible fourth or fifth starter to the rotation, and now he's obviously moved up in your rotation after being an all-star. But at this point now, I can confidently say if I'm going to do a pregame show for the Texas Rangers, I can say they got a chance today. Even if they're facing a good pitcher on the other side or they're facing the Houston Astros, look, there's a chance. There were so many times last year that I would do a pregame show on television and I would say, if you can get 4 innings and less than 4 runs, it gives you a chance to win this game. That was our bar last year for certain Ranger games. For 4 innings and not giving up 4 runs. If you can get to the starting pitcher only having to make the bullpen, which was wore out, hey, if you only give the bullpen like 15 outs, I think like they can handle 15 outs tonight. Like that you shouldn't say that,
Not
right?
at all, yeah.
But that's a pregame show on the Texas Rangers in the last few years. And now I'm going to assume most of my pregame shows, once guys are, in the rotation and healthy, is now you're looking at, no, he can win the game for you.
Mike, I don't know how much you know about this. When we talk about Greg Maddux, and maybe this is a good question to ask him, when he was pitching with Smoltz and Steve Avery and Tom Glavine, those guys were at the top of the game, all right? And that's on one pitching staff. I don't know, were they competitive with each other?
Yes.
Did they have this, he pitched great yesterday, I'm going to go pitch great today. And that's something that, like, with John Gray, he's probably thinking, I got to go match DeGrom. I got to go be that kind of pitcher today.
And I would love for every once in a while Bochy to just drop like a little twist and it's like, hey, DeGrom's pitching today. I mean, he probably won't pitch as well as Perez did yesterday, but, let's see if you can keep us in it and be like, you son of a, I'll show you.
Even though we weren't the 2002 New York Mets, we had a decent team until the last 2 months and then just stunk it up. We would have things, Corey, where at the end of the month, we would go to a steak restaurant that would cost anywhere from about a $3,000 to a $5,000 meal. And at the end of the month, we would add up everything we did. So a win would be worth a certain amount of points. A quality start would be worth a certain amount of points. A base hit, an RBI. Now this is back National League, so we would get points for also being a hitter. So whoever had the least amount of points had to pay the bill at the end of the month. So we would all go out and have a great dinner. That would be kind of like a little bit of a $3,000 to $5,000 fine for being the worst starting pitcher on the staff. Now, I'm not saying so that's how you make it kind of competitive with guys, is you put together like, hey, you go out there, you get W's, you get wins, you do certain things. You get a really nice free meal with all the apps and wine and steak that you can eat and drink. If you were the worst pitcher in that month, you're going to pay for the 4 other guys who had a good month.
And that's a small, it's not small because that's a lot of money. But that's a small part of it because there's also the personal pride.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like I hate that guy and I want to go be better than him, but when you're amongst peers that you're as good as, you want to say, you know what, I'm right there along with these guys in this conversation.
I think you're right, and I feel like having to take out the credit card that night is a humbling experience. Like even for Jacob deGrom, got all of the money. Right. I still would imagine like taking that card out and then being like,
First episode of Full Swing, Mike. What was the thing that Jordan Spieth said about it's always more fun when everybody at the club sees him giving you his money?
Yeah,
that is definitely, Kevin, like what you're talking about there.
It's not regular money. Like it's not dollar to dollar. It's totally like you could think about it from a fantasy perspective. You could think about it from anything.
Yeah,
getting that $100 from your buddy is, by the way, you're overdue on payment, is way different than just getting $100 for whatever, like your job or whatever.
That's what like I'm really interested in whenever it comes to this group. I don't know how competitive they are with each other yet, or when there will be a moment. They're all still. This is the part, Mike, where you're getting to know the guys. You're starting to learn. Maybe you're having some conversations out on the field and everything, and you're like, okay, I kind of like this dude and whatnot. But there could be some really talented pitching going on if healthy for the Rangers all season.
Well, and I think John Gray had a quote that led into that. He goes, "We've got a lot more guys to carry the weight this year." And he goes, but then again, it does give you a bit more pressure knowing what's in front of you. It makes you kind of antsy, I guess, for what's to come. But then at the very end, he said, but it's a good spot to be. Things are looking good for us. And so he's acknowledging, like, I imagine, especially DeGrom, is like, you didn't come here to just get a paycheck. Well, maybe you did. But, like, the expectations are that you came here to win and to save us, I guess, for lack of a better term. And that's a lot of pressure.
Oh, man.
I was talking to somebody in the clubhouse, and they were saying the young guys are a little bit now, on edge isn't the exact word he used, and I got to watch my wording here, but they're used to, and this is the honest truth. The Rangers understand this, that they made it through the John Daniels isn't here anymore. Chris Woodward isn't here anymore, but they're still with the organization. Like these young guys who had free passes to the major leagues without having to accomplish anything in the minor leagues or having to, if they had a bad game in the major leagues, they still got to stay. It didn't matter. You get to stay in the major leagues. We're out of everything. We don't have anything. You might not belong here. You get to stay here and keep pitching here. Or you maybe get to play here. he said now those guys are a little bit like, oh, and they're like, and the guys that have been here for a while, like, no. So this is called the major leagues. So in the major leagues, you actually have major leaguers. And to become a major leaguer, you have to prove you're either ready for it in the minor leagues or you have to beat out a major leaguer. And so for years now, they are like, this is awesome. This is the way it used to be. We have 25, 26 actual major leaguers here for the most part. And you're going to have to actually earn a spot on a major league team. And for years now, they've said some guys were walking around here like, I am a major leaguer. And it's like, yeah, you're in the major league, so I can't argue with you there. But putting up a 6.5 ERA or batting 155 doesn't really qualify you as like a productive major leaguer. So it's great now that, like, if you're a younger guy or a guy with a little bit of major league experience, you're not on this team. You have to figure out how to make a real major league team now.
Yeah, and it's this is the great part about, I guess, being Chris Young and Bruce
tall.
Bochy. Well, yeah, being tall is fantastic, but the other part of being in their position is now you get to see these guys that have been on this thing being given this free pass, and you get to say, all right, there's pressure. How are you going to actually respond to this pressure? Are you going to say, you know what, I just can't beat this guy out? Or are you going to say, I'm going to go do it? And that's where you get the best out of players, adding some kind of competition, Mike, by adding major leaguers to the roster.
And I believe this is a positive sign. Like, I know we've talked about the perils that come along with, like, judging spring training stats. And I am well aware of that, or else
Right.
Rougned Odor legit would be in the Hall of Fame.
yeah.
But yesterday, I think it was, Nathan Eovaldi had 2 perfect innings and struck out 4. Like, if we're talking about these strikeout possibilities, Corey, that I know you're super pumped about, of this staff, and then Justin Foscue, 2 games, 2 home runs. So
him and Vladdy Jr., huh?
I know. So I know pitchers are working on stuff, and it's not the same
Right.
experience, but it is good to see that pop from him, or the control from Eovaldi, or the strikeout pitch from him. Like, whatever it is that you want to see. I thought that was cool for yesterday.
Yes, and the other thing about that too is, Kevin, is the Rangers at times have struggled with infield defense. Like last year, if you look at the team, they struggled with infield defense. Their outfield defense was good. But you know how to make sometimes an infield defense better? Strike the guy out so they don't hit the ball. Now, I hate saying that.
That makes sense.
But if you look at this staff now, if you look at Eovaldi and DeGrom and what John Gray can do strikeout-wise in his career, Martin Perez had a very good year. If the ball's in play less, I'm not advocating try to strike everybody out. I don't like that philosophy. But if you strike out 10% more hitters this year as a staff, that's 10% less balls that your defense has to catch. That can make a defense look good at times, too. Like, man, we played some really good D. And it's like, well, we did strike out 15 guys. So if you look at it, we only had to actually catch the ball and throw people out 12 times.
No, that absolutely makes sense. All right, so a few more things we got to figure out before we wrap up this segment is, Mike, the people want to know, did you, or how often did you have to pay for dinner then? A lot of people texted.
That was a question that was asked.
I luckily,
maybe that was from Corey.
In 02, had a good year. I only was kind of up. I'd have to check I think August and September. And in September, I didn't qualify. So they were nice enough to me to be like, Mike, because you bounced back between rotation and bullpen, you're not.
Yeah.
You got to kind of make, if you just make 2 starts in a month, we're not going to penalize you. You kind of had to be in the rotation for the month to kind of qualify to either pay for the dinner or somewhat receive the dinner. But I will say this, Jack Leiter's dad, Al Leiter, he made sure I was a part of everything. So even in the month, he's like, no, you're coming with us.
Nice.
You're coming to dinner with us because you're part. We want you to be part of this.
He sounds like an interesting teammate, man. Al Leiter.
Intense.
Yeah.
Caring. At times funny. But, the one thing about him is he wanted his team to be great. He was coming from a short stint with the Florida Marlins where he won the 97 World Series.
Mm-hmm.
He was with the 2000 New York Mets, who lost in the World Series to the New York Yankees. So he had been playing for special things. He's also on the Blue Jays as a bullpen guy when they won back-to-back World Series. So
wow. Joe Carter.
He was on 3, I believe he has 3 World Series championship rings from his career. So in 2002, 2003, he was furious that we weren't as good as he felt like we should be.
Now that you guys get a chance to look at the field, what do you think about the bases?
I don't notice it. It doesn't look any bigger than it typically does to me.
I think I can tell, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're far enough away. They didn't put them closer together.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Is you remember, as people were like, it's going to be like pizza boxes out there. And I think on
they are flatter. Don't they look a little flatter?
On first and third, it is more evident, as opposed to second base. I'm just kind of like, yeah, it looks like
second base,
regular second
at a
base.
distance. You're fine.
But yes, Mike is correct. The breaking news: they did not move the bases closer together.
Did you notice that the mowing that they've done today, Mike, is the shape of the dish? It is the shape of home plate. Center field out there, same thing as home plate, infield as well.
Was that more noteworthy to you, or was it that we got to see the bomb sniffing dog pose for pictures?
Kojak.
Please
that was
tell
amazing.
me.
That was amazing. He was just laying down next to the KC, next to the Royals and the Rangers thing.
And then, I mean, I guess it shouldn't be breaking news that, hey, guess what? The bomb dog knows how to do other things. Like, that shouldn't be surprising. I thought he was going to play fetch with the dog, but then the dog stood up perfectly right next to the Kansas City logo and then laid down perfectly right next to the Kansas City logo and then just walked on by. I did not see them stop by the Texas logo.
Have I taken you out to center field yet, where all the cactus are in the backdrop?
I have been there before. I did not realize
All the
that
cacti.
giant cactus in the middle isn't real.
It's-
that is a metal
Oh, that's
cactus.
a metal one. Yes.
We did a
then
video
yes, you
on it a
did.
few years
That's
ago.
right.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's awesome looking back there. It's amazing they didn't put all white back there.
Reggie, do you want us to say cactuses instead of cacti?
I just wanted to offer alternatives, you know?
Yeah, isn't it both are acceptable? I swear, didn't we do this argument? We found out that you can call it cactuses if you really want.
I don't know the answer to that.
And just to give you a heads up, and I know that we're out of time this segment, but here in about 30 minutes, I'm going to head to the 4-pack, the backfields, and be on the phone and we're going to do our show, but I'll give you an idea of what's going on the backfields, as the Rangers are on the road today, so most of their main guys are practicing back there.
All right, coming up next, because we'll incorporate some basketball talk into that segment as well, but coming up next, I don't want to take away baseball nuggets from you, Mike.
All right, Clint Frazier, is he going to be your starting left fielder? And a big-name free agent is off the table. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece, live from Surprise, is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they've got the classic American countdown going on. There's hundreds of Silverados, Malibus at huge discounts, and over 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live out at Surprise Stadium in Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training. And by the way, spring training brought to you by Sonic. Good. And now it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I love Sonic. They're Route 44. Do you call it Route 44 or Route 44?
I say Route 44.
I say Route 44 too. You know, when it's 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., right? You get
For the
happy
half
hour.
price?
Yeah, their cranberry limeade is what I go after.
These robes are heavy.
That's what I love there. And then you get the corn dog too.
Yeah, I do like a good corn
Get the
dog.
2 p.m. to 4 p.m. corn dog in the Route 44 for like $2.
Does it would it infuriate you to the way I eat my corn dog?
Do you take it
Do you
off
take the
stick?
whole stuff off the outside of the wiener?
I eat all of the outside first, and then,
And then
I
you
eat
eat the
hot
wiener?
dog.
I quit.
Wow.
You do baseball nuggets.
Are you kidding me?
Let's talk about Clint Frazier.
That's what I did when I was a child, but then
Okay.
I became an adult, Kevin.
Well, haven't we
Most kids
established?
don't eat the hot dog though. They just eat the corn. On
No,
the
I eat
outside.
the hot dog too. Well, that's probably going to cost me already. But we've established my childlike eating habits.
What happens? Do you lick the? Sometimes all the corn doesn't get off the dog.
Whatever remains on the dog, you eat it as
Okay,
is.
alrighty.
Do you eat the little crunchy part after the wiener's gone? You eat
Not
the little,
really.
I do
I
like
don't
that.
think
That's
so.
That's a nice crunch.
I'll tell you what. Let's go get a corn dog. I'll give you my crunchy piece.
We'll do a video on it.
gross.
We'll do a video on how you eat corn dogs.
All right, let's talk about Clint Frazier. If people don't know who he is, he's at spring training with the Texas Rangers. And a lot of people are thinking maybe he has an outside chance of being the left fielder for the Texas Rangers.
I don't want to deter you too much, Mike.
Did I not
but
say
just,
Clint?
No, you're doing it great. But just real quick, people on the fan text are saying if you use the app, half price drinks all day.
Oh, really?
24/7.
Yum.
At Sonic.
Good.
Okay, good.
Back to you, Mike.
Hey, I like their burgers are good too. Okay.
Oh, I saw Clint in the clubhouse this
Yes.
morning.
Yeah, he's the one with the red hair.
Yeah, he's got red hair and a
Yeah.
beard.
So Clint Frazier was a can't-miss prospect for the New York Yankees in 2016, 2017. I think he was brought up multiple times here at 105.3 The Fan as when the Rangers were looking to trade certain players, let's say Yu Darvish or Joey Gallo. Probably Joey Gallo at that point, he had lost his status. But through the years, when the Rangers have been well under 500 and there was talk of Rangers trading players to the Yankees, which this is why, Corey, you hate the Yankees so much, is you feel like at times we're a farm system for the Yankees, right?
Not anymore, baby.
Not anymore. Well, Clint Frazier's name was brought up a lot. And the reason is they had signed Giancarlo Stanton. They had Aaron Judge in 2017 break out as Rookie of the Year and almost MVP. And you had other outfielders out there. So he couldn't get time. And when he did get time, when guys got hurt, he would put on a nice show. You're like, dude, this is an everyday player. This is sad. This guy is not on another team. He would be on the Rangers. He would be playing left field every day, and he would probably pop 25 to 30 home runs, bat 265 to 275, and maybe drive in 100 runs. Well, unfortunately, through his Yankee time, he never got to play every day. And last year, they finally said, all right, we haven't played you every day. You are starting to not put up good numbers when you come up to the major leagues or when you give us time. So we're going to send you to the Cubs. And he was not good with the Cubs. And it's like he just went out of the picture. This can happen with guys where all of a sudden you have this prospect status. You're not getting to play every day because you're in a good organization. And then you get to another organization that the Cubs weren't good last year and you don't do anything. And that just kind of ended Clint Frazier. Well, here he is with the Rangers, and it's 28 years old now for him, and it's, all right, is he done? Was he just a guy we talked about for 3 to 5 years? Is he going to be a guy and never was? Or is this some way, somehow, with this wide-open left field spot for the Rangers, is this where Clint Frazier finally finds himself as a Major League everyday player?
And what Do you think I actually want to go chat with him about this? Is the pressure on him internally then, knowing that like this could be your last real shot? Not that you'll be working wherever in a month, but this is your last shot where anyone takes you seriously as a real contributor to a ball club.
Man, and they're probably, unfortunately, he probably feels that. I had a little bit of this. I wasn't as high as a prospect as Clint Frazier, but I was a decent prospect. And then what happened is after you get sent to the Mets and I did well. Like they're like, no, he's one of our starters going into 03. He's proven he's one of our starters. And then right before spring training started, they're going for the World Series, the Mets, and they signed David Cone out of retirement. That was my spot. And so then when you're not doing as good as you think, you're like, well, obviously me isn't good enough.
Yeah.
Me last year wasn't good enough. So then you start questioning yourself when really I look back on it. It's tough when you're 24 years old if somebody fires you from a job, you have to assume, well, me is not good enough. I have to be more than me because me isn't getting it done. And then what happens is you start pressing, right? And so that question to me it's a great question, but he's probably like, dude, I'm already pressing enough. And I've probably pressed myself out of being an everyday major leaguer by going, well, batting .267 with a 335 on base percentage and an 800 OPS isn't good enough. In fact, one year, I'm looking at this, in 2020, now it's a limited amount of games. In 39 games, he had a 905 OPS.
Wow.
That's all-star.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, because of where he was, the New York Yankees at the time, he couldn't get on the field. Now, last year, he had a 653 OPS with the Chicago Cubs in only 19 games. So, like, this is where Clint Frazier is in his career. But he's somebody to kind of follow box score-wise. He's a guy that his at-bats mean a lot.
Was it tough for you when you were talking about, like, just in that moment you said, oh, I'm not good enough or I'm not this? Is it tough to not always chase that feeling of like, oh, I was this close to being in the rotation or I was this close to being this and being that, and resetting your reality is like now you're like, I have to fight for a bullpen spot or I have to fight to platoon in left field?
Yeah, it is because you feel like you're getting cheated. And the thing is start looking around and you're like, why is this guy? He has a 5.5 ERA on my team. Why is he not getting treated like I'm getting treated? He doesn't have a multi-year contract. Like, why isn't everybody treated the same here? I get why Jacob deGrom isn't going to be treated the same, or I get why Al Leiter isn't going to be treated to start comparing yourself. This is why, nothing against my brother here, Jeff Kavanaugh, but at times he does this when I worked with him, and he'll be like, well, guess what? Patrick Mahomes has bad games too. And it's like, dude, I don't think we should be comparing Dak Prescott with Patrick Mahomes right now. You can always do it. I can compare myself with Tom Glavine, but it's pretty stupid for me to do. He has 300 wins and I have 10, but it's one of those things where it's not healthy for you to do is to start saying, well, he had a bad game, so I'm allowed to have a bad game. And that's what you do inside yourself, but it's not healthy for you to go, well, if he had a bad game, if I can just be better than that bad game, then aren't I better? But the organization looks at it as he was bad and you were bad. We can't win either game.
We all have to be good.
Yeah, you have to be better than just David Cone right now, or you have to be better than, let's say, just Robbie Grossman. And Robbie Grossman got a guaranteed major league contract. So guess what? You're not going to be compared similar to him because it's a different contract.
What is the real competition then? I mean, in left field specifically, there are a lot of names, a lot of guys vying for that one spot. And I know Clint's kind of the focus on this one, but like, what is the competition like amongst those guys out here whenever they're practicing right now?
It's different for different guys. For Grossman, he has been through it quite a bit. I need to look up his age. I think he's 32. He might be 33, but he is in his early 30s, I believe. He has been through, I'm going to guess, 10 major league spring training. So he has a much better feeling, and he's 33 years old. Thanks, Corey. He has a much better feeling of what he needs to do from February until the end of March to be ready for a season. If you're Ezekiel Duran, if you're Josh Smith, you're also changing positions too. Like you're having to concentrate on learning a new position, everything, and you have an idea of it from last year. Then you bring in a guy like Clint Frazier, and then you maybe have a guy like a holdover, like I'm going to tell you, I totally forgot about this, but Brad Miller. You know,
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not saying he'll be out there. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to use everybody. And then for a couple of those guys, the younger guys, Smith and Ezekiel Duran, they still have to practice third base. They still have to maybe practice second base because if, God forbid, Marcus Semien gets hurt for a couple weeks or a month, those are the guys that are probably going to play second base. So it's a great question, but I would say that for younger guys, unfortunately, you're really watching your competition, and you don't need to do that. If I was like kind of in that clubhouse, if I felt like Ezekiel Duran or Josh Smith, my younger guys, were kind of paying attention to Grossman or Frazier, I'd be like, hey, come here, let me talk to you. I need you to worry about you. You cannot, whether Clint Frazier hits a home run today or goes 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, you have no impact. You can't do anything about that. I almost want you not watching him, okay? I'm not telling you not to be teammates with him. I need you concentrating on you. I need you getting in your extra work. I need you working on whether it's your defense or whether it's hitting the ball the other way or, whatever it is. We got to worry about me, because if you worry about what they're doing and you think you're going to make the team because they were bad and you were just better than bad, we're still not going to like you.
Kevin, do you think, they know that they wanted to make a massive addition there. Like, they would love to add, some sort of player, I don't know, a Soto guy that would fix something like that for them. That's what they want. They didn't quite accomplish that because they had some other things they took care of because pitching's cool.
Sure. Pitching is cool.
So I am going to give Chris Young a lot of credit for, hey, look, we still had to just grab a handful of guys and shake out and see which one turns into something for us. But we still have this other plan that we're still kind of waiting for. I still think there's another move there unless one of these guys does step into it and make it work.
I know I'm out of time here, but real quick around Major League Baseball, major news this morning is Manny Machado is not going to become a free agent at the end of this year and opt out of his contract. He is signing an 11-year, $350 million extension, and he is 31 years old. So that's just amazing to me. It is what it is. So when it goes to strikes, lockouts, everything, owners have so much money. Don't ever believe, please just listen to me, fans. Don't ever believe Mark Cuban isn't clearing 9 figures into his pocketbooks out of every Maverick season. And don't believe that these owners like friggin' Jerry Jones is clearing $500 million a year. Do you really think that a dude who's 31 years old is now going to get paid $350 million till he's 42 years old, that they were actually struggling with money during the lockout strike situation? And it just makes me think real quick, if they gave Manny Machado at that age $350 million, what are they going to offer Soto at 25 years old?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise. Coming up next,
I'm going the 4-pack.
Mavs fans are mad at Jason Kidd. Did yesterday's game give them good reason to be? Plus, Mike is going to go to the 4-pack. He'll explain what that is and what he's doing. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Texas Rangers spring training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. We are live from Surprise Texas Rangers spring training. We're going to try to do a couple of different things right here. Is Mavericks fans, more specifically Mavs Twitter, I don't know if you always think that is an excellent reflection of the general Mavs fan base or not, are mad at Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd might be mad at Luka, and we need to chop everything up from yesterday's collapse against the Lakers. But also, Mike is headed out to the backfields to see what's going on back there.
All right, so what we got going right now is we just have our active stretching going on right now. The meeting might have taken a little bit longer than they thought because I know on the board they should already be into some active drills right now. But we have the position players. They've already gone through their warm-ups, and they're throwing, getting ready for their drills, and the pitchers are just getting through their stretching. So it sounds like we can start doing Mavericks talk, as they're not doing too much right now.
Okay, so
they're standing here getting their hammies loose.
I do like his description.
They are getting their hammies loose. Corey, it's hammy time back here.
It's hammy time, Kevin.
And I like that you say active stretching. It makes it sound like more intense. Is yesterday a colossal failure by the Mavericks? Going into the game, teams that trailed by 27 or more at any point in a game this season were 0-138.
Okay.
But then the Lakers won. And, Corey, the other fact I know that you want to know.
How does it always feel like it's one of our DFW teams that breaks these kinds of streaks?
Maybe this is why. Are you ready? This one's not going to make you feel any better. That was the largest comeback for the Lakers since December 6, 2002, when they overcame a 30-point deficit against... You know it. The Mavericks.
Jeez. And here's my thing. I'm hoping. I still think that Kyrie and Luka are trying to figure this thing out. And I guess there are some, Kyrie has to figure out who he can and can't trust. And if he can't trust a guy, he's going to have to learn the hard way sometimes. Like late in that game, and Mike, we both saw that last minute of the game when we landed. And
they need to figure out how to get a pass
He's
inbound.
like, hey, let me get this ball over to Reggie Bullock. And Reggie Bullock's like, I can't do anything with this beyond this. And so then Reggie takes a shot he shouldn't have to take. And Kyrie has to learn these things too, and when he can go and when he can't. But that's part of this next stretch of these games that they have to learn together. But, man, they have to be a better defense in general whenever something like that happens. This is what Kidd said last year. Whenever things aren't going great for you, rely on your defense to get you out of that funk because that's going to create some extra points, some easy buckets, and that's something they should be able to do better.
Well, first of all, since you brought up 2002, I can remember almost getting divorced after that game.
Oh, no.
Because I can remember that game. The Mavs were pretty much undefeated at that point in the season, like 14-1 or something. And it was the Nick Van Exel, Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki, Dallas Mavericks. And when they blew that lead, because they had the lead late in the third quarter. They were up by 30 late in the third quarter in that game. And then just blew the lead the last 15 minutes, just was the worst 15 minutes ever. And Sue's like, it's just a game. And I'm like, it's not a game. And I might have used other words besides that and screamed at her and then walked out. And we were living in Fort Worth at the time and then took like a 30-minute walk around Fort Worth because I was so mad at that loss. That one last night, after going back and watching on YouTube, obviously we didn't get to watch it live, that one went away pretty darn quickly. I mean, it looked like the end of the second quarter was horrible for the Mavs. The third quarter was miserable. So by the time you got to the score being around 8, it was 80-80.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like, oh, my gosh, they blew a late lead. I was like, no, they had a 27-point lead, and within 15 more minutes of the game, it was tied up. And that's the tough part.
I know you like to bring up when we make teams' players look like Bill Russell. Did you appreciate the play of Jared Vanderbilt yesterday as we made him look like Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain?
I think that, unfortunately, the Mavs are in pretty big trouble with this team. It is two superstars with about nothing else. And I think that Kyrie has to understand that. That goes to, Corey, your point of Kyrie is like, Kyrie, you got to understand, we don't have three other players on our team that should be playing the last 5 minutes of NBA basketball games. So when you and Luka, you two have to do everything. You literally have to do everything for this team, and I don't think Kyrie understands yet. And Luka's trying to feed off of, I think, Kyrie a little bit and be like, okay, yeah, I'll get my teammates involved because it worked for 2 games when I was out. But the reality is you only have 2 NBA basketball players on your roster that should be playing late in games.
And that's not going to change with Christian Wood. So
does it change with Maxey? Not necessarily the offense, but the defensive side. That he's going to be a different presence out there. And he does stretch a little bit, but he's the defensive presence that takes part in it.
Corey, I hear what you're saying, and yes, Maxey's going to be on the court the last 5 minutes of Maverick game. Put him on all other 9 teams in the Western Conference, and you tell me that guy should be playing the last 5 minutes of NBA basketball.
Yeah, probably not.
By the way, the Rangers are working infield right now, so they're getting some good infield practice right now. Josh Young's at third, taking grounders, throwing them to second for double plays. Corey Seager's working at short, turning double plays, and Marcus Semien is at second base, just throwing the ball to first.
Now, we talked about this. Is Mavs Twitter seems to be mad at Jason Kidd, and some people are like, well, what other options does he have? And then Jason Kidd might have been throwing a little bit of shade, probably deserved, at Luka. Where do we fall on after the game and what some of the folks were saying?
Well, what I was seeing was that there was some people that like, how can he say he's just watching? Like, how can he like, what's he doing just watching this? You're the coach. You're supposed to be the one imploring them to do things.
So that's cut 4, I do believe, if we want to fire that off. Here is the quote that is going to make Corey potentially angry all over again.
Yeah, I'm not the savior here. I'm not playing. I'm watching, just like you guys. And as a team, we got to mature. You know, we got a lot of new bodies coming back, and we have to grow up if we want to win a championship. There's no young team that's ever won a championship, mentally or physically. And so just to see how we could respond, again, 2.5 quarters, we're playing at a high level on both ends, offensively and defensively. But what the Lakers just showed us is that it's not a race. It's not the rabbit who wins. It's the turtle. And they work the game, and that's where we have to get to. We have to get better at working the game, and we will.
That was the 2 quotes like in one that I kept seeing. They were 2 separate quotes on Twitter everywhere yesterday, and the first part of it I agree with. Man, Luka needs to mature, and I'm not just saying that he's like a lot of people think whenever I say that it's he needs to stop pouting and arguing with the refs. That's not what I'm talking about.
But that is what jumps to mind. I get it.
But that's not what I'm concerned about the most, because those things happen. It's just he just happens to do it a lot. But for me, it's the maturity part of, hey, we have to be bigger in these moments. So, you know, when a team like this is trying to come at us on our home court, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let this happen. And you know what? I got to play better defense. Even if I'm going to try and play defense on Anthony Davis, I have to play better defense on Anthony Davis. Those things do matter a lot whenever it comes down to the end of those games. And then the tortoise and the hare comparison. That's a very
turtle.
Hold on.
Turtle and the rabbit.
The tortoise and the hare, Kevin. That's the story.
I know, but didn't it feel a little bit when he said that? Didn't it feel like the off-brand version of that? It was like, oh yeah, let me tell you the story about Turtle and the Rabbit.
Yeah,
like I know what he's
Robert
saying.
Kopp instead of RoboCop.
Yeah.
No, that's the whenever I hear him saying that part, it's a very simple story. It makes a lot of sense. You get out to a big lead and then you rest. No, keep pushing it. Or play the game in that we talk about complementary football all the time. Play your complementary basketball. I want them to go out and outscore people. I do want that part. But you can't just do one thing on that court all the time, especially if a team says we're going to do this to combat it. And that's what happened yesterday. And there are lessons. There are things they have to learn together, and unfortunately they all have to learn fast. And it's not exactly what it was. You don't have Dorian Finney-Smith that you can rely on to be that defensive presence when needed be, like he was in the Western Conference Final or the playoffs last year. So that's why you need those guys they need to grow up very quickly in the next few games as they get to the playoffs.
I was trying to deconstruct. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, you know what else I think is frustrating from Mavs Twitter, and I'm frustrated with this too. We can't get better with the trash that we're putting out. Why isn't Josh Green on the court the last 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I don't care. how if we're going to grow as a team, it's amazing the people that hated Rick Carlisle. Well, do you hate Jason Kidd today too? Because he's not playing Josh Green. This is Josh Green's third year. And he showed a week ago on the road trip on how good he can play. And Jason Kidd goes ahead and he's putting Frankie Smokes out there at times late in the game. Are you kidding me? That guy is sucked in the NBA for 6 years. We already know he's not an NBA basketball player. Try Josh Green. I didn't get to watch the whole game and why he wouldn't play him the last few minutes, but go ahead and this is where Josh Green has to learn how to play, because we already know Reggie Bullock's an 8th player on an NBA basketball team. We know that Frankie Smokes shouldn't be in the NBA. So, that's the thing that I'm frustrated with Jason Kidd. I thought all the people like Rick Carlisle ruined Dennis Smith Jr. Well, is he ruining Josh Green right now too? Because against the Lakers, we know that Josh Green has to be one of our 5 best players the last 5 minutes, and you're not going to play him in this situation?
And I have to admit, I did not anticipate the large role in terms of number of minutes for Holiday. And I know it's still early, but I did not anticipate that as somebody that they just picked up.
Well, you got to get them out there and see what they do, right? What they can do. Is he doing the right spacing? Does he fit better than this guy or that guy? I mean, do you want more Theo Pinson?
I want more of Green and Hardy, just because I still think there's potential for them. For Holiday, I get it. He is who he is, and I'm just not particularly intrigued by that. But they remain focused on, we have to win these games for our playoff seeding, which I get as well. I was fascinated by what Jason Kidd said in terms of a young team has never won the championship. Does he mean young in terms of time spent together, or does he mean in terms of actual age? Because this is
he said both.
Well, this is by no means a young team in terms of actual age, not even close.
Well, there are some of the players, like Josh Green's young, right? Is that incorrect? Jaden Hardy's young.
Well, yeah, but Jaden Hardy was a DNP. Josh Green played 16 minutes. So you've got Luka and a whole bunch of people.
30-year-olds.
Yeah.
The whole team that's 30 besides Luka is 30 years old or older.
I think that part of it, I think it was less physically and more of the mental maturity part is what he was going at there.
And can I add some additional context to this, gentlemen?
Well, there's Reggie. What's up?
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm back in Dallas. With this quote, this entire quote, yeah, it's wild. It all comes after a question from Nick Angstadt, friend of the show, actually. And Nick asked Jason Kidd about the decision not to use timeouts as the Lakers are steadily, digging into that 27-point lead that the Lakers had. So all of this is within the context of basically asking, what was your decision behind not taking timeouts to kind of maybe try and stop the flow or stop the tide in some ways? And then that's where you get the I'm not the savior here. We have to mature. So some of this, it seems like he's wanting the team to decide that they're going to stop the run while also sitting there and just kind of watching it happen.
See, and that's, there were moments last year, Mike, I remember discussing this specifically, where there were moments, and even earlier this season, where I was like, why isn't he? And that is the coach just saying, I'm going to let them figure some things out on their own. They got to communicate. I can't communicate for them all the time.
Yeah, and I do worry about Jason Kidd, and this is, I guess it is a little bit about Jason Kidd, a little bit about great NBA basketball players. Almost all of them have been bad coaches. And Jason Kidd has not been a good coach in his career. He did a tremendous job last year. I got to give him a lot of credit. But if you look at the history of recently Steve Nash, if you just look at the history of Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, I'm naming some of the greatest point guards in the history of basketball, and they were all horrible head coaches in the NBA. And so I wonder with Jason Kidd, if he's like, they just have to figure it out and do it. And it's like, dude, maybe, and I hate saying this because we got to keep him if we're keeping Kyrie, but maybe he is not mentally the coach that we need. We need just some sort of random role player from NBA history that understands how to get the most out of role players and maybe how to help out a little bit the superstar. That being said, I'm also furious at Luka, but it doesn't seem to change. He's just going to concentrate more on the referees than the basketball game.
Yeah. I unfortunately, I think that part is probably true. And perhaps the toughest part of all of it is you lost the game at a time when the seedings are from almost 3 to 12, they can be tight. And now you're just, I think, a half game out of dropping into the fake playoffs, the playoff tournament. And so it does feel like every game takes on greater importance than like some might normally place on a run-of-the-mill regular season game.
Good. That's the position they got themselves stuck in, so now they can deal with it, as Mike would say.
Yes, that is
The
true.
reason Dorian Finney-Smith can be all upset he's not a Dallas Maverick. He can be upset with not trying every game because when as a team you decided not to try, that puts you at 500. It puts you in this position to make a kind of risky trade. And the thing that really stinks, as Corey's pointing out, is LeBron seems to get it. I mean, I know that last year they didn't even make the playoffs, and he intentionally didn't make the playoffs late in the year by sitting out when he was healthy because he didn't want to play in the play-in situation with the team that he had. But he seems to look at his team right now, and he goes, dude, if we make a push, I think I can get out of the Western Conference. Luka, still the immaturity. I will agree with Jason Kidd here. I'm not putting this all on Jason Kidd. Luka's immaturity, he doesn't understand. It seems like he doesn't understand what's at stake here in the last 20 games of the regular season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Surprise, this might be my favorite segment of the show. Based on a Long John Silver's meme, which business do you think must be kept open by some sort of secret society? Because they don't look like they're doing great. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece, live from Surprise, is brought to you by Sonic, and it's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise with those giant bases on the field. Now that you see somebody carrying those bases, they definitely look way bigger.
Holy cow!
I know, they look way bigger.
That is big.
So,
or he's really small. I mean, we don't know. We don't know how
that's
tall
a fair
he is.
point. That is a fair point.
Yeah.
So Mike is on his way back from the backfields, or the 4-pack, as you guys are calling it, trying to get people some insight that they don't normally get to see, because usually people don't get to go back there, and so we're trying to give you some extra insight as to what was going on in the backfields. But Corey, I am excited about this segment. We talked about Rangers. Maybe we're not super stoked about the Mavericks after yesterday's loss to the Lakers, but you brought this to my attention. It was a meme about Long John Silver's, if I have that correct.
Yes, and it basically said, it looks like this is the one place that we think is run by a secret society. And that really got everything kind of stirring up. And hold on. Man, when was the last time you went to Long John Silver's? And I know Mike, I don't know.
Long John.
Oh, Mike's on right now. There he is.
Hey,
are you still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm still on the phone because Evaldi just threw his pen, and I just tweeted that out and tagged you guys. I know how to tag you guys. I think I tagged KNC Masterpiece.
Nice.
And guess who's about to throw his bullpen right now?
Jacob DeGrom.
Jacob DeGrom.
Oh, okay.
I got him warming up on the side, but he's taking the mound now with Dane Dunning and Glenn Otto. So who should I follow? Do you want me to watch Otto, Dunning, or DeGrom? You make the call.
I think you know the answer to this one. It's definitely Otto, Mike.
No! Don't you want to see if DeGrom?
And he's trying to break down a cinder wall with it. He's seeing if he can throw a hole through the cinder block wall with his heavy ball.
I want to see if DeGrom can dominate his bullpen.
Yeah, being able to dominate your bullpen is a key to spring training. If you go out there and you dominate your bullpen from day one, then that's where I think this really does get its best rise, man. I'm excited about this, Mike.
And they have some lines, some really thin lines that they have that they're trying to throw through in their bullpen. So they have 2 poles set up, and then they have these 2 yellow strings that I don't know exactly what they're trying to do. We had that in spring training too. And back in the day, when Oral Hershiser was our pitching coach here, he would want me to work below the strings. He'd say anything above the strings for you is bad. We want to work below the strings. And so I don't know, everybody's different, right? I mean, if you're a guy like Dane Dunning, he probably wants to work below the strings. If you're DeGrom, he might work above the strings. I'll let you know when it's DeGrom time. But let's get to the more important talk of the greatness of Long John Silver.
I think actually the way the meme set it up was not necessarily positive for Long John Silver's. And I want to make this clear because there's a lot of food options coming in. Mm-hmm. It can be food if you want. It does not have to be food. The places that stay open and you don't understand why. 877-881-1053. All right. Now, from the 214, because this kind of falls in line with what Jess and Brandon said. The Mattress Firm store is definitely being kept open by a secret society. There is a vacuum cleaning repair shop about maybe 2 miles from our house. It's been there forever. I've lived in Garland for most of my life, and I remember it being there as a kid. And both my older son and my wife immediately, I asked them this question. They said, oh, that vacuum repair shop? And then I started thinking about Breaking Bad. And is this a way to, get people away once their drug empire comes crumbling down or they need to escape for just a minute? That vacuum repair shop in Garland, I mean, God bless them. They've been open for a long time. I don't know, dude.
Kevin, when you said vacuum, I thought of there's a vacuum store in Arlington on Cooper, I believe, that also is just hella floor space. And I'm like, in this day and age, are you serious? Just all you sell is vacuums. Are you serious? And it's still there.
I'm saying, you know why it's still there, and so do I.
Yeah.
Or at least I think.
So this is interesting because my grandmother, whenever we moved into our first home,
she ran a vacuum place?
No. She said, "What do y'all need? What do y'all need in the house?" And I was like, we don't have a vacuum.
Okay.
And she was like, I will get you a vacuum. And I was like, thanks, Grandma. And when she gave it to us, I love Maxine. She's the best. When she gave it to us, she said, and by the way, here's the information for the yearly checkup on your vacuum. And I said, what do you mean yearly checkup on my vacuum? And she was like, I don't know. You take it in and they fix it. They tune it up. And I was like, okay, never once used it, by the way. If anything ever went, it was an Oric. It was okay. But every time I went to use it, like if something went wrong, I was like, just shove a hanger, like one of those hangers down into the tube, and I'll just pop all the dust out or whatever. And that's what would happen. So, yes, Kevin, I've never been to a vacuum repair shop in my entire life. But I see one in Plano right off of Parker, too.
And by the way, multiple people are saying that's Evans Vacuums. That's in Arlington right there. And they're like, if you're from Arlington,
But all that floor space.
Yeah, I like this from the 972. 105.3 The Fan, home of the biggest imaginations.
Yes, we are.
Sometimes I like to imagine scenarios and humdrum walks of life. Like, how many things do you do during the day that's like the same as the day before, or it's just pretty basic? So sometimes I do see things and I'm like, I wonder if like this is where that guy is coming from, or this is what's going on. Now,
Did the advent of YouTube help, like the helpful YouTube DIY stuff, did that kind of kill a lot of repair shop type stuff? Because now a lot of times all I do is I'm like, I'll just go online and search it and YouTube it, and then I can fix it.
That is a great point.
I'm a handyman.
Man, I think you're on to something there. Now, there are a lot of amazing answers, some which like really connect with me. 877-881-1053. What is the business you're convinced is being kept open by a secret society? From the 940, how is the Honey Baked Ham store still open?
There's a
they're
whole
great
store.
too.
It's in Mesquite.
Around holiday time.
Yeah,
when,
okay.
Apparently Mike is the reason why they're
family members
open.
get the honey baked ham from there. It's great.
Okay, but hear me out, and that speaks to my general thoughts about this. I love Honey Baked Ham, but if it's not Easter, there's one in Mesquite. It's like not too far from my house. But if it's not Easter or Christmas, I just don't usually think about Honey Baked Ham. So I'm curious, like, what does their business model look like the other, I guess, 10 months out of the year? Are people going up to get their Honey Baked Ham sandwich, which is not a bad idea because Honey Baked Ham is delicious.
From the 817, it's got to be for laundering money. That's what.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, I do wonder. I would love to know where all the laundering stores are. Like where. Dude, laundromats, sometimes I'm confused. I know
think strip clubs at times are that.
Okay. Is that because of, like, we watch The Sopranos and stuff?
Cash business.
Yeah, that's sometimes I try to figure out, is this what I think, or was it influenced by some TV show or pop culture thing that I saw? And then,
469, Kevin, this is the one I think you added this one. How is Burger King still in business? Right now they have the greatest and most and catchiest ad
you're right.
in the world, and the kids are all over it right now.
I can't tell you the last time I ate at a Burger King, but what I can tell you is at BK, have it your way. Now, Burger King was my answer. And this is nothing against like Burger King, the food, because I said I haven't been there in a long time. I don't know anybody whose favorite like fast food place is Burger King. And there's a Burger King not far from my house, and this is not a fair way to judge it, but it seems like nobody is ever there. And they're putting out commercial after commercial, especially during sporting events, like there's about to be no more TV time left. How does Burger King have all this money?
I mean, maybe it's because they sold those breakfast croissants for so cheap for so long. They were like $1.29.
Maybe that is the last
the
time.
dollar nuggets for a minute.
Oh my God! Yeah, they had the chicken sticks for a little bit. They had the dollar
chicken fries.
the dollar
Those are
rodeo
not fries.
burger.
Those
It
are
was
sticks.
amazing.
I think I might still be bitter unless they brought them back. But when they took away the chicken fries the first time, I think I was upset.
Here's my business, Kevin.
Okay.
And it's specific to DFW. And if you've ever been over off of Mockingbird at Mockingbird Station, it is called Cobblestone Shoe Hospital.
What?
It is,
Shoe Hospital?
and there are a couple of other places like there's Dallas Shoe Repair Shop, and Adrian has used it once. I have never used a shoe repair shop. Reggie, I know that you are fashion man in DFW.
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever used a cobbler before, but it doesn't. Like I have
Love
no.
cobbler.
I've never seen anybody at that place, but it's there in prime real estate in DFW.
Yeah. That is interesting.
You just buy new shoes,
yeah,
right?
I think that's the thing. Like, I still remember years ago, and like, I don't remember the exact year, but it was too late to be asking this question by several years. My mom asked if I knew a VCR repairman. I was like, no, I don't know if that's a thing anymore, Mom.
I don't even have nice enough shoes, I think,
That's the
to
thing.
get repaired.
If a shoe wears out, I'm just like, you can buy a new shoe, or with me, I'll just keep wearing it.
Yeah, and
I'm like, it's fine.
It's probably I'm guessing it's more expensive to have that dude take a little nail and go tack 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 into the bottom of a high heel than it is to buy a new pair of pumps. I just don't know.
Is that the only way we know how shoes get fixed?
Yeah,
I really don't know.
Can he put laces on it for me?
Now, from the 817.
Hey guys, real quick, an
DeGrom?
update on bullpen situation. Otto and Spencer Howard have a great bottom half. Okay? That's the first thing that I noticed when they're throwing their bullpen.
Of their body
All
or
right?
their pitches?
No, their body.
Okay.
I would love to look that good in a pair of baseball pants. Dane Dunning's hogging the mound. I love him, but I want to see Jacob deGrom pitch. He's just standing here waiting. Look, my man deGrom's getting cold here. It's time for deGrom time, as there's been now a big crowd that has kind of gathered to get ready for deGrom. But these guys are, I saw Dane Dunning go, hey, Jakey boy, it's still my time on the mound, all right? You wait your turn.
I feel
That's my
like
update from the
Dane
bullpen
Dunning
session.
probably needs more work than Jacob deGrom, right? Isn't that fair to say? Now, there's a couple more I want to get to. We haven't even read the one that's the most texted in thus far. But I like this one for the 817. Adult DVD stores. There's always at least 2 cats in that parking lot. Couple things. First of all, I'm also confused about that. Do they know about the internet? Secondly, does that person always drive slower by that place just to see what's going on? Like, how many people are in that parking lot? But the number one answer in the fan text, I've seen it from the 254 here, 972-817. It's Arby's. People want to know about Arby's. Now, I remember the glory days of Arby's when you got your 5 roast beef sandwiches for $5 or your 5 for $5.55 or whatever it was. That was what my mom would go to and be like, this is what we're eating for the next couple of days.
Yes, absolutely. And like the what's the one with the cheese on it? Those things are amazing.
The beef
too.
and cheddar?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that's the Arby's is where I've had 3 experiences. One, that was my first time to have horseradish because I didn't know what horseradish was at the time.
It was just horsey sauce.
It's in a big old white bottle. Yeah, horsey sauce.
Is there
and you
any-
squeeze it and you're like, this is disgusting. You're 5 years old and it's disgusting and terrible. And then you get older and you respect it.
Okay,
And
so
then
you like it now?
Yes, and then I've had food poisoning the last 2 times at
What?
Arby's, so I have not gone back since Carter was born.
So if I
Horseradish
asked you,
gets in your nose.
Yeah.
all right. So healthy respect, Reggie. Is there a place that you're thinking of? Could it be Arby's?
I visit Arby's. I'm sorry. I'm one of the people keeping this thing open.
Okay.
Love me a beef and cheddar. What's happening?
Is the Arby's usually crowded when you're there? Can you pop in?
Oh
pop
no.
out?
I don't know how. I feel like there's a few of us that we make sure to spread this thing out. You know what I mean? The one that I've seen a lot, and I understand this because there's a whole hell of a lot of mattress firms. And it always looks like you can walk in and get the best service ever because nobody else is there. Although the one thing I always think about is I feel like the money that you make on any particular sale at the mattress firm is just so big. Like you go to Arby's, what are you spending? $10?
Yeah.
You go to a mattress firm and you're spending $1,000 easy.
Yeah.
Right? A few grand maybe, depending on how comfortable you want to sleep. Yeah, I feel like you can do like a couple sales a day and be fine at the mattress firm.
Man, does it kind of sound like Reggie wants to go work at a mattress firm?
Oh
That's what I.
You think I want to work in sales with my work ethic?
Oh, you know what? Reggie's sales would be like, I don't know, buy it,
But
don't. I'm gonna
here's
be
what
over there.
I could totally see Reggie laying on a bed and the manager walking by and saying, "Hey, we're trying to sell these mattresses," and he's like, "Look at how comfortable I look right now. This is exactly the sell that you need right now. Is I need these customers to understand this is a place of comfort."
Corey, this is just for you because I know your family loves this place, and it's always busy near my house. When's the last time from the 972 anyone's been to a Brahms?
Oh, I go to Brahms all the time.
I know. That's
Dude,
why I said that was
burgers
just for you.
They got a bag of burgers. For one, you can get cheese on them for no additional cost, it seems like. And then on top of that, they have one of the most underrated burgers in the conversation when it comes to what's going on in DFW, man. There was one right next to my grandma's house, but they tore it down. I miss it.
And then for the 773, I've seen this a couple times, Boston Market. There was a time when Boston Market was like a big staple, but I can't say I've been there in 8-10 years. It's been a long time.
That was my wife's first job at Boston Chicken. Used to be called Boston Chicken.
What? It did?
Yeah. It was Boston Chicken, then they changed it to Boston Market. It's the same food and everything. But, yeah, that's what made her want to become a doctor, I guess.
Is DeGrom throwing yet, Mike?
Here's the deal. I think DeGrom's just watching.
Oh my gosh!
I'm leaving. That's it. I'm done.
Get out of there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right
He's
here
going to
on
Arby's.
105.3 The Fan. Sometimes giving you updates, sometimes telling you why there's a lack of updates. Right here in Surprise at Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the sobering consequences of playing in the NFL. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Shell Shock.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they've got the Classic American Countdown going on. There's hundreds of Silverados and Malibus at huge discounts and over 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some surprise gridiron gravy.
Salsa $2.99 after your first one.
No, it was like your fourth one, I think. Is
But
what
on the
it was.
menu, it said after the first one. All right, we start with this. Is we told you this was going to be the case a week or two ago. The NFL Competition Committee is meeting today to talk about if roughing the passer should be reviewable. We talked about how we think this is going to be a disaster. To that point, check out how almost perfect the NFL officials are. The Competition Committee looked at 80 roughing the passer calls, and they determined that only 3 times was the call made incorrectly.
The Competition Committee?
Yep.
Which includes Steven.
Yep. So they pretty much got it already, Corey.
3 times.
At 80.
I mean, you got to kind of trust that board, I guess, because that's their job. I don't know. And they know what they've defined it as that they really want to get out of it. Here's what I don't trust. I don't trust making it reviewable for the sake of making it reviewable. Like that's all they're doing is, hey, we're going to do it, but here's what's going to happen when you're out on the field. They're going to say, I want to review that. And then you go review it, and the guy who's in charge on the field right there, now unless they're sending it back to New York, which even still, it's a different story. But the head referee is sitting there going, I don't want to call my guy out. I'm just going to say that it is, because then they're going to tag him. They're going to red flag him for being one of these guys that has a problem. He can't see what's going on in the field. No way am I gonna overturn this. So, like I said, and then I guess with if you send it back to New York, they're dealing with like the integrity of everything. It's a waste of time, in my opinion, man. But I think
you're probably right.
I think one of the big factors is the ticky-tack stuff is really the annoying thing as a fan. Whenever somebody just goes, "Hey, I just touched him when he threw the football."
So the Combine is going to get started this week. It's going to be on the NFL Network this weekend as well. You can add Will Levis to the list of quarterbacks who are going to throw. So the thought is that there's 4 kind of first-round quarterbacks, or 4 more likely first-round quarterbacks. You got Will Levis, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson are all going to pass during the Combine. However, presumptive number 1 pick Bryce Young is going to wait until his pro day to throw. So 3 of the top 4 quarterbacks will throw at the Combine at a time when I know some people have been coming out of the woodwork to talk about how they don't think the Combine is particularly necessary anymore. Let's go from that to, I got to admit, I was surprised to hear the outcome of this for Byron Jones.
Do you mind if I go back to your Combine thing? That last thing you said was interesting. Do you think there will be a time when the Combine, they look at it and go, that's not a big deal? Or do you think the NFL is going to start making a little more, hey, in order to get these things, you need to be at our Combine?
I do kind of wonder if they're going to even if it were to like fall by the wayside at all, if they would find like another event to pair with it to pop it back up. But I've always kind of wondered, like, people are afraid in the future that
robots,
Christmas. Well, sure,
Yeah.
that Christmas is just going to turn into a digital gift card exchange. And like Robot Chicken joked, you have 15 minutes for Christmas.
Yeah.
I do wonder if eventually it's just going to be an exchange of medical information and just like digitally flipping files and stuff like that, as opposed to people actually out there doing
That's
stuff.
interesting because I would be fascinated if the NFL was like, look, in order to get it to be drafted in the first round, you have to be at the combine. Like, I know that's extreme.
Sure.
That's a very extreme
Man,
thing.
that would be
like some sort
something.
of mandate that says you can't be drafted until after this. So because we want the combine to be a moneymaker for us, or something that people are coming to watch all the time, because there was a very high level of interest in it for a while, but now players are saying, I'd rather just do it in my place where I'm comfortable rather than being in a place where I'm uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Now, on Saturday, Byron Jones wrote on Twitter, quote, "Much has changed in 8 years. Today I can't run or jump because of my injuries sustained playing this game. Do not take the pills they give you. Do not take the injections they give you. If you absolutely must, consult an outside doctor to learn the long-term implications. It was an honor and privilege to play in the NFL, but it came at a regrettable cost I did not foresee." And then he said Godspeed to the draft class of 2023. So everyone assumed it was a retirement thing. But then a reporter for the Miami Herald said that Byron Jones is not retiring. But then added the general expectation is that he's going to get cut because of his non-guaranteed salary of $13.5 million. But that sure as hell sounds like a retirement.
He says he can't run or jump?
Yes.
That'd be tough to play football.
Especially in that position. I guess maybe if you're an offensive lineman, I could try to figure out my
Can't throw
way.
a baseball anymore. Well, you're a pitcher. Like, I'm not retiring yet. Like, it sounds like you can't do it anymore.
Man, look at this real quick, Kevin. His base salary was $11.14, and then last year $1 million, and then it jumps back up to $13 million in the next 2 years.
Yeah,
and so obviously that $25 million right there is a reason that he would want to be. I'm not retire.
Sure.
But if it sounds like that potential outcome is coming in this year, and whenever it comes to the books for these teams, they're looking at their books first. But I mean, he obviously, like, making money is an interesting deal for me, and having that opportunity. So, man, is
he going to go into politics?
That was always kind of the thought, right? Was that was he was the senator was his nickname.
He like interned at Washington D.C.
I
maybe,
guess.
during college.
Man,
super kind dude, man.
I mean, he would be a great, even like a lobbyist for, talking about concussions or head trauma or anything like that. I'm sure he has a future. It was just sad to see him have to tell people, hey, don't take the shots, don't take the pills.
Did you see what he quote tweeted that on, though?
No.
It was a NFL tweeted out, just call him Mr. Broad Jump. And it was and it was talking
over
about
the two Mini
combine.
Coopers?
Yeah, it was talking about our combine and all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, that's what I was. But he was basically telling all these young players, hey, look, there are some things that are going to be pressed upon you whenever you're a young player. And if you want to keep your body, it's going to be tough if you don't seek outside help, because he doesn't trust, I guess, the doctors that they have. Ooh, there's some jets flying over.
So, yeah, I bet that is probably coming over the air because we have our windows open here.
They're either really early for this game or really late for yesterday's game.
I'm going to go with early.
I'm thinking it's a test run. It's a test run.
Mistimed it.
Just a little bit. So there's some political happenings on the sale of the Commanders front. Supposedly Jeff Bezos was boxed out of bidding for the Commanders. Now, some people think this is because he just didn't follow the paperwork and get everything in on time. There are other people who firmly believe that Daniel Snyder hates Jeff Bezos because Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and they had like lots of political clashes and everything like that. And then there are yet other people who believe this is a shakedown tactic of, well, I would never sell it to you unless... Because remember, he wants like $7 billion. Supposedly the word is Snyder wants $7 billion for Washington. So maybe it's a deal where he's like, I couldn't just ever sell to you because I think you're a monster unless He came in at $8 billion. Then I guess maybe.
Well, and wouldn't Jerry Jones want that? Hey, look, that Washington team that's not very valuable. My team goes up, should be even more valuable because I'm the Dallas Cowboys.
There might be other reasons I would guess that Jerry Jones would not want Jeff Bezos to own the Washington football team.
Because he's super rich?
Yeah, there's other stuff too. Also,
I don't know, Amazon? I'm confused. I don't know what you're hinting at.
You're saying that Jerry didn't get his shipments on time for Christmas.
I get the distinct feeling that they do not politically align very well.
You should have gone with the shipments.
Those two.
Well, look, they're two really rich dudes, man.
He's Republican, right? I mean, that's fine.
I remember that one day.
He's Republican. Are you saying Bezos is very Democrat?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sticking with
you're
the
hinting
shipping.
at things, just say it. Jerry Jones is Republican. Jeff Bezos is a Democrat. There.
Jerry didn't know he got free shipping for the longest time, and now he's shocked by it.
So, by the way, the Houston Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, is involved in the bidding process as well. So keep an eye out on that. All right.
Aren't frittatas like some sort of egg or something?
Yeah, to make a frittata.
But it's not Taylor egg. It's that's not
Tillman.
Tillman egg.
Reggie, go ahead and mark that one. I don't know why.
It's not Tillman egg. That's not who's buying the team. All right.
Have you ever seen Harrison Ford in that movie about like running a news station or whatever? He makes a frittata, and he's like, it's a really interesting story. Watch it. You love Harrison Ford.
What movie is this?
Him and Rachel McAdams.
With frittatas.
That's not.
Him and Rachel McAdams were in a movie together.
Okay, real quick, because I do want to play this. Reggie, did you edit the Tabor Pepper audio? No?
Of course.
Okay, I was
To be fair.
like, we cannot play this. So
To be fair, it's mostly like bed music, is it not?
yeah, but then there's just some things in there that would be problematic for us. So the long snapper for the 49ers, Tabor Pepper, decided that he was going to re-sign, and he put out a video to let everybody know what's up.
I'm not leaving. The show goes on. One last thing for you. Tell them to bring me my money.
So Reggie's right. It went on for about 20 seconds with like the, they say a journey sometimes and all of that, and then just bam, Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not effing leaving, and it was super fun. 3 more years. I thought that was a very unique way to announce that he's coming back.
I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
We ain't done yet.
That's right. Coming up next, live from Surprise, it's time for another spring training showcase. Players, coaches, fans, and announcers react to the reality of the new baseball world. Plus, we'll have a giveaway in the next hour. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for Texas Rangers Spring Training. And Corey, I feel like maybe you're digging it the most.
Yeah, man, I love being out here. I always love this trip a lot, but Mike just informed us moments ago that Josh Young will be up here at some point. We'll be able to talk to the Texas Rangers third base. We don't know exactly what
Will
time.
we make reference to the fact that we tried to have him on earlier? And
Absolutely,
it
we
didn't
will.
work?
We should get Bochy tomorrow, by the way.
What is happening, Mike? Look at you
Yeah.
dominating his bullpens. This is great. I love it.
I tell you what, it's fun going back to the backfields. I saw Ray Davis over there with Chris Young watching bullpens. And, yeah, it was fun.
I really thought there was going to be like just a little bit more there, but
You didn't try and high-five Ray or anything, Mike? I mean,
he was in a golf cart over to the side, but
so you said, let's go swing the sticks together later?
yeah, me and Ray are going to hang out.
that would be pretty incredible, I'm sure. All right. So
I'll be like, do you have enough money for the refill of the chips and salsa?
Poor amigos. They need to change the front of their menu.
My food was fantastic. I
Man.
had carnitas. It was amazing.
And Eric had that cauldron of meat that looked really impressive.
We're thinking about taking Kevin for his first ever In-N-Out burger here. There's a new In-N-Out really close to the stadium. And meat and cheese. I know that you're a meat and cheese man. But, yeah, we might want to video record your first ever In-N-Out burger and then see what you think.
I think we do that, and then immediately after that we go to Sonic and get a corn dog so you can eat it your way.
Oh, yeah.
Because Sonic,
Good. Those are the people bringing you our coverage of spring training. So that's a good point. Are you going to go up to the Sonic and be like, no, y'all are bringing us down? Don't do that. You will be asked to leave. But you're going to be like, hey, no, y'all are bringing us a spring training, so why don't you bring me a double cheeseburger?
Yeah.
And, just drive off. I think that is going to be problematic for you. All right.
Man, can they sugar up a kid at Sonic?
Hey, let's put nerds
Yeah,
in
you want a
time.
slushy with nerds in it? It is great. I'm not going to argue. It is a great, but, I mean, if you want a kid to jump off the walls, we got it.
We got more syrup to add to it, too.
Really helping out the cause here, Mike. All right, so
It's on their menu.
Cut number 6. I'm sure you've seen it, or hopefully you heard about it by now. This is Boston and Atlanta's spring training game, and this is kind of, I guess, the new
normal.
Yeah, the new normal for baseball. And so it's bottom of the ninth, tie game, bases loaded, full count, and then this is what happens.
Could have rung him up easily. Uh-oh. And now what? He's out. They have called strike 3! Wow! This is mayhem! Oh! Automatic strike 3 called with the bases loaded in a tie game in the bottom of the ninth. This is baseball in 2023.
All right. So there's a lot to break down, but obviously the players dealing with it. You heard the announcers. You can hear the fans. At first they go, oh, and then they start booing.
Did you see the interview afterwards?
I didn't.
Okay, so what happened is Snitker, if I'm saying his last name right, Brian Snitker, he is the manager of the Braves. And they were the ones that got called out there. Their hitter got the automatic strike 3 right there, as he said, you know what, we might use what they might have accidentally did for Boston. The catcher was not set. The catcher's standing up. So the hitter's like, I got time. The catcher's not ready. He's just standing up hitting his computer buttons. So the hitter's thinking, well, I got time because they say be ready, but the catcher's not ready to catch. So it was like a deke of the hitter thinking, like, I'm going to get when the catcher squats, I'll be ready. Like, he can't throw until the catcher gets ready, right? And so the manager of the Braves is like, hey, man, that might be a ploy where you can deke a hitter into thinking you still have time because the catcher's not ready either.
And
there's no rule about the catcher squatting.
So you saw it already in a high leverage situation. The discussion was going to be mayhem. You know what I noticed when we got here is there is already pro MLB or pro rule change
propaganda.
It is, yeah. There's a sheet in here. MLB's new rules in 2023. What fans said that they want: a quicker game played with better pace, more action, such as stolen base attempts, doubles, triples, and great defensive plays. And it just goes on and on and on and on. And then at the bottom of the sheet, it works. 8,000 plus games of minor league baseball has been doing this since 2019 with great results. Average game length has decreased by 25 minutes. Increase in action included higher batting average and fewer strikeouts and walks. So these feel like talking points for us.
Small sample size. Spring training games so far, there's only been, for most teams, there's only been 2. For the Rangers, there's been 3. You are seeing right now a 23-minute takeoff of games so far in spring training. They're only comparing spring training games last year to spring training games this year.
But that's a remarkable drop.
Yes, and most games now are averaging about 2 hours and 38 minutes. I'm going off of what I saw this morning from Jeff Passan. It's a 23-minute decline in spring training games, and the only games that have been so far 3 hours or more, there's been a few, there's been over 14 runs scored in those games. So you're going to have, if it's going to be a 3-hour game or longer, it looks like it's going to be a high inning outcome. The other thing, too, is they can adjust these things. Because we don't want to see. I think all fans do not want to see, if the Rangers were up with the bases loaded on a 3-2 count, we don't want to see the game end or go into extra innings because of a time delay.
Sure.
So there can be an adjustment months into the major leagues where they might say, look, we've had too many instances where it's been ball 4 or strike 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning. They might take the clock out in the 9th inning. If you've gotten to the point where you're at 2.5 hours and you're in the 9th inning, maybe we take the clock out of play in the 9th inning. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but they can make minor adjustments here if the fans say, hey, we love the pace of play. We don't love games being decided in the last inning off of a clock.
And how much of that, fellas, do you think is just this is new to everybody and they have some acclimation time is necessary? Because that's the way that I viewed it.
I completely agree with you, Reggie. Like, it's like, hey, something new just happened and it decided a game in spring training, but it decided something. And so now we have to, hold on, is that good or bad? And not knowing what the outcome was going to be originally before you put these rules in place, you're kind of like, okay, hold on, now we actually got to see it happen, and you go, okay, did I like that or not?
Right.
And so I do think that there will...
Or a fake steal, like the dude stepped off twice, and you fake steal home. He was never trying to pick off the guy at third, and he's already stepped off to pick it first and third, and then like step off, and then the guy sprints back. You're like, yeah, we won the game, and it's because it's a balk because the guy stepped off and didn't get anybody out. Like these things are going to happen, not regularly, but then we have to look at it and go, do we want this late in a game? Because I do love this. I'm going to be honest, and I know most of my former players, MLB alumni, aren't going to like me saying this. I love the pitch clock. I love getting in the box and being ready to hit. But we might get to a point in the 9th inning where we have to go, listen, we've knocked off 20 minutes of this game. Maybe let's not decide the final outcome being a balk or being a time delay situation.
That is an interesting evolution that I think you're probably right about that. And Corey and Reggie, there's a couple of Rangers that have already spoken out about this, and the adjustment period is Marcus Semien said, I had my first at bat, and I asked some of the guys in the dugout when the pitcher was starting, just so I knew how that 8 seconds felt. And that honestly
That's interesting.
Yeah, as much as working on your timing, they usually mean your timing at the plate. But now it's your timing like literally at the plate, so you make sure you don't miss out or get a strike called or anything like that.
It's like now you put something in the microwave for 30 seconds. You know how far away you can get from the microwave before you have to get back.
Man, and it's amazing how quickly that falls into. And when you're doing that every single pitch 4 times a game or whatever the case might be, I bet players become acclimated really quickly. And this is a good sign, at least for the Rangers. Adolis Garcia said, I felt good. This was yesterday. I didn't like feel rushed. It's different, but I've got time. So that's a good thing. If you're starting and you're already thinking, all right, I think I can get this time down. I think I can get into the groove. That's a great sign for baseball.
Can I ask you guys this question? Because I do think you guys are baseball fans, but get frustrated with the time of game. I do too, and I'm at the game. But let me ask you, how many more Ranger games will you be into if the ninth inning is starting at 9:35?
I honestly,
instead of 10, 15.
I do really think that helps
I'm probably
a lot.
sticking around for sure.
Because it might be different for, like, maybe Stars and Mavericks fans feel different just because you have half the inventory. And then obviously you feel different for Cowboys games. But how many days on, like, let's just say it's Wednesday during the regular season, do you have your bedtime that you almost feel like, I got to get to bed tonight at 10 o'clock, no matter what happens.
And you're not to the ninth inning yet.
Exactly. And
especially during school year.
Yeah, and if you're in the middle of, let's just say May, you're like, okay, so we're at game, what are we, 35? This is not the end of the world, and I'm just going to have to go to sleep.
I think my son is just in love with baseball right now. He's like,
which is
so
great.
Excited about it, and he's like, I can't wait. I want to go to as many Nathan Evaldi. It's weird, who he picks, but
Evaldi,
I want to go to as many Evaldi games. I really liked him with Boston. I'm so happy he's with the Texas Rangers. He's like, Dad, when you're doing Nathan Evaldi games at the ballpark, can I go to all of them? And I'm like, as long as, and I might feel like this at times. Now he's getting older with bedtime and everything, but sometimes I feel like, man, I'm not getting home till 11:45 after I'm done with the post-game show. That's getting close to midnight. That kind of ruins his day the next day with sleep. But if I'm getting home now at 11 p.m., I know that's different for me because I'm having to stay and do a 45-minute post-game show. But I feel more comfortable taking them to the games if I'm leaving the ballpark at 10:30 instead of leaving the ballpark at 11:15.
And maybe for some fans, because, Corey, you've talked about this in the past, especially with school year, is what about the scenario of, I have to leave or we're going to go to the game, but we leave at 9:15.
Yep.
All right, well, now instead of 9:15 being
the fifth inning,
sixth
inning.
Maybe by this point you're in the bottom of the eighth, and it's 3-2, and you're like,
stick it out.
Yeah, exactly. And so I kind of wonder about some of the attendance spots, and I know that drives people crazy. They're like, you shouldn't leave the game early. Like, I'm not here to litigate that at the moment. I just think it could make a difference for some people, especially for your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday games.
Can I also alter that question? Because you're talking about the end of the game, but how many times do you put a game on TV and it's just kind of background noise or like something that's happening? Sure. I wonder if that pace of play with less gaps or less big gaps between action will keep people involved. Like, I mean, we obviously work in radio and we have these things where we talk about like quarter hours and like kind of that time spent listening. I wonder if that time spent viewing, like actively viewing, goes up also in the middle of the game just because of like more pace of play in the middle of it.
That's interesting because I always said like soccer is wallpaper hanging material for me. I can go do something and have a soccer match on and be like, oh, something happened. And in baseball, it has gotten that way where there are times where I'm like, I can do other things instead of actively being involved in this match, in this game.
I think that's a great point, too, because, like, let's say you're like, I want to watch every Jacob deGrom, Mike Trout battle. And so now hey, I don't need to box out X amount of time, or I don't need to pause it on the DVR and fast forward to catch up and everything. You can watch it in real time with, like, relative lack of agitation.
I know we're out of time, but the other thing, too, is they showed like 5 highlights of Matt Olson and some other guys hitting ground balls to the right side for base hits. And that is also more of a watching experience, too. They had the second baseman diving for balls to the left side, or to his left side, to his glove side, because he's not playing in the outfield. He's having to try to make a great diving play. And, like, look, now you're seeing second baseman once again dive for ground balls, which was almost impossible to see in the last 5 years of baseball. And we also start paying more attention when there's guys on base. If it is background noise, you hear first and second with one out. You're like, well, let me watch this. Something could happen here. Runs could be scored here. And so that's what they're hoping to, is more base runners are on to kind of get your eyes away from the computer and maybe onto the TV screen.
I think Marcus Semien said this for a very specific reason, talking about the shift. He said, it feels like baseball.
There you go.
And I do not think that was just oh, yeah, we're playing the game. It felt like,
Well, every great sport, Kevin, has had to answer 2 o'clock, and now baseball. also has to answer 2 o'clock, like all the other great sports.
Okay. I hadn't really thought about that, but hold on. So now baseball is going to be great because there's a clock involved?
We made baseball great.
Dope.
Recently.
Be careful. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we can talk a little bit about the Stars, that win and that trade. We can talk about Wrexham. But also, I want to know, if you got to interview any living sports figure one-on-one, who would you choose? Tolos, Twolos, let us know. 877-881-1053 or drop it in the chat. That and the giveaway next, right here, live from Surprise on 105.
More info, go to goodguys.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Sonic. Good. Love some stuff. The other noises you make, I feel like might drive business
I like
away
their
from
breakfast
Sonic.
burritos.
When you eat something that you like, do you not make a, oh my God, that's good?
But was when you high-pitched it that made me nervous?
It's like every
Is that
time
Josh Young and he just left.
Every
He's like,
time
"I'm
I
not."
watch like one of those cooking shows or they make something, they take that first bite and they're just like, oh my, I wish I could describe this flavor. You're just going to have to look at my face and see how tasty this is.
Okay.
So
Then
I
they use words because they have to.
They're like, oh, the spices.
We can't taste what's inside their mouth. Right
Man,
now.
and the salt goes so well with the meat.
So
it's true. I don't know what to do.
So basically we're out here at Stop It spring training. Sonic is delicious though. We're out here at spring training, and I already told their PR guy this morning. I was like, hey, if there's any way that I could talk to Greg Maddox or we could set that up, that'd
What were
be
his
really
thoughts?
awesome.
Did he
He was like, yeah, let's figure it out. He started looking for him right then. I was
Awesome.
like, oh my gosh, I'm too nervous right now. And so if you could interview any living sports figure one-on-one, who would you choose? And feel free to tell us why, because some people just say who they pick. Other people are trying to settle vendettas. Check this out. From the 903, Gretzky. From the 760, Troy Aikman. But from the 254, Dak is who I would interview, and I would just have long videos of his terrible plays and bad picks, one after another, asking why he made this awful decision until he admits he sucks and Tony Romo is reinstated as the quarterback.
Okay, that's never
So
happened.
there's a lot happening in that one.
This is really interesting because I recently had a dream, Kevin, that we were covering spring training, but for some reason Tiger Woods and Tony Romo were at where we were.
Oh.
And they were just chatting us up like they'd been listening for a long time. And Tiger was just kind of listening in on us. And Mike said something, and Tiger was like, well, that's completely wrong. And then got in on a conversation. So it was wild. Tiger would be fascinating, but that's what my son told me. He was like, that's because you admire him. And I was like, interesting. Right now, the person I want to interview the most is Kyrie Irving. I think the dude, and it's not just about basketball. There's a lot of other things I want to know about him and some of his decisions. And he's also one of the guys that seems like he's very thoughtful in some of his answers. Some things definitely went wrong in other places for him, but I'm very curious as to some things about his life that I would like to know. But that's right, the current player. But the other one would probably be Randy Johnson. I would love to just kind of chat
Do
up
you
with
want
Randy
to talk
Johnson.
about pitching or how he exploded that bird?
That's the first question.
It's photography.
Dude, no, and you're right. That is something else. Is what led. He was studying photography before he started playing baseball, and he got back into photography after baseball.
Hasn't he been like at a Super Bowl as like a professional photographer
Yes.
there?
Yeah, and he
he's
was
the
actually
6'11" dude photographing people.
I think he was shooting the Eagles.
What was that word?
He was shooting photographer.
Yeah, photographing.
But
yeah.
I would want
because
that
you're
would
in
be-
the current state. It's not photographist.
It would-
You put
What was that word?
You put an ed on the end if it's past tense.
Okay.
But I would love to talk with Randy Johnson about like how intense was your whole pitching career. You basically were only ever up 1-0, and you were always having to pitch in adversity, dude. Like
with Kyrie, would it help if I wore my Duke Blue Kyries? Do you
maybe
think he'd be
so.
like, those
Yeah.
shoes are fire.
Or maybe what if he didn't love Duke? You know.
Oh,
I don't know.
I just
That
feel
would
like
make me sad.
I've said this before. I just wonder how protected Kyrie is from the media, as in like he's just like I don't want to do like real like I'll do it, but I've
Yes,
I know that he's
understand
burned himself, right? I do not want to put the blame on the media. Like at times, yes, the media. At times, it's just Kyrie doing Kyrie things. But like, I just wonder if interviewing Kyrie would be tough to kind of get the interview you would hope for, where you'd have a you'd be talking to the real Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, and that's kind of like in this question. It's my dream scenario
Sure,
is it's
sure.
going to go the way I think it's going to go, and I'm not trying to get anything sensational out of it. I'm just trying to get to know the person a little more, and I think that's the person that's playing sports right now that I'm interested in talking.
So far, you got your answer really wrong, but
Yeah.
it's okay. It's your answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
But okay.
And your answer's wrong too.
Yeah, I haven't even given my answer yet.
You heard Greg Maddux.
Oh, there's many others, but yeah, Greg Maddux said I would love to talk to Vince McMahon as well. I don't know how well that would go, but Greg Maddux is really high on my list.
Michael Jordan.
Okay, would you go this route from the 469? I want to interview Michael Jordan because I could ask him to bet me that he couldn't give me $1 million because I know how bad he hates to lose bets. So that one would be good for me.
I just think Michael Jordan is one of my heroes as a child. He's, in my opinion, the greatest basketball player of all time and just an icon. They're making a whole movie. I don't know how well it will be about
It
his
looks good.
shoes. Like,
Yeah.
his shoes are going to live on forever. There's no other. He's been retired for 2 decades. And I just look at the music has come on. We might need to close the doors here. But
all
like,
upon a Saturday night.
but LeBron's shoes aren't that popular. His like LeBron ones, are not like that popular. And when you look at other things, like Michael Jordan, I just would think it's great now. He might just trash everybody and everything, but I would love it if he did. And I was just part of it. Just to get to kind of be around him for 10, 15 minutes I would be in awe. I would maybe struggle to do the interview.
Yeah, I could totally understand that part of it is like because you're just sitting there going, he's my hero. It's like trying to get a question off to Kay Adams for me.
You did a great job.
Thanks, man. But yeah, like I could totally see that and he also has this personality that's a little rigid, where you don't know exactly like when you're going to make him go. You know what? Now it's competitive with you. Now I'm gonna really show you in this interview.
I like some of these on the Twitch. I'm looking at Mike's Twitch. From Texas Size Rips, Dirk, because he's Dirk. From RC Bowen.
We've got to do.
Yeah.
We've got to interview Dirk.
We did.
We never got to do him.
And he was Dirk. And he was Dirk, right? Like he was exactly what Dirk is.
Unbelievably, I think the nicest superstar you could ever meet. Like you would never know he's one of the greatest basketball players of all time interviewing him. And nothing against the other 20 guys. It's just going to probably be a little bit different.
And then Roger Staubach came up from the 972. That's
interviewed him.
Yeah, that's another one that was super fun. And then this one is really intriguing because it could go a whole bunch of different directions. From the 214, Jim Brown or Lawrence Taylor. I would enjoy both of those interviews for a variety of reasons. I'm not sure if they would want them to be kind of more like puff interviews or if you could get into like the meat of the things that you would want to talk about with both of those guys. But no doubt, two of the greatest football players of all time.
Is it okay to do two guys at the same time with this one? Because like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird would be interesting, right? Like having those two sit down together.
Here's my question for you, Mike.
Yes.
You get interview A, just you and Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Interview B is just you, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird.
I guess I would lean to Michael Jordan, but that is a great question because
that's tough.
You're getting the people don't understand this when they're like Larry Bird and Magic Johnson aren't a top 10 player or Kobe's better than Magic. I totally get where you're coming from. I don't think those younger people than me understand that basketball was a trash product that nobody wanted to watch.
NBA Finals were on tape delay.
And Magic and Larry made the NBA. Before that, nothing against Dr. J, nothing against John Havlicek or Pistol Pete Maravich or Lou Alcindor / Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell. It was a sport that was not followed and covered by the United States of America. It was college basketball was popular, pro basketball was a joke. And Magic and Larry were the two people that made basketball what it is today. Even Michael took it to another level with how great he was, the different way he played, his shoes, all those things. But Magic and Larry
They
are the
saved
reason.
basketball. Yeah, no, absolutely. A bunch of different types of answers or sports or whatever you want to call them. For the 903, Stone Cold finished the interview and then slammed beers. And then for the 972, I would like to interview the GOAT, John Force, the funny car driver. I'm pretty sure he was in an episode of King of the Hill, or at least they reference. I can't remember if he was the one they were going to transfer the kidney to or if it was a different person. But,
I don't know this story.
Yeah, well, it was a King of the Hill episode.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I was like, oh, my God.
No, they were at the funny car races, and one of the drivers, I can't remember if it was John Force or if it was a different person, and they were just excited to see John Force. But, yeah, that comes up in a King of the Hill episode.
From the 785, OJ.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, look.
Man, people really love OJ Mayo, man. That's crazy.
I don't think it was
Rick
for
Carlisle
OJ Mayo.
Ripped the ball out of his hands during a timeout late in the year.
Get off my court.
Do you think, let me ask you this. We get offered to interview OJ Simpson. Do you think people would be mad he was going to be on the show, or do you think people would be like, I want to listen to this and see what the hell's going to happen?
Still to this day, one of the most captivating things around. Like it is why, you want to, and also he's gotten to a point where you don't know what he's going to say. Like he'll say some things and you're like, did he really just say that? So like, yeah, I think that for that purpose, people would be, I don't think they would be mad that we were interviewing him.
From the 214, I want to talk to David Risky to get dirt on Bassick. We also have votes for Jim Abbott, Deontay Wilder.
Is that like Ryan Drees texting him?
I mean, it might. I don't know. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. There are so many great ones, and so that's why I'm really optimistic. And we've already talked with him about potentially getting Greg Maddux on the show. I'd be stoked.
For you, it's Greg Maddux here, and it would be amazing. Like if I was sitting down with Greg Maddux, it'd be amazing. As I got him to autograph a baseball for me one time, and I thought he does not care for me at all. As he scribbled something on the ball, and that's his real autograph. I will be very excited to interview Jacob deGrom at some point. I think that we will get him, whether it's here in spring training, during the season, but I just think that would be amazing to interview. Arguably the best pitcher in the game.
Yes.
Now, he doesn't really get that anymore because of injury, but when he's healthy, he is the best pitcher in the game. He just has to be healthy, and so that will be really fun at some point that the Rangers have the best pitcher in baseball on their team right now.
And Mike, tomorrow morning, I think that's like first thing we need to try to do is walk into the clubhouse and just try. Now that we know how to get in.
Since I was next to him, he is really tall, and being next to him, he's not. I think Colby Lewis did a good job. I saw Colby back there too. He's not as thin as you might think in person, but he does wear baggy pants too, which doesn't help out the situation.
So here's one of the ones, Kevin. I'm sorry he's not alive anymore, but I wanted to bring this up for a very specific purpose. Is I would have loved the opportunity to talk real hitting with Tony Gwynn. And we had Tony Gwynn Jr. on last year a number of times, and I was wondering from our audience if they wanted us to have Tony Gwynn Jr. back this year. Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago, and I was like, oh, yeah, do we want to bring him back? Because I thought he was fun to talk to. I know the Rangers didn't have a lot going on at the time, but I think he's always fun to talk to. So that was when I've talked with him a couple times. I kind of felt like I was talking to Tony Gwynn in that manner.
Yeah.
But that was my specific purpose was, do we want to bring Tony Gwynn Jr. back because he's always a joy to talk to.
Nelson Cruz, Barry Bonds, Jordan, Bo Jackson,
Steve
Pete Rose,
Steve DeBerg.
You know what? Both of you two shut up. We could interview Steve DeBerg, I'm sure, if we just put some effort into it.
I agree.
I mean, he's very difficult to find.
What?
No, he's not.
It's
we could find
I'm
him.
not even sure if he has a phone, because why would he need one? Because he can contact whoever he wants just by hollering something out. That's the thing about Steve. He's a very private man.
Dennis Rodman, Mike Tyson, Conor McGregor. So a bunch of great ones. And so I'm really hopeful that we'll get Greg Maddux. We got Mike Likes It coming up in just a second. I wanted to go ahead and throw this out. If we can go to cut number 1 real quick, because the Stars on a couple of different fronts were putting in work yesterday.
Rope hints a chance to win it for Dallas, looking for the first shootout goal of his career. He's 0 for 7. Slowly to the net, he scores! And the Stars, with a come from behind win, tie the game in the final minute and win it in the shootout 3-2.
So a bunch of good things happening there because, first of all, the Stars did get the 2 points when it seemed like for a minute they were on the cusp of getting no points, and then they also won in a shootout. We've talked about whether it's shootouts, overtime, or just general record in one-goal games. It has been abysmal, so good win for them on that front.
Does that mean it fixed everything for you?
I don't think I would say that, but
you need a larger sample size, then, is what you're
or
saying.
maybe you needed that and a trade.
Or maybe we just stay out of these kind of situations. Just go outscore everybody by 6.
Hey,
so
look,
we don't have to worry about it.
There was a time early in the season when that was kind of happening. They were just chomping folks out by 3 or 4 goals. But the Stars and the Canadiens essentially traded players that they were like, hey, you're good, but maybe it's not working at this point in time. So the Dallas Stars send off Denis Gurianov to the Montreal Canadiens for Yevgeny Dadonov. And so they make the trade there. We'll see what kind of impact, because I know a lot of Stars fans were getting frustrated with Gurianov in general. I'm sure that he was getting frustrated with how the rotations were going and whatnot. So player for player swap right there. And then I wanted to throw this out there. I know we have some of them in our audience that are definitely invested in this. Is the Arlington Renegades went on the road yesterday against Reggie's favorite team, the Roughnecks. And they lost.
I imagine me having a favorite XFL team. That's cute.
Hey, it's Houston, right? They're representing for you. They lose 23-14, so now the Renegades even up their record at 1-1 this season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We got Mike Likes it in about 15.
Let's give something away! Oh, my God. In this little building?
Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of tickets. They're like, what the heck? A 4-pack of tickets to the Good Guys Truck Lone Star Nationals happening March 10th through the 12th at Texas Motor Speedway. You can buy tickets at Good Guys. Let's try that. good-guys.com. There we go. Or you can win them for free. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Caller number 10, get that 4-pack. 877-881-1053. And now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, I just talked about Jacob deGrom, and maybe I get pushback on he's the best pitcher in baseball. Well, MLB has the odds out. The Cy Young odds in the American League. Hopefully you weren't just looking at my computer.
I was not.
I do not have it up. Where do you think Jacob deGrom is? You don't have to put the odds right now, but do you think he has the best odds, the third best odds to win American League?
I'll say
Cy Young?
fourth best odds.
Okay.
I'll say third.
Third? You guys are both wrong, but if you take, you said fourth?
Fourth.
You said third? What's 4 minus 3?
1.
He's first?
5-1. He has the best odds in Vegas. If you were betting on American League Cy Young, it's not the best, right? Because you'd want better odds. It's 5-1 for Jacob deGrom to win the American League Cy Young. So that's what you have here now as we're in Surprise, Arizona. Is the odds are out for Cy Young. Jacob deGrom is number 1. Number 2, would you guys try to? It's not easy if you guys want me to just go down the list and talk about the guys. If you want to try to take a list on who's right behind him.
Ooh, no, I got it. Martin Perez, then John Gray, then Eovaldi.
You're correct.
That is not correct.
Okay, you're wrong. It is Yankees behind him. It is Garrett Cole at 7-1. You did have Carlos Rodon, who I know that Derek Holland really wanted the Rangers to get. He was 9-1.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Because I know Derek's feelings about that.
Yeah.
Are you happier that we got deGrom than Rodon, or would you have switched it given the concerns that can come along with deGrom?
Now that it's done, I'm excited. I just don't think there would be the hype if Carlos Rodon was here. Jacob deGrom is such a huge name and such a big player in Major League Baseball that I totally get Jacob deGrom. Because if he's healthy, Carlos Rodon can never be as good as Jacob deGrom if they're both healthy. Nothing against them. It's just that's how good Jacob deGrom is when he's healthy. But I totally get, hey, it's like Anthony Davis last night against the Dallas Mavericks. You know what? You might pick Anthony Davis over. In a way, I wouldn't do this, but I'm throwing him in this conversation. If Anthony Davis was healthy as much as Nikola Jokic was, you'd have a conversation on who's the better big guy, Jokic or Anthony Davis. But it's not a conversation because of the injury history. By the way, Carlos Rodon, I had him up one spot too early. It is after Garrett Cole. It's Dylan Cease. at 9-1, and then Carlos Rodon at 10-1.
He's pretty good, huh?
But that gives you an idea on Jacob deGrom and how great this could be. Now, there was big news. Now, I'm going to talk about baseball cards, but not really baseball cards. Were
you there for our conversation this morning then? Oh my gosh, you were not.
You weren't there.
Oh, can we tell you baseball card news?
All right, go ahead.
All right,
great.
Levi Weaver with The Athletic is working on a series of kind of talking about cards and opening cards with the players because they had the Topps tent out here and they
today, was it?
No, I think earlier, last week, and they brought players in there.
They give away free boxes and stuff.
And they were signing cards and everything like that. So Topps has already been out here, and now we can probably open cards with some of the players.
But he did talk with DeGrom. He posted a picture of it, Mike. He was talking with DeGrom. DeGrom was opening a pack with him, and guess what he pulled? A Jacob deGrom card.
Okay. He wanted to say a Julio 1-of-1 autograph or something like that.
Well, so in the world of baseball cards, 2 years ago, there was this prospect who was 18 years old. He's 20 years old now. His name is Jason Dominguez. If you're following baseball a lot, you know who I'm talking about. He is considered 2 years ago the next Mickey Mantle. I'm not making this up. He's a switch hitter for the New York Yankees and a center fielder. And at 18 years old, he was dubbed the next superstar of the New York Yankees. He's a switch hitting center fielder, can't miss guy. He did not have a great 2022 minor league season. It wasn't bad. He was 19 years old, made it up to Double-A. But he wasn't as fantastic as everybody thought. And they're like, okay, he's going to probably need a whole nother year in the minor leagues. And he's only 20 years old. So he's going to play this whole year, most likely in Double-A at 20 years old. Well, on Saturday, MLB Network's game on Saturday was the New York Yankees and Philadelphia Phillies. What did Jason Dominguez do? He hit a bomb in the fifth inning. And so because of that, all of a sudden, his cards rose back up, took a 20% increase. And it's amazing to me that a spring training game can do that to a prospect. So when people are asking me about kind of stuff like this, there's another guy who has 2 home runs in 2 games right now.
Justin Voscue.
That is true. I haven't looked at his cards.
Okay.
But I have looked at the starting, I want to say he's going to have to start somewhere, but it's Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay.
So he's considered a top 5 prospect in all of baseball. He has 2 home runs so far to start spring training, so people are getting really excited about him. The reason I say I'm not exactly sure is he plays third base, but there's a dude named Nolan Arenado who's a top 10 player in all of baseball.
Yeah.
So I need to kind of look and see what they're going to do with Walker and where he's possibly going to be. But I think they feel like he's ready for the major league. So this is a guy to follow. If somebody's like, hey, who do I follow? Who do I look at? Jordan Walker is a guy to really follow with the Cardinals. He could be a really special player, but I'm not exactly sure where he's going to start off. I think maybe left field is where they're going to move him, and people don't remember this, but Albert Pujols started off as a third baseman. Then they had to move him to the outfield, and then because they had, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, they got Scott Rowland, and then he moved to first base, which was honestly going to be his position. But, sometimes guys move around, and it's not their natural position, but they're hoping Walker can be their everyday left fielder. He's off to a great start. Now, another Mike likes it. This isn't too much Mike likes it. I'm going back to the Dallas Maverick game yesterday afternoon, as a lot of Mavs fans are disappointed. I am too. I'll say this. I'm kind of glad I didn't watch it live because I think I would have been more mad having a 27-point lead in the second quarter, and it got all the way down to 14 at halftime. That's the one thing about this lead is you get a 27-point lead midway through the third quarter. Come on, that's pathetic.
Yeah.
I understand, it's still bad. Every team has won the game. You're up by 27. Usually a team runs out of energy somewhere in the fourth quarter having to come back from that. But because the Mavs just have no depth on this team, and they're dealing with 2 players, and then I don't know this. This is where I'm going with this, guys. I'm going to ask this question, and maybe this isn't fair to Jason Kidd. Do you think that Jason Kidd was actually a good coach last year, or anybody who would have been a player's coach would have succeeded after Rick Carlisle?
I hear what you're saying on the second part. I did think he did a really good job last year. So I will say I thought he did a great job as coach last year.
He got buy-in, and like that's the most difficult thing I think to get as a coach is to get your entire team to buy in, to believe that what they're doing or what they're being asked to do is going to work. And that's the thing that he did last year. Now when it comes to the chess match on the court, I don't know. But he is one of those guys, Mike, that wants the players to have a lot of control of what's going on the court, because he's, like he said, he can't do it. So I think it really kind of depends on what you expect of a coach. But last year, I don't know all the details of everything, I thought the biggest key was that he got the buy-in without having all the talent.
Okay, I agree with what you guys are saying there. I do think there's a little bit of, as long as you got in a competent coach, and nothing against Rick Carlisle. I love Rick Carlisle. I think he's a great coach. He's doing a good job in Indianapolis. I think that he is a very good coach, but I think his time had run out in Dallas, especially with Luka, and probably whoever the Mavericks got, they were going to get better buy-in. But we're seeing the same situation that Rick Carlisle ran into his last year. And Reggie, I'd love your opinion here, because I know we haven't been on the show consistently. I feel like the Mavericks have gone back to, not yesterday, but have gone back to, you're not exactly sure if they're going to try hard every game. What do you think of that?
That's interesting. The thing that I have noticed that kind of goes along with that is every once in a while, especially against the Lakers, where they were getting into the paint, when you find that ball reach the paint, you see Mavericks just kind of watching.
Yeah.
So I do see them kind of standing around sometimes, and I wonder if that is like the effort that you're talking about. But yeah, no, that's the thing that I noticed. I don't know how much I want to point to the idea that like they're not trying hard, but I do catch them kind of people watching at times instead of like, being involved in the full action of the defense. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what to attribute that to.
Reggie, I want to play this one more time. I know we played it earlier in the show, but I want people to hear this again if they were too mad or didn't want to listen or don't listen to press conferences. I want to go back to cut 4 and Jason Kidd on the situation of the Mavericks are losing this 27-point lead, and Jason Kidd really doesn't do anything about it. And here was his response to that question.
Yeah, I'm not the savior here. I'm not playing. I'm watching, just like you guys. And as a team, we got to mature. We got a lot of new bodies coming back, and we have to grow up if we want to win a championship. There's no young team that's ever won a championship, mentally or physically. And so just to see how we could respond, again, 2.5 quarters, we're playing at a high level on both ends, offensively and defensively. But what the Lakers just showed us is that it's not a race. It's not the rabbit who wins. It's the turtle. And they work the game. And that's where we have to get to. We have to get better at working the game, and we will.
And so I do think that is way more of a shot at Luka than it is at Kyrie. Now, he has 2 guys to work the game, so I understand that. But when you look at Luka Doncic, this is the franchise player. He is the savior of the Dallas Mavericks. You do have to surround him with more talent than just Kyrie.
So the very beginning part, you thought that part of "I'm not the savior" was okay.
I do think that's not that. Hey, Kyrie's the savior here. I think Kyrie is the major helper. But I understand what you're saying. I just think this. My question to you, because nothing's worked. Nothing has worked with Luka and taking his distraction away from the referees. If a call doesn't go his way for almost a minute and a half of the game, he's quit basketball. And he has now decided basketball isn't worth it, debating the referee, and he's not going to change his call. I don't know how he's going to get for one time in his life, he's argued this much, and no ref has stopped the game and said, timeout, we're going back 20 seconds. Luka was right. He screamed at me for 20 seconds without playing defense, without playing offense. We're actually going to stop the game and go back 20 seconds. He's made his point, and he is right, and I am wrong. Do you think what Jason Kidd just did, because this was on this morning, I saw it on national television. They obviously were talking about the Lakers, but they were talking about what Jason Kidd said, and they took it as Luka. Do you think this getting national attention will change Luka at all with the referees and his distraction level?
It may make him a little more like, I have to be better for my team, like more than anything. Just a little bit, though. I think he thinks he's politicking on every time that he does it, that he's going to get a call later because he argued with that guy about that call, and now you owe me. I think that's what he thinks is they're going to – I'm banking here, where it's really just more like you're trying to embarrass me, and that's not cool. Luka loves to embarrass the opponents on the court, right?
He does.
He loves that, and so that's what he's trying to do with the referees, and the referees are like, I'm the one with the power here, so that's not going to work, but politicking, I think, is much better, and I think Jason Kidd probably needs to be involved in teaching him how to politic at a little better pace there.
Oh man, did you have any interest in hearing Kyrie? Because I know some people were like, "Well, Jason Kidd can't even draw up the inbounds play." Kyrie cut number 5 here. This was his take on what went wrong on that inbound play with 15 seconds, whatever it was in the fourth quarter.
It happened so fast. I thought Luka needed a little bit more room, so I threw it towards the backcourt because I thought Jared Vanderbilt did a great job denying him. So I thought he was just going to let it bounce twice and then go grab it. But once I saw him try to save it from half court, I looked at him maybe a minute later and was like, you could go back court. And he was like, man, it's my fault. I was like, yeah, it's all good. I mean, this is what it's going to be like when you're learning in game with one another. It's not going to look pretty all the time, but just got to enjoy the process the same way wins and losses come. But I know that moving forward, we'll definitely be more aligned, and coming out of that timeout, we'll have a better player.
And I just wanted to throw that out there in terms of Kyrie was just saying, me and Luka weren't on the same page. I thought he was going to do it this way. He had a different interpretation. So I thought there were problems with Kidd yesterday. I don't know if that would be the one I would put on him.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that on him. The other thing, too, is I do put this on Jason Kidd. Luka can't get open late in games. We've seen this now. If you're watching the Mavericks, he can't get open. Why isn't Luka, who's the best passer, passing in the ball right there?
That's a good question.
Pass it in. Kyrie can jab step and be a lot quicker getting wide open on an out-of-bounds play. So I do put some of that on Jason Kidd. Luka can't get open.
Setup, yeah.
Luka should be passing in the ball. There's plenty of time to get the ball back to him if you need it, but Luka is not your closer if he needs to get open on an out-of-bounds play. He can't get open. It doesn't matter if it's Vanderbilt. It doesn't matter if it's Marcus Smart. As long as you put a good defender on him, Luka cannot get open without the ball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Sonic. Every time you hear that, that's in reference to Sonic.
It's getting closer to happy hour at Sonic.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, let's talk about all the Grand Slams.
What?
The Grand Slam records and stuff. Next.
Get the latest info on your favorite. from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium in Arizona for Texas Rangers Spring Training. And also, don't worry, you still get the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The C Block.
Is that brought to you by Sonic as well?
Whole
Like all of
show.
our spring training
all out here,
content
thanks
is?
to
Were you ever surprised that it's not chalk?
Hold
They don't
on.
chalk the lines.
Excuse me? And I think that dude just did it crooked, by the way. I'm just saying. Hold on. Mike, I have grounds.
He's looking at it. I think you're right.
Yeah, look at him. He's like, oh, crap. We got to re-rake this thing. I'm dead. Can I go to the camera on this one?
Is it on the far left side? It
The
looks
one on the left.
Yeah,
Look at him.
I think you might be right.
Look at him. He's like, oh, no, it's crooked. I thought it was crooked as soon as he laid it down. Oh, man, he's going to have to go
We're gonna have
reboot
problems
this.
with this game.
Look at him. He's backing up right now.
He knows he got it
He's
wrong.
backing up to check it. He's like, crap, this is wrong.
That's
It's paint.
amazing.
You can't change paint.
Oh, wow. I did always think that it was chalk, Mike. I do have some more grounds questions.
Was
in
it
a
ever
moment.
chalk?
Yeah.
Okay.
The line down the way is chalk, isn't it? But just not in the box.
No, it's paint.
All of it is paint.
Look, if you look at the rolling thing, that
Mm-hmm.
thing on four wheels, you can see that when they press the button, it's
a sprayer?
They're releasing the spray
I
paint.
never knew that. All right, I'll get back to the grounds questions, though, in just a moment, Mike. I thought this was really fun yesterday, and I saw it on Twitter. A college baseball player by the name of Liam McFadden Ackman. All right, he hit an infield. He's an infielder for Northern Kentucky, and they were playing Western Michigan, the Broncos. That is, Kevin. He hit a grand slam in the first inning.
Ooh!
And I was like, man, how many people hit first inning grand slams? And I asked Mike, and I was like, how many major league grand slams do you think there are? And he was like, 1,000. I don't know, Corey. That's a question that I would never have the answer to.
He was so mad about
Well,
that.
it just sounds like a question, and nothing against you, that my 14-year-old asked me, and I'm like, I'm not Google. There's no way. I don't even, like, for baseball,
Hold on.
I don't even know who the baseball
Hold
historian is.
on,
Like,
hold
how
on.
many doubles have there been hit in baseball? Does anybody know this?
He was also ticked off because the Mavs had just lost.
Is
so
that
that's
more?
true.
Was that supposed to be more of a burn against Corey or your son? 'Cause you go, well, no offense, but that sounds like a question my
I'm
son would
not
ask me.
Google. All right.
Well, my son asked me questions like, it's great that he thinks I know a lot, but
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know that much.
Yeah, and I do that a lot, Mike. The same thing where my kid will say it. I'm like, let's go ask Alexa or Google or whatever. All right, so that's kind of cool that he hit a first inning grand slam. But then he hit another grand slam.
Wow.
Also
in
in the first inning.
What?
Also in the first inning. Same dude, Liam McFadden Ackman of Northern Kentucky. He accounted for 8 of the 14 runs produced in the first inning of that game. The first inning of the game, 8 of 14 runs scored. And he said it was one of the best days at the ballpark you can have. Now, they did end up winning 27-4 against Western
Holy
Michigan in this
crap.
game. And I did go look, Kevin.
That's
Western
a lot.
Michigan is 0-5 now. They were 0-4 leading up to that.
I get it.
And you know what? I went a little further with some conversation on this. They are the Western Michigan Broncos. Kevin, would you like to tell me how many points per game the Denver Broncos averaged last year?
Like 17-ish?
Okay,
right?
that is 17. Up until yesterday's game,
Oh, dear.
in the first 4 games of the year,
Okay.
the Western Michigan Broncos had given up a total of 17 runs. So I just thought that was the whole world coming together on this one. McFadden Ackman did say, you know what, I'm not going to hit all the home runs for the rest of the game, though. He eventually completes the cycle in this game.
What?
So he hit 2 grand slams in the first inning and then finishes the cycle for the rest of the game. So I just thought he was 5 for 6 with 4 runs scored and 10 RBI.
Does that sound good? Because I played with a teammate who might have done something even more
This is going to
special.
blow your mind. But that's incredible. Is he the only other person you can think of that did double grand slam in an inning? Fernando Tatis.
That's the only person I can think of that did that. Yes.
And then that whole deal with Joe Buck.
That's not true that we know of, but it's a internet rumor.
You don't know it to not be true.
So a guy hits 2 grand slams in the first inning and then hits for the cycle in the remainder of the game. And Mike,
That's incredible.
Did you just look something up that you would like to add to this?
I did, because one of my teammates for Oklahoma City, when is AAA for the Texas Rangers, Marshall McDougal, when he played for Florida State, in one college game for Florida State, he had 6 home runs and 16 RBIs.
Good night.
In a game. In one game.
6 home runs?
Yes.
Wow, that is extremely impressive.
That's amazing.
Well, this led me down another
I don't think
path.
he made the major leagues, but he made it up to AAA.
Another path.
Just to show you, right? When people are like, hey, Vanderbilt, like that's like AAA baseball or whatever.
player.
It's like, yeah.
Well, it's a different level at
This
this
dude
point.
hit 6 home runs in one game.
They're doing the paint line now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not chalk. Who hit the first ever grand slam?
In the history of baseball?
Yes.
I'll guess Babe Ruth.
Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland.
Did he play baseball too?
Wasn't he a pitcher?
Yeah,
don't know.
I heard he hit grand slams
I
on
guess
2
there's no
non-consecutive
DH.
occasions.
I don't know about that. Roger Connor is believed to have been the first major league player to hit a grand slam September 10th, 1881 for the Troy Trojans.
Dude, that was before Tim McGraw and his wife went from Fort Worth,
That's a
Texas
show.
to the Oregon Trail and stopped in Montana for the
1883.
Yellowstone family.
I also decided, who has the most career grand slams? Would you guys like to take a guess? At
Babe
the top?
Ruth. Hank Aaron.
All right. Which one did you want?
Hank
Which
Aaron.
one?
I'll
All
take
right.
Hank Aaron.
Sounds
Aaron?
like you might have got it right.
Is that your guess as well?
I'll go with who'd
Should
you
say
guess?
Babe Ruth.
Yeah, I'll go with Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth, gentlemen, out of the top 10 is 9th on the Granny Slam list.
I don't think you should say it like that.
Hank Aaron is 7th on the Granny Slam list. Both of them have 16, so they're tied for 16 grand slams.
And they have the second and third most dongs in Major League history.
That's right. Thank you, Mike.
Kevin, would you be more acceptable of like the granny slam if it was like a wrestler who was like an old woman and that was her like finishing move was the granny slam?
The Granny Slam.
It sounds like
I
you
think
got
I
the
would.
great Granny Slam at Denny's.
Denny's,
Like
yeah.
they-
Yeah.
The number
I
one.
think I would, Reggie.
Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Fox is like 7th. 6th.
It might be somebody that you want to
At
pitch
17.
to in a weird way. I
Okay.
don't like with bases loaded. You're like, I can pitch to him.
You've asked me before, is he a good player?
Oh, yeah.
He is a great player, but
Al Kaline.
Al Kaline, no, he's not.
Give us
I
kind of
suck at
an
this.
era or a decade or something.
He is retired, but he played while we were watching the best baseball. While we were watching our
Ken
favorite
Griffey
baseball.
Jr.?
Frank Thomas.
He was a rookie for that team.
Jay Buhner.
Eventually played for the Rangers.
Jay Buhner. He's not great.
A-Rod. A-Rod has 25 grand slams in his career.
Oh,
and
man.
right behind him, the great Lou Gehrig. And then right behind him, Mike, one of your teammates,
People say steroids are bad.
Manny Ramirez.
See? People say
So 2 of the top 3 are okay.
And then Eddie Murray has
I feel like people
19.
forget how good Eddie Murray was.
Yeah, so he has 19 of those. Who's the single season leader in grand slams?
Alex Rodriguez? Is that?
that's a good guess.
Yeah.
No, as a matter of fact, no.
Jeff Fry.
What?
Did Jeff
He
ever
ever
hit
hit a grand slam?
Probably not.
I would love to.
Manny Ramirez.
No.
Ernie Banks.
What's interesting is on this list on single season leaders, none of them are on the all-time list, on the top 10 all-time list.
Dante Bichette.
You think Bo Bichette will ever be as good as his dad or better?
Larry Walker.
I'm going to lean better.
All right. We're going to start at number 5. Albert Pujols
That makes sense. He's great.
with 5. Tied with him,
Todd Helton.
Jim Gentile. Do y'all know Jim Gentile?
That's
He
not
played in
first.
61.
Okay.
Tied with him as well at 5.
Ty Cobb.
Ernie Banks.
Oh, that was one of my other guesses.
From
Banks
Dallas, Texas.
in 1955 had 5 Grand Slams in one. This is insane.
Because
to
they
me.
played 2 so
Yeah, they had. Well,
They didn't play 360 games.
The number one and number
That's not double.
The number one and
Close
number
enough.
2 guys.
324.
And I think this is in the order based on who did it first.
Okay.
Number 2 is Travis Hafner with 6.
Former Ranger.
Really?
In 2006. Was he a Ranger in 2006?
No, he's a Cleveland person.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have to change that all up.
And then number 1.
Sorry,
I would have
Teixeira.
never guessed this. Don Mattingly hit 6 Grand Slams in one season. I just thought that was kind of cool. And then they have some stats on like World Series Grand Slams and stuff like that. So that was fun.
You always wonder if Don Mattingly's back wouldn't have gone on him. Like, he might have been in that era, kind of the 80s and 90s, he might have been considered the best player of that era. But because 8-9 years into his career, his back had gone on him, and that kind of ended Donnie baseball.
Yeah, when I think of Don Mattingly, I guess there are so many other names that are in Yankees lore, but Don Mattingly always seems to be one of those that people are like, no, but Don Mattingly.
He just was on the only time it feels like in our lifetime that the Yankees were bad at baseball, and then his injury problem with his back, he just had such a short career. Instead of, you'd have thought, hey, 84 he breaks into the league approximately, you'd think, well, he's going to play till 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, kind of when you look at Cal Ripken Jr. was before Don Mattingly, just a year or two before. Same thing with Ryan Sandberg, Wade Boggs, Tony Gwynn, and those guys played until about 2000, right around that time, and his last year was 94.
We got to meet Wade Boggs, Kevin, whenever we were doing was it Madonna's charity at the time. Now it's Dirk's charity.
You got
game.
to really meet him.
Yeah, I met him at the card show.
Oh, yeah,
too.
that's right.
Well, I talked to him at the card show. He told the craziest ass story I think I've ever heard in the history of my life.
All right, Mike. So here's
It's not hyperbole either.
Well, since I don't think that Kevin wants to share that on air, but
I might.
we'll do that tomorrow in the C block.
Okay.
Well, we'll call it Circle K. All right. So, I have a question about groundskeeping, Mike, for you.
I want to do this job, by the way.
You do?
Yes, I think it's a fun job.
Can you explain watering the infield and like how, as a player, it makes a difference for you?
Well, first of all, you don't want dust. You know, that's one thing, is especially if you play high school baseball in Texas and they're not watering the field, which they're pretty much not. And you're just like dust everywhere, dust ball. And so you want the ball pretty much staying true. It's easier for the ground to stay kind of level. It's not perfect, obviously, when guys are running around and everything. But to me, one of the main reasons is you don't want dust flying up as the pitch is being made and there's a little mini tornado in the infield, and then that. And then also it's for the fans a little bit too. Because if the wind is blowing, let's say, from third base to first base, the people sitting on the first base side,
Yeah, they're going to get.
You don't want like
right
all
in their
dust
faces.
blowing in your face. So there's kind of for that. It's obviously for the players, but it also helps out the fans too, that you don't have dust flying everywhere during the game.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, this is like a personal thing for you. What's the last thing you would do, and now the field's ready? What's the like? Is it go clean off home plate? Is it making sure the rubber?
Oh,
looks
if I
good?
was,
if you were the groundskeeper, what's the last thing you do before you're like, all right, now y'all can play?
Usually it would be the lines down the first and third base line, right? I'm seeing right now, obviously they've done that, but remember they drug the field first. We get to watch. They've drugged the field first, then they did the home plate area, then they did the lines, and as you can see, they're pretty much now done. They obviously wetting the field. I guess you have to wet the field last, because once the lines get done, you don't want to wet the field then do the lines. So I guess, yeah, wetting the field. But doesn't that look like
great,
to get to
man.
be on this mower,
It's
to like
amazing.
make designs and everything, and then just walk? Like, I don't know. For me,
Yeah.
that's very relaxing.
I want you to be able to live your dream.
And it's a
Like
satisfying
watering
kind
a
of thing,
dirt
too.
field or mowing. To me, those are kind of relaxing things to me. Sometimes you don't want to do that chore, but I just think it's really to make a straight line.
Yeah.
You ever been to fields when it looks like they were on drugs when they did it? And you're like, how are we? I guess you have to go by the line. You're like, you missed this line by a good 6 inches for like 3 yards, but it's going to be a fair ball if it lands here.
Are we learning that Mike is kind of Hank Hill?
We have
little
known
bit.
about this just for a while.
He hates a lot of things too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to Mavs Lakers. Plus, did you see that incredible performance from last night and that crazy game Friday night? A lot of NBA happening. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. If you've been trying to get that roof in the house, if you need to get that thing inspected, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing is the one to do it for you, boys and girls. They put the roof on AT&T Stadium. They fixed and replaced the roof at the AAC when they had the leak in it during the playoffs last year. They're in the business of protecting you from rising electricity costs. They're an authorized Tesla solar roof installer. They integrate seamlessly into your home, into your roof design. They can be made virtually invisible through a wide range of tile finishes. It's K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. You can get a 30% tax credit applies to installing a Tesla solar roof. It's going to more than pay for itself over time. When I had my roof inspected from K-Post, completely thorough job, inside, outside, drone coverage.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little Mavericks, and then we're going to get to talk to Josh Young. So I am very excited about that. So Josh Young will be coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes, and so then we will chat with him. In the meantime, do you guys want to go back to Mavericks-Lakers? Do you want to talk about Damian Lillard, or do you want to talk about that insane game on Friday night?
I think the biggest key, Kevin, is that first off, you are not a very big fan of Damian Lillard, and this is wild.
That is
to me.
not true.
You said you didn't think he could get 41 points in the first half. And then you were like, and I think at one point last night you were like, yeah, but 3 of those points didn't count.
No. Chiafalo said, how many points do you think that Lillard could score in the first half? And I go, I don't know. 28? I said either 26 or 28, and then all of a sudden I somehow got branded as a Damian Lillard hater.
How many did he have at the
41?
41, and you said he could only score 28?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Eric. I didn't know this was a referendum on his skill level. I just thought it was a question. I was like, I don't know, 28?
He seems like a guy that you would be rooting for.
I do
Kevin.
root for him.
Like, that seems like he's a guy that's loyal to his city and his fan base, and also like just wants to play. I think that way when he gets shipped off, he can always be like, I blame them. They're the ones that sent me away. But yeah, man, this is a guy that you want to root for. I thought it was really cool that he did that, and you look at his numbers when he's playing, like it's all offense out of that guy, man.
So we have I definitely have some amazing Damian Lillard numbers coming out of that 71-point game. 71-point game. He moves ahead of LeBron for third place, I believe, in most 50-point games, and he's within 1 of Kobe for most 60-point games. So he did jump ahead. Let me just say he jumped ahead of LeBron on the list for most 50-point games with 15, and now he's 1 behind Kobe, most 60-point games, and this is astonishing. Michael Jordan has 4, so does James Harden. Damian Lillard's in third place, he has 5. Kobe is in second place, he has 6. Wilt Chamberlain's in first place with 32. So the rest...
See, we just need to feed into the paint a little more.
The spots 2 through 5 have combined for 19 60-point games. Wilt Chamberlain by himself has 32 60-point games, not in a row, which is truly, truly incredible. But as long as we're talking about things that are incredible, and we could talk more about Damian Lillard, of course, I want to go to cut number 7 if we can, because if you were not watching on Friday night, and I imagine a lot of people were not, this game was incredible.
Inbounds pass to Fox. Fox takes the dribble to the left, hesitates, in attack mode, drives inside, kicks to the corner. Here's Monk. He launches for 3. He's got the triple. This game's tied. 1 second to go. Inbounds pass to Kawhi Leonard. A 60-foot 3 hits the front rim, and we're going to overtime.
So
going to overtime.
Man, that Kawhi
that sounded like Tom Petty doing an announcement.
Huh.
Sorry.
That Kawhi shot did almost go in, too.
Yeah, wow.
Is the Kings ended up beating the Clippers 176 to 175 in double overtime. What makes this even worse, it probably gets lost to how crazy the scoring was. The Clippers were ahead by 14 points with less than 4 minutes to go.
Jeez.
And the Kings not only got it to overtime, they eventually won in double overtime. Mike?
The defensive slugfest.
Well, at least it was double overtime. And since you brought that up, people pointed out it was only 8 points less than the All-Star game. And so, Mike...
So nobody was watching this game either?
Mike, wow, probably. Mike, I know you had thoughts about the defensive intensity for the All-Star game. Did you guys get a chance to watch any of this? I picked up on it, I think, in the first overtime because people on social media were going so crazy over it.
I did not get to see any of this, but I saw the box score in the end, and I'm like, wow. Like, this definitely looks like something that could happen to the Mavericks in a really fun game. I just didn't know anybody else that was competitive teams. I get the Houston Rockets or San Antonio Spurs, but Like, I just didn't think two teams that were that competitive, and it was a competitive game, but would be that bad defensively that almost every shot went in, it felt like.
Well, it wasn't even I like honestly, this was not a defensive struggle in my mind. What was happening here was shot making was incredible for both of these teams all the way through the game, right? Like, I understand people are like, well, there must not have been defense. No. These teams were shooting incredibly. Both of them shot damn near, well, one of them shot over 60% from the field, which is the Clippers. The Kings shot damn near 60% from the field, which is incredible shot making. And if you actually watched it play, like outside of the numbers of it, watching these guys just hit the difficult shots that they were getting and anything that they needed to. They were putting up shots and they were knocking them down. It was 153 at the end of regulation. It was just incredible scoring. It was like, the point and the reason why I say that there's still defense in this league is because you have games like this where just because both these teams have gotten so efficient, or everybody in the league has gotten so efficient at scoring, this can happen if everybody's on top of their game. And this was one of those games where everybody was on it.
De'Aaron Fox had 42 points, Kawhi Leonard 44, Malik Monk sets a career high with 45 points. It was the fifth game in NBA history with at least 3 40-point scorers. It was tied for the most three-pointers made in a game in NBA history, and it was the second time in NBA history both teams scored at least 170 points. So history happening. Friday night history last night with Dame. I don't know if people consider
history
that
with
history.
The Mavericks this year, that no teams come back from 27
That's
or
true.
more.
Those teams were 0-138, and can you immediately bounce over? Like, I'm saying you as a fan. Now, hopefully the Mavericks can do this, but you as a fan, do you immediately bounce ahead to looking at the Carlisle game? Or because they got the Pacers next, right? Yeah. Or are you going to sit with this loss for a minute just because it was the Lakers and they lost such a massive lead?
I'm sitting with this one. I just hope that they can learn and get better, but I don't know. Your best player is Luka, by far. Luka is arguably the best player in the game. And I know, look, I would put Giannis ahead of him. I'd probably even put Jokic ahead of him. But dude, when are you going to grow up and be a man? Like, when are you going to grow up and be a man? So I'm with Jason Kidd on that, but yet I get how talented he is. I get how crappy his teammates are. You know, like there's a whole Jason Kidd. Hey, you're just sitting there watching? What's the point of Josh Green? I thought he was our third best player now that you traded away Dinwiddie and Finney Smith for Kyrie. And now we get to a moment in time that you're going to put Reggie Bullock. God dang it. It makes me want to cuss. Like that. This is who Frankie Smokes came back in the game. That guy can't play in the NBA. What the hell is wrong with you, Jason Kidd? Like those are the things. Like I can blame Luka. I can blame if we lose, can we at least lose with Josh Green getting over 25 minutes and playing key minutes at the end of the game to see if he can't handle these minutes, we're going to lose anyways. We can't win with Tim Hardaway Jr. and Reggie Bullock being out there at the end of games. We're going to lose anyways. We're going to lose to whoever. Yeah. Can we figure out if Josh Green, if he can't play in these, then fine, he can't play, but let's find that out.
I'm fascinated by the rotation minutes that they've incorporated with this team this year. Like who gets and deserves and earns and whatnot, and if it's a game on this.
We're playing a dude who got released.
Yeah.
Like a dude who got released, and I get it. Like he made a three-pointer with 5 seconds to go, and I'm not – like he is what he is, but like literally one of our 5 best players is a dude who got released.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Josh Young, and maybe we'll incorporate some crosstalk as well. It should be an extravaganza. Next, live from Surprise on 105 through the Fan.
to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, and it's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where the Classic American Countdown's going on. There's hundreds of Silverados and Malibus, all at huge discounts. There's also 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise. We have some scheduling shakeups. Looks like maybe we'll have to talk with Josh Young tomorrow, and we will talk with Andrew Heaney imminently. And to make it up with for you guys, let's just do a whole nother giveaway. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a 4-pack of one-day tickets to the Good Guys LMC Truck Spring Lone Star Nationals. It's March 10th through the 12th at Texas Motor Speedway. You can buy tickets at good-guys.com. I'll get that figured out eventually. Good-guys.com. Or you can win them for free. A 4-pack right now. 877-881-1053. Now, had a couple of other things for you guys before we get our next interview going. Corey, are you excited for the Wrexham preseason tour of the United States, where they will play at least Manchester United, and there are other negotiations taking place?
Like FC Dallas or the LA Galaxy or something like that? Is that what's gonna happen? Absolutely, I'm excited about something like that, man. That would be an absolute blast. I would be totally down to. I think there's some stars that kind of came on the way, and some other things, man. I would be absolutely excited about this.
But I need you to go on tour with them. Get in the bus with Ryan Reynolds. Get us some unprecedented access. To the team.
You want me on a bus with Ryan Reynolds, is what you're saying?
And Rob McElhaney.
Yeah. You want me on a bus with them?
Why is that not a good idea?
How can you get on a bus with Ryan Reynolds and not just be like, oh my gosh, you were the Green Lantern? There are all these things that you want to talk about.
You're not getting on the bus with him if you say you're the
handsome
Green
man.
Lantern. I don't know if that
handsome man.
No Andrew Heaney.
Okay.
So we can do crosstalk.
All right.
Well, guess what? We have Zach Wolchuk here with us right now.
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
Good, guys. How the heck are you?
Man, this is awesome. This is awesome. We're talking about Wrexham. Did you watch the series? You did. You did?
I did.
I thought it was interesting on the front of it wasn't necessarily like a real documentary. There were some fun bits of fun things they added to it, but then you did get some emotional stuff that came from owning a team. And I think for me, it was like, hold on, if I bought a team, how would I run it? Right. And they were running it kind of the way I would. I'd ask some questions and be like, let's go do this.
Right. Hire somebody that actually knows what they're doing, put them in place, and be like, okay, how likely is it we can get this person and that person? Well, it's going to cost a lot of money. All right, fine. How much? Ooh, that doesn't sound good, but you know what? We're writing the checks. Yeah. Let's go do it.
Let's go see the players play, man.
Are they close to moving up?
I think they are. Yeah, I think that they finished in the last two, and that should put them, or the top two, that should put them in that. Reggie would know better than me, but yeah, I think so.
And I think I saw this weekend they're scheduling some games in the U.S. against both Chelsea and
Manchester United. We were just talking about that.
So that's exciting.
Yeah, I would be on the tour for that, absolutely, man, because, again, Ryan Reynolds and his abs, all that stuff.
Is that the first thing you think of?
Want some tips?
Well, I know it's the first thing Eric thinks of.
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Eric's a big fan of those abs.
All right, we got a couple of updates for you. One about Pokemon cards that I think you guys will enjoy, but the less enjoyable.
Dawson, you want to step in here? No.
The less enjoyable update is, at least this time, the coach said the right thing. Is in the pregame introductions. Did you see over the weekend with Alabama and Brandon Miller? They did the pat down on him. And look, I get it. They've been doing that all year, but you would hope somebody would be like, hey, remember how you gave that gun to somebody and now a lady's dead with a 5-year-old kid? We should probably not do that. But that did not take place. So this time, the Alabama head coach after the game was like, yeah, that's inappropriate. We're not going to do that anymore. As opposed to the last time when he was like, what's the big deal? Sometimes people get shot. I know he didn't really say that, but he was like, hey, I can't monitor these kids all the time.
It wasn't very situationally aware. You probably shouldn't have done that. I guess they had been doing it all year long, according to the player and the coach. But I don't know, man. It probably wasn't the best course of action.
Yeah, like you're saying, hey, you guys did it all year long. Just understanding the landscape of things right now. I think understanding what's going on in this whole situation surrounding this university, today's not the day for that. Let's wait a month. Maybe we can go back to doing that in a month. But it's not the right time.
You're getting
for that
a ton
right
of
now.
heat and pushback on should you even be playing.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and keep the don't do anything to add to the radar. Don't put yourself under any more type of criticism.
Now, Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not. This is going away from that story. Yesterday,
I had something more positive.
That we're both not wearing sunglasses and we've made rookie mistakes here.
Yeah,
At least
this-
I have. Yeah, I'm
I'm
regretting
feeling
this.
great.
You
Actually,
look fantastic
I have
in your
a
shades.
non-alcoholic induced
Hangover?
headache today. No headache going on.
I didn't
It's-
even see you drink yesterday.
Yeah,
Eric and I got blitzed.
It was
before
one
that
beer.
morning.
I had one beer yesterday. No, it's just the dry air. But yesterday we got off the plane, Kevin, and we're following you guys, and it's me and Zach kind of hanging in the back. We're lagging behind a little bit. And there's this guy, and he has wheels on his bag. He has wheels on his suitcase. Yet this thing is turned over, and he's just dragging it all the way through the airport. And we're just like looking at this guy going, why doesn't he flip it back over and use the wheels on this thing instead?
Did he not know?
Then as we got to the escalator, Zach informed me that he had some thoughts about his suitcase.
Yeah, he was like this MFing bag.
And I just felt bad for the guy, but he was really beaten down by his suitcase.
Okay, so it reminds me a little bit. I don't know if we talked about this on air. The problem that Corey ran into with his rolling bag at the Super Bowl is one of the security guards stopped him and said, "You can't take a bag with wheels on the escalator." Which it seemed weird, and they were like, because it might like scuff up the thing. And Corey goes, "I could just pick it up," and he goes, "Yeah, they really don't
carry
want
it up the stairs."
And I'm not going to lie, I narc somebody out in this situation. Not Corey, the next guy. So he looked at me and he goes, "Well, that's just the policy." And all I did was I just pointed to the person right in front of me who was right about to go up the escalator with one of those wheeled bags, because I was like standing up for Corey. I go, "Hey." And then that guy got on the escalator and he was up maybe 2-3 steps and he goes, "Hey, come back here." And he goes, "Me? What do you want me to do? Walk down?" He goes, "Yeah, come on." And so
yeah, come on.
Bring it. He walked down the up escalator with his wheeled bag.
Who is this guy?
It's a security guard at this Super Bowl. And so this guy like read him the riot act like he was trying to legit steal the Constitution or something. And he was like, "You're going to have to go that way." And then they went up the elevator and I saw them when I got up to the top of the escalator and they go, "This MFer, I knew I shouldn't have stopped and listened to him. Next time we should just go." And I was like, "You probably should have." Once I'm on the escalator, what's that guy?
What are you going to do?
Right.
You gonna run up the escalator and catch me?
That's
No.
true. That's very fair. How'd you guys like the spot we went to dinner last night? I
thought it was great.
Was it okay?
I thought it was,
okay.
I was
the
pretty
carnitas.
nervous. It's the first time we've done one of these trips, and I actually had to pick the place.
You didn't have to.
I did, though.
Oh, but you did do that.
I took the reins, and I selected the place.
It was expensive for Mexican food.
Did you think
But it's
so?
fine. It's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't great.
Oh,
but
did
it's-
you not think it was
My
good?
carnitas were great.
Well,
you guys,
look, I have limited options here, man. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get just the bare minimum I
Lettuce
can to
and
just
chicken.
be good with soda. And hey, it worked out.
That's
so
right.
we did okay, and we were able to get separate checks, and that's really what I cared about.
oh really? The,
Yeah.
the separate checks part?
Well, it's always nerve-wracking. Normally, Choppy takes care of that.
oh yeah. And
I
he's
saw a
out here.
commercial for Chili's, like for $11. I think we can get like chips, burgers, and fries.
They
but
have baby
that's
back
not very
ribs,
soda
too.
approved.
Well, we can go there, and I'll dabble outside and find something else that I can have. But I love Chili's.
Chili's does have good. I've eaten there. They have like grilled
They
chicken
do.
and like
Yeah.
it's really good.
I've gone to Chili's and found stuff I can have, so I'm totally down to dip into Chili's.
Grew up on Chili's. First date with Adrian was
Freaking
at Chili's.
It is always hard not to get the Southwestern egg rolls, though. I will say that.
Yeah.
What else in an egg roll?
Well, that's not a pure egg roll at Chili's. Is not what you'd consider an egg roll. Well,
Okay.
There's roll
Kevin,
in
do you
it.
not eat egg rolls?
No.
it has cabbage in it for the
There's
most
too
part.
many things in it.
You saw his dinner last night. Describe what his plate was.
Oh man,
Describe what Kevin's plate
Kevin
was.
ate like a 6-year-old. It was literally tortilla chips with beef and cheese.
It was nachos, just without all the other crap
It
that
was
I
a
don't want.
Gigantic pile of beef, though. I will give them credit on
It
that.
was.
They delivered on the beef.
They
for
hammed
you.
it up. Eric though won the order
With his meat
contest.
cauldron?
Yeah. He had a bubbling cauldron of meats. And in the description, it said all the meats. And I knew immediately this is what Eric's getting.
Yeah, and he rolled that out, and he said it was so hot it was burning his mouth as he was trying to eat it.
He has a burnt tongue today. Wow. I don't know if he's going to be able to speak.
Because he couldn't have the discipline to just wait.
Do you think he has discipline?
No.
He's got 3 children right now.
And Kevin,
does that mean they're married and everything? Is that not discipline?
Well, there's a story to be had.
Oh.
I'm not going to unveil it. It's not my place.
All right. So you're not going to pull out this story right now?
Well, the first child might have been conceived out of wedlock.
How can somebody do that?
Nobody. You can't.
How dare that
Could
person,
somebody
You're not
have
allowed to
a
have
baby
relations.
out of wedlock? That is an
You
outrage.
have an 18-year-old child out of wedlock.
I'm married.
But you weren't when he
for
was
like 3 years.
What's the name of that baby?
My baby now is Noah. Brandon is 18.
He's an
and I
adult.
most definitely was not married then.
Thank goodness you remembered poor Brandon.
I always want to see right now the Brew Crew and the Royals are warming up here to play here at Surprise. I always want to see the trainer who has the rubber band around the guy's waist because they take off running and he's kind of pulling back to make it a little bit tougher. I always want a guy to run fast enough that guy falls down. That's all I want to see before a game is I want to see one of these athletic trainers. The guy goes so fast that he can't catch up and the guy trips and falls down as he's rubber banding him.
I have never seen as much hair as this
No,
dude
this-
right here.
he
Look
has
how
a lot.
long his hair is. He's
Oh,
walking
that
out
is
to
a
the
lot
right
of hair.
field right now down the baseline. That is intense hair.
Now, we talked about this when it happened. Blake Martinez, he was with the Raiders for like 5 seconds. He had a great game and then just retired. Everyone's like, wow, what's the story with that? And then we reported that he sold like a Pokemon card for $800,000 or something like that. Now the update is he told CNBC, so he's doing important business TV now, that in the last 7 months he's made more than $5 million via Pokemon cards. So,
What a beast.
Is it time that we pivot some of our portfolio to Pokemon cards?
Well, I have a large portfolio of them right now. I just need somebody that understands which ones are valuable.
None
and
of them.
That's the
They are!
Mike, that's not true because I have looked up some of them that we have that are valuable.
You
It's
thought
just-
one of them was worth something and it wasn't.
Yeah, it's worth about $500, and so there are some that are worth
I think
200.
50.
And there's another one that I have, but there are other ones that are interesting. I just don't know like what matters. Like with baseball cards, we basically have an understanding of it is big time hitters. With football cards, it's quarterbacks, and with basketball cards, it is the point guards, the guys that have the
ball
in their
handlers,
hand.
yeah.
But with Pokemon, you're like, I don't know. Is it the water? Is it the fire types? Is
Isn't
it the grass
Charizard
types?
and Pikachu usually in general?
Charizard has been hot for a while.
Yeah, so that maybe that Kevin.
I see what you did there.
Maybe not the portfolio as much as it is just understanding what's valuable.
Now
That's hard to find.
I guess we might have touched a nerve with that kid comment. Is like, oh man, from the 214. I was like 13 years old the first time I did the math and figured out my parents got married 2 months before I was born. Because they were like not show you the wedding photos, or they only show you like headshots and stuff. You're like, hold on, am I pregnant? Are you pregnant with me in that photo? All right, so you are not going to quit the show to start just selling Pokemon cards?
No, I'm just going to dominate my bullpens.
As you should.
Yeah.
Because I think our show from 2 to 7 is all about can we dominate our bullpen.
That's what I'm
This
talking
is just about throwing below the string,
Throwing below the strings,
line.
dominate your
Yeah, they
bullpen.
got strings out there. I haven't seen. Maybe I've just forgotten, and maybe I haven't gone to the backfields recently. Obviously, we haven't been out to spring training because of COVID in a while. But they have the strings, and Oral Hershiser was my pitching coach here, and he'd always like, "I want you, Mike. You got to be below the strings because you can't really elevate the ball and win in this game. So you got to keep the ball below the strings, and then." I'm just wondering, like a guy like Jacob deGrom, like Dane Dunning's throwing a pen, he needs to keep the ball below the strings quite a bit. And I'm wondering if Jacob deGrom at times, like, hey, get above the strings because you can elevate and win in this league. Not all the time, but, you know, it's fun going back there and watching them throw bullpens with those strings. And then the catcher, sometimes it does hit the string. The catcher doesn't seem to bug the catcher at all.
No.
How confident would you guys be that I could catch a bullpen for Mike?
100%.
Really?
Have you been a catcher before?
Never in my life, and I'd be terrified.
Played baseball before?
35%.
Have I played? Do I look like I played baseball before, Mike? Come on.
35%.
No, I played t-ball.
Catching
Yeah,
a
you
ball.
could
probably get that set up out
Catching a ball
here.
is super
He would
easy.
he would get hurt.
I think I'd get nailed in the face.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna wear a mask, dude.
We'd want you. You definitely have to have gear on and a cup on. Even one time, there's a dude named Conradi who played at University of Oregon, and they were switching him from middle infield, third base to being a catcher. They're like, you're not going to make it as an infielder. Maybe you can make it as a catcher. And I'm throwing a bullpen to him in spring training, and this is like his third bullpen to catch in like 30 minutes, and he's just dying of – he's just getting tired. And I throw a pitch, and he misses it. He totally misses it, and it hits him right in his chest.
Oh, no.
Now, he has on a chest protector. Okay. And so, he goes down for a second. He gets the ball and tosses it back to me. And I'm like, Dennis was his first name. I'm like, Dennis, like, I said fastball, right? He's like, I'm so tired, Mike.
I'm just
like he's used to being a position player and being a catcher and squatting for like 30 straight minutes. He just got tired and missed the ball.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Eggy. Thank you so much for asking. We'll be standing by potentially for a Rangers player at 2:20. Otherwise, we will have the G-Bag of the day at 2:30. And Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, will join us at 4 o'clock to dissect exactly what the bleep happened yesterday.
Looking forward to that roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Tomorrow, we are hopeful that we will have Bruce Bochy and Josh Young live with us from Rangers Spring Training. So stick around and keep rocking with us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say dominate the bullpen.
Dominate that bullpen.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We open with a massive sports week live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup there at 75 and Fitzhugh. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here rocking out in Surprise, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How you guys doing? Excited to be here?
Oh, this is incredible. This is A1 stuff right now. Me and Walchuk soaking it all in. The ballpark vibes. Walchuk, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
the
it's
smell
fun,
of the
right?
funnel cakes, all the hot dogs, all the baseball pastimers that are here enjoying a little bit of Arizona weather and some lovely baseball. This is incredible.
Yeah, soaking it in. The weather is perfect. Lucius, how's the weather back there in our fair DFW today?
Well, it's hella dusty here in the DFW area.
Oh, no? What happened?
It's just dusty.
Windy?
Yeah. It looks like Amarillo or El Paso out here right now.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody's car has like a coat of like this orange dust on it.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I saw the weather's going to be good this weekend. The car washes are going to be the place to be. They will. And the good weather's coming. Can't wait. A little rain on Wednesday, I think, in the Metroplex. Our spring training coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. Yeah.
I do love me some Sonic.
I do too. I've been looking for one out here. We do have a massive sports week on our hands, though. Are the Mavs maybe in a bit of a crisis? The NFL Combine and free agency news cycle. Stephen Jones talking today. We got to get into that. I think we got further confirmation Dak's going to be the Cowboys quarterback for maybe the rest of this decade. We do have you covered. Broaddus, can holler at his gang of 7 at any time and get insider reports regarding any personnel that might become available or anything we need to know about within 15, 20 minutes, sometimes sooner. And we'll discuss all those here this week live in Surprise, Arizona. Ranger optimism is in the air, but the big MLB storyline is MLB speeding up the game, and you can see explanations of the rules taped up here in the press box. It's pretty cool. And I think this is great. I tell you, I think the biggest problem with this whole deal is just our attention spans can't handle nothing happening for 40 seconds. We get distracted. The next thing you know, we're looking at Twitter for the next 30 minutes. It no longer matched our attention spans and viewing habits. And now I think they've made a decisive move. I'm actually excited now to try out the baseball product again and see if just the game on TV can make me interested. Because right now, I like playing the game. Baseball was my first love as a sport. I like it when the Rangers are so good they might win the World Series. I need some sort of social context to invest that much time in this game because it slows down to a halt. I'm the guy they got to get back in, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Broaddus. What do you say?
Yeah, to me, it's one of those things where I'm excited firsthand to see these new rules. And, I was talking with Derek over the weekend, and Dutch does an awesome job when he fills in on KMC, and he's talked a lot about it. Yeah, he doesn't like the new rules for pitchers, right? But I asked him, I was like, look, okay, on average, let's say you weren't thinking about 15 seconds is what you have to get everything in terms of your motion, your delivery to get your pitch. What was your average time it took for you to get a pitch off? He said it was about 12 to 13 seconds. So in reality, this isn't a rule that would affect him, and you're having about 2.5-hour games here in spring training. So this is working in terms of getting the pace of play up, getting faster games in. And I think that's important, especially for, the youth, which it's all about, smaller consumption where, you have basketball games, NHL hockey games. I know a football game, it's like 3 hours, but for whatever reason, we're a football-crazed country, right?
Well, and they give you stuff.
Yes.
They give you stuff like every 10 seconds. I feel like if I pick up my phone during NFL or basketball or hockey, I'm going to miss something. Soccer, it's like, oops, I don't want to do that again. Better leave my phone down.
And I get your point in
baseball. It's begging you to pick your phone up because it's taken so damn long between action.
You want it to kind of just uptick. You want the pace of play. And I think this is working.
Let's build
so
some
far.
tension here. Let's build some momentum.
The one thing you don't want is end of the game situation. You don't want a game to end on, okay, now you have a violation and that's how the game's going to end. That's a strike 3, boom, batter's out because he wasn't in the batter's box in time, and he's
maybe
violated
last
the
2
rules.
innings. Let's just throw it out. Let's go back to the old way, the last 2 innings, if that's what they want to do. Right? This is a trial phase. Who knows what's going to happen and what needs to be tweaked, Chief? But I like the direction they're heading in, and I do respect Dutch's takes on a lot of stuff, but this is one of them I think he's dead wrong on.
Yeah, I
agree
like
with
it.
you.
From a viewing experience, I like it a ton, and I was surprised to see guys like Scherzer are coming out and saying, dude, I like this too. It gives me a new mind game that I can play. It gives me more control. He says the power the pitcher has now, I can totally dictate the pace. The rule change of the hitter, having only one timeout changes the complete dynamic of the hitter and pitcher dynamic, and so he says he loves it, and that's one of the top guys in all of the sport, and so that's what you'll have some of these guys doing where, okay, how can I play this into my advantage here? And some of the best in the sport, especially when it comes to pitchers, because they are able to dictate it a little bit more. I think you'll see them take advantage of it. But at the end of a game, if you're in a last pitch scenario, like if this pitch could be the last pitch of the game, maybe it's null and void, or like if it's a tie game in the ninth, bottom of the ninth or something like that, maybe you do away with it. But I'm loving it. It brings more intrigue. You have seen games already be dictated. The Rangers had one the other day where they got a ball because of it. And so I don't know. I think it's fun, and I'm juiced up about it. And I like that guys like Scherzer actually appreciate it.
What you think, Broadus?
Yeah, I think we need to.
Yeah,
I think we need to keep an eye on, like when runners get on base. That's the thing I think we kind of need to be worried about. Will the game, it's fine right now when there's nobody on base. And what kind of situations, Major League Baseball, have they thought about everything? Have they thought it all through, like these pitchers? And again, when we see, when they're kind of moving right along and the game's moving along, everything's cool. But then you get runners on base. That's where it tends to slow things down. So I know they're going to have to work through some things, but at least I like what I'm seeing so far.
I love that, and I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I think that's a great point you made, Brian. The pickoff attempt and the limit of, okay, you can only step off the rubber twice.
That's weird.
You should not be limiting the amount of pickoff attempts, right?
No.
That's a way to play defense. That's a big way to try and negate a pitcher's ability to control the running game. That's something I think you might need to tweak and adjust this thing moving forward.
You can't because after 2, the guy just gets a free stolen base now?
Yes.
Come on, if you have any speed at all, it's just weird.
Well, they're trying to
It'll be ruled a balk, essentially.
Yeah, they're trying to encourage running, and they're trying to encourage motion of the game, and bigger bases, the pitch clock and all this stuff like that. The number of times you can go over and throw the ball.
But it's effectively really 1 because after you get to 1, the guy can't get to 2.
Right.
He can't throw twice over there.
Yep.
I don't know that there's a compromise to be found there, but we shall see. I can't wait for some free stolen bases to be happening, and we'll see how they adjust. Okay, we are watching Brewers and Royals halfway through the first inning here at Surprise Stadium in Arizona. Salute to Southwest Airlines. They did a nice job on that flight, didn't they? It was a totally full flight. I had no issues. You guys?
My only issue was the fact that the Wi-Fi didn't work, so we weren't able to watch the Mavericks-Lakers game. And maybe that was
I misspoke.
Maybe that was for our own benefit because we all would have just been swearing up a storm after the Mavericks blew a 27-point lead and then a 14-point lead at halftime.
Yeah, Southwest knew that Baskey was on that flight, and they did what was best for the entire flight. It's a full flight. We can't afford to have an unhinged Baskey. Even this morning he was still enraged.
He was, dude. I ran into him down there getting my continental breakfast there at the airline or at the hotel, and dude, he just had this energy coming off him. I was like, I don't think Bassick wants to have a breakfast chat with me right now. I think he's in his Mavs toxic mind, and so I just left him alone. He pointed the direction of the coffee, and I would say, all right, buddy, I'll see you on down the line. But yeah, Southwest must have heard the old story that Mike would go to his minor league managers and say, I can't pitch today. The Mavs have a playoff game. Wow. Guy's trying to get back to the big leagues, and he couldn't pitch on a day the Mavs had the playoffs.
That is
They're
so
like,
good.
okay, let's give Mike the day off. Or maybe they played last night. He hadn't slept all night.
I'd like to think he painted it in a selfless way. Like, guys, you're not going to get the best out of me tonight. Okay, so I'm putting the team first. Believe me, I hate this about myself, but I know it. We need this victory. I'll just hang out in the man cave. I'll shovel some Cheetos in my face. I'll watch some Mavericks basketball, and we'll go get the victory tonight.
It's funny because Taylor Hearn is a similar way, and he had a start last year when the Rangers were playing and the Mavs were taking on Utah in the postseason.
Oh, yeah, I remember
and
that.
I think it was the fastest I've seen Taylor work in my life, getting to do pre and post, filling in for Jared. And he just buzzed through 5 innings of work. And not only that, he was efficient.
Nice.
It was one of his better starts of the entire season.
Yeah, energized, give you a little motivation. Well, it is a horrible situation for the Mavs to be in. It's not very fun. I think the good news is it's still a short sample size. There's plenty of time to get this figured out, and it takes a while to marry two superstars and get everybody to adjust in a way. But now you have maybe the coaching staff a little bit frustrated with Luka Doncic, and you have enough negativity going on now that the negative momentum could become a distraction. But you give up a 27-point lead, that can absolutely serve as a catalyst to a turning point for the worse in the season, and I just hope it's not that. I hope it's just a small sample size and guys who are ultimately going to get this figured out, maybe struggling a little bit to put everything on the same page together. What's your guys' take on what unfortunately happened to the Mavs yesterday?
I kind of feel like, though, with the Mavs, and the questions were all about, well, hey, do you find a way? Why is Josh not playing? What's, Christian Wood, rotations, timeouts. And I think that if you asked Jason Kidd, they had an opportunity to take a timeout. They blew that opportunity. I think he would admit that take it or lose it timeout they have at the 3-minute mark was something that they would probably like to have back. But, just talking to some folks over there, because we were mentioning it, we were just even talking about why Josh, why not enough Josh? And, coming from those guys, he just was really, really bad for several games, less minutes yesterday. And so
yeah, you're right. That doesn't help.
Yeah, he picked up those 3 fouls real quick and, made a lot of mistakes too. And so, he just, that was something that, Holiday was going to get a look. That was the whole thing. It kind of self-inflicted by Josh from talking to guys over at the Mavs.
I think it does go to what I was just saying, though, about figuring out what your new role is. Now, you're Josh Green pre-Kyrie Irving, and you're like an oasis in the desert because you can handle the ball and pass a little bit, and the team desperately needs you in that role of playmaking a little bit. And now they're asking you to work it a little bit differently, and the shots aren't there. And I think last night there were a couple of moments in the game it was clear he was frustrated getting into it a little bit with the opposition. That was fun.
Austin Reeves, right?
Yeah.
It sounded like Austin
and then
Reeves.
Anthony Davis after the game.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, I think with the Mavs, too, and just one of the things that they brought up, too, was they were talking about that a lot of their best players need to be better. That's kind of something they've talked about. But they've also said their role guys have been, minus way too much this season, and that's been an issue that they're having to deal with. And there might even be some questions about do you keep Christian Wood even in the rotation at all?
Well, I saw that when Wood plays 28 minutes plus, they're 7-14, and that is just an insane number to look at. I mean, defensively, when he's making mistakes like that, they look like a team with nothing but rookies. Mm-hmm. And then you look at Houston, and you're like, maybe he wasn't anything to do with the solution, but was one of the main reasons they were losing, and they still have that defensive culture in Houston. If you look at what Damian Lillard did to him last night, I mean, that's what he's coming from. So, I really think that what they did is they sacrificed their identity trying to get more talent. They had a great thing going. Let's play defense. It was similar to Allen Iverson's Philadelphia 76ers teams. I know Lucius remembers that team well, but in 2001, AI had this team of great defenders and some outside shooters and a couple of playmakers around him. No real stars. Eric Snow, Aaron McKee. You guys probably remember these guys as well. And that kind of concept around AI had this magical ability where everybody knew that's our offense, right? Everybody just compliment him. And this year it's like, well, we got to get more talent, but you took away from your identity as a defensive team that also had an offensive identity. And, once things started to come apart last year, I would have done the same thing. I think there was a limit to the ceiling of that formula. And ultimately, that AI team met it against the Lakers in 2001 in the finals, and it wasn't really that close. So I agree that the Mavs are looking at it and saying, man, we got to get way better. This might be a good winning formula that won us some series, but we need an upgrade in talent. And, so they take a big swing like that. And now I think they're kind of picking up the pieces on a failed experiment, on a failed sacrifice of their principles to try to get more talented. And I think it's got to be frustrating for Jason Kidd because he really had an overachieving group, and now he's looking at an underachieving group, and that is going to touch off a lot of bad mojo, I think.
You ain't kidding. The mind games that Jason Kidd's ready to start playing, and he already is. This dude, every time he gets to the podium, I'm like trying to figure out what is he talking about. I think maybe my biggest takeaway from yesterday was, holy smokes, this Jared Vanderbilt fella.
Yeah,
he's good.
Helpful.
Yeah, pretty dang helpful. That was like a throw-in on the trade they made, the Lakers. And that dude seemed like, did he get every single offensive rebound possible yesterday?
Seemed like it, loose
all
balls.
the steals. Yeah, that dude was a beast.
Okay, the Stars traded Denis Gurianov to Montreal for Evgeny Dadonov, a skilled forward that can play anywhere in the lineup, and he's scoring some goals. So, hasta luego. Denis Gurianov. That was one of my favorites.
Peter DeBoer knows him. They were together there in Vegas, so
cool.
Gurianov wasn't getting much playing time. He had to leave the team for personal reasons, so maybe a good change of scenery for both parties.
Yeah, they were all kind of hoping for Kane, right? Wasn't all Stars fans were hoping that maybe they could make the trade with the Blackhawks, but that just didn't materialize.
It was a little too rich, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. For a rental, at least, yeah.
Kane was incredible last week.
He sure was. He was great in an audition there.
Yep.
Yeah. Click by click, what Stephen Jones says the team needs to do to take the next step in the G-Bag of the day right here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back, Nation. Stephen Jones on what it's going to take to get beyond the divisional round. Will score his response, go point by point or click for click. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. We are live at spring training. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic. And we're watching the Royals and Brewers play a little hardball here.
The Grinky grunts, I think, are a real thing.
Yeah, it is a real thing.
Yeah.
That was funny because walking into the ballpark, Zach was like telling us, like, "Hey, man, this guy's going to grunt," and I'm like, "He's just BSing me here."
Nope.
But no, it's like watching a tennis match.
Yeah. Granke's he's very verbal, and I was wondering if the mics would be able to pick up on this. But Granke's a grunter, no question about it.
We got the windows cracked, so we're getting all the good vibes. He's consistently throwing that ball with about 5 seconds left on the clock, by the way.
Yeah.
That seems to be his sweet spot. But, big time grunter, the Grinky.
I'm interested when we get later in these games, when the bullpen gets out there. Those are some of your slower workers. I think that's when you're going to see the pitch clock start to affect some of these guys. Some of the starters, they work a little quicker, and it's not going to really hurt them.
Stephen Jones on what it's going to take. We've got to be one click better. He said we're right there. We've just had some things. If a couple things go our way, you're in it. I think it's been 4 straight games against real contenders in the playoffs where they've looked like they haven't had a real chance, if you ask me. That's what has happened every playoff since they started this run with Dak in 2016. But he says, at the end of the day, we've got to have our key guys, and they've all got to play one click better. I don't think your key guys are going to play better. You tell me what you guys think here. He goes, we all got to be one click better. We got to make the team one click better. That's something that's doable. You know, the front office, you can make it one click better. We got to coach one click better. I think that could happen on offense. We'll see what Mike McCarthy does. Our key guys got to play one click better if we're going to. I mean, we have to take the next step. We've got a good football team. I think our regular season wins, maybe the Chiefs have more. That's because your division stinks. Okay, you have so many regular season wins and can't get it done because your division stinks and your system doesn't stand up when you come across really good teams that have a good offense and a good defense. You're getting shut down, you know. So I get that it looks kind of close, but I believe they're much farther away than their regular season record and this final scores would indicate.
Yeah, I'd be with you 100%. These regular season double-digit wins are probably hurting them when it comes to the current team building because they think they are so close. Hey, we're a couple of plays here or there, and most people would probably feel much differently looking back and looking at this team and the failures in the playoffs. This has not been, one random play, we got a bad call. This is like in the first or second round, you're not able to score any points.
Yeah. It's ineffective dump trucking. They're picking you up and putting you right on your head and saying you're not going to move the football today or we're going to move it at will against you. And that's been the case, you know, other than some second-half comebacks. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that to me the problem, the better at one click, is moving on from Kellen Moore. You know, maybe, and maybe Kellen Moore was the scapegoat in all this, going forward because, they're not going to do in the defense. They feel like, hey, they give up 19 points against the 49ers. They shut down Tom Brady, the previous playoff game. They probably look at this as, hey, we have to be better on offense. So I think Stephen Jones always tries to kind of encompass everybody, the whole team aspect. But in actuality, I think he was focusing on what was going on that offensive side of the ball.
NFC East had 3 team in the playoffs, 3-2-5. Maybe I got to update that take. What do you say, Wolchuk?
I don't know. It's frustrating to me. I mean, they're thinking about it as, all right, it was one-possession games, right? So to them, they probably feel as though they're close. If you look at the game in its entirety, 2 years ago against San Francisco, the game's not that close. They got their ass kicked. Last year, they certainly just didn't have the horses on the offensive side of the football. They didn't. It was CeeDee Lamb once Tony Pollard went down with injury, and they just didn't have anybody else that they could rely on to really do anything on the offensive side of the football. But then again, if you want to go back to your quarterback, and I'm going to keep going on this because this is the bottom line here. If this is going to be your guy has to be the one to do this. When he is put in a position to be able to go and win the football game, with 3 minutes to go, and it is a one-score game, and you're talking about being a tick better, and you're in the postseason, and you have a chance to go and do this, you have to go do it. And now you're looking at 2 postseason games the past 2 years, and he's failed. So Dak's got to look in the mirror, and he's got to say, all right, I've got to get better, or am I who I am? And at this point, I think we all acknowledge that guy's probably who he is. And at some point, as much as we complain he doesn't have the receivers, he doesn't have an offensive line, where's a running game? At some point, he's had all of these things. The defense last year, he had it, right? That defense, they played their ass off against San Francisco. They played well enough to win that football game. That's not the reason they lost. It's because your quarterback didn't play well enough. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. No, but that's why I look at the front office. They should know that by now, right? They should know. And Steven actually added today, maybe we need one more playmaker, which gives me hope.
They do. They need to get more help around.
And Jerry actually had a short quote where he's like, we overestimated Gallup and Tolbert, so maybe they're going to go into this offseason and really make sure they have actual 4 guys that can score a touchdown.
Do we have the front runner now for understatement of the year? With the quote, maybe we need one more playmaker. Yeah. Dear God, bro, you need 3 or 4.
Yes, you do. Because what happens if, oh my gosh, now CD goes down, or that one more playmaker goes down? Now, how many playmakers do you have?
That's the perfect sentence of just like, we look at this differently than you do. You think you need one more playmaker. Everybody else who's ever watched a football game will tell you you need about 3 more.
You need as many as you can possibly have.
All righty, we are off and running here on a Monday. It's spring training. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Broadus, you sound like Darth Vader over there on the other side of that glass.
Do I really? Am I breathing strong in this thing?
Yeah. It sounds like the cardio is really kicking ass and taking names today.
No, you know what? I'm just kind of enjoying the baseball here. Love being on the show and stuff like that. Hanging out. It's cool when you can broadcast. And so my mic was a little close, probably a little close to the mouth there.
Good.
So I'll back up there. I'll back up.
Just looking out for the Tolos here.
Are they saying it on the
Yeah. Yeah, they were like, whoa, who's breathing? Yeah.
Well, guys tell me that. I don't have that stuff up in front of me. If I'm if I'm wearing you guys out, just let me know.
No, it's all good, buddy.
I was doing my Mike McCarthy imitation there for a minute. Yeah.
It's not like I'm going to come over and slam an egg on your head.
Oh, you know what? By the way, that thing, we saw some remnants of the egg from Friday on the cables and stuff. I think Sean and RJ are just kind of guys that like to complain. Myself, kidding. I think I did a pretty good job of cleaning up that area. I think
you did. You did a nice job. It was the best bet payoff of the year. By the way, we absolutely saved the best for last.
It was fireworks.
It is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
How you fellas doing? All
right. Come on, Lucius, man. You got to help me, man.
What are you talking about? It's how I always broadcast. Let's see. Where we last left off.
Man, I thought I had some good teammates here, man.
You do, man. We're making fun of you, bro.
I got some America's Best Golden Blend Chew if you want some, Broadus. I'll
tell you what, man. I'm just kind of enjoying it. I'm sitting over here. Yeah, all good. All good.
Our G-Bag of the Year winner is a prank on Sandler. Shout out to Brian Broadus and Zach Woolchuck for getting that done. And we didn't cook the books here in the G-Bag Nation. The people decided that right there.
That's right.
So we didn't cook the books either.
Well done. That was a huge day for you, Brian.
It's a great day,
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Let's see. Now let's go back to the original G-Bag of the day. Our winner, ABC Eyewitness News in New Jersey, Brick City. She's seen a tornado.
And then it got real dark, and then things started. I never seen the wind blew like I did. It blew so I said, Gloria, let's get in the tub. It's a tornado. And I ran in the tub. I said, I was doing like Dorothy. I said, well, if you're going to take me, Lord, you're going to take me in the tub, because I'm going to sit here until it's over.
Good Gloria.
Gloria!
Let's see. What else do we have here for you boys?
Like Brett Hull.
Charles Barkley, you got you, Gloria. I love that joke.
Double fist in 40s.
Get all the goodies for you.
Let's see. Charles Barkley, he did the Lord's work on Isaiah Thomas. Put him to rest.
Dang.
Troy. Tell you what, boy.
They had the lead, 88-85.
Isaiah Thomas rolling over in his grave watching these Pistons play.
Markel Fultz had 14 and 8 assists.
And nobody corrects him.
What?
Isaiah Thomas, okay.
Did the Lord's work on him? Put him to rest, man.
I'm pretty sure he was just in the news a couple of weeks ago.
Pretty sure.
Should have known that, and maybe he's an NBA reporter.
Let's go to Sacramento Kings right
I
here.
do like him going back and forth with Stephen A. I saw that this morning.
Who
on
was?
First Take. I was watching Hotel TV. They brought him in for like a 30-minute segment, and it was good. It was good sports
Who was going back and forth with
Chuck.
Stephen A? Okay.
Chuck Wagon was on ESPN this morning. It was good content.
Oh, Lord.
I know. But it's perfect. It's perfect with everything going on with the Lakers right now, right? Like they're pivoting from Cowboys 24/7 to Lakers 24/7, and the other part of that story is now the Lakers feel like, holy crap, we've won all these games since the trade, and we come back from 27 down, the first biggest comeback. They're talking like they're contenders now. Big story.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings right here post game. It's Fox and Monk they're talking to after beating the Clippers on Friday.
What is the statement that you guys have made tonight as the Sacramento Kings?
Was it thoughts about Westbrook or was it thoughts about us? Because I don't give a who's over there.
Yeah, we ain't worried about that.
It doesn't matter.
Man, we here.
You see the league, the talent in this league. There are a lot of talented teams. Obviously, he added talent to this team, but we come in, we worry about us.
We here too, though. We coming at everybody.
We coming for you. Yeah, we coming for you.
I like that young guy energy right there. They're trying to be the hunters, no longer the hunted. They don't give a bleep who's over there. Yeah, those guys are good, man. Probably just a regular season team for now would be my guess. But yeah, man, you can't sleep on a team that through 65 games now is what, third in the West.
Yeah.
Good group of ballers.
That beam is staying lit.
Yeah.
And they dropped 176 on Friday night, I believe.
Mhm.
That's crazy.
I can't wait to a 200 game. I'm waiting for it, bro.
Oh, it's coming. Dude.
I'm
yeah.
ready.
Well, we're about to get a 100 individual player, right? Aren't we about to break Wilt's? Because everybody's just dropping 70 like it's kind of no problem.
Yeah, I know. Now you look at Kobe's 81 in a more defensive era, and you're like, maybe that's going to kind of crumble or fall, tumble as, you know, the modern number to look at, because this was the first time ever that you've had two players go for 70 in the same season.
Yesterday was a church day, fellas. We got a little church testimony service. That's when you get up there and tell the church, the congregation, about the blessings that God has been giving you. You know, I checked my mailbox and there was a check for $100 in there. Didn't even know. Look at Lord looking out for me, right?
Let's go.
Got a testimony service right here, folks.
I also want to thank God for my daughter's health. My baby's had COVID 3 times, and the first 2 times she wasn't vaccinated. But she has the residual of a heart condition.
A what?
And she is doing well.
She wasn't vaccinated?
She wasn't vaccinated, and she's got the residuals.
Yeah, she has the residuals of a heart condition.
Respectfully.
She owns the Michael Jackson catalog. Residuals.
She's an anti-vasser.
Vasser. XFL, they got the Guardians QB right here. Please, guys, be quiet in the huddle, please.
All right, tight. Act 2, hot. All right, tight. Belly left. Act 2. Still belly left. Shut the up, y'all. Listen. Act 2, hot. On one-on-one. Ready?
Nothing worse than when an offensive lineman's suggesting a play call.
That's my favorite thing about the XFL right now, man.
Hey.
Just dropping F-bombs left and right because everybody's mic'd up, but nobody remembers that they're mic'd up. Nobody cares that they're mic'd up, and they're just F-bombing all over the place.
Man, people are so funny. I love that. That's good command of the huddle.
Sticking with the XFL, we'll get this out the way because I see we're up against it. They're flashing the light on me, y'all.
Okay.
WFAA TV reporter William Joy takes a shot at the Cowboys for no good damn reason.
Yeah, even though attendance was pretty decent today, the weather probably kept a lot of people away. There were a lot of people in heavy winter coats, a lot of people in blankets, but frankly, I think people are just excited to have a team in Arlington that actually plays football games in February. Live in Arlington, I'm William Joy.
Oh, wow. Wasn't even necessary, bro.
Man, that's good, William. Is it WFA's William Joy putting a little pressure on the Cowboys? Maybe that's what it's got to come to. TV reporters swerving across 17 lanes of traffic to hit the Cowboys. You got the XFL Guardians QB getting the attention there in the huddle. Church day, thanks for my daughter's health. Fox and Monk don't care who's over there. Isaiah Thomas rolling over in his grave, according to Charles Barkley, or the ABC Eyewitness News lady there with the tornado. I'll go WFA, Wolchuk. How about you?
I'm going to go with Barkley there.
How about you, Chiafalo?
XFL quarterback.
We're tied at 1, Broadus.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that reporter putting the Cowboys on notice.
Okay, it's 2-1, Lucius. What do you say?
I want to combo that WFAA reporter William Joy and the XFL because it's both XFL.
I love that.
How about that?
Okay, right on.
Your rules, baby. I love it.
That means the combo wins 3-1 and is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Okay, when we come back, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, I'm going to play a little game with my guys here. We're going to talk about the top 5 Cowboys of all time. We'll do that next.
I got to chat with you about Men's T Clinic, though, before we do anything else, though. We're coming out of the weekend. I hope you felt great. I hope you felt the best. Hope you were supercharged and optimized.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation live from Surprise, Arizona, home of Rangers spring training. They're visiting the Reds today. So we have the Royals home. You know, they share this home with the Royals. So Royals are hosting the Brewers right now. Just had a nice little gapper there, a little double, brought in a run. And they're playing baseball just, 100 feet in front of us or so. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's so great to be out here. And thanks to the folks at Sonic for making that all possible for us. Real quick, before I get to Krusty's Corner, I reached out to the gang of 7 about a Jalen Ramsey trade.
Hello. Sure did. What'd they say?
And it seems to be that 3 of the guys got back to me before the show, and everybody's kind of split on compensation on that. One guy had that you would probably have to spend a first-round pick to get him. My second guy was a second-round pick, and then the third guy was actually a third-round pick. But to a man, it was all about the contract.
Yeah.
It was all about the contract. They kind of – this one guy said it pretty well. He said, listen, I don't see this being a big deal. I think it's more about moving on from the contract for the Rams. Don't see the Rams having a lot of leverage. Maybe the third is like what this guy was talking about. So we'll see. If you're a team, maybe the Rams are not going to hold you up on the potential to go out if you want to go get Jalen Ramsey and make him part of your team.
Oh man, it would be so awesome to get him. It'll be interesting to see what the market is, because I don't want to give a first for a guy who's getting paid like he's in his prime, but he might be passing it by. You might be getting a declining asset. So that's why I think, like, for the Cowboys, a late 2, I'm willing to give that if my scouts give me the thumbs up on what they think he's going to be able to do this year. But I feel like he's on a significant decline watch right now, and we've seen that happen with Patrick Peterson and Richard Sherman. And, sometimes they can keep playing well till 32 or 33, but he's right on that line where you could wake up next training camp and be like, wow, who's this guy out there in the Jalen Ramsey jersey?
Yeah, I just feel like, Zach, Eric, you guys, any thoughts on that?
I'm not necessarily crazy about trading for Jalen Ramsey. It is nice to hear that maybe you could get him for as little as a third-round pick, but that contract, that cap hit number is pretty substantial. I think you'd want to know what your plan is with Trayvon Diggs. Do you plan on also paying him? But if I told you guys it's going to cost you a second-round pick to bring DeAndre Hopkins or a second-round pick to bring Jalen Ramsey, are we unanimous on Hopkins? I think I lean Hopkins.
Yeah, and I think you've got to go Hopkins, because I think you need to look at big picture, and this draft is a really good secondary draft as a whole.
Yeah.
Safeties and corners, it doesn't run that deep at receiver, so if you're looking at team building for this offseason, I think you're better suited at spending that asset on a wide receiver than you are bringing in a cornerback.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. So just wanted to let everybody know out there that, maybe this is something, maybe if Ramsey's a second or third round, maybe some of these teams are not going to hold you up for other opportunities like we mentioned with Hopkins and stuff like that. Okay, got a little game for my guys here, and this comes from our group, our friends over at the Yard Barker. And this list it's a list actually the top 25 Cowboys of all time. But I narrowed it down to the top 5 Cowboys of all time, and it's created by measuring each player's approximate value. And this is something that the Pro Football Reference statistic is used. It puts a single number on the seasonal value of a player at any position from any year. So this is how we're gonna play this game in multiple choice style, if we could. So each one of you will give a guess, and then I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. All right, the number 5 player on this list, according to Yard Barker, the names are, number 5, is it Ed Too Tall Jones, Tony Dorsett, Michael Irvin, or Rayfield Wright? The number 5 Cowboy player of all time, according to the approximate value. That's from Pro Football Reference.
Can you give me my options one more time? Too Tall?
Ed Too Tall Jones, Tony Dorsett, Michael Irvin, Rayfield Wright.
So Rayfield Wright is choice D?
Yes.
And then you have Dorsett as choice B.
Right.
Okay. All right, we're all ironing this out here. Are we going to toss
C
out
is
a
Irvin.
letter? C
I was just going to say
playmaker. I always kind of just circle C, That's my multiple choice move.
If I'm starting a team, I want the playmaker.
I'm going to go with Michael here as well.
No, player number 5 happens to be Tony Dorsett. The Cowboys took notice of him, drafted him, made him an immediate impact, winning Offensive Rookie of the Year his running helped the Cowboys win the Super Bowl in 1977. He had 1,000 yards, 8 seasons with the Cowboys. Woo. So
nice
he
job.
is number 5 for your all-time. Okay, the number 4 player for this list. The names you have, all-time Cowboys: Mel Renfro, Leroy Jordan, Tony Romo, or Chuck Howley.
Mr. Howley. Boom, boom, boom. Nobody?
No, that went over my head. Who was
Give me
that?
Leroy Jordan.
It's Ozzy Osbourne.
Is that
Black Sabbath?
Black Sabbath, yeah. Mel Renfro, Leroy Jordan, Tony Romo, Chuck Howley. 4th all-time, it's according to this value that we use here, this approximate value.
I'm going to go Chuck Howley.
Gavin, you're going Mr. Howley? You're going Howley?
The Hall of Famer.
Nope, it's actually Mel Renfro.
Wow.
Gosh,
Yeah.
dang
job,
it.
Mel.
Yeah,
It's
you
a good
guys
career.
you guys don't know your Cowboys very well, especially you, Wolchuk.
I think this list is pretty crap.
No,
That's fine.
As we know, I hate analytics, Brian. They're wrong once again.
Renfro was a 10-time Pro Bowler. He intercepted 52 passes in his career. He was also a lethal return man. He was inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1996.
Who's your favorite Mel of all time, by the way? Are you a Mel Renfro? Are you a Mel Blunt? Are you a Mel Kiper? Or are you a Mel Gibson? Those are the 4 Mels that just came to my mind.
I definitely wouldn't go Gibson, even though I do love Braveheart.
He's going to be.
It's got to be Kiper.
He's kind
Pretty
of
strong objection
he's,
there,
he's
Wolchuk.
eliminated himself from me, unfortunately, even though I love his films. He's got some pretty bad takes.
It's got to be Kiper for me because he's a draft guy.
And he's got that hair.
He's got great hair, but I've always been a Blunt guy. You know that about me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see if you guys can get player 3 right here. I'm a little. I can't believe I did this list. I thought maybe you guys would be a little bit better at this game, but I guess not.
It's a bad list.
No, it's it's a list. It's a list.
I do love lists.
We all love lists. Okay, player number 3 all time for the Cowboys. Is it Cornell Green,
It's Emmitt Smith,
cornerback, Randy White, Roger Staubach, or Zach Martin?
Randy White.
Give me Zach Wolchuk Martin.
Gavin?
It's clearly Randy White.
It is Randy White. He's the number 3. See, all I have to do is kind of like get on you guys about it a little bit.
Appreciate you keeping us
Yeah,
accountable.
keep I'm kind of like Stephen Jones here.
Now I've got a feel for this list a little bit where they're going.
Yeah, we need to be one click better.
You need to be one click better over there,
Just like
Dawson.
Steven, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like Mel Brooks, by the way, is the number 1 Mel being tweeted or texted at us on the truck right now.
I had a golf ball in his
Golf,
backyard,
yeah.
same backyard. I took that crap in.
Okay, well, then
Yeah,
that's your number 1 Mel.
Yeah,
He dang near saved your life.
Julie Andrews, I hit the ball in her backyard, but right by Mel Brooks' backyard is where I went to the men's room. Okay, here's player number 2. By the way, how's that chew working? Yeah, with the chew, I see.
Yeah,
you
it's going pretty well.
Got
It's going pretty well. I got the pink lemonade flavored gum, and unfortunately, that gum only lasts about 4.5 seconds. So whenever I got 3 pieces of gum, and then I wrapped the chew in the gum, and now I'm doing the baseball thing of chewing it, and it's nice. It brings a little pop
to
the
thing.
gum. Yeah,
I got you. Okay,
I got guesses for 2 and 1.
Okay, here we go. Number 2. Is it Larry Allen, Darren Woodson, Tyron Smith, or Bob Lilly?
Bob Lilly.
Larry Allen.
Woody.
It's Bob Lilly.
Wow.
Bob Lilly.
Give it to me.
Well, Chuck didn't even wear his Bob Lilly shirt today.
Yeah, I didn't even wear
I didn't bring it on the trip. It's a Rangers trip, so I left it at home.
Okay, this
support
the
Bob.
the number 1 player might be a little bit of a controversy here.
Oh no, it's Tony Romo.
Might be a little bit of a controversy here, but let's see if we can pull it together. Is it Emmitt Smith,
Well, it's no controversy.
Jason Witten, Troy Aikman, or DeMarcus Ware?
Okay, this is a controversy.
All right, wait.
This is
Give
the
me those
number 1
names
player all time.
Okay.
Emmett Smith,
Yep.
Jason Witten,
Hello.
Troy Aikman, or DeMarcus Ware?
I'm going to go DeMarcus Ware. Hall of Famer.
Give me the deuce.
Give me the geezer himself, number 82, Jason Witten.
Zach Wolchuk, I give you your card back. It's Emmitt Smith as the all-time best Cowboy player of for all time, as I say that again.
Thank you,
How many times can I say all time in one
I
sentence?
just want to clarify. It's the all-time Cowboys player of all time.
It's the Cowboys player of number 1 player of all time list.
Okay.
Is
All
what we
right.
got there.
I don't think anybody's going to push back on that.
But would you think with analytics, though, that Emmitt Smith would be the all-time guy?
No,
I would think it'd
thought
be a quarterback.
all those years of sub 4.2 yards per attempt. I mean,
All those years.
that was bad.
Yeah.
That was bad. How many years were there, Wolchuk?
Yeah,
he was carrying just slap D's to 1,000-yard.
You know, I was on that staff. You could
well,
kind
if
of make
give
it a
a
little
guy
bit.
the ball
yeah.
25 times a game, you're going to get to 1,000
Brian,
yards.
you know what you guys were putting in front of him.
That's an accumulation.
He was still getting it done.
It was the diamonds and doo-doo is what it was,
He
right?
wasn't wrong, but I didn't like that comment.
Big disrespect to Roger the Dodger, though. Didn't even crack the top 5.
Yeah, I thought Roger would be number 1.
He's number 8 actually on this list is what he is. So anyway, but gentlemen, thank you for getting better at this game. I'll work on a better game tomorrow.
No, actually, I enjoyed that, Brian. That was fun.
Yeah.
After 1995, Emmitt Smith would have been cut and career over after the 96 season.
You bite your tongue. We're
I have the letter.
You want to get in a fight?
Hey, I have the letter. I have the letter that Parcells sent to him that told him he's no longer a Dallas Cowboy. I have a copy of that letter.
Can we burn it together?
No, I'm not going to burn it. I'm going to keep it, man. It reminds me. It reminds me. No matter how great you are at this, someone is going to get rid of you.
Yeah.
Just remind me. He said that box was marked that your ability no longer matches your play. Wow. So that's the
tough.
great Emmitt Smith, all-time leading rusher. I got his letter. They sent to him and told him he can't play football anymore for the Dallas Cowboys.
It's brutal to get move on from a legend like that after all those years of 3.9 yards per attempt. Wolchuk. Can't believe they did that.
We're going to need the backstory on how
So
Wolchuk got his hands
disrespectful.
on
I'm
that
about to
letter.
send your ass back to Portland.
The guy won you 3 Super Bowls. Steve, well, we're halfway there.
Yeah, I was
it
about
wouldn't
to
be
say.
that hard. I bet you could. You're young and probably full of anger after that conversation I had with your mom Friday afternoon.
I'm so upset with you.
Yeah, Steve.
No, my mom did a great job.
She did a great
She
job.
loved it. Yeah, she was the star of the show.
She really does want that sweater, though.
Stephen Jones on Dak and how the offense is going to evolve. That's coming up next here. Live from Surprise, our coverage brought to you by Sonic here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk Window Nation, though. Have you noticed your energy costs have been rising dramatically? Nationwide energy prices have increased over 14% since last year.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise, Arizona, home of Rangers Spring Training, right here on your home of the Rangers. Opening day just about a month away. And our coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Sonic thing?
Oh, my gosh, dude. I'm so excited to ask all the players that this week. I want to get a running tally of just the overwhelming majority.
I was going to ask that.
Pulling some Rangers players. What's the best thing on the menu? Because it's such a wide variety menu. There's delightful things across the board. Do you go for the drink? Do you go for the desserts? Do you go
breakfast?
for the breakfast?
How about just the left side of the menu?
The breakfast.
Just go for the left side.
Yeah.
The left side of the menu.
Go left
I will
side.
say,
I don't want to limit myself, man. I want to go crazy with this thing. I want to get a breakfast burrito. I want to get mott sticks. I want to get the jalapeno cheddar poppers. I want to wash it down with a
Mott sticks. Mott sticks are up there for me. I think before I went on soda, though, I was binging on the onion rings.
You could do that.
Gosh.
There's a sweetness to their batter.
Yeah, they're
I
delightful.
love their onion rings.
Yeah, I love them too, but I'm always got an eye on the sweets. So for me, it's the Cinnasnacks. I think they got the best Cinnasnacks in the game. I think they might be more delicious than Cinnabons.
Ooh. We might have to do a review on that.
Yeah.
We might need to try both of them and see who once and for all is the Cinna King.
We could. I think Sonic holds up with their offering.
And there's something about baseball season that makes you want to get just one of those conies, lather the chili and the cheese on it.
It does.
Just crush.
You're right.
Tater tots.
Well, you'll be hearing a lot about Sonic this week as they are our sponsor here of this spring training coverage. Well, of course, we have football going on in the background, and the Combine was getting underway today, and Stephen Jones took some time to talk to the media, didn't he, Brian?
He sure did. Stephen usually does this on a Tuesday, and he's in town in Indy for the competition committee members meetings that they're going to try and have. So, that's Todd Archer and everybody that you used to catch up with one of those Tuesdays. Kind of like the official kickoff for the Combine for the guys over at DallasCowboys.com.
Wolchuk shaking up his thing on the webcam. Looks funny.
What, his drink?
Yeah. What you doing down
Yeah,
there?
but here's the thing. I got the lid on properly, Brian, so I'm not going to.
I'm a booth over, so I'm just grateful you're not just.
Almost said something appropriate.
I believe
Good.
it.
Yeah.
Not going to spill it myself.
It's not a surprise at all. Okay, so Steve on Dak and how he believes the offense is going to evolve. I have a couple of questions for you. Do you think it'll be noticeably different, and then will it be noticeably better? Is this just a different flavor of ice cream, or is this going to be, a significant adjustment for the Cowboys that's going to have an impact? Steve says, I've got all the faith in the world we can win this thing with Dak. Because we know him, we know what he's about. His leadership skills are undeniable, impeccable work ethic. Other than he hadn't won some key playoff games, he's everything you want in a QB. From the day he walked in the door, he's won a lot of games. We just got to get over the hump. You guys have that faith in Dak?
If there's enough talent around him, I still believe he can be a quarterback that gets it done. I don't believe that they will put the necessary talent around him to get it done because they still view him through a lens of like one of these premium quarterbacks that can be the difference maker when you cut some corners on your roster building and your team building. And so, but he is not that guy. We've seen it. He's good enough with a bunch of talent around him, but have you paid him too much now in the Cowboys' eyes to put the necessary talent around him? When it comes to the offense, I do think you'll see some considerable change. And one of the things will just be in having a philosophy where they lean on, so they have staples. Whereas Kellen Moore, you'll find him middle of the pack in all these different categories. How often did you use motion? How often did you use play action? All these different things where it's like you're just in the middle. One week you go heavy with it. The next week it's not really there. You didn't have any things that were the backbone of your offense. And I think at the very least with McCarthy and Schottenheimer, you're going to see, hey, there's going to be a team that's going to lean on play action.
More cohesiveness, in the play calling and play design.
Here's the things that we do, and week to week, you're gonna see these things, and I think they'll lean into play action, which will help Dak, and that's the one thing that I feel confident will be better.
Let me follow up with Chief real quick because I think it's interesting. I consider Chiafalo maybe the most positive guy at the station when it comes to, looking at what's possible, but he's also realistic. But I kind of got a vibe from you, Chief, group that maybe you feel like for the foreseeable future, the Cowboys are not contenders no matter how many regular season games they win because they won't build a roster good enough.
That's 100% the way I feel because and part of it is
even with the way they draft.
Even with the way that you've seen, I mean, how often you can be a really good regular season team and you can draft well. Ultimately, even drafting well means you're going to miss on Jalen Tolbert. You're going to miss on Kelvin Joseph. It's not going to be enough to compete with the teams that are also drafting well and then throwing money at free agents or big swings in the trade. Like, you're not the only team that drafts well. And even if you're the best in the league, you're not so much better than everybody else that you can neglect trading for big-name players or big-time players and neglect signing big-time players.
I think that's a great point. Jones discussed Mike's role in putting Dak in a better position to succeed, right? And I sort of agree with what Chiafalo's got going on over there. I do think there's a chance, though, that they do add a catalyst weapon. And if they do that, then maybe things change enough with everything, you know. So Jones, but for now, all we can really hope on is that Mike McCarthy makes Dak a better player. He's observed for 3 years, Steven said of Mike McCarthy. I think he's been a super leader in the aspect in terms of having the respect for Kellen and the offensive group working with Dak, and that was the better way of doing it. He believes now, although they believe in a lot of things the same, there's that 15 to 20% that they don't, and I think that Mike just thinks they'll do more with the way he wants to do it, and that will be a better offensive football team.
What if they figure out that the coach wasn't the problem?
I think that's very possible.
I mean, what if they figure out that all of a sudden that the offense doesn't move? I mean, is that going to be on McCarthy or is that going to be on Dak? That they don't have the seasonal success that they've had, where they're a top 5 offense in the league. They're high, one of the top 5 in scoring offenses,
and then they fizzle out in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to figure out that it? What if it is the quarterback? I mean, I'm getting vibes already from Stephen Jones even talked about it, and I confirmed with some guys in Indianapolis, like they're going to extend this guy.
Yeah,
they're going to stretch this thing out, and they'd like to do it, and we'll see if Dak and them let it happen.
Let me ask you guys this, because I think what we're going to be looking at is 3 different things. Okay, number one, you're looking at asking Dak maybe to throw to players on the move a little bit more in a West Coast offense. Number 2, you're getting more continuity in the game plan, right? And that's not going to impact Dak at all. And then number 3, I think you're going to get more of a commitment to running the same plays with the run game and being better at executing that. I think Kellen Moore looked at the running game as something that supported the passing game, where Mike McCarthy is going to practice and emphasize it till you're going to get to a point in the season where you're like, wow, I'm really glad we've been working on this stuff, because as the season goes on, we're still able to execute that. So I think you could ask more of Dak, and he could very well fail. But Mike McCarthy's experience as a play caller, his continuity, and his emphasis could still make this offense better, maybe even in January.
Yeah, I think that I'm excited to see what McCarthy can do. If that ends up happening, Brian, I think you're going to be locked in on the quarterback. So I think that they would end up moving on from the coach. Again, I don't think they'd end up moving on from the quarterback, because what are you going to do? You've now got yourself tied financially to Dak. So I don't know, have you hamstrung yourself to the point where now that's a contract that you can't trade? That if you cut him, it's now too big of a dead cap hit. That's the stuff that you need to look into when you go ahead and extend, and that's the debate that we had on Friday. Is it better to just go ahead and eat the big cap hit so that you keep flexibility at the quarterback position, so that you can go into this season and and you have those answers, right? Yeah. Because I think that's something that you're going to find out pretty quickly this year.
You can make an argument that if it doesn't work out and Dak fails, to make this offense go, that maybe a team could move on, but it's clear this team is sticking with him, probably for at least the next 6 years.
And I think Dak's a good quarterback. You guys know I've been the last one on the show that's been fighting for the guy. There's any given Sunday, Dak can look like a dude who's a top 5, top 8 quarterback, but there's Sundays where he looks like he's anywhere from 12 to 20, where he doesn't play good football. It's the consistency issues within his game. Maybe Mike McCarthy can help correct some of that. I do want to say that I don't think the turnovers, this is the first year that we've really seen the interceptions be as big of an issue as it was. I'd like to say that's one that's more of an anomaly than it's going to be the norm heading into next year. That's something he's going to have to get corrected. But they've got to do a better job of finding a way to get him some more help around him. I know that's an issue that was just this year. It's not an issue that's been a problem for the majority of his career. But they can't just rely on the draft this offseason to do it. They've got to do a different job with the way they build this football team and look at trades and look at free agency and quit just bargain shopping when it comes to that stuff. They can't just rely on the draft.
I think we got a wiener at the plate right now for Milwaukee. I don't know.
I think the catcher. I think the catcher got hit in the weenie too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's.
Oh
what
my
we're
gosh.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
That's
right
pretty
now.
amazing because we have the batter number 88 from Milwaukee right now. Last name Wiener.
He's throwing up the X too. He's rocking number 88. He just took a huge cut. He tried to hit that thing to Glendale. A few seconds ago on that same pitch. Probably would have distracted that catcher.
Maybe it's Weimer. Is that I thought was an N, might
It's
be
an M.
actually an
Yeah,
M.
it's
It's
an M.
Weimer.
But I think
false alarm, false
we
wiener
can
alarm.
call him Wiener.
Yeah, no, it's a false wiener alarm.
Let me say this, guys. It's easier to get rid of a $6 million coach than it is get rid of a $40 million quarterback.
Right, but how long do you want to keep going into that quarterback?
You know my argument.
Like, that's the thing, because I've been terrified of this, Brian, because I don't know if this team can evaluate a starting quarterback, and they got lucky with Dak.
You got to come to grips with the fact that right now there's only one guy who can take a roster like this to the Super Bowl. Yet, as an organization, you're idiotic if you were asking Dak Prescott to be better in year 8. You're like, wow, we need Dak to be one click better. Shut up, dude. You need to build him a better team or stop talking about the Super Bowl, period. We know how good the coach is. We know how good the quarterback is. Everybody on the team that's been here playing well, we know how good they are. And damn it, they're still in their prime. You want to keep building this kind of team for another 3 or 4 years and be like, yeah, they couldn't do it. It was crazy. Our biggest regret is not getting that team a championship. Take a legitimate shot at building a team. It doesn't take anything close to where Dak is to get close there. Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, these guys are taking teams to the Super Bowl in the NFC title game and can't hold Dak's jock. Okay, so who's good enough? Like reporters asking this question, you know what it takes to get to the Super Bowl. Okay, Brad Johnson has won one. Trent Dilfer has won one. Joe Flacco has won one. The idea that somehow Dak isn't good enough is BS. The team isn't smart enough to know how to build a winner around Dak Prescott.
One of my favorite things that I saw the other day was the cash spending that the Cincinnati Bengals have done over the last decade. They're known for being a cheap team. They're always in the bottom half of the league and how much they spend in an offseason. And then they jumped all the way to second most spending in, I believe, the 2020 offseason, and the Bengals and Joe Burrow go on a Super Bowl run, and they come up just shy. And it's the one offseason over 12 years where it was like, hey, they spent some money. Now, they had the quarterback on the rookie deal for sure, but you can see what that does. You go from being a middle-of-the-road team to all of a sudden, okay, we like this quarterback. Let's get him a bunch of talent on both sides of the ball. And now all of a sudden the Cincinnati bleeping Bengals are in the Super Bowl.
Was Jerry Jones' biggest mistake implementing the salary cap in the NFL?
Well, yeah.
Thinking that would be a good idea. And at the time, the Cowboys are on top of the mountain. You're a dynasty, and that players are just going to want to play for the Cowboys. And they'll take less because they want to play for the Cowboys. And now you're almost 30 years later, and clearly that's not the case.
They'll play for the Cowboys if they got to choose between the Cowboys and another team at minimum.
Right.
Right, like Barr and Peters did. They're like, well, yeah, I'd rather play for the Cowboys.
So you're getting
than
guys in
another
the
team.
twilight of their career that maybe they've got just a little bit left. But when you're talking about trying to get the best of the best, they don't want to spend that money.
Jerry thought he could have the best of both worlds, but, and he did because it allows him to grow the pie. He was more interested in getting all of the other markets interested in feeling that they got a chance. He had all of a lot of his success already. So, that's kind of where he shifted from being a shark looking to gobble up everything to, hey, I got to look out for the other parts of this league and make sure everything else is growing. And I think the businessman maybe killed the dynasty a little bit there, Wolchuk. I think that's a good point.
And now they're letting the salary cap really handcuff them. Like they're thinking, oh my gosh, this is everything. We got to make sure we can't botch the salary cap, and that's a frustrating situation. You know who will not be handcuffed is Tim in the 940, who says, you guys got me. I'm getting Sonic right now. He texted in his order, spicy steak grilled cheese, Hell of a call.
How is that? Is that delicious?
Fries and a large Powerade with raspberry. Tim in the 940. Feeling like $1 million right now, chowing on some Sonic.
Hey, can I just throw something at you guys here? We've got guys that are listening to our show.
Yeah.
Around, and it's funny. This one guy said, "Hey, technically we were second in spending in 2020 in the league."
Oh, signing their own guys back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, I mean, again, that's they look at it as signing their own as free agency, and that's but that's if you I guess it's if you want to go out and there's different ways of doing this, but I mean that's
is any team doing it that way and having success?
Well, just re-signing your own guys and not help? No,
I would say no.
You can't only go ahead and restock your cupboard with your own players.
Well, no. Okay, just signing your own. Yeah. Like for a long time, the Colts were really good at that during the Peyton Manning era. You had Peyton Manning.
Sure.
And there would be like only one guy that wasn't homegrown. But again, they win one Super Bowl with Peyton Manning.
Right.
Maybe they should have had 7,
Definitely.
and maybe that strategy held it back.
And you know what? Hell, make whatever excuse you want.
Yeah.
Congratulations. In 2020, you spent money, you signed your own guys. You haven't won a damn Super Bowl in 27 years.
Yeah.
Something's got to change.
Well, I think it's got to be the willingness to ride that salary cap roller coaster a little bit more and push it, and maybe we'll get a compromise. Can they take like a 10 or 20% step in our direction? Because they're not far, right? If Steele and Pollard stay healthy, maybe you do end up beating the 49ers, and we're talking about something else. So. But that's leaving a thin margin for error. Okay, when we return here in the G-Bag Nation, live from Surprise, Arizona, Giafalo, I believe, and Wolchuk are going to take us around the rim. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We absolutely are. For the first time in Surprise history, we have weird sightings at the AAC yesterday, and the Rockets seem to be just what the doctor ordered. That's next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
For $99, we'll clear the clog and do a free camera inspection. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com and schedule today.
Everyone loves bacon.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Fans excited about a big play at the plate that just went down here. We're live at Surprise, Arizona. Our coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. It's time to go around the rim here, G-Bag Nation, and this segment is presented by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the latest on an exciting day and night in the NBA.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 15 minutes away from best of the weekend. We go ahead and cut the lights out for the first time in Surprise history. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation is going all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saying for a special occasion.
I got problems, man.
Always a special occasion when we get to go.
You are, man. I love it.
Have a little Arizona rim sesh. We did this in Phoenix a while back, and now we're doing it in Surprise, and we could not be happier.
Good vibes out here,
It's
man.
fantastic vibes. Absolutely love it. It feels amazing. The breeze running through the window here in this little press box situation that we're in, radio booth situation that we're in. I keep getting wind gusts of funnel cake and hot dog and corn dog, and it's just to die for. Poor Walchuk's drinking his meals still, and he hasn't figured out a way yet. He hasn't mastered the drinking of his meals because earlier we didn't want to interrupt the segment, Dawson, but while he was topping off, finishing off his nice little chocolate
We're
shake.
a year in, bro.
He had, I know. All of a sudden it ends up in his eyeball.
Just the very last drip.
He got it dripped into his eyeball, and I hope the Twillo's got a chance to see it.
Can I lead around the rim real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, take it
Okay,
away.
at number one, Abby's sixth grade basketball team yesterday, they're up 11-8 with 30 seconds to go.
Barn burner.
11-8. Okay, these are 10-minute quarters, pretty long games, and they'd only scored 19 points combined. Other team makes a three to tie the game at 11. Okay, it's 11-11, and it's
ball.
rare.
Wow.
It's rare that a sixth grader makes a three, but we're starting to see a lot of them. This girl brings it down the court, throws a great pass to this girl named Callie. Her dad's a Tolo. Salute to him, and he's assistant coach on the team. She makes a three from the top of the key for the game. 14-11. Sunnyvale sixth graders win the league.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Salute to you girls.
Storm the court? Is that a storm the court situation?
I think so.
Is that a Gatorade bath for the coach, or is that just lifting up young Callie and saying, "Hey, you're the MVP today"?
I wasn't there. This all
fair
happened
enough.
but there's a video. There's a video at Gavin Dawson for anybody that wants to check it out. I was pretty stoked they got the video of the game-winning three.
And rumor has it they celebrated by
going to Sonic.
Going to Sonic and getting some slushes, man. That's the only way to do it.
Heck yes.
All right, Riff Raff. We know him as the cousin of Mac McClung. Or maybe we know Mac McClung as the cousin of Riff Raff.
I did not know they were related.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Spring.
My man's got some.
Break.
Yeah, he's got some nicknames, right? We
Yeah.
learned that. Lucius told us that.
We
right?
went down the Riff Raff nickname rabbit hole last week, day after the All-Star weekend, and he says that the Lakers and the Warriors, quote-unquote, fumbled his cousin Mac McClung, quote, the new Ivory Iverson.
Ooh.
So that's what they are calling Mac McClung, or at least that's what his cousin Riff Raff is trying to get off the ground right
Maybe
now.
we can get a new Post Malone song.
Maybe
New
the
Ivory Iverson.
Ivory Iverson.
Maybe the Ivory Harold Miner. Okay.
Yeah, I think that actually fits better. It's not quite as sexy. It's not grabbing the headlines the way Riff Raff wants to do it with the Ivory Iverson, but it's probably a little bit more journalistically integritous.
Yes, that's correct.
I hope that's a word.
Really not, I don't think.
Okay, so weird sightings at the AAC yesterday.
They're all made up.
Yeah, they're all made up.
Lucius
anyway.
taught us that too.
Yeah, miscellaneous, right? We can all ride with that.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, so we saw a couple of weird things. We had a LeBron James fan, an older gentleman, and he was wearing the Laker purple number 6 LeBron jersey. He had the purple little hoodie on over it, and he had a LeBron puppet at the AAC yesterday. Now, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see this. It was like
Like a ventriloquist guy?
Yeah, like a ventriloquist. He's got he's dribbling a ball. He's using the puppet strings to have LeBron dribble a basketball. I've never seen this in my entire life. I believe it's the first of its kind, and so I wanted to at least show this guy a little bit of respect. Maybe he's a D-Town Tolo who happens to be a Lakers fan, and he's got himself a LeBron puppet, and he was dribbling all up and down the concourse yesterday at the AAC.
You sure when Pelinka the GM was it like LeBron with
LeBron would have the
Pelinka with the
Pelinka.
puppet?
Yeah.
The Pelinka puppet.
Let's see that.
Yeah, the GM for the Lakers.
Very integrative.
That was a weird sighting. The other one was in Dave McMenamin, a.k.a.
Gavin Dawson.
Gavin Dawson.
Yeah, Dawson Light. He says one of the unique features to the Mavericks in-arena presentation, and I wonder how many people notice this. I notice it every time, but like when a shot hits the rim or swishes,
it's loud.
They got a loud
It's
microphone
loud, real loud
in those rims.
Yeah.
At the AAC to accentuate the swish or the brick, and so the refs had to, before the game, they informed the game ops crew to turn the mics off for the rest of the game after the Lakers bench said the mic'd rims were drowning out the ref's whistle. So maybe they turned up the volume on the rim quite literally yesterday at the AAC, or maybe the Lakers are just a little bit hard of hearing. Or wanted to act like they
are
weren't
an older
hearing
team.
the whistle.
Older team for sure.
No question about that.
Whiny.
So that's a weird one. And then seeing Austin Reeves get in the face of Josh Green and say, quote, "You ain't bleep, I'll bleep you up," was not something I was anticipating. Like, this Austin Reeves guy does not look like the guy who's getting in anybody's face and saying, "I'll bleep you up." So the height of competition can bring it out of anybody, I guess.
You never know who can fight. You know, I had this friend for many years named Richie, and you know he was only about 5'7", but he was built like a damn fire hydrant. And he was stronger than hell, but I never really noticed, right? And then I saw it go down one night at a co-ed softball game, and I'll be damned. Out of all the people, like a lot of big, strong, home run hitting son of a guns, Richie's out there picking people up and dropping them, and he's like, "Oh yeah, dude, I was like a high school wrestling champ, and you know, grew up on the streets, you know, so I can fist fight too." And
incredible.
Watch out for the little ones.
God damn, I'm glad I never messed it with little Richie Bristol.
Yeah,
That's what I learned that day.
That guy.
Gotta crush it with Richie.
If you got a little wrestling background, 9 times out of 10, that's all you need. A little high school wrestling background can allow you to mow through many the everyman.
Yeah.
And then you'll run into one guy who happens to be bigger, stronger, and had the background to go with it.
Kickboxer.
Absolutely. Yeah, the kickboxer. You get roundhouse.
That's what
spinning
you're like. Back fist.
If you didn't knock you out, you go, okay, you win. That's it.
Whoa.
You can pull that off, bro.
More than I bargained for.
Way more than I was anticipating.
Hey, Chief, can I throw something in here? You know, we're talking about Josh Green and stuff like that. I just got a text from a guy because we were kind of having this conversation earlier in the show. And he was talking about Josh and kind of like what's the problem with Josh here of late. He says maybe because of the number of total minutes he's played this year has brought him to the wall a little bit. You know, we always talk about the rookie wall and stuff like that, but
yeah,
you know, these guys are trying to get him back on track. But you know, maybe it's something that with all the what he's had to do, all the minutes that he's had to play, the Mavs kind of feel like that maybe they got him to a point they need to kind of back him up. But he missed like 20 games, right? Like he had the elbow problem that he was dealing with. I thought he missed a ton of games. So I mean, it kind of surprised me, but I kind of thought it interesting though that maybe some of the struggles that he's had, they feel like that he might have hit that wall already.
There's normal ups and downs, but at the same time, teams might be game planning for him a little bit more as well these days after his impressive breakout.
And good news for the Mavs. Mark Stein saying the anticipation for Maxi Kleber's return tomorrow night is all things
Let's go.
So hopefully that can get this thing moving in a positive defensive direction.
They need it desperately.
Because what the Mavs have done from like giving up points in the paint, only the Spurs have been worse over the last 10 games. They're just giving up a ridiculous amount of points at the paint. It's a layup line constantly. Now, I did want to mention Damian Lillard, his dominance last night. Holy smokes, we were all at dinner. I get the notification, Lillard 41 in half one, and I was just like, all right. He's going for the gusto. He ends up with 71, which is tied with Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers for the highest single-game scoring performance by any individual this season. But it all happens versus the Rockets, man. This is just amazing. So you get Dame's career high last night versus the Rockets. You had Ja Morant have a season-high 49 points versus the Rockets earlier this season. Lauri Markkanen had a career-high 49 points versus the Rockets this year. LeBron had a season-high 48 points versus the Rockets this year. Anthony Edwards had a season-high 44 24 points against the Rockets this year. Same with Trae Young. You also had Tyler Hero with a 41-point career high versus the Rockets this year as well. And that's not even including like a Luka Doncic 50-burger he dropped on those fools, but that's not a season high or a career high, so I couldn't mention that.
Well, Damian Lillard ended up getting drug tested following the 71-point game, and it's funny, he was a little bit upset about this. He was like, are y'all serious? I did the urine test yesterday, and then they backed it up with the blood drawn test tonight after the game, and he said that was his first time in his entire career that he's been tested after a game. So he puts up 71, and immediately the NBA is like, hold up, something's up here. Blood test.
It's not a home run hitter. What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're telling me Damian Lillard, that's out of the ordinary that he's possibly able to put up 71 points? Come on, guys.
He has been on an absolute tear. 50 in a loss to Cleveland a couple of months ago, 60 Utah in January, 71 here. I think he's averaging over 40 points per game over the last 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in his bag right now. A couple of housekeeping notes. The Suns are monitoring Derrick Rose. According to Chris Haynes, they might want that extra ball handler. They got Chris Paul, they got Campaign, but Derrick Rose might add a Derrick Rose to that star-studded Suns team right now. So be on the lookout for that.
It's a place to be, I guess.
Yeah, no question about it. I get it for sure. And I'm honestly kind of surprised Derrick Rose isn't on a team right now. I thought the last we saw him, he was playing pretty well.
He was.
Yeah.
He was playing well.
And then it looks like the Milwaukee Bucks co-owner Mark Lazary has reached a deal to sell his stake in the Bucks to Cleveland Browns owners Jimmy and Dee Haslam for $3.5 billion valuation. So the Haslams, maybe one of the worst owners in all of sports, are now going to Milwaukee to maybe just tear that entire organization
They're
down.
double dipping. I'm
Yeah.
sure Bucks fans are thrilled about that one.
Not at all, man.
No,
Not at
they
all.
can't be. Finally, Jimmy Butler's a little frustrated with what's going on with the Heat. He said, we've got to figure this out very, very quickly. I think if he gets frustrated and wants out, that could be a Maverick target.
Absolutely.
I'd love me some Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, no, that guy's the real
He's
deal.
a Texas kid, I believe.
Yeah,
Tyler, Texas is own. I know. Maybe he just played JUCO there.
That would probably be a better perfect pairing with Luka because he's a great two-way player and more of an attacking guard than a point guard. What do you think,
Yeah,
Chief?
Houston.
You agree with that?
Kid.
I would co-sign everything there, and he's going to bring the defense to the table. He's the guy though that would be he'd be frustrated on this team because he legit cares about defense, and he'd be looking at Luka like, dude, what are you doing?
That might be the vet that you need to create accountability,
Yeah.
and create that kind of toughness with the leadership that Jason Kidd would probably love. You're talking about these guys need to grow up. You get Jimmy Butler here. If you don't grow up, he's going to cuss you out of practice.
100% of the time.
Yeah.
I kind of applaud the hair bits that he does before the season starts.
I love that.
It's great.
So any hair bits he's all about, I'm all for getting the guy myself.
All right, we got to run. Best of the weekend's coming up next here, live from Surprise coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Hey, we got to talk D&M Leasing, though, because it's more important than ever to become a D&M Leasing customer. If you want or need a new vehicle right now, you got to know that traditional finance companies are
1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. We are live at Surprise, Arizona, home of Rangers spring training. Coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. Here's Giafalo, best of the weekend.
All right, so the XFL continues to be just funny, man. I mean, there's a lot of funny stuff. I think they're doing some things extremely well. Some other things I think we could all just appreciate the comedic value. First and foremost, you had the Las Vegas Vipers. They were not able to land the Raiders Allegiant Stadium as the home of their team. So you had, like, most of these other teams are playing in respectable, maybe it's the Alamo Dome or the Dome at America's Center, Camping World Stadium. Of course, we have ours in Arlington as well. That's not too bad. But Cashman Field is where the Vipers play. Originally built as a AAA baseball stadium in 1983. Renovated, converted to a minor league soccer field in 2019. Now it's the home of the Vipers, and this field could not be more terrible. They were spray painting it green before the game, a little bit of precipitation. You thought guys were slipping around during the Super Bowl. This was incredible. Every time you turned around, these guys were just slipping. The kickers, these poor kickers, man, trying to kick on this field. It's laughable. It's sad. I felt for them. The press box looked like it was like some type of construction zone that they built, like these stilts, and just threw two broadcasters in there. That was kind of funny. But I did not realize, did you guys know the way the XFL does their travel plans and their travel accommodations?
No.
So all 8 teams in the league practice in the Arlington hub.
Yeah.
So all the teams are local in Arlington practicing, and then when it's time to go play a game in Vegas, then you load up and you fly, but you fly with the team that you're playing against. To and from.
Wow.
So it's like Michigan State walking into the same tunnel going into halftime. You have these guys riding on the same plane going to the game and then coming home. And obviously coming home would be much worse, especially if you are a team like the Vipers who lost to the DC Defenders. And so you have the Vipers sitting in the front of the plane, silent, wallowing in their loss, if you will. And then you have the DC Defenders in the back of the plane, and they're all taking videos and they're posting them. And you got Futures March Madness playing; they're getting hyped. You got the booze is flowing, and they're basking in victory.
I love it.
I'm like, I can't believe the XFL, they fly both teams to and from each game.
Whatever it takes to keep the cost down. You know,
for
keep,
sure. Yeah,
keep
that's
this
the
party
whole
going,
idea.
no
Yeah,
question.
that's the whole idea right there, for sure.
You know, the XFL, like watching a bit of the telecast, it's shamelessly a trout for the NFL. It's like, hey, Jim, I think we have a guy over here that might have made just a good enough play to make a training camp next year. Let's talk to him. And it's interesting, compelling content as you're, you know, they're not hiding it. They're not saying, hey, we're such an awesome football product. You better check this out. It's, you know, hey, we might be finding a guy that slipped through the cracks, or check this out. This guy was an All-American in college. He was in the NFL for 4 years. He's trying to fight his way back in. And I find it to be pretty interesting because there's quite a few recognizable names. I bet when Krusty's watching it, it's just one guy after another that he scouted and knows quite well.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. I think the league has done a much better job because you've got some guys, you know, like that have been in the NFL for a long time and they understand about team building. You know, maybe they lost the opportunity to stay in the NFL, but they're, you know, I think that the XFL has done it the right way with their player personnel guys, the way that they have the you know, with having everybody at one location, the practices and stuff like that. I don't think that's kind of crazy at all. I just feel like they're doing the best they can to continue to try and grow the league until they get, you know, the necessary funds to be able to fully support it like it needs to be supported.
Yeah, no question. It just adds a little bit of insult to injury every time you take that L and then you get on the
well, let me ask you this. If you take the L, are you to the back of the plane?
No, they're on the front. The party's in the back.
So the
sulking's in the front, the party's in the back.
So they're trying to get the losing team off the plane first, kind of a thing?
So. Yeah. I mean,
That makes sense.
The cool kids sit in the back of the bus. I remember getting on the bus for the first time in 6th grade. The 8th graders were in the back. It's like, hey, 6th grader, you got to pick the closest open seat. But the party's in the back. Dude.
I kind of feel like that the winners need to be in the front of the plane.
Is that what
you get the right to get off first?
Yeah, you get the right to get off first. Yeah, it's like you got boarding card A15.
Maybe they got a door in the back too.
They do. That's you could travel. Yeah, both ways you can. Yeah.
So you also have the broadcast where they're doing the live mics. We heard G-Bag of the Day. They let some stuff slip a little bit. Here was one of my favorite moments where you have the play caller on the sidelines, the coach. He's dialing up the play, and then he's upset about something, and, well, it immediately goes over the air.
Celebrating 10 years, Hasbro & Company.
We might not actually have that.
Wait, you talking to me?
We have the sound of the play caller from the XFL.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He drops a curse word in the middle of his play call.
Yeah.
Keeps going over the air.
Yeah.
Twins left, Cancun wide spots. Get left.
Shane's got to get the play.
Like, you could be sitting on your couch and then that just gets just thrown at you. That's what the XFL is providing for us right now. Then you have a coach, Terrell Buckley, who is...
We drafted him in Green Bay. That was the first guy we ever drafted in Green Bay.
Good corner, right?
Yeah.
He ended up, didn't he? Was he really good for the Eagles?
No. He went to the Dolphins. He bounced around a little bit, yeah.
Well, he coaches the Orlando Guardians, and
they're bad offensively.
He was not happy with his team's performance. He's got a little Jason Kidd in him. He's like, this is not my fault. This is the player's fault. Here he is, Terrell Buckley.
Welcome back to Orlando here with Coach Buckley. Coach, how do you change this momentum?
We got to get different guys in there. Obviously, I got guys out there that are not competing, that are not making plays. So we got to get people in there, young men that want to play, that want to compete, make plays.
I just saw you walk up and down this sideline and look some guys in their faces. What did you see out of your team?
I'm seeing guys not performing. Look at the scoreboard. They got to perform.
It's like these guys are not any good. I'm used to. I was hoping we were going to get guys that were legit players, and for some reason, my players can't do anything. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
You know
look
what?
At these players.
There was a coach that probably said something about him back in the day the same way he was talking about his team.
Yeah.
You know, Buckley was a shorter guy, and we should have took Troy Vincent is who we should have taken. Instead, we took Buckley, and we get on Diggs about not tackling and not winning, being involved and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Buckley was Buckley was Diggs before Diggs.
Wow,
in the 90s. Yeah,
I feel like the best coaches can focus on what techniques or what recognition we need, but a lot of times it's just that the guys don't have the energy. They don't have it that day, and it can be highly frustrating when you're watching guys that won't even go to the damn ball. It's like, wow, no wonder you're not in the NFL, bro. You know. What do you need a handwritten note that it's okay to go over there and tackle that guy? What the hell are you waiting for? You know, and it's so maddening, I think, as a coach, because you can't coach effort. You know, you can coach everything, but if you don't want to, full send with it, then there's nothing I can do, and you're stuck. You know, you're really stuck as a coach.
Well, the problem you run into, and I was giving praises to these, the XFL for these guys and the gals that are picking these players and stuff, but Buckley, that's your team. You had the opportunity to draft your guys, pick your guys, and stuff like that. If if you didn't, and I get it. You're not spending millions of dollars on XFL scouting, but still,
you're dead right.
Yeah, it's your team. You're the one that had the opportunity to.
Part of it's frustration that you didn't prepare them better.
Oh,
to
sure.
be honest, yeah.
Now just need new players, need a new team. Can't win with them. Can't coach with them. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Hey, I think the number one surprise so far from surprise is that Broadus left his legendary scouting bag in the trunk of his Nissan Sentra.
I was stunned.
I could not believe.
You picked it up thinking like, oh, Brian, you need this. He's like, nope.
Don't need
bag.
it. I'm double strapped up now. He didn't want to do the single strap on the right shoulder. I don't know if that is causing any hip trouble, perhaps, or if that's bad for the bunion on the right side.
No.
I didn't know what the deal was here, but Broadus has gone with a good old-fashioned JanSport New Age double strap backpack as opposed to the old mummified scouting bag that he's had for 164 years.
Yeah, me and Bucko Kilroy back in the day, our scouting bags were very similar like that.
Bucko Kilroy? Did you just make up that name?
No, it's a real man, a real scout,
I don't believe
Hall of
you.
Fame scout. Look him up.
That's a Hall of Fame name is what
Look
that
him up.
is.
Bucko Kilroy. He was
Bucko
a New England
Kilroy.
Patriots
Hey,
back in the
Bucko.
day. Bucko Kilroy, and he had an old school scout. Did you see his picture?
I do.
Yeah, Bucko Kilroy. He's a
Oh,
big-time scout.
man.
Yeah. He was the original Krusty.
He was born in 1921.
There you go.
6 days before Brian Broadus.
I was scouting with him. I was selling programs at the old stadiums with him and stuff like that. But yeah, the scouting bag. I just got tired. I mean, I was walking the last trip we had to Arizona. I got tired. I mean, I was walking behind you guys, and my bag was falling all over the place, and stuff was falling out and all that because the zippers were broken and stuff.
Yeah,
so
but next thing I know, you're going to get a new wallet.
that's not going to
Who
happen.
are you, Brian?
I mean, my gosh.
I don't know, man. I tell you what, I will say this. I saved Jarrett some embarrassment last night. I pulled one of my dad moves and go, everybody make sure they got their credit cards out of the checkbook thing, out of the check when you.
After you pay.
And Jarrett looked down at me and goes, thank you. And he, sure enough, he had his credit card. So, every once in a while I come up with some type of crusty maneuver, wallets, phones. Make sure you have them, guys. And it pays off for you every once in a while.
There are some redeeming qualities to your crustiness. You're right,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. What the heck was that? Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, explains how concerned we should be after one of the most disappointing Mavs games in a long time. It's next in the nation.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys. Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Okay, it is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you are having a fantastic day. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, is going to join us here in just a moment and talk about quite a disappointing loss. NBA teams were 138-0 when leading at any point by 27 points or more this season, and then the Lakers came back and were leading actually with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Mavs could not come back and win the game. So one of the most disappointing losses in a long time, as Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, Bobby. Thanks for joining us again.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It is never good whenever you're on the wrong side of a huge number and record whenever you do something. And we found ourselves here a couple too many times this season, haven't we?
Yeah, how bad of a sign is this? Is there anything systemic that's caused this? Is this small sample size? Is this guy's figuring things out and it's going to be fine? How do you approach that whole feeling right now with where this thing is headed?
Well, I guess one game is just one game, but there are a lot of common themes that have been present throughout a lot of these losses this season, and it's typically like a lot of little things stacking up, right? For example, in the first half, the Mavs built a 27-point lead, and they were up double digits like the whole time, but just think of how many and ones the Mavs allowed, where they got beat and they committed just a cheap foul. The Lakers get an extra point. You're still up 22, no big deal, but all of a sudden at the end of the game, it would be real sweet if you had that extra point back, and the Mavs this season in particular foul a lot, and they concede a lot of free throws. And then also turnovers have been an issue too. This is a team that normally doesn't turn the ball over very often, but when they do, particularly when it's a live ball turnover, so the other team is getting a steal, the Mavs defense they are not a very good transition defense this year, one of the worst teams in the league in that category. And so you're up 27 points. One thing you want to do is don't foul and also don't commit turnovers, but the Mavs did a lot of both of those things, and oftentimes they would commit a turnover and then commit a foul, like on the ensuing fast break. And so these are things that have been happening even in their wins, but especially in their losses, and especially whenever they've been trying to nurse a big lead. You just got to take care of the details, dot the I's, cross the T's, and take care of business. But it's just unfortunately something that they have not been able to do often enough this year.
Bobby, you mentioned the turnovers, and they had their 17th turnover late in the game, the inbounds play. Luka doesn't realize you can go backcourt in that situation, and I just wonder, your evaluation and how concerned are you now with Kyrie and Luka? And I know it's a small sample size, and they're trying to figure out how to play together in these situations. Now you've got two studs, and there seems to be a lot of confusion here late in games, clutch situations with Luka and Kyrie and what to do. Not only just getting the ball inbounded, but then you saw right before the All-Star break, the passing back and forth to one another. Neither knew which one was going to shoot here. What do you think moving forward in these late game situations between Luka and Kyrie moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, the pass back and forth thing against Minnesota, I'm not too worried about that because that was kind of a broken play, and it was the first game, and it's like all this excitement and stuff. But the one against the Lakers, pretty inexplicable. I think, Luka, I don't know if he just panicked because Jared Vanderbilt kind of tipped the pass, and so Luka was sort of like, I don't know, kind of chasing the ball. But, that is something that players generally know. This is a rule. You can throw it into the backcourt inside the final 2 minutes of games. And frankly, I don't think it's on the coaching staff to tell that to Luka. The official himself says it on the floor. He says you can throw it in the backcourt. Like, this is a widely understood rule, but it was a combination of Luka maybe panicking, and then also, Kyrie tried to get him the ball, but Vanderbilt jumped the passing lane. Maybe throw it a little further back, give Luka a little more room to go get the ball. Just kind of I don't know. It just didn't feel like they were totally in sync there. I think one interesting thing that they could try moving forward, how often late in games is Luka the guy that receives the inbound pass, but he's probably your best passer on the team, one of the best passers in the NBA. Maybe let Luka be the trigger man, get the ball into Kyrie, and then you can run some handoff stuff, or Luka can go set a screen, or Kyrie just gives it right back, whatever the case may be. I think that now that you have another one of those alpha guys that defenses have to respect, you can afford to use Luka as the trigger man, and that opens up all sorts of opportunities for you to do different things that they haven't done this season outside of that simple action of Luka just inbounding the ball. So I think, they got to experiment with that moving forward because, these guys, Luka and Kyrie, are too good and they're too dangerous with the ball in their hands to continuously, not give themselves the chance to do something with it. These turnovers late in games they're killers every single time. And so, Dallas has some work to do in that area for sure.
Bobby Krilla, Mavs.com, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What did you think of Jason Kidd and the way he went about coaching that game yesterday and the comments that he had after the game?
Yeah, the comments after the game were a little cryptic, huh? The one thing that you can say about that is, J. Kidd, I know during the game he kind of has like this very sort of like low-key demeanor, but in practice, in the locker room, away from the cameras, he is a big-time communicator, and so I don't think that, anything that he would say to the media is something that the players haven't already heard. And, specifically talking about Luka, for example, arguing with the officials or not getting back in transition or whatever, but, it's kind of time for, like, let's see it on the floor, So I don't know if it's like a message not being received or if it's something that, Luka's trying to work on and get better at. The techs are down a little bit over the last, 3 or 4 weeks, so that is one slight improvement there. But, you don't want it to have to come to that, right? You don't want the coach to have to give some like epically cryptic quote after a really tough loss in order for things to change. You'd like to see things change soon. And so, hopefully that can be the case. But as far as the way that he coached the game, and I know that a lot of fans wanted him to call timeouts, but the thing is, like, it wasn't like they gave away the 27-point lead in like 2 minutes. It was this sort of like gradual chipping away, right? It was 27, and then it was 20, and then it was like 16, and then it was 12, and it just like very slowly happened. And, he wants to let the players have a chance to figure it out themselves. Rick Carlisle called timeouts a little too quickly at times, I think, sometimes. And so, I think J. Kidd just has a different style there. It wasn't that the Lakers went on like a 16-0 run in 3 minutes where it's like, yeah, you have to call a timeout right now. But, the players weren't able to figure it out, and unfortunately, that's kind of what happens. If you leave it up to them, sometimes they're going to deliver and sometimes they won't.
Bobby, we can't say too much about how much we appreciate you, man. I mean, you're just such a wealth of knowledge, and your insights are great. We are live at spring training, and we got to cut this one a little bit short, brother, but we look forward to catching up with you again soon, talking basketball.
Oh, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A Mavericks team with a lot of questions around it. You can read more of Bobby's stuff at Mavs.com. Joining us now, a Rangers pitcher coming off a great season. We spoke with him last year at least once during our Rangers player show, and we wanted him back. It's awesome to have him back. Pitched 3 innings this afternoon against the Cincinnati Reds across town, and the Rangers do lead that game currently 9-2 in the 6th inning as Martin Perez joins us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
How you doing, guys? I'm good. I just went out to the game, and I feel really good today.
Well, it's pretty cool to be able to talk to a player while the game is still going on. So thanks for giving us a ring here. How you feeling this spring?
Yeah, no problem. I feel good. I've been feeling good. Just building up for the World Baseball Classic, and I feel that everything is going well, and just trying to work on a couple pitches before flying back to Miami, but everything's going good.
Well, Martin, you had a good outing, 3 innings. How'd you feel today, and what do you think of the new pitch clock? I know everybody's so anxious about the rules, and what do the pitchers think?
I mean, it doesn't bother me because I like to, have good tempo during the game. But I think it's something that we can use for us as a pitchers, and I was not ready during the game to throw the pitch, and I see the umpire, he called a strike to the hitter, and I went, okay, thank you. But, it's sometimes it's confused because it's something new that we're going to try this year, but we can get better with that. But I feel okay with that.
Do you feel like being around guys like DeGrom, bringing in Evaldi, is that like raising your own game a little bit, being around these other star pitchers?
Yeah, I think, they've been having like a, strong career, and they haven't playoff experience too, so I think it's gonna be, we're gonna handle the team on our back together. I think that is the biggest team this year, and we just gotta stay healthy and go deep in the game more we can. But it feels good, man, having Evaldi and DeGrom and John Gray, and Odo Rossi. I mean, we have a good communication. I think we building up a good plan for the season and move forward.
Martin, you mentioned about having a plan for the season and stuff like that. Being a veteran pitcher yourself and having new manager, new coaches and stuff, is that something that you relish? You like, hey, I'm excited about this, or is like, well, I'm just going to try and be as successful as I can, kind of doing the things that I've always done?
No, I think, we have what we need, and I'm excited to start the season because our team look really, really good. We have what we need, and I have good feeling then, something special is going to happen. Like I say, we just got to stay together, stay focused all season. I know it's going to be up and down, but, we know how to handle those things. And, our goal as a pitcher, not just me, I think everybody, starter pitcher, we just want to go deep in the game, trying to give a chance to our team to win many games we can and move forward. But, I mean, it's exciting to be here with the Rangers, have new faces, new coaches, and the new manager. He's an amazing manager, not just a manager, as a manager. I think as a person, he's really good, and he understands players, and that's why you, as a player, that's what you're looking for, have a manager that he understands you, and he always talk to us, and he's just trying to make us contribute every day.
Martin Perez with you here. Some great words there about the new skipper, Bruce Bochy. What goes into being ready to pitch deeper in games, Martin? Have you been trying to work out, lifting more weights in the off season, or what goes into that?
No, I just trying to, get my routine back and don't trying to do much. I think, mix your pitches, trying to, move the ball over the plate, and you're going to go deep in the game no matter what. I think less pitch you throw, more strike you can throw. That's one of my goals too, and trying to just throw a lot of strikes. I think if we do that, little things together, and like I told you guys, something good is going to happen, and not just in my side. I think in relievers too. I mean, they got a different mentality, and we're ready to go.
How's it been getting to work with Mike Maddox again? I believe you got to work with him early in your career when he was with the Rangers before he left, but what's it been like this time around?
I mean, Mike is an amazing person, one of the, that good pitching coach in the league, and, he's been around for a long time, and he knows how to talk to you, and he knows how to prepare the plan for the game. And that's good for us. And I haven't him before, and I know him really good, and he knows me. So we have good communication, and I think what he's doing right now, like trying to make simple things, or like he don't trying to explain to you a couple of things, and you can I'm confused. Like, he's a really simple guy, and he just wants you to attack the hitters, throw a lot of strikes, and be ready every day to compete.
Well, we had a blast watching you pitch last year. It was an all-star season for you. Was this off-season any different? Did you get any more attention from fans when you were out and about, going to the grocery store or anything?
Yeah, because, people know me a little bit more, but I'm the same guy, man. I mean, nothing changed. I'm a humble guy, and I'm always going to be out there for the fans, and I think the fans been doing a great job, and helping us, and always be there for us and in the stands. So, but I think nothing changed. Everything is the same. I just trying to be ready for the season and be ready every 5 days to go out there and win games.
All right, Martin, we're going to be keeping a tally all week long, talking to guys like you, your teammates, okay, and trying to figure out what's the best menu item at the fast food spot called Sonic. Are you familiar with Sonic and their wide variety menu?
Yeah, maybe. I've been, I'll try a couple Sony burgers and burritos. So.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, see, and that's the beauty of the Sonic. Are you going to get the burrito? Are you going to get the cheeseburger? Would you have a personal preference? Usually when you're going fast food, are you going with the cheeseburger? Is that kind of the tried and true? Or are you a
I like to go with the cheeseburger. Cheeseburger, if you're going to cheat in your food, it has to be something like, big and huge. But that's always try the cheeseburger with French fries and lemonade. So always.
Ooh, I love it. Go big or go home with something like that.
Hell yeah, Martin. All right, that's beautiful. Now, okay, obviously it's a supersonic double. I mean, there's no question about that. Are we throwing bacon on this bad boy?
Yes, I like it. Yeah.
Mustard is mustard a go?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going bacon and mustard. Are we doing any of the veggies, or are we just keeping this thing carnivorous?
I like to go lettuce and tomato and onion. I don't like pickles much, but that's the veggies that I like to, eat when I eat a cheeseburger.
That's outstanding. This guy's giving some fantastic takes right now. All right, final question for you, Martin, on the food category here. What are we dipping the French fries in?
I like to eat the French fries with cheese, Parmesan cheese, and tomato sauce. That's it.
Outstanding. Okay, Martin Perez, ladies and gentlemen, with the great food takes up in here. Boys, this is huge.
I'll tell you what, I learned a lot. Martin, I appreciate your hamburger takes quite well. Hey, I was going to ask you mentioned about playing in the baseball classic, the World Baseball Classic, and talk about, your roster there in Venezuela is just littered with stars. Talk about the pride that you have of playing for your country and what it means to you being a part of that team.
That's something that you always trying to be part of be part of your country team, because growing up, that's what you're looking for, and now have a chance as a professional baseball player and represent my country. That means a lot for me, and I think we have in a WhatsApp group, and we talk every day as a team, and I think we're not having many chance to play many games, but if we go out there and we do the little teams in baseball, I think we will win, the games that we need. And as a pitcher, we just got to go out there and attack the hitters. But we have good team. We have good defense. We have everything. I think our focus is just go out there and compete, and at the end of the night, you're going to have a good result.
Well, Martin, it's great to catch up with you as always. Congrats on all your success, and best of luck making it 2 All-Star games in a row.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will do it. Okay, guys.
Right on. Okay. Let's go. I love the confidence, and I love the burger. There he is, Martin Perez with you, left-handed pitcher for the Texas Rangers. He was the Rangers Pitcher of the Year last year. He was. He did a great job, and it was awesome to see the breakout. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, look at this. It's already 4:20, time for the top 10. Willie Bully, where are you taking us?
My goodness gracious, it's National Strawberry Day. I got the top 10 most delicious fruits. What's your favorite next on the Fan?
Okay, let's talk Window Nation, though. You might be noticing. All right, welcome back, Nation. Live spring training. Coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. Segment's brought to you by Soda, state of the art, and it is also brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens. It won't hurt you, frankly. You need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk with his top 10.
Thank you very much, General. It is National Strawberry Day. I've got the top 10 fruits. What is your favorite fruit? 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line, which has been, for the most part, very sweet and positive, but there's always a little bit of negativity. But that's okay. We appreciate it. We appreciate you listening. Now, Brian, you were noticing as we're watching the Brewers take on the Royals here from surprise as the Rangers are playing over at Goodyear. They have a road game today, but you were noticing something over at first base.
Games like Miguel Garcia is the first base coach. So if you get enough runners on base, it turns into like Dick's Sporting Goods. Like he's carrying like everybody's shin guard, elbow pads, thumb guards, all this stuff, gloves. And my man, he couldn't even coach. He couldn't wave anybody around. He'd have to drop everything in his hands to kind of get everybody around the base. So it's kind of like, you just take off all that protective stuff and just hand it to old Miguel, and he holds on to it for you. You know, I think our bad boys need to kind of get on the stick a little bit.
Too. You're right.
A little bit more hustle. You know, this is kind of this is spring training for them too. You know, if you want to be with the big club, you got to make sure that Miguel is not carrying everything in the dugout in his arms while he's over there trying to coach.
Always scouting, Wazowski. Broadus is always scouting.
Always scouting, yeah.
He sure is. Now, before we slide into the top 10 here, we did have box office news. Is the very anticipated Cocaine Bear. Had pretty good opening weekend. Finished number 2 behind Ant-Man. And Ant-Man had $32.2 million to top the box office, but that was a big 69.7% fall.
Yeah, good number there.
In its second weekend. That is the biggest decline ever in a second weekend for a Marvel film, eclipsing Black Widow, which had a 67.8% drop. So not good for Ant-Man, but how about Cocaine Bear, which opened at $23.1 million after it was able to steal some viewers away from the Ant-Man trilogy. I guess is the third installment in the Ant-Man movies. Now
we're over that one.
It's an anthill.
We're considering maybe going to see Cocaine Bear out here. I know Kevin's super excited about it. Mike's not going to join if we go and see it, but I think Kevin and Corey are down.
I think Jared's down as well.
I think Jared would be down, but I've heard about stories about him in theaters out here. So
that's true. Yeah,
he's had a good
That's
time.
a different kind of theater.
Yeah.
Theater, that's right. Theater of the mind. Now we also.
What are you doing?
I saw there's another movie coming out. It looks like people are going to take this Cocaine Bear thing and start going, okay, animals on drugs, getting it done.
What do we have?
We have a meth gator.
Okay,
we got a meth
in
gator
Florida, of
movie.
course. Yeah.
I would imagine this thing looks like the meth almost like just physically bloats him and turns him into this like giant Godzilla sort of character. Just from the little bits that I've seen. So
I was thinking the heroin hippo.
Grows a mullet.
Yeah, yeah, he grows a mullet like the Cocaine Bear.
Starts keeping his mud hole really clean.
It's like he's a pioneer, this Cocaine Bear. This is going to be a bit of a trendsetter for the next 3 or 4 years. We can expect violent animals on drugs.
All right, so
I'm waiting for the Spanish version, Yayo Oso. I believe that's what that would be.
Yeah, that's right. You nailed that, my friend.
Nice.
Well, let's slide into the top 10 here on National Strawberry Day, which is a delicious fruit. And I've got the top 10 best fruits in America. What is your favorite? We got some votes for the pineapple. We got some votes for the apple, and people do love their strawberries here. But as I kick it back to the Pimp Cup and our buddy Lucius Alexander. Lucius, what is your favorite fruit, my friend?
Peaches. I like peach-flavored things, like peach soda, peach candies.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you like the peaches.
I like to eat peaches. I surely do.
Yeah.
Peaches and cream.
Yeah. Mango.
Peach and apple.
Mango in the morning on a weekend.
Yeah.
Early in the morning.
Terrific.
Yeah.
It's a good fruit.
Yeah, it is. And pears are my favorite right now. Not because of how they taste, but because I've lost 15 pounds this year just eating pears.
Wow.
Yeah,
inspiring.
Slim and trim. I
Yeah.
do love pears, though.
Yeah, man.
Pears are good.
Is that just cleaning out, Lucius? Is that what that is?
Yeah. Cleans off the old pipes.
Yeah, okay.
Lucius is light on his feet right now. You hear me?
I'm going to add a few pears, I think.
Yeah, you need to, bro.
I need a case of pears. Is what I need.
Pear in a salad might be nice. Instead of cucumbers.
Yeah, you can get it with you put walnuts and you don't like blue cheese, I'm sure, but you can do all that like a good pair of salad, strawberries.
Unfairly criticize my guy over here.
I know working with the guy, he'll eat a lot of things, but some things like you throw out the cheese factor thing, he's not totally into that.
There is such a thing as too much blue cheese. I'll just say that.
Because it's mold.
So
It's like legitimate.
It's on a steak.
like
It
the
ain't
others.
bad, guys.
It's
I'm
not.
telling
But
you.
what about like a wedge salad? You wouldn't get a wedge salad with some blue cheese on it?
Oh, heavens, no.
No.
Of course not.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? That's an idiot thing you would do there.
Emmett Smith, 3.8 yards per carry.
Blue cheese burger is good. Blue cheese burgers.
Whoa, wait, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
All right, wait a minute. We had some things.
no
and
lettuce on that burger.
What's up with that?
Well, I'm not going to put a lot of blue cheese on there. I'm not going to overwhelm it with blue cheese. Like my man said, it's mold. Okay, and something as powerful as mold like that, a little goes a long way.
Yeah, it's good for you. Madame Curie.
I'm not.
I have no idea what that means.
Madame Curie, she's like penicillin and people like that. She discovered penicillin.
Was she the original Mary Poppins?
No, she's like a doctor. She's a scientist.
No, she's not.
Madame Curie. She dealt with mold, penicillin, stuff like that.
I'm actually a big fan of the fig.
I like fig Newtons.
I like figs.
I've never actually had a fig. I've only had the fig Newton.
My grandparents had a
Then
fig
you've had a
tree
fig.
while I was growing up as a kid.
No, not really.
They're
Yes,
delicious.
you have.
Well, yeah, but you haven't had. He hasn't had like a real fig, like just the fruit.
What's fig Newton? Just fake?
The fig Newton's just like a flavor.
It probably
it's like a fig
it
flavor.
might be processed a little bit, Brian. But I'm talking about the legit fig fruit. Don't give me that over there.
So if I have a strawberry Pop-Tart, I've had a strawberry.
I think there's some strawberry flavoring in
Yeah,
there,
there's
right?
some flavoring in there.
There's
for
probably
sure.
some strawberry.
So we're going to acknowledge there's flavoring in the strawberry Pop-Tart, but we're not in the fig Newton.
No, there is flavoring in the fig Newton, but what I'm saying is that doesn't mean I've actually had just full-on fig before.
Right,
I've never
I
gone
get
to the
what you're
fig
saying.
tree and
Brian's
plopped
over there
the
being
fig off the
crusty as all
branch.
hell.
I'm just saying he's had a fig. If he's eaten a fig Newton, he's had a fig.
By technicality, you would be right, but he hasn't.
And the Cowboys have spent a lot of money too in free agency.
Oh hell, this guy over he's doing bits. This bleephole's doing bits. All right, we got green grapes. You're coming in at number 10.
By the way, the right fielder just played a ball like I would have.
God, what a loser! Get this guy out of the game.
Hey, dude, it's
oh no, we
you
got
have a
spikes
glove.
up on that. Jeez, we had to slide into home plate. Spikes
serious.
up. Yeah, that was dirty a little bit, but hey, it ended up being a run. So our guy Singleton at number 28 did the right thing.
I'm glad they specified green with the green grapes. I think the green grapes are better. I think the green apple is better. And there's a wide variety of apples out there. Like you could say red apple, green apple. No, there's a lot more to it than just that. But like the tartness of the green apple, the tartness of the green grape, to me wins me over 10 times out of 10.
Ooh, we got to vote for pomegranate.
Don't give me that
7.
Granny Smith bowl.
Oh, you don't
Why
like
not?
Granny Smith.
I like the tartness of the green apple.
I tell you what, Gavin.
Isn't Granny Smith a green apple?
I thought
Yeah, that's
the
what I
Granny Smith
thought,
was
yeah.
the green apple.
Oh, okay. They don't give me any of that honey crisp.
jeez.
Okay.
What
The
are we
honey crisp
doing
nonsense.
over here
I thought
now?
green apple was green
What
apple.
are we doing?
I thought just a green apple was a green apple.
Every
Granny
food take
Smith.
you have is now out.
It's gone forever, Broadus.
Out.
Okay.
Just
all
keep
right.
asking your Sonic questions.
You
You know.
should have seen how quickly he just inhaled this hot dog.
The monster dog.
That was impressive, bro.
I appreciate
I was
that.
like, wow, that's gone.
Yeah.
Well, commercial breaks, dude.
You would have
We have
passed
to-
Brian's test from last week.
Took like 30 seconds. This dude just shoved the wiener down.
That's true.
He's looking for a second
You
date.
didn't choke on that, did you? Second
I
date?
wonder why Broadus texted me by myself just now and said, "What do you got going on tonight?" Yeah.
What room you in?
Sharing a room with Wolchuk.
Number
Come
9.
join.
Yeah, we ended up sharing rooms. That was a bit of a surprise. We thought we had individuals.
That was the second surprise. Yeah,
It's part of your rookie initiation
Broadus
still.
didn't bring his scouting bag, and I stood there like a schmuck. The girl told me, "No, you're not on the list. You don't have a room. You can leave the same way you came out." And then I backdoored it and went to Wolchuk's room.
And it was fun. We had 2
Oh.
beds. That's all I cared about. But not like it would have been an issue if we had had one. We've
No.
been there before.
Absolutely.
All right, number 9 is peaches. There you go, Lucius.
Way too low.
Peaches are fire.
Number 8, we've got the cherries.
I'm so anti-cherry.
With pits in him, no.
Sorry, Sonic. I love everything about you. I'm not eating the cherry.
Okay, number 8, we've got oranges.
Wow, that's questionable thought on your part.
She falls on
Seems
fire.
Like everything is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll punish that foot-long hot dog.
Thank
no
God
problem,
for the
though.
angel Gavin Dawson on my left shoulder because I got a devil on my right one, and he's bald and he's a bleep hole.
Number 7, we've got apples. This one doesn't specify which color, so it could be Granny Smith. It could be the crisps.
That's too generic for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I clearly don't know my way around the names of
Clearly.
these apples.
You don't know what it's
I
what.
thought the green apple was the green apple. I thought the Honey Crisp was red.
Is
I
the
thought
sky
Granny
up or
Smith
down?
was red. But, yeah, I think they're generalizing the apple too much because if you've had a red apple and a green apple, they're two different fruits.
Okay, number 6 is the orange grape or the purple grape. I'm colorblind.
I'm sorry.
Orange
It's the
grape,
purple
what?
grape.
Oh, okay, purple grape.
I
yeah.
like
Okay.
orange grapes
Yeah.
the best.
It's fine.
Have you ever had those? Really freaks you out when you first
It's called
see
the
them.
kumquat.
Yeah, that's the kumquat.
Have you had the cotton candy grapes?
Those are excellent.
Yeah,
Those are excellent.
Throw them in the freezer for a while so they're nice and cold.
Yes.
Yes.
Cotton
So
candy grape.
good.
Next to the Thin Mints.
They're like, aren't they bigger, Lucius? Aren't they a little bit like they pumped them?
Steroid grapes?
They might be, but they pack them with flavor.
Number 5, we got the mangoes.
Sounds like a great wrap. The mango? I like the mango, too. I haven't heard raspberry yet, though.
Don't worry, you're going to like what number 1 is. Number 4 is the watermelon.
Watermelon
That's
is
that's criminally low. No, watermelon's kind of number 1 for me.
I'll tell you what, I went to this juice spot that'll just like juice out a bunch of watermelon juice for you and you can just drink it, and it was outstanding to die for.
Wow.
Like more flavor. You know, the watermelon, it kind of, you wish the flavor that it had was more potent. Like it's a good flavor, but it's a little
put
bit
rum in it. It's
watery
even better,
or something. But when they juice it and you're just drinking watermelon juice, it
Okay.
is just flavorful as can
I
be.
would love that. The 972 just
Great for
texted in-
hydration, too.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
it?
It
Okay.
is.
Pro tip.
972 just texted in plums, and I do love a good plum. Brian, stop your nonsense.
Plums are nice. Plums are real good.
There we go.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the pineapple.
You are akin to the plum.
I am into the plums. Number 2 is strawberries.
Smuggling plums.
On National Strawberry Day. But number 1, here you go, Mr. Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. It's the berries.
Oh, just generalizing the berries
And
as well?
Lucius like that as well.
Berries are incredible.
But it doesn't specify like raspberry,
like
blackberry,
blue.
blueberries. It's
Yeah.
just berries in general.
Stupid good.
Taste-wise, the raspberry is the top berry.
Have we determined that if you're in the wild that you're going to eat the wrong berries and
We
get
did
sick
for
and die?
you. You're going to die.
Yeah.
Very likely.
I'm
yeah.
just not going to even pick the trees.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for the fig trees.
Those
For us.
the
Fig
red
newt
ones
trees.
that are on like holly trees. That's the easy one to remember. You know, they look
like
amazing.
death?
Yeah, they are pure death, I believe.
All right, I'm going to go tinkle.
Thank you, old Chuck. Did you see what Steven said about Dak's contract and what they got to have a plan to do with it? It's coming up next, The Nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll update the Mavs drama before taking on their old friend and Rick Carlisle. We'll have
training coverage from Surprise, presented by Sonic. Good. Continues all week long with the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
We are live at Surprise Stadium here in Surprise, Arizona. It's at Surprise Stadium on Twitter, by the way, if you want to follow it. Home of Rangers spring training right here on your Home of the Rangers. Excited to be here and see what these guys have to bring to the table. They've been whooping up on the Reds across town here today, so we've been watching the Royals play the Brewers. And the Cowboys are talking to reporters at the Combine, which has made a lot of news today. We will have coming up here at 5 o'clock, top of the hour, the top 10 storylines to track at the Combine that have to do with the Cowboys. And last week we discussed the best plan for managing Dak's cap number in the contract, and it appears the Cowboys are tipping their hand. Now, if you remember last week, we got in a pretty heated debate about what the Cowboys should do, and I think half of us said, well, just let them play this year out, quit pushing money into the future. And I said, well, you got to choose one of them to try to give yourself the best chance possible to win big this year. You have so many good players, so much talent. That's what I would do. But what Stephen Jones said today was quite interesting. We've got to have a plan ultimately to extend Dak. He was asked about the $49 million cap hit that'll be coming up this season, and that's where he went first. Not, well, we got to restructure it and see where we go, but ultimately extend Dak. I guess that could be this year or next offseason. But to me, he has not wavered, guys. Stephen Jones and I believe both Jones boys are pretty committed to the idea of Dak for the next decade or so. How's that make you feel?
Well, it's certainly not a surprise. It makes me feel like they are comfortable with where they're at, and they think they're closer to Super Bowl prominence than maybe the rest of us think they are. I guess the only way this really works is, one, if they throw caution to the wind and say, yes, our quarterback's eating up a fair amount of our cap, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to still build around him and put money on, in the roster and build around him. Or they're waiting for the cap to go up so much, and in 4 years, maybe the impact of Dak's contract is not very big, and it becomes one of these things where, okay, now you can build around him a little bit more. Like, are you more likely to, in 3 years, put a better team around him when the cap goes up and maybe his cap hit isn't affecting the cap near as much, and now we can build around him, and at that point he's closer to the twilight of his career than anything else? I don't know, but to me it just rings that, hey, we're comfortable winning 10 to 12 games in the regular season, and if we make the playoffs, we think we have a good as chance at anybody who is in the dance.
A lot of the things Stephen Jones said when it comes to Dak, I agree with, and I always have, in terms of his leadership ability, his intangibles, his work ethic. Nobody's ever questioned that. And Dak is a good quarterback, and he's proven that. But he does need more help around him. And the question is, are the Cowboys going to actually do that in terms of put all the team-building resources at their disposal to put a contending and all-in type of team together? Or will it continue to be, all right, we're going to free up some money, we're going to extend, but we're going to put that into, we're going to re-sign CeeDee Lamb, we're going to re-sign Trayvon Diggs, we're going to keep our own. That's how we're going to continue to improve this football team, and then it's just going to be drafting. Because if you look in the mirror, that hasn't gotten the job done. So at some point, they got to look at, as a front office, and say, are we doing ourselves, are we doing enough to help Dak and this football team? Because right now the answer is no.
What do you think about this, Brian? Can we take it to the bank that Steven's saying that means Dak is going to get an extension here pretty soon?
I have a feeling, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's their plan is to extend Dak. I mean, just talking to some people, in the organization, it was, that's where they're at.
Maybe this offseason?
I don't know if it's this offseason. We'll see. I know that him talking about that they have to have a plan in place. This now. Once you make this extension, now you're tied to Dak, and it's going to be about, okay, do we do enough to get players around Dak, or is it the head coach? And so it's not going to be Dak's fault anymore here because they're tied to him. So it's about it's about Mike McCarthy. And it's about the players that they draft and those guys. Because once you make that extension, he's your guy, and unless now some teams have taken some massive cap hits and moved on from guys, but once you extend Dak, that's your guy. You better figure out the roster, and you better figure out what's going on with your head coach.
Last time they really had a sticking point of 5 and 4 years, and Dak really wanted a 4-year deal so this thing could come up again, and he could try to cash in again. What would your reaction be if you're the organization, and he I would say, look, Mahomes is the best, and he did 10 years with the Chiefs to give them maximum flexibility. He's still getting $45 million a year. Can you work with it? Can we do something together?
Yeah, the problem you're running into is Dak bet on himself, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
They had a chance to go do this thing for $28 million, and they waited, and now it's a $40 million deal. You think Dak's going to give you any kind of discount now on this thing? No, man. Him and his agent, Todd France.
Well, Brady did. Mahomes did much better quarterback. Well, then you got to ask yourself as a team, if we're getting no breaks and no flexibility
you're not going to get any break. You're kidding yourself if you think he's going to give you a break.
Well, I'd hope after that deal, $160 million and being a star quarterback for 9 years, you might start to think of how can I win a championship here, not how can I prove to everybody that I belong with the elite paid guys.
You the other day, when this whole thing went down with Tank Lawrence and the extension for him and all that, and he said basically, it ain't my problem. This is Stephen Jones' problem.
Yeah.
And I don't expect Todd France or Dak Prescott to give you any break on this.
Yeah.
The way they negotiated the last time, and hey, rightfully so, good for them. They held the Cowboys' feet to the fire, and what happened? Paid off for them, They overpaid for a quarterback that's probably worth somewhere right now between $28 and $30 million.
Well, if I'm Dak, I say back, I don't trust you guys to do with that extra money something that's really going to push this team over the top. What kind of promises can you make that if I do this, we're going to get X, Y, and Z?
And the elephant in the room is you have a guy in Micah Parsons who's going to be coming up, and his agent is David Mulugheta.
Yeah.
And what did he just do? He just got Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract last year that had not been seen in the NFL.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to get for the best defensive player, arguably, in the National Football League?
He'll reset the market, and he deserves it. He'll reset the market, and I have no problem giving that guy 2% better than the guy that came before him on the contract.
Well, get ready for Nick Bosa in San Francisco.
Sure, well,
I'll
match that, no problem.
That's going to be your $30 million non-player right there.
Yeah.
He's
We'll go 31 for
it.
Micah.
Yeah.
We got to run Nation live in Surprise, Arizona. 10 biggest Cowboy storylines at the Combine is next year on The Fan.
Listen.
studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
3 hours down, 2 to go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic little afternoon. We have the top 10 Cowboy storylines at the Combine. What is piquing interest for one of the top writers covering this team? We will reveal that and discuss him. And that's what we got right here for you. Hope you appreciate it. There's Zach Wolchuk throwing down a soda shake. What, every 3 hours or so? Is that the schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
About every 3 hours. These ones I do at 3 and at 5 o'clock, based on my schedule. So I go every 2 there for those. But you basically want to eat every 3 to 4.
Zara Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus here in Surprise, Arizona. With me, Lucius Alexander's back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, along with Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video. And still, frankly, trying to recover from the embarrassment that was his fifth egg slam on Broaddus' head Friday afternoon. It was glorious execution with his fake out, but not so much with the slam over the top. That's fine. The video work that he did, recapping everything over the weekend, more than made up for it, I'd say.
Yeah, I think you're being kind, Gavin, myself. The opportunity to, he does fine video work, but the whole idea is to make sure that it's executed. The eggs are, are done the right way. I think you guys had a great plan. I think with him getting my attention one way, you really coming off the top rope.
Yeah.
You could see the explosiveness in the egg hitting my head.
The old man still got a little bit.
Yeah, and then Carter, what was he doing? The thing fumbled out of his hand. I think
he was worried about your head bleeding like when Wolchuk hit you. He didn't want to create any more blood.
The guy,
I did feel bad.
Chief hit me the hardest.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
Nice job,
Chief hit me the hardest.
Well, you were a little buzzed, I think, by then.
Oh, yeah, thanks to Lucius and the Mai Tai. That certainly had an effect on me. And I knew it was the final egg smashing of the entire football season, right? It was the final Survivor payoff. So, and then when I climbed up there and I noticed that he peeked down to see me as I stealthily crawled around the studio. When I saw that he kind of saw me, I was like, okay, he's going to pay for this. He's going to pay for this.
Well, that's the thing about it was I saw he sits in Basic's chair. So I saw the top of Mike's chair.
Yeah.
And I lost track where he was.
And you were on the phone.
Yeah. I was looking down at the phone. Yeah.
That was good awareness by Chief.
Yeah.
And he was pulling off a real nice Army crawl. Just needed his ghillie suit.
Sure did. Yeah, that would have been pretty spectacular. But I didn't want to pull a Carter situation.
No.
I wanted to make sure I executed this dunk in full fashion, and I do think that it made a lasting imprint on your dome.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, a back-to-back egg smash would have been on camera. Would have been would have been epic.
It would have.
It was very anticlimactic because when I pulled mine off, I was like in this post-moment real glow.
Euphoria.
Yeah. And
like mission accomplished.
And then when the fumble happened, I was kind of waiting for the exclamation point. And it was a little anticlimactic.
Well,
but
I kind of, to me, it was very much like, it was much like the Cowboys with Romo. They're kicking the field goal. You kind of get in position. You execute. And then all of a sudden the snap goes to his hands.
I feel the same way.
And you lost the game because of that.
Well, he has done some fine video work recapping it. You can see that.
Yeah, that is good.
I think we should call that a blooper. You can see that I've been trying to get him involved in the radio show in one way or another, like as a game show host or something for Carter Freeman to branch out. And he has turned down every opportunity, and now I kind of see why. I'm probably going to stop asking. But the bottom line is,
oh my gosh,
the video paid off if you go to our YouTube page, or the 105 The Fan YouTube page. You can see it. It's got tens of thousands of views.
Fantastic. Sean and RJ were not happy with us this morning. Apparently there was a very gunky mess of remnants of yolk and just stale eggs that were left by the weekend.
I don't know.
Brian tried hard.
Was it? Yeah, I was using the cleanser as the top, the floor. Was it the cord? Is that what kind of
happened? Cord, I think, yeah.
There's a lot of crevices where that yolk was getting into
you probably got 99% of it up, but there was a lot.
Wow, you know what? But I saw eggs.
Material.
I saw eggs sitting in front of RJ, brown eggs. What's keeping them from busting one and kind of making it a little bit more messy than it was?
Let's go. Let's turn this into a Rangers postgame type of deal. It could happen at any moment.
I think there was a little bit of that maybe that they kind of set us up for some. Yeah, I wouldn't put anything past Sean. He's a deviant son of a gun, and Choppy's even worse. Bobby, you can't trust him.
No.
Well, we'll have more Survivor coming up for the NBA playoffs. It's just too much dang fun. And, of course, next NFL season will be back off and running full time. Okay, top 10 storylines over there at the Combine. What's McCarthy's vision for the Dallas offense? I think that's pretty obvious. It's a road well traveled. We've had the discussion a couple of times, and we all have ideas, and they're dropping clues. But McCarthy hasn't talked to the media since this news. He's off in hibernation, doing his hiding. So when I guess he's going to emerge.
Cocaine bear.
Yeah. I don't know when he emerges and starts talking to us again. When the Dak negotiation was happening, he said he was on a beach and called Dak to congratulate him. So he's going to talk Wednesday at the Combine.
Yeah, Wednesday,
cool.
And then we'll probably get Jerry on the bus maybe Thursday or Friday maybe this week.
Some Miller Lats.
We're going to have a lot of content for you. And if Mike talks Wednesday, that'll be outstanding because we need a little bit more detail. Other than passing to running backs more and more consistency with the run game. Okay, question 2. Why did McCarthy feel like Schottenheimer was the best option? Analyst on the coaching staff should have a good understanding of strengths and weaknesses, but why did he end up being the choice? It's unlikely that McCarthy will go into greater detail. My theory is that Schottenheimer was the guy that was coming to him and saying, dude, Kellen Moore, this guy doesn't know what he's doing yet. He's not a good fit for Dak. I think he was his guy in the room. And I think Mike was like, damn straight, that's the way I would do it. So I think they were commiserating and maybe a little bit frustrated with the over-aggressive Kellen Moore from time to time. That's my theory, guys. What do you think?
Kellen did some good things, but, we've talked about this. There was a lack of consistency. I don't know exactly what Kellen Moore's philosophy and approach was week to week. And there were some weeks where it's like, man, he's really in his bag. He's scheming some stuff up here. There was a lot of things that you like. You're using a lot of your personnel in a bunch of creative ways. Next week, holy cow, where did all that go? It's just disappeared. Brian Schottenheimer is a guy that what he wants. He's pretty into his certain approach, right? He's a guy that he wants to run the football X amount of times, and he's pretty methodical in the way that he wants to run an offense. And I think it marries a similar method in the way Mike McCarthy likes to play offense as well. So at least you'll kind of know the type of philosophy and offense that the Cowboys are going to implement from a week-to-week basis.
I just worry about him like it doesn't work.
And it might not.
That's what I'm saying. And all of a sudden, it's like we realize that, hey, I don't want to look back in week 9 and everybody's going, man, we really do miss Kellen Moore here.
And that could happen.
Because I was adamant about evaluate the coaches this year and then look to Dak the following year. This was going to be my evaluation. I hate the word evaluation on Dak because he's been here 8 years. But I was thinking, okay, maybe they changed the coaching staff this year, and let's see Dak play with a different.
Doesn't West Coast passing load give you easier targets, Brian?
It should.
How would that blow up in Dak's face?
If you're not accurate, if all of a sudden receivers, if Michael Gallup's running in-breaking routes and the ball's clanging off him, because it's behind him or it's low, or just what if it's on target and Gallup just damn drops it. I mean, the thing I worry about is that are we going to learn that is this going to be a thing to where we learn about it's Dak or is it Mike McCarthy just can't call plays?
It is interesting that Garrett Linehan and Kellen Moore, 3 good offensive minds, all chose similar type of routes that end with stationary players expecting a football.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like we're going to space them out, and Dak's going to find the most open guy standing still. And there are plenty of examples of throwing to guys on the move, but a lot of that is way downfield where the field is kind of opened up, and if I miss, it's not getting picked off. What about the precise timing anticipation throws within, let's say, 5 to 8 yards? How accurate can he be? Joe Montana really brought the West Coast offense to life by being so incredibly accurate and throwing to guys who could catch it and then immediately turn upfield and make a move. And we'll see if Dak can be, that precise with it.
But, I'll say this. And maybe the Cowboys will miss Kellen Moore. Maybe they'll get in halfway through the season, some texture coming in like I could see Kellen Moore being really good with the Chargers. And he's got a hell of a quarterback to do it with there in Justin Herbert and some good weapons unless they move on with some due to cap casualties. But you can't score 17 points and 12 points in back-to-back postseason defeats. And in my opinion, stick with that offensive coordinator. You've got to make a change.
Okay, great point. Number 4 from Machota here in The Athletic. What does Jerry Jones want to see from the offense? Is he willing to spend more? Does he want to use the first pick on a playmaker? But he talked about it today. Jerry did. There was a short quote from him talking about we overestimated, we were overconfident on what Gallup and Tolbert could give. And I can't wait for Jerry to talk and maybe signal something that can actually get us excited about adding a real playmaker.
Yeah, hopefully that those decisions.
That's Odell Beckham, don't you think?
That's the real playmaker.
I'm just throwing it out there because I think they've laid the most groundwork on this guy.
Yep.
I think they have an understanding. I mean, and we're all studying the draft and we're all thinking about what receiver's going to be there at 26.
Let me say this real quick, Brian. Like, he would talk about Odell and say the reason this is unique is because he's available and nobody else is.
Yeah.
That's the kind of things he was saying in November, right?
Yeah.
Now that everybody or more players are available, you can still trade now for Brandon Cooks or DeAndre Hopkins. I would hope you're not zooming in on Odell Beckham Jr. That guy's just too injury prone.
Yeah.
Guarantee me his health good, But
they were talking about playing him, like bringing him in, and I know this is that thing was going up until as they saw the clock going down. It's like, well, how long are you going to have him for?
Yeah.
How long they were like willing to almost talk about one game.
And to me,
I know I'm making it sound a lot dire than it really was, but they were letting that
discussed.
Well, that clock was running, and they just kept, and finally they just got to the point where they couldn't do anything.
They were happy to have him for one game, but he wanted a long-term thing.
Sure he did.
If I'm going to bust my butt to come back maybe a little early from you from a very significant injury, can you give me guarantees? And they were like, no. Because they're smart. It's Odell Beckham Jr. Why would you give a 31-year-old OBJ guarantees into the future? You're asking for it to end poorly, and now you don't have any money and you don't have the playmaker that you want. There's at least a dozen better options than Odell Beckham Jr. if you want to make your receiving core better right now. Where do the Cowboys feel like they need to improve the most is question number 5 here from Machota.
I do wonder what they think, because if it's only we could use one more playmaker on offense, like that line that got dropped, that was by Steven.
Ugh.
That to me is not, hey, we're desperate for this. It's like, hey, we might need one more playmaker, when most people, unless he's thinking we're going to get Tony Pollard back. And Tony Pollard, he's expecting to be healthy and good to go. And then he's like, okay, one more playmaker, because he's also
Gallup's
expecting
gonna be
Gallup
back
to get better. So that's one thing that
hopefully that's assuming Gallup's back and we need something on top of that.
Right. And I hope they don't put too much into, hey, they're just going to bank on Gallup being a stud.
I think your passing game just needs to be better, and that's kind of a cop-out, but I think you need better protection and better weapons.
I would agree. I'm trying to figure out who they're going to – other than McGovern, who are you really replacing on the offensive line? If McGovern leaves in free agency, Biotish is going to stay, Martin's going to stay. You think Steele's going to be there. Tyler Smith is either your left tackle or your left guard. So if you want to go try and upgrade the left guard or left tackle position, you can, but that's – I don't know.
That's where the picks are coming from, Like it's hard for Dak to see down and find ways to throw with anticipation and timing. You put him under pressure, it's leading the league in interceptions per throw. That's what you're going to get if you provide the same level of protection he was in last year, even if you add the skill player. That's my expectation for Dak. I think that is all a result of how many guys are in his face right as he's getting ready to throw.
Hey, a great way to fix an offensive, just an offense in general, is have the best offensive line in football. We saw that. Regardless of how great your weapons are, if you can go ahead and block up front to give your quarterback time to go through his reads, it doesn't matter how amazing or elite your receivers are. They'll find a way to get open. Corners can only cover for so long. And it's the same way with your rushing attack, right? If you can open up holes. I'm all about putting forth resources into the offensive line. And you might end up getting a guy fall to you at 26, one of these guards like a Torrance or maybe a Malk out of North Dakota State that we like quite a bit. And he's got some versatility as well to play some guard or center. Played tackle at North Dakota State. He could kick inside.
Well, look at Zach drafting his balls off over here. He's scouting him up.
See, I want to ask Gavin this question, though. When they turn around and draft one of these guys like, one of these guards,
yeah,
are you gonna kick them in the junk? Or are you gonna say, oh no, good pick there?
At 26,
knowing that you need weapons on the outside.
I think you need both equally. So if the best player is a guard at 26, I'll be happy with that, or in the second round. I can totally be happy with that. Like, trade for Hopkins. There's your receiver. Draft the guard, assuming you still have 26. Or you could find good guards in the second round a lot of years. Can you this year? How's that?
I feel like that's the one thing to me. I would rather, if you're going to give me an opportunity to take a swing at a guard center guy, give me the guy from Minnesota, John Michael Smits. Give me that guy. See, that's what I'm saying. If you give me an athletic 315-pound guard that if all of a sudden, like, we don't want to pay Biotish anymore.
Okay, so I seriously did get around.
Glad I'm not the only one, boys.
No, because Brian knows this. He's one of my favorite players, period, in the draft. But my question is, do you think he can play guard?
Oh, absolutely. He's an athlete.
You watch him play center.
Yeah.
This kid's a difference maker, and you don't see that a lot when you're watching centers,
hell
man.
No. He handles blocks one-on-one on it. Like I said, if you don't want to pay Biotish, then there's your center.
Okay, we got to run.
Where can I draft that guy, by the way? What round?
I think he's going to go. He could go late 1, early 2, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 6, what are the Cowboys' views of the strength of the draft class? We'll see. Number 7, what's the plan with Zeke? We know, probably. Who's going to get the franchise tag? They said today they're most likely going to use it. What is the plan for filling some key spots on the O-line? And then what's the latest on the Cowboys' interest in some notable free agents like OBJ and Bobby Wagner? There he is, Machota in The Athletic. When we come back here, Nation, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll get you 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. Bob Belt's going to come on about 5:30. Then it'll be time for LA Live right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Window Nation. Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. A lot going on here as we are live at Rangers Spring Training. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Hey, let's get you caught up on everything that's been developing throughout the broadcast day. First up, Carson Wentz released by the Commies in Washington. That's a wrap for him as a starter for sure. Should have cost Ron Rivera his job putting him back in there. Would you even want him as a backup at this point, NFL people? Carson Wentz available. Let's say Cooper Rush does get a job somewhere else, as you guys have been telling me, and Carson Wentz is available. Do you want him as a backup?
No gracias. I'm out. Don't want to see his face. Don't want him in my building. It doesn't seem like people like him on the field or off the field. Big fat no thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't.